Chapter 91. It was already past 10 o'clock, and everyone was getting a little impatient. Especially for Wang Hao, every second of waiting was a torture for him. The original plan was to set off at 8 o'clock in the morning and settle in S province before dark. But now Shan Wan still couldn't come. Although Shan Wan's attitude was ambiguous before, Wang Hao could see from her eyes that she wanted to go with everyone, but she was always bound by something in her heart. In other words, the person she wanted to kill had not been killed yet. Ah Hao, it's not a good idea for us to keep waiting like this. In my opinion, although Shan Wan is not in the base, she must be near the base. Maybe she is waiting for us to go out now. Don't forget your agreement with her. She did this because she didn't want to implicate you. Xiao Mo walked to Wang Hao and said softly. Wang Hao frowned upon hearing this. It was not that he had not thought of Xiao Mo's reminder. The reason why he had been waiting for Shan Wan was that he was not sure whether his inference was correct. What if Shan Wan came back after they left? But now Xiao Mo's reminder also shows everyone's mood at the moment. In fact, he is the most anxious. Time passed by minute, and half an hour passed quickly. After thinking about it, he looked around but still could not see Shan Wan. Finally, Wang Hao decided to set off immediately. If they still did not meet Shan Wan after going down the mountain, they would return to the base again and wait until she appeared, because Shan Wan did not make a clear statement whether to leave or stay. After making up his mind, Wang Hao stood up and said goodbye to Feng Hetian and others, and asked everyone to get on the car and leave. I had breakfast with Feng Hetian, and after breakfast, I sat in his office waiting for Shan Wan. The car had stopped in front of the office building, and after a group of people slowly walked out of the office building, everyone started to get on the car. Hao, be careful on the way, and come back quickly after picking up your parents. After all, this is a state institution, and it is much safer than you are outside. Zhang Jianjun then walked in front of Wang Hao with Xiao Yutong in his arms. I know, brother Zhang, you should take care of yourself too. Wang Hao nodded. Uncle Wang Hao, this is what my father taught me to draw, and I give it to you. Xiao Yutong, who was held in Zhang Jianjun's arms, extended a painting in his hand to Wang Hao. Thank you, Yutong. Wang Hao took the painting in Xiao Yutong's hand with a smile. There were 4 people in the painting, 2 old couples in their 50s sitting on the sofa, with smiles on their faces. Behind them stood 2 young people in their 20s, a man and a woman. The man was lovingly hugging the woman's shoulders, and the woman was holding a newborn baby in her arms. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. There was a line of words written crookedly next to them, Uncle Wang Hao and his family. Uncle Wang Hao, is my painting good looking? Xiao Yutong blinked her 2 big black eyes, and looked at Wang Hao seriously. Good looking, our Yutong will definitely be a painter when she grows up. Wang Hao felt a pang in his heart, and touched Xiao Yutong's head with loving eyes. My father said the same thing to me. Xiao Yutong hugged Zhang Jianjun's neck shyly. Take care on your journey, and I hope you can find your relatives soon. Su Man pursed her lips and came up. Thank you, Miss Su. I hope you can develop a vaccine as soon as possible. Wang Hao nodded. Xiao Wang, be careful along the way. If you can't go on, come back. The gate of the base is always open for you. Feng Hetian stepped forward and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and said, I will, Captain Feng. Wang Hao nodded, turned his head, and looked at Su Man beside him and said, Miss Su is in your hands. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. Feng Hetian replied solemnly. Brother Wang, Captain Feng is right. The base is our common home. We are all your relatives. Come back if you can't go on. Squad leader Lu, who was following Feng Hetian, stepped forward and looked at Wang Hao reluctantly. Well, Squad leader Lu, the safety of the base will depend on you in the future. Wang Hao nodded and looked at Squad leader Lu seriously and said, Don't worry, brother Wang. This lesson is too severe. There will never be a similar accident again. Squad leader Lu nodded solemnly. We should go now. Take care. Wang Hao looked around at everyone and got on the Ford pickup truck. Everyone was already seated in the car. After a horn, the 2 cars slowly drove onto the asphalt road and headed towards the gate. The pickup truck was driven by Xiao Mo, carrying the daily necessities given to them by Wang Hao and Feng Hetian. The minibus was driven by Hui Xiaodong, carrying Luoyi, Lu Jiaming and Cross-Eyed. The 2 cars slowly drove out of the gate of the base one after the other. As the gate behind them slowly closed, everyone in the minibus cheered. At this time, everyone in the car looked very excited, and everyone was talking happily. Hey Lao Lu Lao Yin, when are you going to pay me back the 3 pounds of gold you owe me? You can't keep dragging it on like this. Hui Xiaodong said, as he turned his head and glanced at Lu Jiaming on the co-pilot seat and cross-eyes behind him while steering the wheel. Isn't it 2.5 pounds? When did it become 3 pounds? Lu Jiaming looked at him with a puzzled look. Damn, Lao Lu, you can't deny it, I'm paying you the lowest interest. Hui Xiaodong turned around and cursed. Boss Hui, you can't talk nonsense, you didn't say it would come with interest. Croquettes interrupted. That's right, I wouldn't have played with you if I had known this would happen. Lu Jiaming chimed in. Hey, I say you two are singing the same tune, haven't you already discussed it, waiting for you, Master Hui, to take the bait? Hui Xiaodong turned around and glared at the two of them. Okay, Xiaodong, just focus on driving. Don't you see how far behind Brother Hao and the others are? Luoyi, who had been packing her luggage, interrupted. Oh, look how anxious you are. Are you afraid that our Captain Wang will abandon you? Hui Xiaodong said in a weird tone. Why are you biting whoever you catch like a mad dog, eunuch? Luoyi turned her head and looked at him unhappily. Eunuch, this name is good, ha ha ha. Lu Jiaming and Cross-Eyed looked at each other and said jokingly. Hey Luoyi, I am a eunuch, what's wrong? What's wrong? Hui Xiaodong said angrily. How dare I do anything to you? You are a jack of all trades, and you are also a popular person around the emperor. Luoyi said with a smile. Miscellaneous, ha ha. Lu Jiaming and Cross-Eyed laughed loudly upon hearing this, repeating Luoyi's words while laughing. Suddenly, with a creak, everyone's body suddenly leaned forward, and Hui Xiaodong actually stepped on the brake. Chapter 92. Hui Xiaodong, what do you want to do? At this time, Luoyi, who was sitting in the middle seat of the car packing her luggage, was brought to the ground by Hui Xiaodong's sudden brake. The things inside were scattered all over the floor. One of the black bras just fell on the aisle. Luoyi blushed and bent down to pick it up. But when she picked up the bra and was about to scold Hui Xiaodong, she found that Lu Jiaming and Cock Eyes were looking straight ahead. They saw that Wang Hao and his black pickup truck was parked less than 3 meters in front of the minibus. Huh? Isn't that Shan Wan? Hui Xiaodong suddenly said in surprise. Everyone followed his gaze, and saw Shan Wan with blood all over her face and a bloody bag in her hand, walking out from behind a boulder on the side of the road. In her other hand, she held Wang Hao's black short knife. Behind her followed Zhong Yu, whose face was also covered in blood. In Zhong Yu's hand, he held a 95 fully automatic. What's going on? Let's get out of the car and take a look. Luoyi hurriedly threw down her bra, pulled out the 64-style rifle from her waist, and rushed out of the car. Lu Jiaming and Cockeye also quickly followed, and Hui Xiaodong jumped directly from the side of the cab. Shan Wan, are you okay? Wang Hao opened the car door and walked to Shan Wan. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Shan Wan shook her head and returned the short knife in her hand to Wang Hao. As long as you are okay. Wang Hao took the short knife, looked at Zhong Yu and asked, Brother Zhong, what are you doing? Revenge. Zhong Yu's face was firm, but he looked at Shan Wan with love in his eyes. Revenge? Did you two meet a common enemy? Hui Xiaodong and the others had already rushed over. He looked at the two of them in confusion after hearing Shan Wan's words. As soon as Hui Xiaodong finished speaking, Shan Wan threw the bag in her hand to the ground, and a bloody head rolled out immediately. Damn. Hui Xiaodong was startled and dodged the head that rolled to his feet. Huh? Isn't this that person, Qin? Qin what? Director Qin. Lu Jiaming continued. Oh yes, Director Qin. Shan Wan, did he offend you? Why didn't you tell me? I've been displeased with this guy for a long time. If you tell me, I see. Enough. Before Hui Xiaodong finished speaking, Shan Wan glared at him unhappily, turned around and quickly opened the door of the pickup truck, and locked herself in with a bang. Hey little girl, I didn't mess with you. Hui Xiaodong was stunned for a moment, looking at Shan Wan's back and yelling. Okay, don't say anything more. Everyone hurry up and get in the car, we must find a place to stay before dark. Wang Hao pulled Hui Xiaodong's arm to smooth things over for him. After hearing this, everyone returned to their cars. Hui Xiaodong looked at the pickup truck angrily, and turned to get on the minibus. Zhong Yu followed Wang Hao and the others into the pickup truck. Before getting in the car, Wang Hao turned his head and looked at the hideous head on the ground, confirming his guess. The vehicle started slowly, and drove down the mountain along the winding mountain road. The pickup truck was still driven by Xiao Mo, while Wang Hao sat in the passenger seat and looked at the map to plan the next route. Shan Wan and Zhong Yu sat in the back seat. The two did not speak. Shan Wan always looked out the window. Although Zhong Yu stared at the roof of the car, his peripheral vision kept scanning Shan Wan beside him. The two cars drove down the winding mountain road quickly, and a fork in the road appeared in front of them. The left road led to the urban area of Yusur City, and the right road was the road that Wang Hao and his team took when they came to the Yusur base before, which led directly to the national highway. The final destination of this trip was Wang Hao's hometown Yao County, which was located in the Jinshi district of S province, about 500 kilometers away from Wang Hao and his team's current location. If it were the 500-kilometer journey before the disaster, even if the road conditions were bad, ordinary vehicles could definitely reach the destination in one day. However, this is a special period. There are abandoned vehicles blocking the road everywhere on the roads and zombies everywhere. The road that could be reached in one day before now may take more than a week. After stopping the vehicle at the fork, Wang Hao and Xiao Mo briefly studied the map. Although crossing the riverside road where Wang Hao and Zhou platoon leader went to the supermarket to search for food from the urban area of Yu City would save half the time compared to taking the national highway, it is close to the urban area after all. The scene of thousands of zombies bathing in the rain before is still vivid in my mind, and that was just one of the streets. In addition, Yu City is a prefecture-level city with a permanent population of more than 800,000. If you risk crossing the urban area to save half the distance, it would be too uneconomical. Even if the national highway is difficult to travel, the risk factor is much lower than that in the urban area. After the discussion, the two cars slowly turned right and returned to the national highway in more than 10 minutes. The situation on the national highway was similar to the previous one. Although there were abandoned vehicles everywhere, it did not affect traffic. The two cars carefully moved forward in front of various vehicles. If they encountered wandering zombies, they would try to avoid them as long as they did not come up to cause trouble. After passing through a congested section, the road ahead gradually became unblocked. It seems that most of these abandoned vehicles blocking the road should have come to the Yu City survivor base. The reason why they were blocked together was probably because the panicked escapees did not give way to each other. After the vehicle drove a distance on the unobstructed national highway, Shan Wan finally spoke. "Is there any water?" Shan Wan looked away from the window and asked Wang Hao on the co-pilot. "Oh yes." Wang Hao was staring out the window in a daze at this time. After hearing Shan Wan's words, he hesitated for a moment and handed over a bottle of unopened mineral water from the front. Shan Wan took the bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp. After opening the car window and throwing out the empty bottle, she looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Wang Hao searched around for a while and handed over a pack of Red Crane Tower cigarettes that Feng Etienne had stuffed into him before leaving, along with a lighter. Shan Wan tore open the pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Zhong Yu next to her. Zhong Yu shook his head. After lighting one for herself, Shan Wan returned the cigarette and lighter to Wang Hao. "Keep it, I have another pack." Wang Hao took out another pack from his pocket and lit one for himself with the cigarette lighter in the car. "Don't you want to know what happened to me?" Shan Wan took a puff of cigarette and turned her gaze to the window again. The wind outside the window blew her hair, revealing the white skin on her cheeks. Chapter 93. This is your privacy. If you don't want to tell me, it's useless for me to ask. Wang Hao looked at the rearview mirror and said lightly. "Actually, I should have told you earlier." Shan Wan pondered for a while, and then spoke again. "It's just that I can't see through you. I don't know whether I should believe you or not. Will you stand up for me?" The tone was full of confusion and grievance. "Shan Wan, from the day you came to our team, everyone has already regarded you as a member. The end of the world is coming, zombies are rampant, and people's hearts are unstable. We must hold together to have the hope of survival. No matter who encounters what, we should all be honest with each other and not abandon or give up any team member." Wang Hao looked at the rearview mirror and said earnestly, "I'm sorry, I worry too much." The smoke that Shan Wan exhaled was quickly blown away by the wind, and her hair was flying in disorder. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Hao could see that the corners of Shan Wan's eyes were slightly red. "It's not your fault. If it were me, I would think so too." Wang Hao looked at the cigarette butt in his hand that was blown out by the wind, and carefully put the remaining half back into the cigarette box. The cigarette in Shan Wan's hand had burned out at this time. She skillfully lit another one, then flicked the cigarette butt out of the window. After taking a few puffs, she slowly opened her mouth and told the whole story. It turned out that before Wang Hao and his team entered the isolation room of the base that night, Shan Wan was taken alone to another isolation room on the second floor of the guard building because she was injured. This isolation room was mainly used to isolate those survivors who were injured outside. After Shan Wan was taken to the isolation room, the soldier who led the way locked the door and turned away. There was only a small bed and a row of waiting chairs in the room. Shanwan was exhausted from the days of running around. In addition, she had just lost her two closest people. She was confused and sad for a while. She couldn't control her tears anymore. She was tired of crying and fell asleep on the small bed. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the door opening outside that she woke up with red eyes. It turned out that someone came to deliver dinner to her. It was Director Chin who delivered dinner to her. Shanwan didn't take it seriously at the time. She took the bowl of instant noodles brought by Director Chin and ate it. After Director Chin brought her the meal, he didn't leave immediately, but sat down on the waiting chair opposite Shanwan. After he asked Shanwan about her experience, he expressed deep sympathy. At that time, he persuaded Shanwan for a long time as a person who had experienced it. Although Shanwan didn't like this person, his words deeply touched her. Just when Shanwan had just changed her opinion of him, Director Chin proposed an absurd condition, wanting Shanwan to be his lover, and promised that as long as Shanwan agreed to it, he would arrange for Shanwan to work in the management committee, live in the high-security area, and eat delicious food every day. Shanwan was furious when she heard this, and threw the remaining half bowl of instant noodles at Director Chin's feet, and told him to get out immediately. Director Chin not only refused to leave, but also began to touch Shanwan. Shanwan refused to obey, and finally took advantage of the moment when Director Chin untied his belt and slapped him, and kicked him in the vitals. Director Chin immediately squatted on the ground with his hands covering his belly with a face full of pain. Shanwan hurriedly ran out, but was grabbed by the arm by Director Chin. Director Chin's face suddenly changed and he began to beg Shanwan, saying that if she didn't want to, forget it, just pretend that this had never happened, okay? If this was known to others, he would lose his job. He still had a wife and children to support. He was the only relative and life support for the mother and son now. Director Chin's tearful performance quickly softened Shanwan's heart. Shanwan immediately shook off his hand and told him to get out. Hearing this, Director Chin immediately ran out with his pants in his hands. After locking the door, he was still grateful to Shanwan. After Director Chin left, Shanwan looked at the instant noodles on the ground, and her relatives and fiancé appeared in her mind again, and tears of grievance burst out again. Shanwan had been sitting on the small bed until dawn, when suddenly a strange fragrance drifted in from the window. Smelling this fragrance, she quickly felt sleepy and couldn't help but lie down on the bed. In a daze, she felt that the door was opened and a figure walked in from the door on tiptoe. Shanwan tried hard to open her eyes, but her eyelids were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She wanted to sit up from the bed, but she found that she had no feeling in her limbs. At this time, the figure had already come to the small bed. The remaining consciousness allowed Shanwan to see the ferocious face of the man. He was Director Chin, who was going back and forth. Shanwan opened her mouth, but could not make a sound. The arm that she had just raised with all her strength was held down by Director Chin. Then Director Chin, who had already taken off all his clothes, rode on her and tore off her shirt like a wild beast. After venting, Director Chin looked at Shanwan's body on the small bed, while putting on his clothes contentedly. Shanwan, whose hands were tied to the head of the bed, had dull eyes, messy hair, dried tears on her face, and clothes scattered all over the room. Shanwan's eyes were full of tears, but she tried not to let them fall. She took a puff of cigarette and continued, "After he left, I found the unburned incense at the door. At that time, I swore that I would kill him in the same way, but I couldn't find the right tools until I saw the gun and knife on your waist yesterday. In order not to implicate you, I had to use the incense to knock you out. After you fell asleep, I took your pistol and dagger. I didn't expect to run into you waiting at the door, as soon as I left the room. Thank you, Brother Zhong. It was with the help of Brother Zhong that I was able to successfully avenge my hatred." Shanwan said this, turned her head, and looked at Zhongyu beside her, and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Brother Zhong." Zhongyu looked at Shanwan with love in his eyes, shook his head, and said softly, "Shanwan, as long as I am here, I will never allow anyone to hurt you again. As long as you need me, I will always be with you. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhong. I don't want to think about anything now. As long as I can be with everyone, it's enough." Shanwan politely rejected Zhongyu's confession. Her old injury has not healed yet, but how can she accept another man in her heart? Zhongyu did not show too much disappointment for Shanwan's refusal. He could understand Shanwan's mood. As long as he could be with her every day, it would be enough. In this end of the world where zombies are rampant and everyone is in danger, perhaps only the companionship of never leaving is the best interpretation of love. In order to save time, Wang Hao did not let the team stop to cook, but distributed 2 compressed biscuits, 2 sausages, and a bottle of mineral water to each person. The mineral water was actually filled from the well in the U City security base, but it was put into discarded empty mineral water bottles for the convenience of carrying and drinking. The road ahead has been very smooth. Although abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies can still be seen from time to time, they do not affect traffic. The 2 cars have been moving at a speed of more than 70 miles per hour. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened. It seemed that another heavy rain was coming. At this time, it was less than 100 kilometers away from S province. But for safety reasons, Wang Hao still suggested finding a safe place to stay first. The scene of thousands of corpses bathing together in the urban area of U City last time still made Wang Hao feel scared, and he did not take the zombies' strange behavior of loving rainwater seriously at the moment. Half an hour later, bean-sized raindrops slammed onto the windshield, and at this time, under the gloomy sky, a small town appeared a few hundred meters ahead. Chapter 94. Seeing the outline of the town, Wang Hao's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly asked Xiao Mo to speed through the town entrance. The town is located on the national highway. The gatehouse at the entrance of the town is close to the national highway, less than 10 meters away, and the rain has begun to gradually increase. Aren't you looking for a place to stay? Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Wang Hao hurriedly told Xiao Mo about the scene he had encountered in the urban area of Yusher before. Xiao Mo frowned when he heard it, but didn't say anything. He stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck suddenly ran wildly in the heavy rain. The minibus following closely also quickly accelerated to catch up. Just when the pickup truck was about to pass the town entrance, 4 or 5 off-road vehicles suddenly rushed out of the town. Squeak! Xiao Mo hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Due to the slippery road and rainy days, the pickup truck deviated when braking suddenly, and almost hit an off-road vehicle in front of it that was lying in the middle of the road. The minibus behind him also stopped sideways after a sharp brake sound. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of door opening and closing sounds, a dozen young men in black raincoats and rain hats got out of several off-road vehicles. Duh. Get out of the car! Get out of the car, all of you! The young man in the lead, holding a long gun, fired several shots into the air and shouted at Wang Hao and the others with a megaphone in his hand. At the same time, the remaining dozen people quickly surrounded the 2 cars in the middle. Among these dozen people, some held long guns, some held pistols, some held machetes, and even some held shovels and pickaxes. The weapons were uneven, and judging from their faces, they should not be too old, no more than 25 years old. Xiao Mo put his hands on the steering wheel and looked at the rearview mirror. He found that the minibus was also blocked by a van. There was a ditch on the right, and a 1-meter-high isolation belt on the left. There was no escape route at all. What should we do? Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at Wang Hao. You can't escape. Get off the car first, and we will respond immediately. Wang Hao quickly looked around and found that there were 4 dark green cheetah off-road vehicles blocking the way, and a van behind the minibus. There were 5 vehicles in total, and the number of people should be less than 20. Xiao Mo nodded. Although Zhongyu and Shan Wan in the back seat seemed a little nervous, they did not panic. After hearing Wang Hao's words, they also nodded in agreement. Don't shoot, we're getting off. In order not to cause the other party's tension, Wang Hao left the 95 rifle in the car, and carried a 64 type and the black short knife with him. He opened the door, shouted first, and then slowly walked out of the car with his hands raised. Xiao Mo also walked down from the side of the cab, followed closely by Zhongyu and Shan Wan. Zhongyu stood in front of Shan Wan, and at the same time, with Xiaodong and Luoyi were also escorted down from the minibus. Where are you from? Where are you going? After surrounding Wang Hao and the others, the young man who was leading the group pushed aside the crowd and walked forward, looking around and asked. We came from the Yusher base, and are going to Jinshur. Wang Hao continued. Yusher? Damn, that broken base is still there. The young man sneered with disdain, and then turned his eyes to the rear manger of the pickup truck. What's on the car? Nothing, all of them are our gifts. Wang Hao said calmly. Gift? You are kidding, people are almost starving to death. What kind of gift is needed? Go and search. The young man waved his hand, and immediately 2 people, who looked like minions, went to search the car. No, these are our things, you have no right to search. Before the 2 minions could get to the front of the car, they were blocked by Hu Xiaodong. Get out of the way. Be careful, I will shoot you. One of the minions immediately pointed the homemade gun in his hand at Hu Xiaodong's forehead. If you have the guts, shoot. Hu Xiaodong saw so many people present, so he had to tremble and speak with courage. Hey, I didn't expect you to be a tough guy. I want to see whether your bones are harder or my bullets are harder. The minion's face flashed with a fierce light, and they pulled open the firing pin. Wait! Wang Hao immediately shouted, Xiaodong, let them search. Captain Wang, this is. Although Wu Xiaodong was scared to death, he was even more unwilling to let a truck of supplies be robbed for nothing. It's okay, we find another way. Wang Hao walked over and pulled Wu Xiaodong back. The rear manger cover of the pickup truck was quickly pried open, and a truck full of various supplies was immediately presented to everyone. The eyes of the other minions surrounding them suddenly glowed green. Brother Hua, we're rich now, a truck full of good stuff. The minions turned around and reported to the young man with shining eyes. Oh, what good stuff. The young man called Brother Hua frowned and walked over. When he saw it, he immediately showed an excited expression on his face. He turned around and ordered, you guys move all these things to our car, and you guys search these 2 cars carefully to see if you can find other treasures. Yes. The surrounding minions immediately responded in unison, and everyone showed excitement on their faces. Xiao Mo glanced at Wang Hao at this time, but found that Wang Hao just looked at the 7 or 8 minions carrying supplies to their cheetah vehicles expressionlessly without doing anything. At this time, with Xiaodong and everyone else's faces showed anxiety, everyone clenched their fists, ready to move. Even Lui's face was full of anger, and her slender fists were clenched tightly. Zhong Yu and Shan Wan also remained calm, but it can be seen that their eyes were full of anger. After giving the order, Brother Hua walked to Wang Hao again. Brother, this is your fault. There is clearly a truckload of supplies, but you just call it a gift. Do you think I don't know? I was testing you on purpose. I thought if you told the truth, I could leave some for you and let you go, but you didn't tell the truth, so now not only do we have to move all the supplies, you have to stay too. Brother Hua said with a grim face. After hearing what Brother Hua said, the gunmen standing behind him also surrounded him. Just move all the supplies away, what's the point of leaving us here? Wang Hao heard this, and his heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly rose. You will know when the time comes. Brother Hua smiled grimly, took a step back, waved his hand, and immediately 3 burly men surrounded him, each holding a white plastic cable tie in his hand. I'm telling you, be quiet, or I shoot you on the spot. Brother Hua stood outside the encirclement and shouted sternly, then turned to the 3 big men and said, tie more and tie them tighter, don't let them break free like last time, tie them up and take them directly to the minibus. After saying that, Brother Hua turned around and returned to one of the cheetah vehicles. During the whole process, Wang Hao had been secretly watching for opportunities to take advantage of, but the other side had too many people. The minions who had finished moving the supplies also surrounded them again at this time, and everyone's weapons were pointed at Wang Hao and his men. Even if they had the courage of 10,000 men, it would be difficult to escape. For now, they could only obey them and respond to the situation when they arrived at the place. After tossing in the rain for more than 10 minutes, Wang Hao and his 8 men were all taken to the minibus. Their weapons were also searched clean. Each person had a seat, and they were guarded by 6 minions holding long guns in front and behind. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and a trace of light yellow mist gradually appeared in the mist, and the smell of acetic acid floating in the air came again. After the convoy entered the town, the speed quickly increased. Through the car window, Wang Hao saw that there were almost no abandoned vehicles blocking the road on the streets along the way, and there was no sign of a zombie in the rain. Although Wang Hao felt depressed, the current crisis made him in no mood to care about other things. He was thinking quickly about the countermeasures after getting off the car. What is the purpose of this group of people? If they are just simple robbers, why do they take them away after robbing the things? In Wang Hao's opinion, Brother Hua's words were just an excuse. Even if Wang Hao and his team handed over the supplies smoothly, they would still end up in the same fate. Could it be that this group of people were also preparing to implement a plan like Yuan Bingqi to let them go as cannon fodder? In fact, Wang Hao's analysis was only half right. It was true that Brother Hua and his gang wanted to use them, but they didn't want to use them as cannon fodder. After the convoy drove out of the main street in the town center, it turned into an asphalt road leading to the back of the town. After driving forward for another 5 or 6 minutes, the vehicles began to go downhill, and a gully larger than the entire town appeared in front of everyone. The vehicle began to slow down at this time, and slowly drove to the bottom of the gully along the slope of nearly 30 degrees. The slope was not very long, about a little more than 1 kilometer. After 2 or 3 minutes, the vehicle slowly went down to the bottom of the slope. At this time, a factory-like building appeared 500 meters to the left of the vehicle, and the leading cheetah car turned directly onto the cement road leading to the building. The asphalt road leading to the bottom of the slope extended directly forward for less than 2 kilometers and began to pave upwards. Judging from the direction, it should be another road leading to the top of the slope. When the vehicle approached the gate of the building, Wang Hao found a vertical sign with black characters on a white background hanging on one side of the gate. The characters on it had been eroded by wind and rain, and could not be seen clearly. Only a few black characters with missing arms and legs could be vaguely seen. Dagu Granary. After several vehicles drove into the gate, they drove directly to a 2-story building opposite the gate and stopped. Wang Hao and his companions were immediately escorted out of the car. At this time, a fair-skinned young man in his 20s walked out of one of the rooms. Brother Hua immediately greeted him and said respectfully, "Dr. Yin, we have gained a lot today. Look, a full car of supplies, and we also brought back fresh food for your babies." He turned around and pointed at Wang Hao and his companions, with a flattering look on his face. Chapter 95. I know. Take them all to warehouse number 2. Dr. Yin, who was standing under the eaves, glanced at Wang Hao and others in the rain with a dull look after hearing this. He waved his hand and turned to walk to the 2nd floor alone. Looking at Dr. Yin's back, Brother Hua snorted coldly, turned and walked into the rain and shouted at the minions. "Didn't you hear what Dr. Yin said? Take them all to warehouse number 2. After hearing Brother Hua's order, the minions standing in the rain escorted Wang Hao and others to the back of the 2nd floor. Through the yellow rain and fog, Wang Hao turned his head and glanced at the 2nd floor, only to see the fair-skinned young man called Dr. Yin by Brother Hua standing at the door of a room on the 2nd floor, looking at them expressionlessly, and Brother Hua, who was under his feet, looked up with dissatisfaction after giving the order and muttered a few words to the eaves above his head, then turned and walked to the door at the edge of the 1st floor, followed by a heavy sound of closing the door. Wang Hao and his companions were soon escorted by 7 or 8 minions to the 2nd floor. Behind the 2nd floor was a large open area in the shape of a concave character. 3 sides were large granaries dug along the ditch. The large light blue warehouse doors were tightly closed, and each warehouse door had a large number written on it. Wang Hao secretly noticed that there were a total of 8 warehouse doors, and the distance between each warehouse door was less than 5 meters. The warehouse number 2 they were about to be escorted into was the 2nd to last warehouse door on the far right. With a clatter, a minion opened the iron chain lock on the warehouse door, and together with the other 3 minions, they laboriously pushed the tall warehouse door open to a small gap that could allow one person to enter and exit. "Everyone, hurry up and get in!" The little minion who opened the lock stepped aside and shouted at Wang Hao and the others. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and everyone wanted to find a place to shelter from the rain. So after hearing the little minion's words, no one said anything and followed his instructions to file in. After Wang Hao and the others all entered the warehouse, the door was slowly pulled by several minions again with great effort. After a sound of iron chains rattling, there was no movement outside the door soon. At this time, the sky outside had gradually darkened, and the vision in the granary was not very good. When the door was closed, everyone's eyes suddenly fell into darkness. "Everyone, don't move. Let's find a way to untie the plastic rope in our hands first." After hearing the footsteps of the minions going away, Wang Hao spoke softly in the dark. "Captain Wang, how come you have become a soft persimmon after staying in the base for a few days? You can do whatever you want to do. This is not like your previous style." At this time, Hui Xiaodong's complaining voice came from the darkness. "Shut up. Brother Hao is thinking about all of us. If there were only him and Brother Xiaomo, let alone these dozen people, even if there were a dozen more, they wouldn't be able to trap them." Luo Yi took over with Xiaodong's words in the dark and defended Wang Hao. At this time, a crack sound suddenly came from the darkness, which seemed to be the sound of broken bones, followed by another sound. Everyone held their breath immediately because the crack sound came from beside them. What sound?" Hui Xiaodong's voice suddenly became extremely nervous, and he asked aimlessly in the dark. "Don't be nervous, it's me." Xiaomo's voice came from the darkness. "Brother Xiaomo, what are you doing?" Hui Xiaodong said tremblingly, following Xiaomo's voice. Xiaomo didn't answer him. A SSS sound came from the darkness. Soon Hui Xiaodong felt his hands being grabbed by a cold hand. Before he could react, he heard a SSS sound, and his wrists, which were strangled and painful, suddenly felt a sense of relief. Oh, it turned out to be a false alarm. Brother Xiaomo is untying us. Hui Xiaodong rubbed his wrists and said embarrassedly in the dark. "Coward." Luo Yi's unpleasant voice came from the darkness again. Hui Xiaodong did not say anything back this time, but followed Wang Hao's shadow in the dark and asked, "Captain Wang, what should we do now?" "Yes, Hao, what do you think?" Xiao Mo also asked at this time. "When I came in just now, I secretly observed the terrain of the grain depot and found that our vehicles and their vehicles were driven into warehouse number 8 near the small building. Now we must find a way to open this door, and then wait for them to fall asleep and enter warehouse number 8. As long as the car can start, the distance from warehouse number 8 to the door is not far, and we can escape from here on a rainy night," Wang Hao said in the dark. "Then what about our food and ammunition? Without these things, it will be difficult to move," Hui Xiaodong continued. "I can't care about so much. Let's escape first." Wang Hao sighed. "Well, Captain Wang, let me interrupt. I just heard that Brother Hua say something about precious fresh food. I thought about it for a long time, but I always felt something was wrong. What do you think the treasure he was talking about is?" Cross-Eyed, who rarely expressed his opinions, also spoke up at this time. "Cross-Eyed, it's already this time, and you're still thinking about the treasure. Have you forgotten how Yuan Bingqi died?" Lu Jiaming took over Cross-Eyed's words unhappily. "Old Lu, of course I won't forget. You misunderstood me. I think the treasure that Brother Hua mentioned might be a living thing, and we were tied up by him to feed those living things," Cross-Eyed explained. "Living thing?" Hui Xiaodong was stunned, and his voice suddenly became tense. "Could it be a zombie?" "It's possible." Zhong Yu interrupted. "Look at the appearance of Dr. Yin. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Maybe he is really raising zombies." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Everyone was trying to find their companions' bodies to rely on in the dark. It seemed that at this moment, there were several or even dozens of zombies slowly surrounding them in the dark. "Don't be nervous, we are still safe now. If there were zombies, they would have rushed over by now. When we opened the door just now, those minions would not have been careless," Wang Hao said to calm everyone's nervousness, and then asked, "Who has a fire source?" "Yeah, I left mine in the car." Hui Xiaodong's voice came from the darkness. "Mine too," Cross-Eyed also said. "I have one." Shan Wan's voice came from beside Wang Hao. Pop! A small yellowish flame suddenly lit up in the darkness. Shan Wan held up the lighter, and her face appeared under the slightly flickering flame. As soon as they saw the flames, everyone gathered around. Wang Hao took the lighter from Shan Wan, turned around and shone it into the granary. A few steps in front of him, he saw a pile of wrinkled transparent plastic sheets. Next to the plastic sheets were a few wooden shovels used to shovel wheat and corn. 2 of the wooden shovels had been burned to half, with some burnt plastic sheets still on them. "It seems that someone was locked up here before us." Wang Hao picked up one of them and ignited it with a lighter. The surrounding space suddenly became much brighter. Hui Xiaodong then picked up another one and ignited it. Lu Jiaming and Cockeye quickly pulled the plastic sheets to add fuel to the 2 fire sources. Others followed suit. At one time, 6 simple torches wrapped in plastic sheets burned one after another. Although things in the distance were still unclear, the general outline of the granary had already appeared in front of everyone. The granary was very large, with smooth and dry walls and floors. Wherever the torches illuminated, there were either piles of plastic sheets or scattered wheat grains. Everyone held torches and looked around as they walked deeper into the granary. Just as everyone was about to reach the deepest part, an astonishing scene appeared before their eyes. Hundreds of corpses were wrapped tightly in plastic sheets and neatly placed one next to the other at the end of the granary. Chapter 96. Under the flickering firelight, hundreds of corpses wrapped in plastic sheets, like mummies, were neatly arranged in 3 rows at the end of the granary. Damn, a total of 108 bodies. Hui Xiaodong counted back and forth with a torch. Could these perverts have dug all the Lianshan heroes out of the ground? Hui Xiaodong squatted down and was about to untie the rope on a corpse under his feet. "Don't touch the corpse," Wang Hao hurriedly reminded him. But Hui Xiaodong moved quickly, and before Wang Hao finished speaking, the rope on the head of the corpse had been loosened. Everyone stepped back, be careful of the corpse. While Wang Hao was speaking, he had already walked quickly to Hui Xiaodong's side. "Captain Wang, you are too nervous. It's just a corpse. What's there to be afraid of?" Hui Xiaodong seemed to be nonchalant. He turned his head to look at Wang Hao, and then tore off the plastic sheet wrapped around the head of the corpse. Unexpectedly, he jumped up in shock when he saw it. "Damn, it's alive!" Wang Hao immediately pulled Hui Xiaodong away and put the torch closer. He was surprised to find that the part below the nose and neck of the corpse had been completely removed. Only the hideous head would occasionally struggle left and right. It looks like its lower jaw should be removed by someone. Wang Hao frowned and handed the torch to Wu Xiaodong. Everyone stepped back. His strong curiosity prompted him to explore the part below the head. Hearing this, everyone stepped back. Wang Hao carefully untied the rope below the corpse's head and slowly pulled off the plastic sheet wrapped around the body. Wang Hao couldn't help but gasp when he saw that the corpse's arms were chopped off at the shoulders just like its jaw. What was puzzling was that compared with other zombies, the 2 wounds on this corpse not only did not rot, but had begun to scab over, which means that the corpse's metabolic function was still functioning. What does this mean? Wu Xiaodong, holding 2 torches, was surprised and confused. If you cut off these parts, the zombies will lose their attack power. Xiao Mo had stood behind the 2 men without knowing when. With him were Zhong Yu and Lu Jiaming, Luo Yi and Shan Wan. Judging from the appearance of the corpse, it was a female corpse. Although the whole body had not rotted, it had shrunk to a great extent. The peaks that should have been towering had now shrunk into 2 autumn-dry persimmons, and the plump thighs were like 2 dried bacon. Did the corpse have anti-corrosion drugs injected? Wang Hao looked at the corpse in front of him with some confusion. It's possible. Let's take a look at the other corpses. Xiao Mo frowned and nodded. This one is the same. Cross-eyed opened another corpse not far away. This one is the same. Zhong Yu's voice soon came from the other side. What's going on? Why are they doing this? Wang Hao looked away from Zhong Yu and looked at Xiao Mo with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Mo shook his head, also with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, the door of the granary was suddenly opened, and several strong rays of light shot in. After looking around, these strong rays of light shot towards Wang Hao and his team. Hey, what are you doing there? A nervous voice shouted after the strong light, and then there was a sound of pulling the bolt. Oh, nothing, we found a lot of bodies here. Wang Hao responded hurriedly. How did you untie the rope? Tell me. Don't play tricks. The voice said vigilantly, and as the light swayed, the men seemed to be walking towards them. Burned with fire. Wang Hao took a torch from Wu Xiaodong and shook it. Throw all the torches to the ground and stomp them out, quickly. The other party said vigilantly, and at the same time stopped 10 steps away from Wang Hao and the others, and the flashlight kept sweeping across each of their faces, as if counting the number of people. Hearing this, Wang Hao was the first to throw the torch to the ground and stomp it out, and the others also extinguished their torches. In the huge space, there were only a few swaying lights. All of you, hold your heads and squat down. The voice shouted again. Wang Hao and the others all did as he was told, and after Wang Hao and the others all squatted down with their heads held, several flashlights quickly surrounded them from all sides. Fourth brother, they untied the body. At this time, a voice standing behind Wang Hao exclaimed, It's okay, let them take a few more glances, and they will soon be the same as them. The voice called the fourth brother responded nonchalantly. His words immediately shocked Wang Hao and others squatting on the ground. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Facing death, everyone will show different reactions. Some people will have incontinence, some people will shout, some people will remain silent, and some will be paralyzed. At that moment, Wang Hao felt that Wu Xiaodong beside him was shaking violently, not just because of fear or anger, but Xiao Mo next to Wu Xiaodong was silent. Although others also had different reactions, they were not as obvious as Wu Xiaodong. But you don't have to be too scared. You are still safe now. I came here to ask you one thing. Whose black dagger is it? The fourth brother's voice sounded very proud. Mine. Wang Hao immediately responded. That's good. Let's go. Our Dr. Yin wants to see you. The fourth brother said. From his voice, it can be heard that he has obviously relaxed his vigilance. Oh! Wang Hao responded and looked at Xiao Mo the moment he stood up. Through the observation just now, Wang Hao found that there were a total of 4 people on the other side, each holding a weapon in his hand. Although they were unarmed and in a passive state at the moment, they had an advantage in numbers over the other side. As long as they seized the opportunity, they could turn the tables. Xiao Mo had already seen what Wang Hao meant from the action of turning his head. Just when the fourth brother ordered his men to tie the plastic bands on Wang Hao and others' wrists again, someone suddenly screamed and a flashlight fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Wang Hao suddenly turned around and elbowed the fourth brother, who was about to put a plastic piercing on him from behind. The fourth brother groaned and fell down immediately. Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and picked up his long gun. Bang! A gunshot came from the direction of Lu Jiaming and Cock Eyes. Wang Hao quickly stepped forward to rescue them, but before he arrived, bang! Another gunshot came. Plop! A body wearing a raincoat fell under the flashlight of Wang Hao. Lu Jiaming, holding a pistol in his hand, walked over with cocked eyes. The remaining 2 people had their necks twisted by Xiao Mo before they could react, and the remaining one was disarmed by Zhong Yu and pressed to the ground. Wang Hao hurriedly raised the flashlight to look for Luo and Shan Wan, but saw that the 2 of them had been patrolling around with a flashlight, responsible for the periphery. The battle started and ended in an instant. Everything happened in just a few tens of seconds, and the scene became quiet again. What should we do with this man? Zhong Yu tied the wrists of the minion with a plastic band and lifted him up from the ground, twisting him in front of Wang Hao. This is none of my business really, it's Dr. Yen who wants to see you. You let me go, I can take you out. Really? The minion looked pale as he begged Wang Hao, who was talking nonsense. It's none of your business, you hit me. Hui Xiaodong walked up and hit the other's lower abdomen without saying a word. Bang. It was a circle. The minion groaned, his legs tightly clamped together, and rubbed back and forth, his facial features twisted in pain. Kill him, keeping him will cause trouble later. Hui Xiaodong retracted his fist and said angrily. No, I want him to lead the way for me. Looking at the other's pale face, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of viciousness. Chapter 97. Lead the way? Hui Xiaodong was stunned and looked at Wang Hao in confusion. Where to? Not only Hui Xiaodong, but everyone present was also confused when they heard this. Everyone looked at each other, but no one could guess what Wang Hao meant by this sentence. Go find Dr. Yen. Wang Hao said coldly, his face was gloomy. How you want to? Xiao Mo frowned, but he was hesitant to speak. No, I just want to seek justice for these dead people, Wang Hao said solemnly. Although people's hearts are inevitably scattered in the end times, such killing of innocent people is more terrible than the end times. No matter what his purpose is, he should not trample on life like this. If a person has lost even the most basic humanity, then there is no need for him to live. But how, have you ever thought about it? Xiao Mo frowned and continued. If you want to find Dr. Yen, it will inevitably alert other people. What will everyone do then? Don't forget that we are still in the wolf's den. Once a conflict occurs, how can we fight them unarmed? I have thought of this, Wang Hao nodded, looked at Xiao Mo and said, let's go first. 5 minutes later, you will act according to the previous plan. At that time, I will attract everyone to Dr. Yen's residence. You will take the opportunity to leave, and go out of the gate along the main road. I will catch up with everyone before dawn. No, it's too dangerous. Xiao Mo immediately shook his head and rejected it. Brother Hao, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. I want to stay with you. Hearing this, Luo hurried to Wang Hao. We won't leave either. Let's fight together. Hui Xiaodong, Lu Jiaming, and the other 2 said in unison, each with a determined look on their faces. I won't leave either. Shan Wan also came forward. And me. Zhong Yu also came over at this time, holding the henchman's collar. Everyone, stop arguing. If we delay any longer, it will arouse suspicion. Wang Hao looked around at everyone with a firm face and said, I understand your feelings. I once said that I would never abandon you, so please believe me. I will catch up with you before dawn. But Luo's anxious words just came out, but was interrupted by Xiao Mo. He pondered for a moment, looked at Wang Hao and said, I will go with you, and the rest of you will still act according to your plan just now. After that, he looked at everyone again. Everyone, stop arguing. As long as I am here, Hao will be fine. We will definitely catch up with you before dawn. Xiao Mo's skills are obvious to everyone. With him by Wang Hao's side, it should not be difficult for the 2 of them to break out of the siege. But the bullets are blind after all. No matter how good your skills are, you will inevitably have a moment of carelessness. So after hearing Xiao Mo's words, although the scene became quiet, everyone's face was still full of worry. Don't worry, Dr. Yen is not the kind of person you think. He has never killed anyone really. Those corpses are zombies we found in the grain station when we came here. At this moment, the lackey suddenly interrupted. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. If you dare to say that again, I will cut off your tongue now. Hui Xiaodong turned around and grabbed the other person's collar, glaring at him fiercely. Really, I didn't lie to you. The minion was so scared that he closed his eyes. When he didn't feel any pain, he quickly opened his eyes, and tried his best to defend Dr. Yen. Then tell me, what are his treasures? Why did that brother Hua say we are fresh food? Hui Xiaodong grabbed the other person's collar with one hand, and raised his fist with the other hand, staring at him angrily. In fact, it's actually a group of dogs. Brother Hua just wants to please Dr. Yen. The minion explained carefully. Dogs? Hui Xiaodong was stunned, then furious, and swung his fist at the other person's nose. Bang bang, just 2 punches. 2 bright red blood immediately flowed down the minion's nostrils. I'm going to cut off your tongue now. Wu Xiaodong was still not satisfied and immediately looked for tools. Okay, Xiaodong, no matter whether what he said is true or false, we have wasted too much time. We must act immediately. Wang Hao grabbed him and took the henchman from Zhong Yu's hand. Brother Xiaomo, we will go ahead. You support in secret. Xiaomo nodded, picked up 2 pistols from the ground, threw one to Wang Hao, and put one on himself. Brother Zhong, everyone's safety is in your hands. Wang Hao took the pistol with one hand and looked at Zhong Yu and said, Don't worry, we will wait for you to return safely in front. Zhong Yu nodded solemnly. Everyone be careful. Wang Hao nodded to everyone, turned around, and led the henchman to walk ahead. Xiaomo turned around and looked at everyone, and hurriedly followed. Lui followed with a worried look on her face, and seemed to have something to say, but was stopped by Zhong Yu, who turned and whispered something to Lui and the others. As soon as he walked out of the door of the granary, Xiaomo quickly disappeared in the heavy rain. Wang Hao, however, swaggered and held the henchman's shoulders with one hand, and pointed the pistol at him with the other hand. In order not to attract other people's attention in advance, Wang Hao deliberately put on a raincoat taken off from the henchman who had been killed. The whole grain station was dark, with only the sound of heavy rain. Led by the thug, Wang Hao followed him, and quickly came to the small second floor where he got off the car before. At this time, the entire first floor was dark. Seeing someone coming, a flashlight soon shone from the guard room at the gate. Across the sound of the rain, a questioning voice was faintly heard. The thug immediately responded, Xiao Shanzi. The flashlight went out immediately. You won't kill me? Walking under the eaves, the thug suddenly stopped and turned to look at Wang Hao and asked. Although Wang Hao couldn't see the other person's expression, he could hear the other person's implication from his voice. Now he only needed to shout loudly to wake up the people on the first floor. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't let you lead the way, Wang Hao responded coldly, unless you want to die. At the same time, his index finger was already on the trigger. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to die. You can ask me to do anything, as long as you don't kill me. The thug hurriedly explained. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you take me to Dr. Yan's door, I will let you go. Wang Hao said calmly. Of course, Dr. Yan is on the second floor. The thug immediately became attentive upon hearing this. Brother, be careful, the stairs are in front. The stairs of the small building are located in the middle of the whole building. The two of them slowly climbed the stairs. After reaching the second floor and turning right, Wang Hao found that there was a faint light projected from the window next to the door of the second room. Brother, this is the room you... Before the thug finished speaking, Wang Hao suddenly slashed at the artery on his neck with a palm. The other party suddenly stopped moving and his legs softened, and he was about to fall backwards. Wang Hao hurriedly hugged him, and carefully put him on the ground. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, I have to consider everyone's safety. Have a good sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up. Wang Hao reached out and tried his breath, and after confirming that his breathing was normal, he got up and tiptoed to the door of the room with the light on. Just as he put his ear to the door to listen to the movement inside, a slow voice came from inside the door. The door is not locked, come in. Did he find me? Wang Hao was shocked, but he couldn't hesitate any longer. He straightened up immediately, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open generously. The room was not very big, and the furnishings were extremely simple, with a sofa, a coffee table, a desk, and a filing cabinet. In the innermost was a single bed, which was neatly made, and the quilt was folded neatly. As soon as you enter the room, you will feel simple and tidy. Dr. Yin was sitting behind his desk, reading a book by the light of a half-burnt white candle. When he saw Wang Hao coming in, he slowly closed the book and stood up from behind his desk. He took a thermos bottle from a small wooden table next to him, turned to look at Wang Hao and asked, tea or water? Chapter 98. Oh! Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. Just plain water will do. The other party's attitude was really beyond his expectations, as if he had already known the development of the matter. Okay, please sit down. Dr. Yin nodded calmly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and slowly sat down on the sofa. Aren't you surprised why your men didn't come back with me? Wang Hao looked at the other party in confusion. He had always been calm from the moment he entered the door, but he had never asked about the whereabouts of those minions. They are not my men. Dr. Yin put a cup of steaming boiled water on the coffee table in front of Wang Hao, and said calmly, if you were forced to walk into this room by them, it means you are not the person I am looking for. What do you mean? Wang Hao asked in confusion. Let me ask you, where did you get this black knife? Dr. Yin turned around and lifted a piece of red cloth covering the desk, and took Wang Hao's black short knife to Wang Hao and asked, "Black knife?" Wang Hao was stunned when he heard this, and slowly stood up from the sofa. "Do you know this knife?" The confused look on Xiao Mo's face quickly emerged in his mind. Could it be that Dr. Yin in front of him was an old acquaintance of Xiao Mo? If so, then he must know Xiao Mo's identity. If not, then he must have some relationship with Xiao Mo. Answer my question first. Dr. Yin nodded, and a trace of expectation and hope suddenly appeared on his face, which had always been as calm as water. Actually, before Wang Hao finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Xiao Mo walked in with cold eyes. He walked straight to Dr. Yin's desk, stared at him coldly and said, "Who are you? Why do you know the name of this knife?" When the two looked at each other, Wang Hao noticed that Dr. Yin's body trembled slightly, but then returned to normal. He looked at Xiao Mo calmly and asked, "Who are you?" "This knife was given to me by brother Xiao Mo," Wang Hao explained. "Oh!" Dr. Yin frowned, and looked at Xiao Mo again with some surprise. "Are you the owner of this black knife?" "No, he is. I just gave him the knife." Xiao Mo turned his head to look at Wang Hao, and then returned his questioning gaze to Dr. Yin's face, and said coldly, "You haven't answered my question just now." "Okay." Dr. Yin pondered for a moment. His expression was a little solemn, but he saw him carefully took out a well-preserved craft paper envelope from the drawer under the desk, and handed it to Xiao Mo. "Open it yourself." Xiao Mo looked puzzled. He took the envelope slowly, and when he took out the contents, his face suddenly changed. What he held in his hand was an old-fashioned black and white photo. Seeing Xiao Mo's expression, Wang Hao approached with suspicion, and his face changed as well. The person in the black and white photo was the same person as the foreign woman in Xiao Mo's previous photo. The only difference was the clothes on the foreign woman in the photo, and the background behind her. At this time, the foreign woman was wearing a white coat and a pair of white gloves, holding the black knife mentioned by Dr. Yin, with a smile on her face. Although the quality of the picture is not as realistic as that of color, it can be seen that the scabbard in the photo is covered with mud, as if it had just been dug out from the ground, and the background behind her also confirms this. It was in a large and enclosed space. The foreign woman was surrounded by a piece of cloth made of unknown material. Behind her was a large pit whose depth could not be identified. Around the pit stood 7 or 8 men or women dressed in the same way, some locals and some foreigners. Some of them were holding file boards to record something, some were holding cameras to take pictures, and some were standing on the old-fashioned elevator at the pit entrance. It was unknown whether they were preparing to go down the pit or just coming up. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly saw a familiar back from the 3 backs on the elevator. It was none other than Xiao Mo, who was looking at the photo with him at this moment. Wang Hao was shocked. He turned his head to look at Xiao Mo, but Xiao Mo was puzzled. His eyes never left the foreign woman in the photo, who was smiling and holding the black short knife. "Do you know the person in the photo?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Mo looked up at Dr. Yin in front of him. "No, this photo was given to me by a white-haired old man." Dr. Yin shook his head blankly. "He only told me that this knife is called Wu Dao, and it was a relic he gave to me before he died." When Dr. Yin said this, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. "If it weren't for him, I would have been the one who died." "Are you saying that he saved your life?" Xiao Mo looked at him with a little surprise. Dr. Yin nodded slowly. "It was the 5th day after the disaster. At that time, our troops were carrying out search and rescue missions in an old city area of Jinshi. As Dr. Yin told the story, Wang Hao and the others gradually had a general understanding of his identity and the origin of the photo. It turned out that Dr. Yin was a new recruit who had just joined the army last year. His real name was Yin Bo. Because he had the highest academic qualifications in their recruit class, he loved reading books. No matter what problems he encountered, he could always draw inferences from one example and make thorough analysis, so his comrades gave him this nickname. He was originally cheerful, but after experiencing the pain of losing his relatives and comrades, his temperament suddenly changed overnight. He became taciturn, cold and ruthless until he met the white-haired old man. Dr. Yin's unit was stationed in the suburbs of Jinshi. It was the 5th afternoon after the disaster. They were transferring the survivors to the Daegu military dog base under the unit. Suddenly, they received an order from their superior saying that an old-fashioned radio equipment had sent a distress signal to them from an abandoned Chungwang temple in the old city of Jinshi. The content said that there were more than 100 survivors there. The order was directly sent to the company where Dr. Yin was. After receiving the order, The company commander immediately organized a search and rescue team of 35 people, drove 5 military trucks and 3 combat assault vehicles to the Chunghuang Temple that sent the distress signal. Chapter 99. When the search and rescue team arrived at the entrance of the alley, where the city god temple was located, they found that the alley was not wide enough for any car to pass through. The city god temple was in the middle of the alley, with courtyard gates of residents on both sides. 20 or 30 zombies were scattered throughout the alley, wandering back and forth. At the end of the alley is an open-air farmer's market, which is almost occupied by hundreds of zombies. And judging from the zombies' activity trajectory, a large part of the dozens of zombies in the alley should have poured in from the farmer's market, because through observation, Dr. Yin and his team found that most of these dozens of zombies are middle-aged and elderly people, and some even carry empty baskets in their hands, which means that the hundreds of zombies in the farmer's market are gathering in the alley one after another. Those dozens of zombies are nothing to Dr. Yin and his 35-member and well-equipped search and rescue team. They can easily resolve the battle within 5 minutes, and are confident that all the survivors hiding in the city god temple can be rescued and put into the car within 10 minutes. But the problem now is that they must shoot to eliminate these dozens of zombies. Once they shoot, the gunshots will quickly attract the hundreds of zombies that were originally wandering aimlessly in the farmer's market. Even if they were able to get rid of the dozens of zombies in the shortest possible time without any injuries and enter the city god temple, it would be impossible to rescue all the hundreds of survivors in the temple and put them on the bus before the zombies arrived. Not to mention the distance between the city god temple and the farmer's market, the sound of gunfire and the smell of blood alone would be enough to stimulate the instincts hidden in the zombies' bones. By then, they might have just stepped into the gate of the city god temple, and the zombies would block the gate. What if the gunfire attracted zombies from other places? But they could not rescue them. After all, there were hundreds of survivors inside, and it was an order from their superiors. When the platoon leader, who was leading the team, was in a dilemma, an old soldier who was about to retire stood up and said that he had lived in this old city for a few years with his parents when he was a child. He had walked this alley countless times when he was in elementary school. As long as he was given enough ammunition, he could lead the zombies in the farmer's market to another dead end he knew. When all the zombies were led into the dead end, they would be trapped in the dead end by blowing up the entrance with bombs. During this period of time, the remaining people only needed to hurry up and transfer the survivors in the temple to the car, and then agree on a location with a signal flare, and then he and the team would meet at that location. After listening to the old soldier's suggestion, the platoon leader only considered it briefly and nodded in agreement, but he overlooked the most important point: the retreat. After receiving the order to allow, the veteran very skillfully climbed up to the roof from a low wall at the entrance of the alley. The buildings in the alley were all low-tiled houses and simple houses. Almost every household had a house connected to another, and the two houses were separated by only a wall. Everything was exactly as the veteran who volunteered expected. The dozens of zombies wandering back and forth in the alley fell down one after another under his gunshots, and those who did not fall began to chase his footsteps. The figure of the veteran quickly disappeared from a roof at the end of the alley. As the gunshots faded away, a large number of zombie corpses were left in the alley. The platoon leader saw that the effect had been achieved and ordered everyone to hurry up to rescue the survivors in the city god temple. When they knocked on the door of the city god temple, an old man in white clothes and white hair opened the door for them. The situation inside the temple was exactly as described in the request for help. There were hundreds of survivors standing or sitting inside and outside, and everyone's face was full of fear, despair, and exhaustion. After seeing Dr. Yin and his team arrive, the crowd in the temple suddenly became agitated. Everyone rushed to the gate, fearing that they would be left behind. Dr. Yin and his team loudly comforted everyone, and at the same time organized everyone to move in an orderly manner to the direction of the parking lot at the entrance of the alley. It seemed that everything was going on in an orderly manner, but no one expected that at this time, the thousands of zombies that were originally hidden in various corners around the old city were slowly gathering in groups of 3 or 2 in the direction where Dr. Yin and his team parked their cars. There is an old saying that goes, "Success is due to Xiaohe, and failure is also due to Xiaohe." Although the veteran led away the hundreds of zombies in the alley and the farmer's market, it was also because of his gunshots and grenades that the zombies that were originally wandering around aimlessly were gathered together. Although it was considered before that the gunshots might attract zombies from other places, the words of the veteran misled the platoon leader, who was already a little undecided, and most of the others were in a trance. After hearing the order, no one thought about it, and only knew to execute it mechanically. When the last 10 people were being transferred, danger occurred. Dr. Yin and 3 other soldiers were preparing to lead the last group of survivors out of Chungwang Temple. Unexpectedly, chaos suddenly broke out at the entrance of the alley. Gunshots and screams rang out instantly. The first group of survivors ran back in panic. The last group, who didn't know what was going on, ran out desperately for fear of being left behind. More than 20 people suddenly collided with each other. Dr. Yin and his team wanted to separate the crowd, but it was too late. 5 or 6 agile liquor zombies had already climbed over the temple wall, and their long black tongues shuttled back and forth among the panicked crowd. In the blood mist, there were cries, screams and gunshots. At that time, only Dr. Yin and 4 others were armed in the city god temple. Although they had received formal military training, it was the first time they had seen a liquor zombie with a long black tongue spitting out of its mouth and agile movements. In a panic, Dr. Yin fired all the bullets in the magazine in one breath. It was impossible to change the magazine at the moment. If he was distracted for a moment, he would be hit by the 5 or 6 long black tongues rolling and shooting in the crowd. The tragic scenes in front of him strongly impacted his eyes. The more scared he was, the more uncontrollable his legs and feet became. Just as he was about to turn around and flee, a long tongue suddenly shot towards him. Dr. Yin quickly dodged the fatal blow, but before he could come to his senses, he felt a gust of wind behind his head. The long tongue missed the target and quickly began to roll back. The owner of the black long tongue had already pounced in front of him from midair. He even saw the black fangs of the liquor's mouth. His thoughts stopped in an instant. He opened his frightened eyes and waited for the arrival of the god of death. In this moment of life and death, suddenly a white figure rushed over from the side. Shua. After a flash of cold light, the hideous head in front of him was immediately cut off in half, and the black long tongue also lost its strength in an instant, drooping stickily on the back of Dr. Yin's neck, followed by a bang, and the liquor was hit and flew out with his long tongue. When the white figure who saved his life turned around, Dr. Yin finally saw the other person's appearance. It turned out to be the frail-looking white-haired old man who opened the temple door for them. Chapter 100. Dr. Yin hesitated for a moment, but he didn't expect that the old man in front of him, who was over 70 years old, was so agile. Before he could even open his mouth to thank him, he saw the old man suddenly swinging his knife at him. Dr. Yin was shocked and instinctively bent down to avoid it. Almost at the same time, a gust of cold wind blew past the back of his head. Dr. Yin felt a silver light interlaced in front of him, but it was the old man's fast and steady steps. After 2 sounds, there was a thump behind him, and a headless corpse with black blood turned outward suddenly fell in front of him. Dr. Yin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Almost in an instant, he was attacked twice, but the frail old man in white saved his life again. Just as Dr. Yin stood up, the old man in white grabbed his arm and ran into the hall without giving any explanation. Dr. Yin was thrown into the hall, and the door behind him was suddenly pulled shut. But before he could get up from the ground, the heavy door of the palace was suddenly smashed open by a white figure from outside with a clang sound. Clang clang. A mandarin duck knife covered with black blood was thrown in front of him along with the figure, and then a liquor with a long tongue jumped in from outside the hall and ran straight towards the white figure. The white figure was none other than the old man in white who had saved his life twice. Seeing his savior covered in blood and struggling to get up from the ground, Dr. Yin's heart trembled, and an inexplicable force suddenly surged through his body. With a roar, he suddenly got up from the ground, picked up the mandarin duck knife in front of him, and rushed towards the huge liquor. Dr. Yin was a formerly trained soldier after all. When the liquor turned his head to look at him, Dr. Yin had already rushed to 3 meters away from it. Seeing that the long tongue in the other party's mouth was about to shoot at him, Dr. Yin jumped up, held the knife with both hands, and swung it over his head, aiming at the liquor's head and slashing it hard. After all, the liquor was not an ordinary zombie. Seeing the sharp blade coming, he did not dodge but rushed forward. The long tongue in his mouth quickly retracted, and the 2 thick arms that had evolved into claws were like 2 cranes. The arms suddenly grabbed Dr. Yin in midair. Dr. Yin was in midair, and could not avoid it at all. He could only hit the target with 1 strike, otherwise he would have no chance to attack again. But at this moment, the claws of the liquor had already firmly grasped his arms, and the long tongue in his mouth quickly rolled back to accumulate power. Like a kitten lifted in midair, Dr. Yin's arms were firmly grasped, and the double-edged knife in his hand was also fixed right above the liquor's forehead. In a hurry, Dr. Yin suddenly thought of a move that appeared in a certain movie clip. Crosslock. With vague memories and the instinct to survive in panic, Dr. Yin, who was lifted into the air, quickly leaned back with his upper body, exerted force with his legs, and used all his strength to kick the opponent's face. Bang! Just when the long black tongue was about to shoot out, Dr. Yan's feet hit the hideous face like two black meteors. At that moment, he felt his legs shake, but his feet were empty. The licker immediately loosened his claws and staggered backwards. At the same time, Dr. Yan fell to the ground with a plop, but he did not dare to delay at all. He seized the favorable opportunity and quickly got up from the ground. He held the knife in one hand and rushed to the front of the licker, who had not yet reacted. He aimed at the thick neck schwa. Just one knife swoosh. The hideous head flew off the shoulder and rolled into the shadow deep in the hall. Seeing the headless corpse fall down, Dr. Yan hurried to the dying old man in white, who was already weak and pale. Dr. Yan called several times, and the old man in white opened his eyes weakly. He looked at Dr. Yan with a distracted look, slowly took out a black and white photo soaked with blood from his arms, and said only one sentence, "Find this person." Then he stopped breathing. At this time, the noise outside the hall was quiet. Dr. Yan carefully put down the old man's body, put away the photo, picked up the double-edged sword and walked out of the hall. In the small temple courtyard, there were bloody bodies lying in all directions. Some were disemboweled, and some had their chests pierced. Among the bodies in the yard, there were only 2 lickers' bodies. The rest had disappeared. Dr. Yan walked back into the hall, dragged the old man's body behind the statue, and took off his shirt to cover his face. Fearing that the old man would turn into a corpse, he hurriedly left the hall, and found a wooden stick to plug the hall door from the outside. Back in the yard, Dr. Yan picked up his comrade's 95 type rifle, checked the bullets, put on the old man's double-edged sword, and walked out of the temple carefully. The situation in the alley was similar to that in the temple. There were bodies of survivors and comrades everywhere. Dr. Yan walked carefully among them, but what puzzled him was that he didn't find a corpse until he reached the entrance of the alley. Although he felt puzzled, he could not afford to hesitate any longer, because at this moment, thousands of ordinary zombies were surging slowly towards his current location from all directions at the entrance of the alley. Dr. Yan was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He looked around and found that there was a building under construction in front of him. The left and right retreat routes were blocked by the zombies. It was impossible to drive through. The only way to go was to enter the construction building. Seeing the zombies around him getting closer and closer, Dr. Yan knew that he had no choice. He rushed into the construction building opposite. Fortunately, this was an unfinished building that had been stopped for a long time. Dr. Yan did not encounter other zombies in it. He ran up to the second floor in one breath. After the unfinished building, it was still the old city area. Low roofs of various types were lined up one after another. Dr. Yan finally escaped along the various roofs that rose and fell. The first thing after escaping was to find a means of transportation. Through observation on the roof just now, Dr. Yan found a red Haojua Diamond Leopard 125 lying on the ground in a dead end. The owner was lying next to him, but he had been disemboweled, and there were few internal organs left in the chest and abdomen. A large group of green flies were buzzing around the body. The body was already dead, and Dr. Yan endured the stench and climbed down from the roof carefully. He picked up the motorcycle key on the dashboard, kicked it on the ignition, and drove out of the dead end. Dr. Yan rode the motorcycle to the Daegu military dog base more than 20 kilometers away in one breath. The gate of the base was open, and there were several military trucks and several military cheetah off-road vehicles parked inside. Apart from that, no one was seen walking, only a few dogs barking occasionally. Dr. Yan immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, and immediately turned off the engine of his motorcycle and drove it into the forest outside the gate to hide. Then, Dr. Yan went back to the back of the base, quietly climbed up the wall and went in. Chapter 101. There was a dead silence inside the wall. Dr. Yan quickly observed the surroundings. On the left was a row of low blue brick houses, and 2 houses extended to the right at the end. On the right was a wall about 20 meters long. Turning right at the end, there was a 2-story building with a dark red exterior wall. The direction facing the building should be the gate of the base. Dr. Yan walked carefully to the end along the wall on the right, and looked inside the row of low-tile houses on the left from several half-open doors. It was a mess inside, as if it had just experienced a war, but at this time, the war seemed to have ended and returned to silence. It was just that in such a scene, it was so quiet that it made people a little uneasy. Judging from the messy tables, chairs and benches inside the door, Dr. Yan should be the kitchen and restaurant of the base. Dr. Yan quickly walked along the wall to the back of the small building. Through observation, Dr. Yan confirmed his previous inference that the small building was opposite the gate of the base, and the military trucks and cheetah off-road vehicles were still quietly parked in their original positions. However, at this moment, a chaotic sound of knocking on the doors suddenly came from the two houses extending to the right at the end of the row of low-rise tiled houses on the left. Dr. Yin quickly looked over and found that the words adult dog food and junior dog food were written on the two doors respectively, and the two doors were much larger than the other doors, using double-door iron doors. But at this moment, the four doors on the two houses were locked tightly with a pile of iron chains. With the repeated knocking on the doors, the two piles of iron chains on the doors made a rattling sound. Dr. Yan's heart suddenly lifted up. From the two piles of iron chains, it seemed that the door was deliberately locked. Although it was more than 10 meters away, Dr. Yin could still hear a series of low roars in the clattering of the door. Dr. Yin quickly made a judgment at this time. There was a high probability that there were a large group of zombies locked in the two houses, but where did these zombies come from? Were they the dog trainers originally stationed at the base? Or, thinking of this, Dr. Yin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Could it be his comrades and the survivors who were transferred here before? If it was really them who locked them in, was it the dog trainers? Or someone else? With an uneasy mood, Dr. Yin walked carefully to the outside of the two doors. He wanted to observe through the gap in the door. As soon as his eyes approached, several black and blue fingers came out from the gap in the door. Dr. Yin was immediately frightened and hurriedly stepped back. Almost at the same time, many black and blue fingers suddenly emerged from the narrow crack of the door. Each finger was struggling to stretch out the whole arm. Dr. Yin retreated 5 steps away and stared at the fingers that kept coming out from the crack of the door with wide eyes and a look of surprise. However, at this moment, a bloody wrist actually stretched out directly from the crack of the door. Dr. Yin was startled and hurriedly stepped back. But when he saw the clothes left on the wrist, he was immediately shocked. It was a piece of military uniform. Dr. Yin's brain buzzed, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He stared at the wrist in a daze. A feeling of grief, loneliness, and despair suddenly filled his chest. What should I do? Dr. Yin looked around blankly. Everything in front of him seemed to appear only in nightmares, but it was so real. When Dr. Yin said this, his face was solemn. He walked slowly to the window, looked at the world outside in heavy rain, sighed softly, turned around, and slowly told Wang Hao and the others what happened next. That day, when he felt lonely and hopeless, a dog barking suddenly came from the other side of the gate, which immediately attracted his attention. He hurriedly followed the sound. The dog barking came from the kennel area. The kennel area was separated from the inside of the base by a wall, with a 5-meter wide iron sliding door in the middle that was as high as the wall. The door was sprayed with the words taming area. The dog barking came from inside this iron door. There was a big black padlock on the iron door, which was covered with dust. It seemed that the iron door had been locked for some time. Dr. Yin leaned against the iron door to listen to the noise inside. The barking of dogs was not mixed. There seemed to be only 2 or 3 dogs, and the sound was weak and hoarse. From time to time, there was a sound of hitting the iron cage. Just when Dr. Yin was hesitating whether to climb in to take a look, there was a roar of a car outside the gate of the base. Dr. Yin was overjoyed. He thought it was the follow-up rescue team of their troops, who had just returned from other places. He was about to run to greet them, but the sudden gunshot made him alert. Dr. Yin could conclude that the gunshot was not from a regular standard gun, and the roar of the car engine was not right after listening carefully. Thinking of the door locked by the iron chain, he quickly became nervous. He looked back at the 2-meter-high wall, hesitated for a moment, turned the rifle on his chest behind him, and took a few steps to run and flipped into the domestication area inside the iron gate. The moment he landed, there was a sound of brakes coming from the gate, and at this time, the barking of dogs in the training area suddenly stopped. Dr. Yin looked around the environment in the training area. 5 meters away from the iron gate was a row of semi-open-air kennels extending horizontally. The kennels extended to a wall dozens of meters behind the dark red second floor. Dr. Yin judged that the wall should be the same wall he had climbed into the base before, and the area between the second floor and the wall at the end should be the dog training area. At the moment, Dr. Yin simply glanced at the surrounding environment and did not find the source of the barking. What he wanted to know most now was who the group of people outside were. Dr. Yin walked carefully to the gap of the iron gate and looked out. He saw more than a dozen men and women of different ages walking in from the gate with various weapons. From their conversation, Dr. Yin heard the approximate identity of this group of people. They seemed to be a group of escape teams gathered after the disaster, but they did not mention anything about what Dr. Yin wanted to know. The leader seemed to be a young man named Xiao Gu, who was about 30 years old, of medium build, short hair, and wearing a black casual suit. Behind Xiao Gu followed a tall and thin young man in his 20s named Hua Zi. After the group came in, they parked several military trucks and cheetah off-road vehicles in the base in front of the second-floor building, and then drove in 3 off-road vehicles, 2 Great Wall pickup trucks, and a minibus outside the gate, and parked them in front of the second floor one by one. Dr. Yen observed them behind the iron gate for more than half an hour, but still could not find any valuable clues. However, from the fact that Brother Xiao arranged for people to stand guard outside the 2 rooms where zombies were locked up as soon as they entered the door, everything in front of him must have something to do with this group of people. Chapter 102. Dr. Yen observed for a long time, but to no avail. The enemy had a large number of people, and it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If he showed up rashly under such circumstances, he would be in danger. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to find a way to leave the base after dark, and make plans for the rest after he got out. Having made up his mind, Dr. Yen looked out through the crack of the door for a while. At this time, the group of people outside were busy making fire and cooking. Except for Xiao Gu, Hua Zi, and the guards guarding the door of the dog food warehouse. Some of the others were responsible for carrying kitchen utensils and food from the dilapidated minibus, and some were looking for dry firewood everywhere in the base. Several little boys and girls aged 7 or 8 were chasing and playing with each other in the busy crowd. From a distance, it was a lively scene. If it weren't for the various weapons they carried, at first glance, it would have been thought that this was a group of travel groups camping in the wild. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dr. Yen's loneliness and despair gradually eased. Turning around and leaning against the wall, the kennel in front of him suddenly reminded him of the barking sound that disappeared after he climbed into the iron gate. He immediately stood up from the ground and searched along the row of kennels in front of him. However, what puzzled him was that all the 20 kennels in the row were empty. Dr. Yen thought he had heard it wrong. Just when he turned around and looked at the iron gate of the dog training area behind him, 2 sturdy wolf-like dogs suddenly jumped out from behind the wall on one side of the gate. However, they did not attack or make any sounds. They just stood inside the gate and looked at Dr. Yen vigilantly. Dr. Yen was frightened and leaned directly on the kennel behind him. After a moment of eye contact, Dr. Yen gradually relaxed because he found that the eyes of the 2 wolf-like dogs were very docile. Dr. Yen immediately recognized the breed of the 2 military dogs. Malinois, also known as Malinois. Dr. Yen had seen the introduction of this breed in a military magazine before. Malinois is a kind of Belgian shepherd dog with a black face, erect ears, almond-shaped eyes, and yellow-brown eyeballs. It has a symmetrical, smooth, square appearance. Its head and neck posture are very elegant. It is agile, muscular, sensitive, and energetic. When standing, the limbs are square. From the side, the back line, forelimbs, and hind limbs are nearly square, giving the impression of being strong but not bulky. Male dogs are usually slightly taller than female dogs. Whether in terms of intelligence, flexibility, obedience, or trainability, it is superior to other working dogs, especially its explosive jumping power is amazing. A good Malinois can climb a tree and easily cross a 3-meter-high wall, and it is absolutely loyal to its owner. At present, the military and police circles of countries such as M&D have realized this and have begun to introduce and popularize it. This breed of dog is confident and is neither timid nor aggressive in a new environment. It can naturally protect its owner and property without too much attack. A strong desire of the Malinois is to go to work, and it can respond quickly according to the owner's command. The 2 Malinois in front of them are 1 male and 1 female, with black as the main color and yellow as the auxiliary color. The 2 Malinois looked at Dr. Yen vigilantly for a while, and their eyes gradually turned to trust. They wagged their tails and walked to the gate of the fence tentatively, raised their heads, and kept twitching their noses at Dr. Yen, and seemed to show great interest in the military uniform on Dr. Yen. Dr. Yen also tentatively and cautiously reached out his hand to touch the top of one of the dog's heads. The Malinois that Dr. Yen touched immediately showed a more friendly attitude, and plopped down in front of Dr. Yen's feet with its limbs, slightly closing its eyes, as if it was enjoying his touch. The other one also immediately stretched out its tongue to lick Dr. Yen's arm, and laid down beside the first one. Seeing the 2 military dogs being sensible and well-behaved, Dr. Yen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After the end of the world, Dr. Yen experienced the pain of losing his comrades and relatives one after another, and endured too much weight that he couldn't bear at his age. The 2 Malinois in front of him made him feel a long-lost family affection. So, Dr. Yen immediately found a way to pry open the iron fence door of the dog training area, and kept the 2 military Malinois that hit it off at first sight by his side. In this way, Dr. Yin stayed in the training area with the 2 Malinois who shared the same fate until nightfall. After several hours of observation, Dr. Yin has found a route to escape from the base. Now all he has to do is wait until it gets darker and everyone outside is rested, and then he can escape from here as planned. Time passed by, and the sky became darker and darker. It was early spring, and the temperature was still very low at night. In addition, Dr. Yin had not eaten a single grain of rice for a day, so he felt colder and colder. A gust of night wind blew over Dr. Yin, and he shivered uncontrollably. The 2 Malinois who had been lying quietly beside him with their eyes closed and resting their spirits, after feeling the chill from their new owner, immediately stood up and leaned against Dr. Yin. A strong warmth immediately surged through Dr. Yin's body, and he was moved. He gently stroked the backs of the 2 loyal dogs with both hands, and looked at the starry sky, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. Just when Dr. Yin thought the time was ripe and was ready to take action, there was a sudden commotion from the crowd outside that had been quiet, and then gunshots rang out. Dr. Yin hurriedly leaned over to the crack of the door and looked out. With the help of several dying bonfires, Dr. Yin saw that the doors of the 2 rooms that had originally locked the zombies had been pushed down at some point. At this time, the zombies in the room were stepping on the collapsed doors and rushing towards the crowd running around in the base like a tide. At this time, Brother Xiao was quite calm. He was seen with 7 or 8 strong men holding long guns, shooting and leading the zombies that kept pouring out to a deserted place, while shouting at the panicked women, children, the elderly, and the young to get in the car quickly. Everyone seemed to trust Brother Xiao's words very much. After hearing his shouts, they all ran towards the cars that had already started. The chaotic scene lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, and gradually quieted down as cars left one after another. At this time, only at the back of the base, where Dr. Yin climbed over the wall, there were still constant gunshots. But from the density of the gunshots, it can be heard that the number of Xiao Gu and his team has been reduced by half. And those zombies, who are not afraid of death, and continue to rush to the place where the gunshots came from. Chapter 103. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity for Dr. Yin. He quickly checked his equipment: a 95 rifle, a spare magazine, a 64 pistol full of bullets, no spare magazine, 2 grenades, and a combat knife. When we go out, you 2 must follow me closely and not run around. Do you understand? After checking his equipment, Dr. Yin turned and said to the 2 Malinois. After hearing what Dr. Yin said, the 2 Malinois came forward and rubbed Dr. Yin's trouser legs with their heads, as if they were trying to please Dr. Yin, worried that he would abandon them. You misunderstood me. I asked you to follow me closely, not to abandon you. Dr. Yin's heart moved, and he gently squatted down to stroke the tops of the 2 Malinois heads, and a bitterness suddenly surged into his throat. Dr. Yin's original plan was to sneak back to the front door of the base in the dark, then find the Haojuez 1x125 he brought with him, ride it, and leave here. But later, he met these 2 well-behaved and sensible horse dogs in the training area, so the previous plan changed accordingly. It should not be a problem to carry 1 or 2 people on the motorcycle in addition to himself, but even if the 2 military dogs are smart and sensible, they probably won't ride a motorcycle like people, and the back of this 1x125 doesn't have a cargo basket or something like that. After thinking for a long time, Dr. Yin finally decided to take the 2 military dogs and quietly climb out of the iron gate after dark, touch the nearest car, and then force his way out of the base. As long as he doesn't cause harm to the people outside, they will definitely not chase him desperately. After the plan was set, Dr. Yin had been waiting for the right time, but he didn't expect that the outside would suddenly become chaotic just when the time was right. Dr. Yin calmed the 2 Malinois, then slowly stood up and leaned over to the crack of the door to observe for a while. Most of the zombies outside had been attracted by the intermittent gunfire from Brother Xiao, and no lone zombies were found within 10 meters around the iron gate. The closest to the iron gate was an Oriental double-bridge troop carrier, about 15 or 16 meters away from where Dr. Yin was. In addition, there were 2 cheetah off-road vehicles parked side by side on the other side of the small building, no more than 5 meters away from the zombies. It seemed that at the beginning of the evacuation, the 2 vehicles were left for Brother Xiao and others. Seeing this, Dr. Yin didn't dare to delay any longer. This excellent escape opportunity was fleeting, but when he saw the 2 Malinois beside him, he became embarrassed again. He could easily climb over the 2-meter-high wall, but what about them? The kennel was so narrow that there was no place to run. Just when Dr. Yin was looking at the 2-meter-high wall in front of him, He saw that the male horse dog just took a few steps back, then took a run up, and with a whoosh, its two front paws firmly grasped the top of the wall, and its hind legs kicked the wall a few times, and its whole body turned over. This scene almost stunned Dr. Yin, and before he could react, the other female horse dog was not to be outdone, and imitated the male horse dog's actions, and also easily climbed over the wall. Dr. Yin was surprised and reacted quickly. He put his equipment on his back, grasped the top of the wall with both hands, and jumped over the wall with his arms. After climbing over the wall, the horse dog squatted on the ground on the left and right as if it was guarding Dr. Yin. After seeing Dr. Yin flip over, the horse dog immediately stood up, followed Dr. Yin on both sides, like two bodyguards, and followed his pace, and ran quickly towards the cab of the troop carrier. The car door was not locked. As soon as Dr. Yin opened the passenger door, two Malinois jumped up one after the other in tacit understanding. After closing the door, Dr. Yin hurriedly turned to the side of the cab and stepped on it. The key was inserted in the keyhole. This was to prevent an accident in the middle of the night, and to prepare for evacuation in the shortest time. After all, it was a military vehicle. Dr. Yin turned the key lightly, and the vehicle started immediately. When the lights were turned on, the sight in front of him suddenly became bright. Dr. Yin glanced at the oil gauge on the dashboard, and saw that there was more than half a tank left. He stepped on the clutch and shifted gears. He stepped on the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel. The powerful troop carrier suddenly roared and turned towards the gate. Just as the vehicle was about to drive out of the base gate, Dr. Yin suddenly stepped on the brake. If it weren't for Brother Xiao, and the others, who attracted most of the zombies, he probably wouldn't have gotten away so easily. If he left like this, he would probably feel uneasy for the rest of his life. When Dr. Yin thought of this, he immediately put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator to move the vehicle back quickly in the direction of the gunshot. Dr. Yin's father was a coal truck driver. Since childhood, Dr. Yin has ridden in his father's truck many times. When he grew up, he would always pester his father to follow him to do a few jobs during the winter and summer vacations. Sometimes, on the way home after unloading coal, his father would occasionally teach him some driving skills when there were few people. So Dr. Yin can be considered to have some driving experience for such a single bridge truck. Under Dr. Yin's skilled operation, the troop carrier quickly reversed in the direction of the gunshot, and Dr. Yin ran over the zombies blocking the road without blinking an eye, and the huge car body was constantly bang bang. The sound was constantly bumping. Through the weak light produced by the reversing lights, Dr. Yin found that a large group of zombies were gathered outside the door and window of the third to last room. Dr. Yin had observed that house before entering the base. It seemed to be a restaurant or something. There were steel bars on the windows, but the door was the most common wooden door. Judging from the current degree of zombies, they may have blocked the door and window with something inside, which temporarily blocked the zombies' attack. The intermittent gunshots were ejected from the window with steel bars, but the fence was already in danger under the shaking of the zombies, and it seemed that it could not hold on for long. If you want to rescue the people inside, you must first eliminate the zombies blocking outside or lead them away. Time was running out, and Dr. Yin had no time to think about it. He immediately picked up his rifle, rolled down the window, turned around and fired at the zombies blocking the door. Although many of them fell down, he led the remaining zombies to his side. The door and window that were originally blocked by zombies suddenly had a gap. If the people inside could seize the time to escape at this time, they could be saved as long as they could jump onto the rear manger of the troop carrier. Dr. Yin quickly replaced the last magazine, While firing at the swarming zombies, he shouted to the people in the room to let them get out and pedal. The zombies outside had been led away by him. However, at this moment, the door of the co-pilot's seat was suddenly bang bang bang. The two Malinois that had been guarding the passenger door suddenly started barking at the window, making strange noises while biting. Dr. Yin was startled and looked back at the rearview mirror outside the passenger door. With the help of the residual light of the headlights, Dr. Yin saw that 5 or 6 zombies in military uniforms had gathered at the passenger door and were constantly banging on the door. After the two Malinois barked at one of them a few times, the strange noises they made became louder and louder. They kept wandering around the window, looking very anxious and seemed to want to get out. Seeing the anxious look of the two Malinois, Dr. Yin suddenly thought of something in his mind. Could it be that one of the zombies outside was originally their trainer? Just when he thought of this, the door on his side was also slammed bang bang bang. Dr. Yin was startled and looked out the window, only to find that his door was surrounded by a dozen zombies. They raised their hideous faces, stretched out their rotten arms, and slammed the door slowly and forcefully. Dr. Yen subconsciously looked in the direction of the door of the room and found that the door had been opened, but no one ran away. Just when he was puzzled, the rear window of the cab was suddenly knocked, and then a voice came over, "Hurry up and drive." Dr. Yen looked back and saw Xiao Gu and another big man bending over and standing behind the cab, slamming the window at him, still saying something, but it was covered by the barking of the dogs around him. Dr. Yen didn't have time to hesitate, and quickly stepped on the clutch and shifted gears. He stepped on the accelerator, and the truck rushed out with a roar. The two horse dogs kept barking at the passenger door as the angle of the vehicle changed. Just when the vehicle was about to turn out of the base gate, the male horse dog actually ran directly to Dr. Yan's side, gently bit the corner of his clothes, and begged him, "I know what you mean, but the man you see is no longer your master, he is dead." After the vehicle drove out of the gate, Dr. Yen freed one hand to gently stroke the top of the male dog's head, and said in a gentle tone, "In the future, I will treat you well like your master, and I will never abandon you." After hearing Dr. Yan's soft voice, the male dog slowly let go of his clothes, walked to the side of the female dog, and licked its neck. The two loyal dogs raised their heads, and wailed at the same time like a wolf howl. Hearing this whine, Dr. Yen felt mixed emotions. After the vehicle drove a distance, Brother Xiao and the other man knocked on the rear window of the cab again. When Dr. Yen looked back, Brother Xiao gestured to him to stop the car. Dr. Yen nodded, and slowly pulled the car over to the side. One must be on guard against others. When Dr. Yen got out of the car, he left his rifle in the cab, touched the pistol on his waist, and then opened the door and jumped out. "Brother, thank you for saving my life." As soon as Dr. Yen jumped out of the car, Brother Xiao and the big man came over. With the help of the peripheral vision of the front of the car, Dr. Yen saw that Brother Xiao's face was full of sincerity, and the big man standing next to him was also full of gratitude. Chapter 104. Through a brief self-introduction, both parties had a preliminary understanding of each other's identity and origin. It turned out that the young man called Brother Xiao was from Jinshi, named Dong Xiao, 32 years old this year, and was the security captain of a shopping mall in Jinshi before the disaster. The big man next to Dong Xiao was called Zhang Feng, 30 years old, also from Jinshi. Before the disaster, he was Dong Xiao's colleague and served as the deputy captain of the security team. And the 6 people who died were all security guards of their security team. When the disaster happened, it was the spring promotion event of the shopping mall. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The shopping mall was at its peak time, and then suddenly it became chaotic, and then people bit each other. Dong Xiao, who had experience working in the airport security department, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and gathered all the security guards on duty together. However, he did not expect the development of the matter. When he gathered the 15 security guards on duty to the security room on the second floor of the shopping center, 2 of them suddenly coughed violently, and then their whole bodies convulsed, and they fell to the ground and fainted not long after. Just as he was about to rescue the 2 security guards, the 2 security guards suddenly opened their eyes again, hugged Dong Xiao's neck with both hands, and opened their mouths to bite. Fortunately, Dong Xiao reacted quickly and pushed the security guard away. At this time, another security guard, who had fainted, also woke up. Everyone's attention was on Dong Xiao at the time, but they did not notice the danger next to him. After waking up, the security guard directly hugged the neck of another security guard next to him, and with a rip, he tore the skin and flesh off the neck of the security guard. The security guard fell down before he even had time to scream, staring with doubtful eyes, covering his bleeding neck, twitching a few times, and then no longer moving. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the 2 security guards, who woke up, were like 2 mad dogs biting anyone they saw. Everyone rushed to the door in a panic. Dong Xiao did not hesitate to pull out the rubber stick from his waist and took turns. One of the mad security guards, who was hit hard on the back, immediately turned around and opened his arms to pounce on Dong Xiao. Dong Xiao remained calm in the face of danger, and instantly saw the other person's appearance. The surprise in his heart flashed in an instant, and the rubber stick in his hand hit the other person's shoulder fiercely. After a muffled bang, Dong Xiao did not expect that it was this heavy blow, but the other party only paused for a short time, and then a low roar came out of his throat, as if he was angry, and he bared his teeth and pounced on him again. Dong Xiao hesitated for a moment, looked around, picked up a glass ashtray on the table, and smashed it on the other person's head. Crack! The other person's head was smashed open, and the steaming yellow brains splashed all over his face, and the security guard fell down. Everything happened in just a few seconds. At this time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the dozen people who were scrambling to get out of the door. Dong Xiao hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that the security guard, who had his neck cut, was alive again, and became as crazy as the two. This scream was caused by him, and the other crazy security guard working together to tear open the chest of the last security guard. The bloody internal organs were immediately taken out of the chest of the security guard by the two of them, and they stuffed them into his mouth without caring about anything. Dong Xiao suddenly felt his stomach tighten, and a sour water surged up from his throat. He immediately realized that this was definitely not an ordinary accident. He did not hesitate at all. He picked up a wooden chair beside him, and hit the two security guards, who were squatting on the ground and biting their internal organs. At this time, the security guards, who had finally squeezed out of the door, ran back in panic. After seeing Dong Xiao's actions, they also picked up things around them and joined in. Under the almost crazy smashing of the 9 security guards, the 2 cannibals were smashed into a pile of rotten meat. Dong Xiao and the other 9 people looked at the 3 bloody bodies on the ground, their chests heaving violently, and beads of sweat dripped down from everyone's face. After coming out of the shopping center, they found that the outside world was in chaos, and the streets and alleys were full of crazy cannibals. Dong Xiao, who was well informed, immediately realized that everything in front of him was the early arrival of the doomsday. Mother Earth had been scarred and overwhelmed by excessive demands and abuses. It was only a matter of time before this day came. At that moment, Dong Xiao led his 8 security guards to find a JAC commercial vehicle with its door wide open in the parking lot outside the shopping center. The driver in the driver's seat had long disappeared. A piece of bright red blood was splashed on the windshield, and the steering wheel and the driver's seat were also stained with blood. After that, Dong Xiao took everyone back to their respective homes. Some found their relatives, and some relatives had become one of the cannibals. Later, while Dong Xiao and his team were looking for a safe place, this doomsday escape team gradually became larger. Later, they learned from a survivor that the origin of the incident was the rampage of a virus called RS, and they also learned from him that there was a military-controlled security base in U City. This survivor was Hua Zi, who Dr. Yin had observed following Dong Xiao behind the Iron Gate. However, when they finally arrived at the U City security base after going through many dangers, they were required to surrender all weapons in order to enter the base, otherwise they could do whatever they wanted. Dong Xiao immediately asked for everyone's opinions. Most people who were frightened by the zombies did not agree to surrender their weapons. Only a small number of survivors who joined later agreed to surrender their weapons and stay. In this way, after a great struggle, Dong Xiao led his team to leave the U City security base. At this time, one of the elderly survivors said that there was a military dog base not far from the U City base. His son had been a trainer at the military dog base before. He had been there. It was relatively remote and far away from the city and the national highway. Even if there were zombies, there would not be many. After some discussion, everyone agreed with the survivor's opinion, so Dong Xiao led everyone to the military dog base from another entrance beside the national highway. When they were less than a mile away from the military dog base, they suddenly heard a fierce gunshot. Dong Xiao immediately stopped the convoy. Considering that it was already late, it would be dangerous for the convoy to find other campsites. Dong Xiao chose an open area far away from the main road and settled the convoy there. He asked everyone to stay in the car and not to light a fire. He took 10 more combat-capable team members with various miscellaneous guns and some machetes and maces collected along the way. They took advantage of the night to sneak into the direction where the gunshots came from. That was their destination, Daegu Military Dog Base. When they reached the gate of the base, the gunshots inside had stopped, replaced by a series of sound effects from high-powered loudspeakers, which seemed to be a song of the full moon. As the sound rang out, most of the zombies in the base turned around and followed the sound. The sound came from the dog food warehouse on the side of the gate, accompanied by intermittent gunshots. Dong Xiao and his team had already climbed onto the roof of the dog food warehouse from outside the gate. Looking at the zombies pouring into the warehouse like a tide, almost everyone was sweating. The sound lasted for more than 2 hours, and at this time, there were less than 10 zombies wandering around the base. Seeing this, Dong Xiao immediately made a bold decision to lock the zombies pouring into the warehouse. With the power of a few people, they could clean up the remaining zombies without any effort, and then bring everyone to the base according to the original plan, and the zombies in the warehouse would stay in it temporarily, just arrange for people to be on duty 24 hours a day, and when they find extra fuel, they will set a fire in the warehouse and burn them all to ashes. At that time, This base can be used as their base camp. Before the disaster, several people were security team members under Dong Xiao, and they naturally believed in the captain's words. So everything went according to Dong Xiao's expectations. After a few hours, the base was finally cleared out, and Xiao Ge and his men were unharmed. So they returned to the previous camp to pick up other people, and Dr. Yin came to the base at this time. I won't repeat what happened afterwards. Facing Dr. Yin, who saved his life, Dong Xiao naturally would not treat him badly, so he took the initiative to invite Dr. Yin to join their survival team. Dr. Yin, who was surrounded by loneliness and despair, readily agreed. Then, they found the Dagu granary about 2 kilometers away from the military dog base. With the previous lesson, everyone became extra careful this time. Although the granary had been looted, there were still dozens of zombies left inside. Just when everyone was about to clean up, the 2 strictly trained horse dogs that had been following Dr. Yin exerted unimaginable power. 2 black figures were like 2 black hurricanes. With a whoosh sound, they rushed out from Dr. Yin's left and right sides almost at the same time, rushing straight towards the dozen zombies wandering back and forth in front of the granary building. They faced the zombies on the left and right, and circled back and forth. The attack happened in an instant. Before everyone could see what was going on, the male dog had already bitten off the arm of a zombie. However, at this moment, the thing that Dr. Yin was worried about happened. After biting off the arm, the male dog actually took advantage of the zombie's chance to pounce on it again and started to eat it, while the other female dog carefully ran back and forth outside the zombies, and it seemed that she was also preparing to choose her prey. Chapter 105. Don't. Dr. Yin saw this and shouted in a hurry, but before he finished speaking, the half-arm in the male dog's mouth had been swallowed into its stomach. At the same time, with a whoosh, the female dog had already thrown the fat zombie she had chosen to the ground, and ripped. She bit off half of the neck of the zombie that fell to the ground, shook her head hard, and turned and ran away with the bloody head. The male dog had finished eating at this time, and rushed to another zombie again, tore off a piece of thigh meat and ran away again. The 2 sturdy horse dogs ran around in a zombie group, biting off a zombie's head or tearing off a piece of rotten flesh from time to time. The sharp claws of the zombies were powerless against the strong and dense wolf hair on the horse dogs. Dozens of zombies gathered in front of the 2-story building fell to the ground one after another, and soon, there was no zombie left to stand. The whole battle lasted less than 10 minutes. When Dr. Yin and others walked forward with their eyes wide open, they saw 2 Malinois biting open the skulls of several zombies, licking the yellow brains, and then began to tear the rotten flesh of other zombies. From the way the 2 Malinois ate, they seemed to have been hungry for a long time, but their bodies were not as skinny as other stray dogs. Thinking of this, Dr. Yin suddenly thought of a detail. After entering the iron gate of the training area, he vaguely saw 2 white thighs under the A-shaped board not far away. At that time, he thought it was just training tools. Now thinking about it carefully, he seemed to remember that there seemed to be some black and purple things left on the 2 thighs. Could it be that they were 2 real human legs? Dr. Yin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He looked at the 2 Malinois in front of him in shock. After eating and drinking, they kept licking the black blood around their mouths with their scarlet tongues, but their eyes were full of gentleness. Dr. Yin had only seen zombies bite people before. It was the first time he saw a human bite a zombie, or a dog bite a zombie like today. Generally speaking, after a zombie bites a person, the person bitten will generally have only 2 results, being eaten or becoming one of them. If the situation is the opposite, what will happen? Dr. Yin is not sure what the result will be now. Xiao Ge and others at the scene are not easy to speak. Except for Dr. Yin and Xiao Ge, everyone else is intentionally or unintentionally aiming their weapons at the 2 Malinois who are licking their tongues among the zombies. Dr. Yin can naturally understand the reaction of the crowd. He pondered for a moment, and slowly walked towards the 2 Malinois. This move immediately made everyone present sweat for him. Although Xiao Ge did not go with him, his hand had already touched the Type 54 at his waist. Dr. Yin's nerves were naturally tense. Although he had handed the weapon in his hand to Brother Xiao, he had already prepared for the worst. He also had a Type 95 bayonet on his waist that no one knew about. The reason why he handed the weapon to Brother Xiao was to calm everyone's nervous mood. Just as Dr. Yin was walking carefully towards the 2 dogs among the zombies with missing arms and legs, the 2 dogs suddenly looked over, then stopped licking their tongues, stood up from the ground and ran towards Dr. Yin. Although Dr. Yin was as nervous as everyone else, he had to show the attitude of a master. He touched the tops of the 2 Malinois heads with approval, and the 2 Malinois were very docile at this time. After being encouraged by their owner, They immediately sat down in front of Dr. Yan's legs, wagging their tails. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Dr. Yan's tense mood relaxed instantly. After that, Brother Xiao began to organize everyone to clean up the interior of the grain station. Dr. Yan, as Brother Xiao's lifesaver, would naturally not be neglected, and everyone was full of respect for Dr. Yan and his two heroic dogs. In this way, Dr. Yan and Brother Xiao settled down in this empty grain station. During this period, they relied on searching for food in the surrounding villages and towns for a living. Until later, they met Wang Hao and others. Huazi suddenly decided to kidnap them here. Dr. Yan did not expect that he would accidentally encounter the knife in the black and white photo, and the name of this black knife was learned from a line of traditional Chinese characters written in pen on the back of the photo. After listening to Dr. Yan's story, Xiao Mo finally took his blank eyes away from the photo in his hand, turned it over, and saw that there was indeed a line of incoherent and somewhat blurred black traditional Chinese characters on the back of the photo. Ruins number 7, Black Knife, May 3, 1962. Ruins number 7? Black Knife? 1962? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Mo with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean? Does this mean that this knife was dug out on May 3, 1962, in a place called Ruins number 7? It is true if you understand it literally, but it doesn't mean anything. Xiao Mo frowned and shook his head slowly. Don't you know the foreign woman in the photo? Dr. Yan looked at Xiao Mo with some surprise. Xiao Mo nodded blankly, turned the photo over again, and his eyes fell on the face of the foreign woman in the photo again. Where did you get this knife? Dr. Yan said with a frown. It was also given to me by the nameless old man. Xiao Mo returned the photo to Dr. Yan, raised his head, and said blankly, Oh! Dr. Yan was stunned and stared at the photo in his hand. He was a little unresponsive for a while. I want to ask you one more thing. I hope you can answer me truthfully. There was silence for a moment. Wang Hao slowly walked to Dr. Yan, looked at him with a serious expression. What's the matter? Dr. Yan reacted quickly, but when he and Wang Hao looked at each other, his whole body trembled, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet, because he saw a hint of murderous intent hidden behind the calmness in Wang Hao's eyes. What's the matter with the bodies with chopped-off chins and arms in the granary? Wang Hao pressed further and said coldly. Don't get me wrong, I tied them up and locked them in the granary after they turned into zombies. Some of them were the original staff of the granary, and some were my comrades. Dr. Yan said with a slightly heavy expression. Then why don't you completely end their lives, but cut off their chins and arms? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and continued to ask. Chapter 106. Dr. Yan walked slowly to the window, looked at the rainy night outside, sighed softly, turned around and looked at Wang Hao and the others and said, Since you can come here, you must have known something, so I will not hide it from you. Among those corpses, except for my comrades, the rest are indeed used to feed my two loyal dogs. If it weren't for the shortage of food, I would never want to be so cruel. Looking at Dr. Yan's helpless face, Wang Hao swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth, looked at his watch, and looked at Xiao Mo, and then said, In this case, I won't bother you. I hope Dr. Yan can open the door of convenience. We still have a long way to go. Dr. Yan nodded, of course. Where are you going? Back to my hometown. Wang Hao said frankly. Go back home? Dr. Yan was stunned when he heard this. Where is your hometown? Hasn't it fallen yet? I don't know that either. Wang Hao shook his head and said with determination, No matter what, I want to see the person alive, and I want to see the body when he is dead. Dr. Yan's face became serious when he heard this. He nodded and pondered for a while, then looked at Wang Hao and Xiao Mo and said, I have an unwelcome request. I hope you can agree to it. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Mo with confusion, then looked at Dr. Yan and said, What unwelcome request? Since we are connected by this knife and are puzzled by the same thing, I want to leave with you to find the truth behind this matter. I wonder. Dr. Yan was interrupted by Xiao Mo before he finished speaking. I'm afraid you misunderstood what we meant just now. We are just a team escaping from the doomsday, not an expedition team. I'm sorry, it's my wording. Dr. Yan was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained. What I want to say is that I want to join you, because I see a spirit from your team, a spirit of unity and trust, not abandoning or giving up. I believe that being with you will definitely bring hope. Xiao Mo heard this and looked at Wang Hao. Hao, what do you think? Thank you for your trust. Wang Hao nodded at him. Dr. Yan, I can understand your feelings, but you have to understand that we are just an ordinary escape team, with a bleak future and dangers everywhere. Many times it is not what you imagine. I have thought it through very clearly, otherwise you would not have entered my room so easily, and the noise outside would not have been so quiet, Dr. Yin said confidently. Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open again, and a young man in his 30s with a buzz cut walked in. He was tall and slender, with a clear facial contour. When he saw Wang Hao and the others, he immediately smiled and shook hands. Hello, my name is Dong Xiao. Are you the Xiao brother that Dr. Yin mentioned? Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Wang Hao immediately reacted. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. That's just what my former colleagues called me. Just call me Xiao. Dong Xiao was very enthusiastic and modest. My name is Wang Hao. This is brother Xiao Mo. Although Wang Hao had guessed 80% of the sudden appearance of this person, he still had to say what he should say for the sake of face. Oh, hello, brother Xiao Mo. When Dong Xiao met Xiao Mo's eyes, he hesitated for a moment, but soon returned to his previous state and immediately extended his hand to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo just looked at him coldly without any action or answer. Haha, don't misunderstand me, both of you. Although Dong Xiao had made himself look bad, he was not angry. He took back his palms, rubbed them back and forth, looked at Dr. Yin, and then looked at Wang Hao and the others and said, to be honest, we know everything about your previous actions. Of course, with your strength, it is not difficult to break through the siege. What do you want to say? Xiao Mo suddenly stepped closer with a gloomy face, and the crossbow in his hand was already on the string. Dr. Yin, and I sincerely hope to join your team. When the end of the world comes, what we fear most is not viruses and zombies, and what we lack most is not food and survival, but confidence. We have encountered several escape teams before, but they were either destroyed by zombies or had internal conflicts. I see from you the spirit of unity and trust that Dr. Yin just mentioned, and the spirit of not abandoning or giving up. Believe in us, we will never drag the team down, and we are joining sincerely. Dong Xiao said sincerely. Xiao Mo heard this and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, looked at Dong Xiao and Dr. Yin and said, if you leave, what will happen to the rest of you? We have already consulted everyone's opinions on this. We will never give up on those who are willing to follow us, and we will never object to those who want to stay. But please rest assured that you don't have to worry about food. We will be self-sufficient, and each of our team members has rich experience in searching for food. Dong Xiao glanced at Dr. Yin and said confidently, Shioda is right. I saw it with my own eyes. Dr. Yin nodded and looked at Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully, turned to look at Xiao Mo without comment, and Xiao Mo nodded at him. In this case, I still need to ask for everyone's advice. If no one objects, we will set off early tomorrow morning. Wang Hao looked at Dr. Yin and the others and said, Great, everyone is waiting for you in the restaurant on the first floor. Dong Xiao's face suddenly showed excitement when he heard it. He and Dr. Yin looked at each other and said. Wang Hao nodded. Since Dr. Yin said that just now, he had expected that with Xiaodong and Luoyi must not have escaped, but they must not be in danger. And Xiao Mo has been paying attention to Wang Hao's expression. Perhaps in his heart, as Dr. Yin and the others said, he and Wang Hao have formed a kind of trust and tacit understanding. Seeing Wang Hao and his friend's calm expressions, Dr. Yin and Dong Xiao couldn't help but admire Wang Hao and his friend even more. It was past midnight, and the rain outside had begun to gradually weaken. As soon as they went down to the second floor, Brother Hua, who had brought Wang Hao and his friend back, came to greet them. He nodded and smiled at Wang Hao and his friend, then turned to look at Dong Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, everything has been done according to your instructions. Everyone is waiting in the restaurant now. Dong Xiao nodded, looked at Wang Hao and his friend and said, Brother Wang Hao, Brother Xiao Mo, please. Wang Hao and his friend nodded, and the group of people entered a dimly lit room next to the stairs one after another. Chapter 107. Wang Hao and his companion followed Dong Xiao, and immediately saw Luoyi, with Xiaodong and others sitting around 3 tables, as soon as they entered the room. When everyone saw Wang Hao and his companions coming in, they immediately stood up from their seats. Brother Hao. Luoyi greeted with Xiaodong with a worried look. Are you all right, Captain Wang? With Xiaodong glanced at Dong Xiao and Dr. Yin beside Wang Hao and said, Nothing. Wang Hao took a quick look at the situation in the restaurant. The restaurant was not very large, but at this time, in addition to Luoyi and others, it was also crowded with more than 20 men, women young and old. Everyone was armed with guns or knives. Wang Hao patted Hu Xiaodong on the shoulder, pressed his hand towards everyone, and motioned everyone to sit down. Seeing this, everyone sat back in their seats. Don't be nervous, relax a little, Dong Xiao said, as he pressed his hands towards the crowd, glanced at Luoyi and the others, and finally landed on their people. I think Huazi has told you what Dr. Yin and I mean, so I won't waste words here. Today's meal is on my behalf, and I will pay you back double when I have the chance in the future. Come on, Brother Wang Hao, Brother Xiao Mo, please come this way. Dong Xiao stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing Dong Xiao's gesture, the crowds at the back of the restaurant made way for them, and a large round table that could accommodate more than 10 people appeared in front of Wang Hao. Dong Xiao then greeted Luo Yi and the others. After everyone was seated, Dong Xiao began to ask the kitchen staff to serve the food. Soon, 8 bowls of fragrant Lao Gan Ma fried rice were served on the table. Everyone, please make do with this. This is the best meal we have here. I will treat you to a good meal when I have the chance in the future and apologize for what happened today. Dong Xiao and Dr. Yin said with a guilty look on their faces as they served the meals to Wang Hao and others one by one. Brother Xiao, you are too polite. This is the most sumptuous meal we have had since the disaster. Wang Hao looked at the bowl of steaming fried rice in front of him, and then looked at the expressions of the people around him swallowing their saliva, but he felt a burst of pity. Captain Wang, they robbed so much of our food, but they only gave us a bowl of fried rice. Is this how polite they are? Hu Xiaodong complained dissatisfiedly while holding up the bowl of rice, but as soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks and began to wolf it down. Oh look, how could I forget about this? Dong Xiao slapped his head and immediately turned to Huazi behind him and said, Huazi, has the car been unloaded? Huazi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Hurry up and load it, then fill up the cars of Brother Wang Hao and his friends and drive them to the front, and prepare another car for me and Dr. Yin. Dong Xiao ordered. Brother Xiao, are you really determined to leave? Huazi frowned, but his feet did not move at all. He looked at Dong Xiao with a strange look in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a slight commotion in the crowd that had been quiet. Didn't I tell you all this before? What, didn't I make it clear? Dong Xiao seemed to sense something strange in Huazi's eyes, and stood up from the chair next to Wang Hao, and looked at Huazi with an angry look. Brother Xiao, you and Dr. Yin patted your butts and left, leaving us all here, and we don't mind if you treat your guests with the food that everyone exchanged for their lives before leaving, but how do you account for the death of Cui Si and others? Huazi looked straight into Dong Xiao's eyes, but his eyes were full of provocation. I said, no matter who wants to go with me, you can. In the future, as long as I, Dong Xiao, eat, everyone will eat. I owe you this meal, and I will definitely repay it double in the future. Don't you know who Cui Si and his friends are? Ask everyone present, who hasn't been bullied by him. People like him deserve to die. Dong Xiao stared at Huazi with a sullen face. Deserve to die, Huazi sneered. Yes, Cui Si and his friends deserve to die. This matter can be ignored. I just want to ask you now, Brother Xiao, do you know how much food is left? What does the meal you invited today mean to everyone? Dong Xiao was speechless for a moment. Since he settled down in the grain station, Huazi has always been in charge of food matters, but he has never asked about it. His face was flushed, but he couldn't answer a word. You don't know, do you? Huazi snorted coldly, looked around at everyone and said, let me tell you, if you return their food truck, including this meal tonight, after you leave, the remaining food can only barely last for 2 days at most. After 2 days, if we can't find food, all of us, young and old, will starve. How uncomfortable it feels to starve. I think everyone present should know that it doesn't matter if adults go hungry for a few meals. But what about the children? They are growing up now. As parents, who would want to let their children starve when they could have eaten enough? Huazi's words were extremely inflammatory. Dong Xiao was speechless again, his face turned red and blue, and those who were originally whispering gradually raised their voices and slowly turned into condemnation. At this time, Dong Xiao had become the target of public criticism. Dr. Yin opened his mouth several times, but didn't know how to help. And those confidants who were Dong Xiao's subordinates before the disaster and followed him after the disaster also wavered in their attitudes at this time, because some of them were fathers of children, some were sons of parents, and some were husbands of wives. When the situation was about to get out of control, Huazi suddenly looked around and stretched his arms upwards, signaling silence. Perhaps Huazi's previous words aroused their sympathy. At this time, Huazi seemed to have been in the hearts of the people. As soon as he raised his arms, the chaotic scene suddenly quieted down. And you, Dr. Yin, Huazi slowly lowered his arm and looked at Dr. Yin, who was sitting next to Dong Xiao with an anxious look on his face. Every time we risked our lives to go out and look for food, what were you doing? Were you taking your 2 dogs for a walk or picking lice for them? Hua Zi snorted coldly and continued, I believe everyone can see this without me saying anything. You just accidentally saved Brother Zhao's life, but you ended up being worshipped by all of us. Tell me yourself, have you ever found a bite of food for everyone? And how do you worship others? Not only do you eat and drink well, but you also have to risk being bitten to find fresh corpses outside for your 2 babies. I want to ask you, Dr. Yin, what virtue do you have that deserves everyone to do this for you? You are right. I have never gone out to look for food for everyone. Each of you has been very good to me. I never deny this. But as for finding a fresh corpse for my dog, I have never asked you to do so. But today I have acquiesced. But how Xiao Good treats everyone, I think everyone should have a scale in their hearts. I don't want to say anything more. I will leave now. After Dr. Yin finished speaking, he stood up and pushed away the crowd and was about to walk out. At this time, Xiao Ji's voice came from behind. Wait, let's go together. You can go, but you must leave the food behind, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Hua Zi's face changed, and he quickly took a double-barreled hunting rifle behind his shoulder and pulled the bolt. The food is not ours, and our words don't count. Dr. Yin was about to speak, but Xiao Gu blocked him with his arm, and then looked at Wang Hao and others who had not spoken. At this time, except for Wang Hao and Xiao Mo, everyone else had already put down their bowls and chopsticks. At the moment of imminent crisis, no one was in the mood to eat the delicious food in the bowl. Even Hu Xiaodong, who loved to take advantage of small things, no longer looked at the food in the bowl, and his eyes were always closely following the changes on the scene. Leave the food, I will let you go now, and I can forgive the other things. Hua Zi took the double-barreled hunting gun and went to sit down at the position where Dr. Yin had just sat. Wang Hao heard it, as if he had not heard it at all, just holding his bowl and chewing slowly, and Xiao Mo beside him was the same, ignoring Hua Zi's words at all. Are you two deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Hua Zi looked at Wang Hao and the others with a gloomy face, and at this time, the people standing behind him also intentionally or unintentionally pointed their weapons at Wang Hao and the people at the table. No matter what, Dong Xiao and Dr. Yin have already gained a certain prestige in the minds of these people. As long as they are not forced into a corner, they will never draw their guns. However, Wang Hao and others are completely different. They were originally kidnapped by them. Now if there is any disturbance, their men will definitely show no mercy. Chapter 108. The crisis was imminent, and the atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely tense. Except for Wang Hao and his friend, who were chewing slowly, and Hua Zi, who looked livid, almost everyone present held their breath and looked at the 3 people behind the round table with trepidation. Pa! Hua Zi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly slammed the table and stood up, and the double-barreled hunting rifle in his hand was immediately aimed at Wang Hao's temple. Do you think I dare not shoot? Wang Hao put down his bowl and chopstick slowly, turned his head to look at Hua Zi, and said calmly, I was going to leave half of the supplies in that truck for you, but seeing your current attitude, I changed my mind. I will not only take away the supplies that originally belonged to us, but also take away Brother Xiao and Dr. Yin. I will pay you twice as much for today's meal. Do you have anything else to add? After Wang Hao finished speaking, he looked at Hua Zi expressionlessly. Fuck you. I'm going to kill you right now. Hua Zi yelled hysterically, his thumb on the trigger, and at the same time, the sound of a bolt being pulled rang out in the restaurant. Stop! Dong Xiao yelled and walked over quickly. Don't come over. Hua Zi's eyes were red, and he quickly pointed the gun at Dong Xiao again. Dong Xiao stopped immediately when he saw this. He looked at Hua Zi coldly and said, Hua Zi, are you crazy? Put down the gun. I am crazy. I just want food now. Don't force me. Hua Zi yelled at Dong Xiao with red eyes. You dare. Dong Xiao stepped forward with a fierce look on his face and pressed his chest against Hua Zi's gun. You forced me to do this. Hua Zi roared, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Brother Hua, don't. Just then, a figure suddenly ran out from behind Dong Xiao and rushed towards Hua Zi. Bang! A flash of fire suddenly appeared. The scene instantly became quiet. Dong Xiao was still standing there in the smoke, but Hua Zi was knocked to the ground by the figure, and the double-barreled shotgun in his hand was thrown a few steps away. When everyone saw the figure pressing on Hua Zi, they couldn't help but exclaimed. It was none other than Ma Xiaonong, who was rescued from the corpse group by Dong Xiao and others together with Hua Zi. Hua! Brother Hua, you can't kill Brother Xiao, he saved our lives. Before Ma Xiaonong finished speaking, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and his head immediately fell on Hua Zi's chest, and the bright red blood slowly spread on Hua Zi's chest. Xiao Xiaoyang Xiaoyang. Huazi was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He quickly moved Ma Xiaoyang's body away and hugged his shoulders and shouted. Ma Xiaoyang, who was held in Huazi's arms, had his head drooping softly on his arms, his eyes closed, his face pale, and blood still flowing from his slightly open mouth from time to time. No matter how he called, Ma Xiaoyang would never wake up. Looking at the people around him, everyone's face was full of sighs, and the weapons in their hands also dropped. Looking at the two people on the ground, Dong Zhao's face was gloomy. He sighed softly, and was about to go forward to help Huazi, who knew that at this moment, Huazi actually threw away Ma Xiaoyang's body, quickly took out a shining dagger from his back, and stabbed Dong Zhao in the abdomen. Dong Zhao had already relaxed his guard, but he didn't expect Huazi to kill him. The two were only 2 or 3 steps apart. When Dong Zhao reacted, it was too late. His hands tightly grasped Huazi's dagger, but 2/3 of the blade had already sunk into his lower abdomen. The two looked at each other, and Huazi did not stab in again, but quickly pulled out the dagger, and then the second knife stabbed towards Dong Zhao's chest. Dong Zhao had no power to fight back, and blood gushed out of his lower abdomen. Huazi's hands were also cut by Huazi's strong pull, and even the bones were revealed. Just when Huazi's second knife was about to reach Dong Zhao's chest, suddenly a black light swish came down from midair, and a bang sounded, but it was a blood-stained dagger that fell from a bloody arm to the ground. Ah! Huazi covered the half of his arm on his left shoulder, that was bleeding profusely, and screamed miserably. The scene in front of him shocked everyone in the restaurant. Everyone turned their eyes to Wang Hao. He was holding a 2-foot-long black short knife in his right hand. He looked coldly at Huazi, who was rolling on the ground and howling. Although the black blade did not drip a drop of blood, it gave people a breath of death. Brother Xiao, hold on. Dr. Yen hurriedly stepped forward to support Dong Zhao, who was pale and sweating. Hurry up and get the first aid kit. Dr. Yen turned around and shouted at the people who were stunned around. The crowd reacted at this time, and someone immediately responded and ran out quickly. Do hold on. Dr. Yen supported Dong Zhao, who was holding his hands tightly on his lower abdomen, and carefully helped him sit down on a nearby chair. At this time, Wang Hao and his people also gathered around. Brother Hao, are you okay? Luoyi was the first to run to Wang Hao, looking him up and down nervously. I'm fine. Wang Hao shook his head, put away the black knife, glanced at Huazi on the ground, turned to Dong Zhao at the round table, looked at his wound and asked, How is it? Did you hurt your internal organs? Probably not. Dong Zhao shook his head with a painful expression. Stop the bleeding for Huazi first, it's okay for me. Brother Xiao, it's already this time, you are still protecting him. Have you forgotten who wanted to kill you just now? If it wasn't for him, how would you get hurt? How would Ma Xiaoyang die? Dr. Yen glared at Huazi, who was still rolling on the ground howling in pain, and looked at Brother Xiao angrily and shouted. Stop talking, saving lives is important. Dong Zhao said weakly with a pale face. Brother Xiao, Dr. Yen is right, this person can't be kept any longer, otherwise someone else will die because of him. Wang Hao turned his head, and glanced at Huazi, and said coldly. At this time, the first aid kit was brought in by a pale-faced teenager wearing loose clothes, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hurry up and bring all the candles here. The middle-aged man said, as he took the first aid kit from the teenager, and opened it very quickly. Brother Xiao, there is no more anesthetic needle. Grit your teeth, and I will suture your wound. The middle-aged man took out medical alcohol, and suture needles, and threads from the first aid kit very skillfully. Dr. Wu, it doesn't matter to me, you save Huazi first, he is more seriously injured than me. Dong Zhao said with sweat all over his forehead. But before he finished speaking, Huazi, who was howling in pain on the ground, suddenly stopped moving. When he looked up, he saw Wang Hao holding the shining dagger in his hand, with blood dripping down the tip of the knife. Chapter 109. No need to save him, he's already dead. Wang Hao said coldly while holding a dagger and looking at Huazi's body on the ground. A hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and the faces of the people who were originally standing on Huazi's side were all shocked, and their feet involuntarily stepped back. Even Xiao Imo was shocked. He frowned slightly, but did not speak. He walked to Huazi's body, and tried his carotid artery. Then he turned to look at Dong Zhao, who was also shocked, and said, He is indeed dead, but his artery still shows signs of beating, which means that he was infected before he died. Perhaps the number of viruses was not enough, which delayed the mutation time. His death has accelerated the transformation speed. I suggest you get rid of him quickly, Otherwise the consequences will be serious. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the restaurant. The people with horrified faces quickly retreated. A large space was suddenly vacated around the bodies of Hua Zi and Ma Xiaoyang. Some people pointed their weapons at the two bodies on the ground. Oh! I remember now. At this time, the pale boy suddenly interrupted. This afternoon, when Brother Xiao asked me to go to Brother Hua's room to call him, I saw Brother Hua through the crack of the door, bandaging his calf alone. When he heard my voice, he seemed very flustered and hurriedly stuffed the thing into the quilt. Xiao Shanzi, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Dong Xiao said with a pale face. Yes. The pale boy named Xiao Shanzi nodded very affirmatively. When Brother Hua locked the door and left the room, I followed behind him and paid special attention. I found that his left leg was a little unnatural when he walked. Wang Hao, who was standing in front of Huazi's body, heard the words and squatted down to roll up the trouser leg on his left calf. When he looked at it, there was a sudden sound of surprise. The skin on Huazi's left calf had turned black and purple. The bandage that was originally tied to the wound had merged with the rotten black flesh, and the white bones in the rotten flesh were clearly visible. At this moment, Huazi's fingers suddenly moved, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The gray eyeballs suddenly appeared, and a low and hoarse sound of coo. All this happened too fast. The situation changed rapidly. The strong visual and brain wave impact made everyone present unable to react. After a moment of silence, Dong Xiao suddenly fell from the chair with a thump. When Dong Xiao woke up, it was already the next morning. At this time, he was lying in his room on the first floor. Dr. Yin and Xiao Shanzi were accompanying him by his bed. Seeing Dong Xiao wake up, Dr. Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao, you finally woke up. How do you feel now? Much better. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Dong Xiao suddenly remembered something, and suddenly sat up from the bed, looking at Dr. Yin and said, Where are Wang Hao and the others? They are packing their gifts outside, ready to leave when you wake up. Dr. Yin said. Oh, have the bodies of Huazi and Xiaoyang been dealt with? Dong Xiao nodded and asked. It's all buried, don't worry. Dr. Yin said. As the two were talking, Wang Hao pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Dong Xiao on the bed, he walked over quickly. Brother Xiao, you're awake. Do you feel better? Wang Hao asked with concern. Dong Xiao nodded, looked at Wang Hao and asked, Are you ready to go? Yes, I wait for you to wake up. Wang Hao nodded. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life last night. Dong Xiao held Wang Hao's hand with some sighs. You're welcome, Brother Xiao. Do you have anything to say to me? Wang Hao shook his head, but saw a trace of relief in the other's eyes. I was too selfish before. I only cared about myself and ignored the feelings of the brothers who followed me all the way to escape. Dong Xiao sighed softly. I don't want to leave. I want to stay. The brothers can't leave me, and I can't leave them. Wang Hao nodded slowly, and Dong Xiao looked at Dr. Yin again. Brother, you are all my lifesavers. I don't need to thank you. You follow Brother Wang Hao and others first. Leave me the route. And when I recover from my injuries, I will take everyone to find you. Dr. Yin heard. After a moment of silence, he said solemnly, I will wait for you and everyone with Haifeng and Wulong. Yes, we will definitely meet again. Dong Xiao nodded palely, turned to look at Xia Shanzi and said, Xia Shanzi, go to the desk and get my suitcase. Xia Shanzi nodded and left, and soon came over with a black leather suitcase, and put it next to Dong Xiao. Dong Xiao opened it very skillfully, and inside were two brand new military high-powered binoculars, and two pairs of brand new military walkie-talkies. We found these two treasures in a military fan's home when we were searching for food. Dr. Yin picked up one of the telescopes and introduced. At that time, I thought it would be useful in the future, so I brought it back. Later, I consulted Dr. Yin, and Dr. Yin told me that these two treasures are genuine military products and cannot be bought in ordinary places. Now I give them to you to apologize for what happened before. Dong Xiao looked at Wang Hao sincerely. I hope you can accept my apology. Don't refuse. Looking at the four treasures in the suitcase, Wang Hao hesitated in his heart. Both the telescope and the walkie-talkie are the most needed things in his team at present. With them, a lot of unnecessary losses can be reduced. The most important thing is that danger can be predicted in advance. The original two walkie-talkies have a short communication distance, and the signal is always interrupted. But these two things are not only needed by his team, but also by any team surviving in the cracks of the end of the world. If he takes them all, what should he do when they need them? After hesitating for a while, Wang Hao finally decided to divide these four things into two parts, take one for himself, and leave one for Dong Xiao and others in case of emergency. Before leaving, Wang Hao left half of the car of supplies to Dong Xiao and others. Dong Xiao wanted to refuse, but Wang Hao insisted on leaving it for him on the grounds that Dong Xiao was injured and could not go out to find food in the near future. It was already past 9 in the morning when the convoy slowly drove out of the grain station gate. It was still led by the Ford pickup truck driven by Wang Hao and Xiao Mo, with Wei Xiaodong driving a Toyota Coaster in the middle, and Dr. Yin driving a Mitsubishi Cheetah carrying the 2 male dogs, Haifeng and the female dog Wulong, following behind. Chapter 110. After the convoy left the Dagu grain station, it did not return the same way, but drove directly up the gentle slope that connected to the way it came. The gentle slope was very long and winding upward. Just when the convoy was about to climb to the top of the slope, Wang Hao found the gate of the military dog base that Dr. Yin mentioned. However, at this time, the 2 slightly open black doors were covered with yellow rust. Through the gap in the door that was wide enough for one person, one could see that the courtyard was overgrown with weeds and was a wasteland. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of Dr. Yan's 2 military dogs in his mind. These 2 well-trained military dogs were only seen by Wang Hao before they left. At that time, both military dogs were deliberately muzzled. They were slightly larger than ordinary dog breeds, and their fur and skin did not appear to be falling off or rotting because of eating zombies. On the contrary, the fur is shiny, and the limbs are thick and strong. This is a world of difference from the mutant wolfhounds that Wang Hao and Yuan Bingqi met in the Gold Museum in Shishir City. Could it be that some animals also have immunity against the airborne transmission of RS virus? Even if it is true, according to the human immune system, no matter whether you have airborne immunity or not, once you are scratched or bitten, the infection rate is 100%. Although Dr. Yan's 2 military dogs were not scratched or bitten, they were directly bitten, and according to Dr. Yin, they swallowed the food directly after biting it. Could it be that the stomach and intestines in the stomach of this dog breed are an independent and closed digestive system? But this does not make sense. If this is true, where do they get the nutrients they need every day? And where does the hunger come from? While Wang Hao was daydreaming, the convoy slowly drove up the hilltop and returned to the national highway. Compared with the previous road section, the road section in front of Wang Hao and his team was much smoother, with almost no abandoned vehicles, and only a few wandering zombies occasionally appeared on the roadside. With fewer obstacles blocking the road, the speed of the car naturally increased. Near noon, the convoy turned onto the provincial road leading to Jinshi. Going 70 kilometers along this provincial road, you can reach the outskirts of Jinshi, where there is an expressway entrance and exit. Enter the expressway and drive more than 100 kilometers towards the capital, then exit at Linshan City, and then go south for more than 60 kilometers to Yao County. After passing through Yao County and going east for more than 10 kilometers, you will reach Wang Hao's hometown Guga village. After the convoy drove onto the provincial road, the traffic conditions were much smoother than the previous national highway. There were almost no abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies on the entire road, and there were almost no villages on both sides of the road. Instead, there were endless poplar forests. Everyone could understand Wang Hao's mood. In order to save time and rush on the road, although everyone was hungry, no one asked to stop for lunch. After the convoy drove on the straight and smooth provincial road for nearly half an hour, there was a serious congestion in the road ahead. The road more than 10 meters wide was filled with various abandoned vehicles, some of which had been burned into empty shells, and some were seriously deformed. The convoy had to slow down and stop. Wang Hao and Xiao Mo got off the car first to check the road conditions, followed by Hui Xiaodong and others and Dr. Yin. No wonder the road is so quiet. It turns out that all the cars are stuck here. Hui Xiaodong looked at the abandoned vehicles in front of him with a headache. Why are there so many cars stuck here? Dr. Yin looked at the abandoned vehicles in front of him with a puzzled look. Everyone be careful. Don't get close to the vehicles. Wang Hao told everyone, then walked to Dr. Yin and asked, "Have you walked this provincial road before?" "This is the only way to enter and exit Jinshi besides the expressway." Dr. Yin nodded and said puzzledly, "But when I walked along this road before, there were no such abandoned vehicles blocking here. As you said, when you passed by, it was just the beginning of the disaster. Now it has been almost a month. It is not surprising that the road is blocked by the vehicles of the fugitives. The question is whether the fugitives, who were originally in the car, are still in the car or have left." Xiao Mo looked at the abandoned vehicles in front of him and said with a worried look on his face. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin nodded after hearing this. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, then made arrangements for everyone. Hui Xiaodong climbed onto the roof of the minibus and was responsible for observing the situation around with a telescope. Zhongyu, Lu Jiaming and Cockeye were responsible for patrolling the safety within 100 meters around. Luoyi and Shan Wan were responsible for preparing lunch for everyone. He, Xiao Imo, and Dr. Yin checked the zombies in the abandoned vehicles ahead. After the arrangements were made, Dr. Yin suggested that Haifeng and Wulong help them search for abandoned vehicles. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. Dr. Yin walked to the back of the cheetah car and opened the trunk. 2 sturdy military dogs jumped down immediately. Damn, Dr. Yin, you have to keep an eye on them. I've been afraid of dogs since I was a child. Wu Xiaodong stood on the roof of the car with a pale face and shouted at Dr. Yin. Don't worry, as long as you are not a zombie, they will never bite you. Dr. Yin smiled, untied the muzzles on Haifeng and Wulong's mouths, patted the necks of the 2 dogs, and made a forward gesture towards the abandoned vehicles in front. Haifeng, Wulong, go. Before the voice fell, 2 black figures suddenly rushed out with a whoosh sound, and ran straight to the abandoned vehicles. Damn, so fierce. Wu Xiaodong looked at the 2 horse dogs in surprise. That's because we haven't met zombies yet, otherwise it would be much more fierce than this. Dr. Yin looked up at Wu Xiaodong and said jokingly, Shit! Wu Xiaodong was about to respond to Dr. Yin's words, but was interrupted by Wang Hao. Okay, Xiaodong, pay attention to the situation around you. Wu Xiaodong responded, made a disdainful expression to Dr. Yin, and raised the telescope. Wang Hao turned his gaze to Dr. Yin and asked, How far is the highway you mentioned just now from here? Do you want to go around it from the highway? Dr. Yin frowned and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, but Dr. Yin rejected his idea and said, This is impossible. The nearest entrance is 50 kilometers away, and this does not include the distance we have to go back. The total distance should be at least more than 100 kilometers. Even if everything goes well, and we get on that highway, the total distance will be at least twice as long as the current road. While the 2 were talking, they had already walked between the abandoned vehicles blocking the road. Wang Hao nodded, and did not speak again. At this time, the Black-Winged Wolf had searched 100 meters ahead. Wang Hao and his companion shuttled forward with difficulty between various abandoned vehicles along their search trajectory. However, the smoother the search, the more uneasy Wang Hao felt in his heart, because at this time, they had already searched more than half of the abandoned vehicles, and they only found 5 dead bodies in hundreds of abandoned vehicles. According to the calculation that there was only 1 person sitting in each car, where did the remaining hundreds of people go? And this was only half of the number. Chapter 111. The search was completed quickly, and a total of 15 bodies were found. In addition to the 4 zombies stuck in 3 severely deformed carriages, the remaining 11 had their heads blown off, with their heads bloody and leaning against the seats. Some had been burned black and curled up in the cab, and some had their stomachs ripped open, with their internal organs spilling out of the back seat. Wang Hao and his companions couldn't bear to watch any longer, so they quickly dealt with the zombies struggling to jump out of the deformed carriages, and withdrew from between the abandoned vehicles. After completing their tasks, Haifeng and Wulong followed closely behind Dr. Yin, and never left his side. At this time, Luoyi and Shan Wan had already prepared lunch. They used the stainless steel flat-bottomed steamer they found in the highway service area to steam 3 layers of rice. The side dishes were some wild vegetables from the fields on both sides, kelp, dried beans, and vermicelli, and a large pot of thick stewed soup. When it was finally served, some diced luncheon meat was sprinkled on it, and the stewed soup was poured directly on the rice. Everyone gulped down 2 bowls. There was still some left, and Luoyi found a plastic basin to serve it to Haifeng and Wulong. Although it was not enough for them to fill their stomachs, it was much better than eating zombie meat. The 2 dogs licked the food in the basin with each other, and looked up from time to time to give Luoyi a grateful look. After dinner, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Except for Wu Xiaodong, who was still on the roof of the car observing the enemy situation, Wang Hao called the rest of the people together. There are 2 options in front of us. One is to return to the original route, and take the highway from another highway entrance 50 kilometers away, bypassing here and going directly to the exit of Linshan City. However, this way, the distance is at least twice as long as the current road, and this 50-kilometer journey is not the way we came here. No one knows whether there is any danger ahead. Wang Hao paused, looked at the abandoned vehicles not far away, and then said, Second, we work together to open a road in the middle of these 200 or 300 abandoned vehicles, and then continue to move forward according to the original route. However, this is not an easy task. First, we have too few people, and second, time is not enough. Everyone knows that zombies like to come out at night to find food. Don't look at the calm now, but who knows what will happen after nightfall. Wang Hao said here, full of worry, and then looked at the people around him. If anyone has good suggestions, please put them forward quickly. Now every minute of delay will increase the danger for us. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this, and then fell into silence. It seems that there are only these two ways to go now. Dr. Yin pondered for a moment, looked around at everyone and said, if you weigh the pros and cons, I would suggest that everyone choose the second way, because if we return by the original way, it will not only waste time, but we are not familiar with the route, and it is even more unpredictable what kind of emergency we will encounter. If we choose the second way, although we are a little tight in manpower and time, after all, we have already figured out the situation within a few hundred meters around us. As long as everyone works together, I believe we should be able to open a way before it gets dark. After Dr. Yin said this, everyone nodded in agreement. He finally looked at Wang Hao's face, waiting for Wang Hao's final decision. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and then nodded to agree with Dr. Yan's opinion. So, everyone started working, and soon found a relatively easy route to clean up. Both men and women joined the team, and no one was lazy. Hui Xiaodong wanted to get down from the roof of the car several times to join the cleaning team, but was stopped by Wang Hao. Wang Hao told him that his position was the most important in the team. If they could find the danger 1 minute earlier, they would have 1 more minute to prepare for the response. Even if they could not respond, they could evacuate at the first time. It can be said that they were in control of the safety of the whole team. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Hui Xiaodong suddenly felt proud, with a face full of fighting spirit. He patted his chest and said that he would complete the task. When the people who were busy below saw Hui Xiaodong's appearance, they all laughed, and the two military dogs, Black Wind and Black Wolf, kept sniffing between the abandoned vehicles, and seemed to be doing their part. 3 hours passed quickly. At this time, with the joint efforts of everyone, 2/3 of the road had been cleared. It seemed that the rest of the road could be cleared in at most 1 hour. Although it was only the end of April, the extreme climate had brought the arrival of midsummer. At about 6 in the evening, the setting sun began to turn slightly orange-red. Under the orange glow, the sweaty crowd showed no intention of taking a break. When the finish line was less than 10 meters away, Hui Xiaodong on the roof of the minibus suddenly cried out, "Oh no, there are zombies right in front of us." Chapter 112. When the sweaty crowd was about to see the end of hope, they suddenly heard the alarm from Hui Xiaodong. They were a little panicked for a moment, and stopped their work. Their eyes quickly shifted from Hui Xiaodong on the roof to the front. Perhaps because there was a gentle slope in front, they did not find the zombies when they looked, but only saw the steaming asphalt road under the setting sun. Wang Hao jumped onto the roof of a Harvard H6 that had been burned into an empty shell, as soon as he heard Hui Xiaodong's alarm, and looked straight ahead. Sure enough, behind the top of the gentle slope a few hundred meters away, there was a large group of black heads moving. As the distance advanced, Wang Hao saw a group of more than 200 zombies rushing towards the side. Wang Hao frowned, and quickly jumped off the roof of the car. He looked at Xiao Imo and the others and said, "Brother Xiao Imo, Xiao Dong, and Brother Yu, go and drag the bodies of the 4 zombies in the 3 cars to the minibus, cut open their bodies, and then smear the internal organs or blood around the minibus. Brother Lu, cross-eyed, the 3 of us will try our best to carry the remaining dozen bodies to a place where the zombies can see them, hoping to attract their attention. Shanwan, you stay by the minibus and help Brother Xiao Imo in them. Xiao Dong will still stay on the roof and pay attention to the surrounding movements at all times, in case we are surrounded by the zombies without knowing it. Tell him to sound the alarm again when the zombies are 100 meters away from the abandoned vehicle. As soon as the alarm is sounded, no matter how far the task at hand is, we must quickly retreat to the minibus, take our weapons, and be prepared to deal with emergencies." After hearing Wang Hao's arrangement, no one objected, and they all turned around and devoted themselves to their tasks. Time passed by minute, and everyone performed their duties. Although everyone's faces inevitably showed nervous expressions, no one was in a hurry, and no one looked around. At present, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to Wang Hao's plan, and Dr. Yan's 2 Black Winds and Black Wolves were always hovering around the busy people, as if 2 loyal soldiers were protecting everyone's safety. More than 10 minutes later, Hui Xiaodong's alarm sounded again on the roof of the car. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately put down their tasks, and quickly evacuated to the minibus. Just when everyone returned to the minibus, the dark mass of corpses had already poured into the passage they had cleared before. Everyone on the minibus almost held their breath, tightly grasped their weapons, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes were closely watching the corpses that were already close at hand. Heifeng and Wulong were half crouching on the left and right sides of Dr. Yin, with their ears erect and their yellow-brown eyes revealing a vigilant light. as if they were ready for battle. When Hui Xiaodong sounded the alarm, Xiao Imo and his friends had already finished smearing, and Wang Hao and his friends had already carried all 11 corpses to the road 5 or 6 meters away from the minibus. Although Wang Hao's method did seem a bit risky, it seemed that the only way out was to return by the original route, but at this time, night was gradually falling, and the route was unfamiliar, and no one could predict what dangers would arise in the future. Amidst the anxiety, the huge group of zombies gradually poured into the bus. The front and rear doors of the bus had been locked. To be on the safe side, Xiao Imo deliberately smeared some zombie blood on the 2 doors, and left some of the internal organs inside the 2 doors. At this time, the whole car was filled with a strong smell of corpses. Everyone was trying to control their breathing. Hui Xiaodong even had tears in his eyes. Bang! Bang! I don't know which zombie suddenly slammed the door, and then several others came over and slammed together. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. Cock Eyes couldn't control his emotions, and had already pointed the muzzle of his gun at the hideous faces outside the window. Wang Hao hurried forward to hold his gun barrel, and shook his head at him. Cock Eyes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and nodded with a slightly relieved expression. Besides, everyone in the car was very calm. Although everyone's face was covered with a thin layer of cold sweat like cross-eyed, no one except him panicked. Fortunately, the zombies followed the swarm of zombies, after banging on the car door for a while. After a false alarm, most of the zombies had passed. Wang Hao stood up carefully and looked outside. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 113. Through the car window covered with bloody handprints, Wang Hao saw a tall and strong figure behind a huge group of corpses in the dark night. It was estimated to be more than 2 meters tall, bald, with a strong upper body, thick arms, and palms like eagle claws magnified dozens of times, with sharp nails that were thick and curved inward. Tracker? Dr. Yin quietly approached from the side after seeing Wang Hao's face, but was immediately shocked when he saw it. Have you met it before? Wang Hao frowned and looked at Dr. Yin, and asked in a low voice. I've seen the photos. Dr. Yin shook his head nervously, but his eyes were always fixed on the tall figure that was getting closer and closer, and he whispered, I only know that this kind of zombie is very powerful, and it is difficult to kill it with ordinary knives and guns. It has a certain amount of intelligence, and can drive ordinary zombies. I didn't expect to meet it here. Dr. Yin seemed very nervous, and his hands were tightly clenched on his Type 81 rifle. After seeing the nervous expression of his master, Haifeng and Wulong also stood up and guarded on both sides of Dr. Yin. Their vigilant eyes followed Dr. Yin's sight, and looked out the window. At this time, everyone in the car was half squatting, and their height was almost the same as Haifeng and Wulong. Everyone held their breath, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, and squatting in the corridor, in the middle of the car. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The sky was getting darker, but the tall figure was getting closer and closer. Wang Hao, Xiao Imo, Dr. Yin, and Haifeng Wulong were all squatting at the door of the car near the corpse group. Now, if they made the slightest movement, they might be discovered by the tall tracker passing by. However, to Wang Hao's surprise, the tracker didn't even look at their carriage and walked straight past. Not only Wang Hao, Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin were also puzzled. According to the current zombie evolution level introduced by Feng Etienne before, the tracker should be a higher evolution level, just below the hunter, but why is its sense of smell and vision not as sensitive as that of ordinary zombies? Could it be that Feng Etienne received a wrong situation? This big guy is just a good-looking guy. After another half an hour, Wang Hao took the telescope from Hui Xiaodong and carefully looked out the window again. The telescope has a night vision function. There is no moon tonight. Even if Wang Hao's eyesight is good, he can only see the situation within 50 meters. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the whole road was dead silent. There was no shadow of a zombie within 100 meters. There were only hundreds of abandoned vehicles, and the corpses that they had moved to the roadside before. They had been eaten, and only a few scattered skeletons were left. But to be on the safe side, Wang Hao decided to get off the car with Xiao Imo, Dr. Yin, and Black Wind Wolf to confirm the surrounding situation again. After the danger was completely eliminated, they would clean up the last section of the road according to the previous plan, and leave here first. Hui Xiaodong quietly climbed into the cab, turned the car key, and slowly opened the door. Wang Hao jumped down first, followed by Xiao Imo, and Dr. Yin jumped down with Black Wind Wolf last. According to the deployment in the car, Wang Hao and Xiao Imo got off the car and turned on the strong flashlight to go straight to the passage they had not cleared before. Dr. Yin led Black Wind Wolf with a flashlight and advanced 200 meters in the opposite direction. Once the distance of 200 meters was reached, they had to return immediately regardless of whether there were zombies in front. Two strong beams of light immediately cut through the hellish darkness, and the three people quickly searched in their own direction. At the same time, everyone in the car was secretly worried for them, especially Luoyi. Since Wang Hao got off the car, her worried eyes had never moved away from Wang Hao. The Type 54 in her hand has been tightly held in her hand, as if she would rush out of the car immediately if Wang Hao was in danger. Fortunately, she was just a false alarm. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao and Xiao Mo appeared in her sight safely, and at this time Dr. Yin also trotted back to the minibus with Haifeng and Wulong. In order to save time, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin briefly explained a few words when they met. Dr. Yin nodded after listening, and immediately took Haifeng and Wulong back to his cheetah car. Xiao Mo went directly to drive the Ford pickup truck, and Wang Hao got on the minibus. Xiaodong, turn on the high beam and follow Xiaomo's car and move forward slowly. Wang Hao said directly to Wish Xiaodong after getting in the car. Wish Xiaodong was already sitting in the driver's seat at this time. After hearing Wang Hao's words, the car started slowly. When we drive to the section that has not been cleared, Yi and Shan Wan will stay in the car, Xiaodong will still be on the roof to be responsible for vigilance, and the rest of us will work together to try to open the road within 10 minutes. If there is no favorable terrain ahead for camping, we will drive overnight and rest after dawn. Wang Hao looked around and said to everyone, Brother Hao, we also want to join the cleanup team. Don't you always say that one more person means more strength? Why don't you let us join? After hearing this, Luoyi walked in front of Wang Hao with a reluctant look on her face and a bit of coquettish tone. You and Shan Wan have other tasks. Wang Hao said with a somewhat unnatural look on his face. What tasks? You tell us, we promise to complete them. Shan Wan interrupted at this time. After the car stops, you should hurry up and move the materials from the Ford car to the minibus. You can move as much as you can, and move the rest together after everyone is done. Wang Hao said. Why do we have to move the materials to the minibus? Zhong Yu asked puzzled. Through the sudden situation just now, I suddenly realized a problem. Wang Hao frowned and said, this coaster is a 17-seat minibus. There are only 9 people in our team at present. Even if Black Wind and Black Wolf are included, there is still plenty of space in the car. If we concentrate all the supplies on one car, in the event of a dangerous situation that we cannot cope with in the future, we can abandon other vehicles and leave quickly in one car. At least the supplies will not be lost. After hearing this, Zhong Yu and others nodded. In the end times, there are only 2 things to save lives, bullets and food. Although vehicles are also indispensable, compared with these two, the former is more important. If you don't even have the capital to save your life, what's the use of having a car? Fuel will always run out one day, but as long as people are alive, everything can start all over again. During the conversation, the vehicle has slowly stopped, and everyone quickly acted according to Wang Hao's deployment just now. 10 minutes passed quickly. Although it was dark at night, the road ahead was quickly cleared under the strong light of the coaster and Ford. At this time, Luoyi and Shan Wan had already moved more than half of the materials behind the Ford. With the joint efforts of everyone, 5 minutes later, the convoy slowly set off again, and soon disappeared in the vast night. At this time, a tall figure suddenly flashed out from the poplar forest next to where Wang Hao and his friends had parked before. Looking at the taillights of the vehicle, a strange smile appeared on his ferocious face. Chapter 114. After the convoy slowly drove out of the car graveyard that blocked the road, the future suddenly became clear, and the speed quickly increased. The Ford Raptor driven by Wang Hao and Xiao Mo led the way, the Toyota coaster driven by Hui Xiaodong was in the middle, and Dr. Yan's cheetah was behind. The 3 cars kept a safe distance and followed one after another, and soon disappeared into the vast night. After the convoy ran wildly on the unobstructed provincial road for nearly an hour, the outline of Jinshi gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Under the weak skylight, the high-rise buildings in the urban area of Jinshi stood side by side, on both sides of the provincial road in front like ghosts. From a distance, the whole city was dark and dead, and there was no sign of life. The speed of the convoy also slowed down, and it slowly moved forward for more than 100 meters. At this time, a BMW 4S store named Hongbaoan appeared next to the provincial road. From the outside, the 4S store is decorated very luxuriously, and covers a large area. The exhibition hall alone is as high as 3 floors, and all of it is made of glass and frame structure. There is a large open space in front of the exhibition hall. Seeing this open space, Wang Hao immediately issued a pullover order through the intercom, and the 3 cars slowly stopped one after another, Like before, after stopping the car, Wang Hao and Xiao Mo got off the car first and entered the 4S store to check whether it was safe. After seeing Wang Hao and Xiao Mo get off the car, Dr. Yin in the cheetah car also got off the car with Haifeng and Wulong. Wang Hao did not stop him, but nodded at Dr. Yin. The 3 people and 2 dogs walked cautiously towards the huge 4S store. The 4S shop was surrounded by a 1 or 2 meter high plaster railing. The entrance and exit gate was not far from where Wang Hao and his friends parked their cars. It was an electric retractable door that was more than 10 meters long. The front of the retractable door had been damaged, and Wang Hao and his friends pushed the retractable door together without much effort. The door of the guard room next to it was wide open. Xiao Mo shone a flashlight inside, but found no danger. The open space in front of the exhibition hall was large, with 7 or 8 BMWs of various series parked, covered in dust. Some of them had flat tires, some had their hoods opened, and some had large holes smashed in their windows. Judging from the license plates hanging on the front and rear of the vehicles, these BMWs should have been sold before, and they were most likely here for maintenance or repair, because the maintenance area was right next to the exhibition hall. The huge doorway in the maintenance area was dark, and at first glance it gave people a weird feeling, as if zombies might run out at any time. Seeing Wang Hao's worry, Dr. Yin immediately issued an order to Haifeng and Wulong to search the maintenance area. After receiving Dr. Yin's order, the 2 dogs quickly ran into the dark doorway in the maintenance area. The 3 of them then carefully came to the front of the exhibition hall, which was also dark. One of the 2 glass doors had been broken, and glass shards fell all over the floor. Wang Hao and his 2 companions did not rush in, but first used flashlights to look around the glass wall in front of the exhibition hall. There were 5 cars in the exhibition hall, and the front of one of them, a BMW X6, had somehow crashed into the decorative wall behind the counter. The door of the cab was open, and there was a pool of dried blood on the ground. Some of the other cars were still parked on the original display stand. Some were 2 cars that crashed into each other, or crashed into the office next door. In addition, there were more than a dozen display stands, but they were all empty. It seems that this 4S store has been robbed, and the possibility of hiding zombies should not be high. After the 3 returned to the gate, Wang Hao said to Xiao Mo and the others while looking at the things inside with a flashlight. If this happened before the disaster, it would be a serious crime. Dr. Yin said with a wry smile. Let's split up, and don't miss any blind spots. After Wang Hao said that, he drew out his black knife and walked in first. Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin also took out their own weapons and followed him in. Although the exhibition hall is 3 stories high, there are only 2 floors inside. The first floor is mainly used to display vehicles and receive customers, and the second floor is responsible for payment and handling related procedures. Although the exhibition hall is large, the space is open and there are few blind spots. The 3 people finished the search in less than 10 minutes. They only found a female corpse that had been opened behind the counter on the second floor. The female corpse was highly rotten. Only 2 incomplete ribs were left in the upper body. The head had been smashed into pieces, and the collapsed face was mixed with brain matter, and it was crawling with fat maggots. Under the 1-step skirt, 2 thighs were exposed, and the black stockings on the top were full of holes, and there was only 1 high-heeled shoe left on the feet. Apart from that, no other safety hazards were found. After leaving the exhibition hall, Haifeng and Wulong were already waiting at the door. It seemed that the maintenance area should be safe, but Wang Hao was still not at ease. He went in to check again, and withdrew after confirming that everything was correct. Then he asked everyone to get off the bus and camp, and arranged for people to be on duty on the roof of the minibus. Soon, 3 bonfires were burning in the open space in front of the exhibition hall. Luoyi and Shan Wan were responsible for preparing dinner for everyone. Wang Hao, Xiao Mo, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu and others gathered in front of the fire and studied the map for tomorrow's route. Lu Jiaming was on duty on the roof of the minibus with a telescope, while Hua Xiaodong and Cross Eyes were each holding a flashlight and moving back and forth between the 3 vehicles to check their condition. Haifeng and Wulong were lingering around the crowd, sniffing here and there, but their vigilant eyes were always turning around. From the map, we should be close to the exit of the Jinjing Expressway outside Jinshi. The problem is, you see, Wang Hao pointed to a route on the map. If we want to reach that exit, we have to pass through a section of Jinshi's urban area. Before the disaster, I would pass by this section of road every time I took a bus home. Although it is not the most prosperous place in Jinshi, it passes several technical secondary schools along the way, and there is also an urban village there. The most important thing is that the road conditions are not very good, with many potholes. Once when it was raining, I passed by there, and the bus I was riding was stuck in one of the big potholes. In the end, the driver had to find a tow truck to tow the bus out. How long is that road? Xiao Mo looked at the direction of Wang Hao's finger, frowned and asked. It should be at least 5 kilometers. Wang Hao thought for a while, and said, We have walked along the road you mentioned before when we went to Jinshi to handle a case. It is true. However, I heard from a local colleague that there seems to be another road near that road that can be bypassed, but I can't remember which road it is. Zhong Yu frowned and interrupted. Dr. Yin frowned and looked at the map without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 115. Dr. Yin, do you have any suggestions? Wang Hao looked at Dr. Yin, who was thinking beside him. Dr. Yin shook his head and said solemnly, Since we left the car graveyard, I have felt a sense of uneasiness in my heart, as if the danger has not passed, but is getting closer. His words immediately stunned everyone present. Why do you feel this way? Wang Hao frowned and looked at him puzzledly. I don't know, maybe it's just a feeling. Dr. Yin looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, But I always feel that someone is watching us in secret. Think about it carefully. Did you see anything before leaving? Xiao Mo frowned and looked at Dr. Yin with some surprise. It was already very dark at that time. Even if there was, it would not be discovered. Dr. Yin pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, and said uncertainly, It should not be, maybe I am too nervous. Listening to Dr. Yin's words, Wang Hao felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was not that he felt anything from Dr. Yin's words, nor was it that Xiao Mo's words reminded him. This strong uneasiness was suddenly generated in an instant. Even without Dr. Yin's words, it would eventually come. It was just a matter of time. The scene fell into silence for a while, and everyone's face was very solemn, but no one knew where to sort out the messy threads. Just then, Luo Yi's voice came from not far away, calling everyone to eat, and Wang Hao and his mind were gathered back from their own thoughts. After dinner, it was already past 12 o'clock in the morning. Everyone gathered together and talked for a while before returning to their respective cars to rest. After a day's journey, they encountered such a big false alarm in the evening. After filling their stomachs, they naturally felt sleepy. At this time, Zhong Yu was on duty on the roof of the minibus. In order to allow everyone to have time to sleep, Wang Hao set the duty time to 1 shift every hour. In half an hour, it would be time for Cockeye to take over, followed by Hui Xiaodong. The remaining hours would be taken by Wang Hao and Xiao Mo until dawn. Wang Hao lay in the raptor for a while, tossing and turning for a long time, and it was really difficult to fall asleep. He simply opened the door and walked down, but happened to meet Zhong Yu and Cockeye taking over. The three of them said a few simple words, and Zhong Yu went back to the minibus to sleep. Cockeye also climbed onto the roof with a telescope, and Wang Hao wandered around. Looking at the tall buildings in the city of Jinshi standing in the darkness, like ghosts in the distance, the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. What does this indicate? Is it a sign of danger like the previous times? If so, should I wake everyone up and hurry up at night? But the next thing to cross is the periphery of Jinshi. Although it is not the city center, Jinshi is a provincial capital after all. Along the way, we must pass through several technical secondary schools and an urban village. The most important thing is that the road conditions are still very poor. Now it is dark, and there is no moon in the sky. Even if all 3 cars turn on the lights, the distance they can see is limited to the front. Zombies like to come out to forage at night. If we encounter 3 or 2, it's okay, but what if there are dozens or hundreds? Not to mention that there are thousands of people in the technical secondary school in the urban village alone. Once there is danger, the consequences are not difficult to imagine. In this case, can we only stay here and wait for the zombies to come? While thinking, Wang Hao slowly sat down in front of the dying fire. Looking at the flames that were about to go out, Wang Hao frowned. Maybe the previous times were just coincidences? The reason why he felt this way was probably related to the false alarm this afternoon. In addition, Dr. Yin said that in the evening, he naturally felt scared. Excessive fear naturally became a fuss. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Wang Hao gradually relaxed. He hugged the back of his head with both hands and lay on his back next to the fire. Looking at the dark night sky, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of his girlfriend again. Xiaowan, I miss you so much. I will go to find you when I find my parents. You must wait for me. Thinking of his girlfriend, thinking of the scene when they made dumplings together in the rental house, thinking of the lingering time between them, thinking of every little bit they had gone through together, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him. Half asleep and half awake, Wang Hao felt someone coming over, and then the person took off his shirt and covered him with it. A warm face was pressed against his chest. It felt so familiar. Xiaowan, is it you? Hazy, Wang Hao hugged the other person's body tightly, and a weak flame was burning in his heart. At this moment, it suddenly jumped, slowly dimmed until it went out. Woof woof woof. Wang Hao was suddenly awakened by a fierce barking of dogs. He stood up suddenly, but found that Luoyi's arm was hanging on his chest, and she was lying beside him in only a thin underwear. Wang Hao's mind suddenly emerged with the dream he had just had. His face flushed. Just as he was about to wake Luoyi up, she woke up by herself, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked at Wang Hao and said, "Brother Hao, what happened?" "Oh." Wang Hao was stunned, and didn't know how to start. At this time, the cross-eyed man on duty on the roof of the car suddenly shouted, "Oh no, the zombies are chasing us again." Chapter 116. After Cross-Eyes yelled, he jumped down from the roof of the minibus in a panic. Ouch! He groaned, and his feet were unstable the moment he landed. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain while holding his right foot. Wang Hao ran to the minibus. While helping Cross-Eyes, he turned around and shouted to Luoyi, "Go and inform Dr. Yin and Xiao Mo." Luoyi nodded and walked quickly to the cheetah car behind the minibus. Dr. Yin had already walked down from the car with his weapon after hearing the cries of Black Wind and Black Wolf. What happened? Dr. Yin hurriedly ran towards Wang Hao. "The zombies are chasing us again," Luoyi shouted. "Hurry up and get in the car, we leave here right away." Wang Hao turned around and shouted at him. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yin immediately turned around and ran back to the cheetah. Seeing that everyone had woken up, Haifeng and Wulong stopped barking and followed Dr. Yin to jump into his car. The door of the minibus had been opened at this time. After Wang Hao carried Cross-Eyes to the car, he immediately turned around and ran down. Luoyi also ran back to the raptor behind him. Xiao Mo had already started the car at this time. As soon as Wang Hao and the other two got in the car, the vehicle immediately roared out, and the two cars behind immediately followed. "What's going on?" Xiao Mo asked while shifting gears and looking at the rearview mirror. Cross-Eyes said the zombies are back again. Wang Hao picked up the 95 rifle with a scope, then lowered the window, and leaned half of his body out, looking back through the scope. Could the zombies come back? Xiao Mo was steering the car, looking at the rearview mirror from time to time. At this time, Wish Xiaodong's voice came from the intercom placed on the front windshield. Captain Wang, this is Xiaodong." Cross-Eyed said that he saw the zombies leading the way, and they were the ones that knocked on the car door before. Wang Hao was trying hard to see the zombies behind him, but the car was shaking violently, and the lights of two other cars behind him could only vaguely see a group of people a few hundred meters away. After hearing Wish Xiaodong's words, he quickly retracted his body and picked up the intercom and said, Xiaodong, hurry up and ask Cross-Eyes if he has seen that big guy." Time. The intercom seemed to be disturbed by something, and soon Wish Xiaodong's intermittent voice came through, No. Wang Hao's heart suddenly clicked, and the strong sense of uneasiness rushed to his brain. "Brother Xiao Mo, speed up." Wang Hao shouted hurriedly. Xiao Mo nodded, suddenly increased the accelerator, and the vehicle immediately made a hum sound, like an arrow from Li Xian rushing out into the darkness ahead. Xiaodong, signal to Dr. Yin behind, everyone must follow closely. No one can fall behind. Wang Hao shouted into the intercom. Time, received. Take the intercom, and keep in touch with Xiaodong and the others at any time. Wang Hao turned around and handed the intercom in his hand to Luoyi in the back seat. Got it, Brother Hao. Luoyi nodded solemnly after taking the intercom. After Wang Hao handed the intercom to Luoyi, he turned around and took out the high-intensity flashlight on his body, compared it with the muzzle of the gun, and installed it with a click. He checked the magazine, pulled the bolt, and then reached out to open the sunroof of the vehicle. Hao, what do you want to do?" Xiao Mo saw this, and shouted hurriedly. Luoyi was even more worried, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Wang Hao must have his reasons for doing this. That big guy is probably around us, I must find it. Wang Hao stepped from the co-pilot to the back seat, and said to Luoyi, "Tell Xiaodong to take a different route from us. I want to check the surrounding situation." Luoyi nodded and hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. Xiao Mo already knew Wang Hao's intention at this time, so he didn't ask any more questions, and just focused on the road conditions ahead. As soon as Luoyi stopped shouting, the minibus turned to another opposite lane, and the sides of the two cars suddenly appeared. Wang Hao took the opportunity to stick most of his body out of the skylight, holding a rifle and pointing it at Wish Xiaodong's minibus. He scanned it several times, and found no suspicious signs. Then he pointed the gun at the cheetah car behind the minibus and scanned it several times, but still found no danger. Am I overthinking? Wang Hao was puzzled for a moment, and once again pointed the gun at the group of corpses following behind. Although the scope also has a night vision function, because there was light behind it and the road seemed to be under construction, vehicles would inevitably bump when passing by, so I only had a rough look at it. Now, I couldn't help but gasp. In the vast night, about 300 meters behind the convoy, hundreds of zombies were chasing the convoy like a tide, and the number was more than 5 times that of the evening. What scared Wang Hao the most was that in the vast tide of zombies, there were 3 jumping long-tongued zombies. Lickers, judging from the direction of the zombie tide, their target is clearly Wang Hao's team. Shocked, Wang Hao quickly withdrew from the skylight. Seeing his face, Xiao Mo knew that the situation would definitely not be optimistic. He did not ask him at the moment, but just frowned and subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. Suddenly, the speed of the car increased a lot. The scenery on both sides of the high beam flashed in an instant, and the speed of the 2 cars behind also increased. Under the thick night, the 3 cars were like 3 frightened beasts, staring with orange-red eyes and running wildly on the empty provincial road. A few hundred meters away, the hunters, who were chasing them, were actually a group of zombies with only the most primitive consciousness. They were persistent and fearless of death. Once they found their prey, they would chase them relentlessly. There was only one way to stop them. Kill, but turning around to meet the enemy now would be tantamount to seeking death. The number of zombies has greatly exceeded what they can deal with now. There is only one way to go. Escape. After running all the way, Jinsher was already in sight. If they followed the previous route, they would reach the bumpy road in a few minutes. The Raptor car where Wang Hao and the other 2 were and Dr. Yan's Cheetah were all off-road vehicles, so it was not difficult to pass such a section of the road. But with Xiaodong and his minibus were huge and low in the ground. Once they were trapped in a short time, they could not be pulled out at all, and they would soon be wrapped up by the zombies who were chasing them. What to do? Wang Hao's eyes have been wandering around the car window. If he can find a commanding height, he can at least give everyone a chance to respond. However, this place is located outside Jinsher. Although those high-rise buildings are in front of him, the 2 sides of the road are surrounded by corrugated galvanized steel guardrails that are as high as a person. The corrugated guardrails were designed to absorb collision energy and prevent collisions. It is impossible to force them open. At this time, there is only a distance of 500 meters from the potholes. If he can't think of a good way, he can only turn back and force it. Even if he pays a heavy price, he will never give up on anyone. Having made up his mind, Wang Hao quickly prepared for the battle. He handed the 95 rifle to Liu Yi and told her to escape as soon as she had a chance and never hesitate. He turned and drew out the black gold short knife that exuded a chill. After hearing Wang Hao's order to the car behind him through the intercom, Liu Yi refused to agree with Wang Hao's idea and insisted on returning the gun to him. However, before she finished speaking, a flash of fire suddenly appeared behind the convoy, and a loud bang was heard. Then a road racing motorcycle roared over, with the fire still on. With the help of the lights of the car behind him, Wang Hao saw that the person riding on the motorcycle was a young woman wearing a black tight leather jacket, carrying a backpack, a long gun, and a helmet with a few strands of long hair. Chapter 117. The powerful road racing motorcycle soon roared over from the side of the cab, and the woman in black waved at Xiao Mo to signal her to go. Seeing this, Xiao Mo turned his head to look at Wang Hao, as if asking for his opinion, but Wang Hao nodded without hesitation, because he knew that if he hesitated for a moment, the situation would have irreversible consequences in an instant. After receiving Wang Hao's response, Xiao Mo turned his head to the black-clad woman outside the car window and nodded. The black-clad woman glanced at the co-pilot, and then hummed to increase the throttle. The black road racing immediately rushed out like an arrow from a string, and surpassed the Raptor car more than 10 meters away. While Wang Hao explained the situation to the car behind him using the intercom, he kept looking at the rearview mirror. Although the explosion just now did not cause much damage to the zombies, it at least temporarily slowed down the speed of the zombies, and bought Wang Hao and his team precious 5 or 6 minutes. Just when the vehicle was about to reach the bumpy road, the motorcycle in front suddenly turned right. Xiao Mo hurriedly slowed down and turned to catch up. It turned out that the corrugated guardrail had ended here. After turning right, a long alley about 5 or 6 meters wide appeared in front. After the motorcycle entered the long alley, the speed also slowed down a lot. Wang Hao had been paying attention to the movement of the vehicles behind him from the rearview mirror until he saw Dr. Yan's cheetah car. Then he retracted his gaze and looked forward. Under the guidance of the woman in black, the convoy turned into an alley on the left in the middle of the alley. The width of this alley was about the same as the previous long alley. After driving forward for about 500 or 600 meters, a gentle slope appeared on the road, and under the gentle slope was a railway culvert. After following the black-clad woman through the culvert, another gentle slope appeared. The slope was about the same as the previous one. After climbing to the top of the slope, there was a sky blue construction isolation wall opposite, and a wide dirt road on the left and right sides. The motorcycle climbed to the top of the slope and turned left directly to drive onto the wide dirt road. The road condition of the dirt road was very bad, with large pits and piles of earth and construction waste everywhere. On one side of the dirt road was the construction isolation wall that extended far away, and on the other side was the railway laid from the top of the previous culvert. The railway extended all the way back and was blocked by barbed wire walls on both sides. At this time, they had escaped the pursuit of the zombies and did not need to hurry. The three cars followed the motorcycle and drove forward slowly. Seeing the long gun behind the woman, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something at this time. He picked up the walkie-talkie and told the car behind him to prepare for emergencies. Zombies are scary, but human nature in the end of the world is even uglier. Although the previous lessons were not dangerous, they made Wang Hao understand a problem. No matter in the end of the world or the prosperous times, the law of the jungle will never change, especially now. If you want to survive, you have to be cautious and be vigilant to anyone and strangers. After bumping on the dirt road with the motorcycle for more than 10 minutes, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a river more than 10 meters wide. The isolation wall ended here, and the railway crossed the river on an iron bridge. The motorcycle drove to the front of the river and suddenly turned towards the isolation wall, which had already ended. The speed also slowed down. Just when the front wheel of the motorcycle was about to hit the isolation wall that seemed to be integrated slowly opened an iron gate of the same color as the wall. The woman in black turned her head and looked at Wang Hao and the others, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the slowly opening iron gate. Wang Hao and his team did not stop and had to follow in. It was not until he approached the iron gate that Wang Hao discovered that the iron gate was not only the same color as the entire isolation wall, but also the same height. Even if you don't look carefully during the day, you probably won't be able to see that there is a hidden door here. The iron gate is very wide, and Wang Hao's three cars turned in very easily. Once they entered the iron gate, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that there was actually a power supply here. Starting from the iron gate and heading towards the isolation wall, a row of European-style villas with separate doors and households appeared in front of Wang Hao and others. Under the dim light, Wang Hao and his team slowly stopped in front of a villa next to the iron gate under the command of a boy of 14 or 15 years old. Judging from the appearance of the villa, it should have been completed just before the disaster, and even the road in front of the villa had not been paved yet. After the vehicle was parked, Wang Hao immediately called everyone to get off the car, and at this time the young woman in a black tight leather jacket also came over after taking off her backpack and long gun. At this time, the woman in black had taken off her helmet, revealing a delicate and fair face, long hair over her shoulders, tall figure, and a pair of high-waisted marten boots under a black tight leather jacket. Although the outfit gave people a cold and hot feeling at first glance, her beautiful big eyes revealed a faint sense of confusion and helplessness. She walked forward and scanned everyone with a deliberately disguised look, and finally her eyes fell between Wang Hao and Xiao Mo. "Where are you from? Where are you going?" Although the tone of the woman in black was flat, it gave people a feeling of superiority. "We gathered from different places and prepared to go to Linshan City." Wang Hao nodded politely to the woman in black and said, "My name is Wang Hao. Thank you for helping me just now." "Oh." The woman in black looked Wang Hao up and down and asked in confusion, "What are you doing in Linshan City?" "Looking for my relatives," Wang Hao said. "Oh." The black-clad woman couldn't help but be moved when she heard this. She pondered for a moment and then asked, "Where did you meet the zombies?" Wang Hao then told her the whole story. After listening to it, the black-clad woman frowned and nodded slowly, but did not express any opinions. She remained silent for a while, and turned her eyes to the boy next to her, who was directing Wang Hao and the others to stop the car. "Huzi, go ask Aunt Zhang to prepare some food for them." "Yes, Sister Yun." The boy nodded very obediently, and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Wang Hao. He looked at the black-clad woman and said, "Thank you for your kindness. We have already had dinner. As long as we have a place to stay, it will be fine." "Oh, okay then." The black-clad woman seemed a little surprised when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment, and said to the boy named Huzi, "Clean up Villa number 6, and let them go there to rest in a while." Huzi nodded and left. "It's almost dawn, you should take some time to rest. I know a shortcut. I take you away tomorrow morning." The woman in black looked at Wang Hao and said, "Thank you." Wang Hao nodded at her, but the woman in black didn't say anything. She just glanced at him, turned around and walked up the stairs of the villa where she parked her motorcycle. Damn, what kind of character is this Sister Yun? She saved us but didn't ask anything. Isn't she afraid that we are bad people? Hui Xiaodong stared at the back of the woman in black with lust, muttering to himself, "But this character is quite to my taste." "Ah Hao, what do you think?" Looking at the back of the woman in black leaving, Xiao Mo frowned and looked at Wang Hao. "I definitely can't leave tonight," Wang Hao said noncommittally. "We will all sleep together in a while, and arrange for someone to be on duty. In any case, it's better to be careful." Xiao Mo nodded slowly after hearing this. "Are there only 3 of them here?" Dr. Yin looked around, but his face showed a puzzled expression. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Dr. Yin did not let Heifeng Wulong get off the car, but rolled down half of the windows on both sides of the back seat to leave them in the car. "Yes, are there only these 2 people, and the unseen Aunt Zhang living in such a big place?" Zhongyi was also full of doubts. "Brother Hao, I don't think they are bad guys." Luoyi interrupted at this time. Although she said so, her face was full of jealousy. The black-clothed woman's eyes had never moved away from Wang Hao. As a woman, no matter when, she was always extremely sensitive to such things. At this time, the boy named Huzi came over from a distance. The boy had a round head, a slightly fat body, and was not tall. He was worthy of the name Huzi. "Dear brothers and sisters, the room has been cleaned up, but there are no beddings. You can make do with it." Huzi walked up and said to everyone with a smile. From his tone, it didn't sound like what a 14 or 15-year-old boy could say, but it sounded like the tone of an experienced waiter in a restaurant or KTV. "My dear little brother, who is this Sister Yun you mentioned? Can you introduce her to us first? We can't thank her for saving our lives tomorrow without knowing her name, right?" Hui Xiaodong walked up to Huzi with a smile on his face, patted his shoulder, pointed to the villa where the woman in black entered and asked, "What do you want to do?" Huzi was alerted when he heard this. He glared and took a step back. At the same time, his right hand quickly reached behind him. Chapter 118. Hui Xiaodong hadn't reacted yet. He only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and then his neck felt cold. "I warn you, don't try to get Sister Yun, otherwise I will kill you now." Then came Huzi's cold voice. Hui Xiaodong heard this, and realized that what was against his neck was actually a shiny dagger. And the handle of the dagger was in Huzi's hand. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that a joke he made would be pointed at his neck with a knife. However, Hui Xiaodong was a few years older than him, so he immediately put on a smile. "Brother Huzi, why are you so generous? I was just joking with you. Listen, take the knife down. Who are you being a brother to?" Huzi ignored him and spit. Instead, he increased the strength of the dagger in his hand. Seeing that Hui Xiaodong's neck was about to be cut open, Wang Hao and others were about to step forward to dissuade him, but they suddenly heard the voice of the woman in black. "Huzi, stop it." As soon as the voice fell, the woman in black had already run over and hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the dagger from Huzi's hand. "Sister Yun, he has bad intentions." Huzi pointed at Hui Xiaodong, and looked at the woman in black with a wronged face. "Okay, stop talking, go back first." The woman in black glanced at Hui Xiaodong, and turned to Huzi. "Sister Yun." Huzi was about to speak, but was pushed back by the woman in black with a look, and he immediately froze, but he did not leave, just stepped back a few steps and stopped talking. "Are you okay?" The woman in black did not insist anymore, and turned to look at Hui Xiaodong. "Oh, it's okay, your little brother has a bad temper." Hui Xiaodong touched his neck, and smiled embarrassedly. "It's okay." The woman in black nodded, turned to Wang Hao in front of her with a slightly anxious look and said, "I came here to ask, do you have anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics? I lend them to you, and return them tomorrow. Are any of you injured?" Wang Hao frowned and looked at the woman in black with concern. "Do you have any?" The woman in black suddenly seemed a little impatient. "Don't worry," Wang Hao said, turning to look at Luoyi. "Do we have the 2 medicines she said?" "Yes, but not a lot." Luoyi glanced at the woman in black, moved closer to Wang Hao, and lowered her voice. Wang Hao nodded, turned around and looked at the woman in black and said, "How many wounded do you have?" 4. The woman in black was surprised when she heard this. Do you really have? Not many anymore. Louis stepped forward and took over the woman in black's words. Take us to see the wounded first. No. The woman in black reacted fiercely. Just give me the medicine. I said I will return it to you tomorrow. Don't take medicine randomly, otherwise it will be fatal. I know medical care. I can take a look at them. Louis said, and walked to the woman in black. Don't worry about it. I just want medicine. The woman in black was suddenly excited, and at this time Huzi also walked to her side from the side, staring coldly at Wang Hao and others. When the situation was at a stalemate, a middle-aged woman in her 40s suddenly ran out of the villa where the woman in black came out, shouting at the woman in black while running, Miss, it's not good, it's not good. The woman in black was shocked when she heard it, and turned around and ran back to the villa without paying attention to Wang Hao and others. Huzi beside her glared at Wang Hao and others fiercely, and hurriedly ran behind them. The middle-aged woman looked at Wang Hao and others in surprise, and hurriedly turned around and ran back to the villa. Damn, what's going on? You're talking nonsense. Hui Xiaodong touched his neck and looked at the backs of several people in confusion and said, Xiaodong, go get the medicine box. Wang Hao frowned, turned to look at Hui Xiaodong, and then turned to Louis and said, follow me in and take a look. Louis nodded, and Hui Xiaodong quickly brought the medicine box from the minibus. Wang Hao took it in his hand, turned to look at everyone and said, Brother Xiaomo and Dr. Yan will stay at the door of the villa to meet us. Xiaodong will be responsible for turning our vehicle around. Shan Wan will go to the gate to look out. Brother Lu and Kakai will pay attention to the situation in this area, and the minibus will be the gathering point. Everyone should be prepared for contingency at any time. Everyone nodded when they heard it, and Wang Hao and Louis walked towards the villa. Xiaomo, Dr. Yin, and Wang Hao quickly followed after they entered the villa, and stood guard at the door of the villa. The others dispersed and began to act according to Wang Hao's arrangement. The villa was very quiet. There was a small energy-saving lamp hanging on the staircase leading to the second floor. Although the light was dim, it was still possible to see the situation in the villa. There was nothing around except bare walls, and several rooms were also dark. It seemed that the woman in black should be on the second floor. The stairs had not yet been equipped with railings. The energy-saving lamp was just an extra steel bar head hanging on the wall next to the stairs. Wang Hao and the others immediately climbed the stairs carefully. At this time, a faint light came out of a room with a cover at the end of the second floor, and there was a faint voice coming out of it. Because the voice was too small and was blocked by the cover at the door, Wang Hao and the others did not hear what was said inside at the time. But saving people was important. Wang Hao could not care about these things at the moment, and hurriedly took Louis to that room. However, just when they reached the door, they saw Huzi rushing out from inside with a long spear in his arms, and the voice of the woman in black came from behind. When the two sides met, they were stunned for a moment. Before Wang Hao could react, Huzi had already pointed the black muzzle of his gun at him. I was just about to go look for you, but you showed up at my door. Chapter 119. Huzi, come back. Before Wang Hao could speak, he saw the woman in black chasing out from the door curtain. When she saw Wang Hao and Louis, she was stunned for a moment and quickly pressed down the spear in Huzi's hand. What are you doing here? The woman in black stared at Wang Hao and Louis vigilantly. Don't get me wrong, we are here to deliver medicine. Wang Hao raised the medicine box in his hand, but his eyes accidentally saw a corner of the room through the gap in the door curtain. A thick red mattress was placed on the ground, and a pair of black and blue feet were lying on the mattress. Looking up, they were covered by a pink towel, and there were constant coughing sounds coming from inside. What are you looking at? Seeing Wang Hao's gaze, the woman in black suddenly became nervous and immediately blocked the gap in the door curtain with her body. She seemed very reluctant to let outsiders see the scene in the room. What kind of wounded person is lying inside? Wang Hao became suspicious, and suddenly thought of the scene when he first met Shan Wan. It's none of your business, just give me the medicine. I double the amount tomorrow. The woman in black looked at Wang Hao nervously. Sister Yun, don't waste time talking to them, just grab the medicine. Huzi saw the woman's face, and suddenly pointed the spear in his hand at Wang Hao. You can try. Wang Hao's face suddenly darkened, staring at the two of them coldly. Huzi! Don't mess around. The woman in black grabbed the barrel of the gun, stared at Huzi and said sternly, Give me the gun. Sister Yun, they are not sincere at all. If we delay any further, it will be too late for anything. Huzi said angrily, but he still refused to let go. Wang Hao took a closer look at the long gun. It seemed to be a well-made single-barreled shotgun. Just from the appearance, it was known that it was worth a lot. Have you forgotten who saved your life? If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. The black-clothed woman's face suddenly turned pale, and her voice became several times louder. Huzi's face flushed red. He hesitated for a long time, sighed heavily, glared at Wang Hao, stuffed the shotgun into the woman's hand, and turned back to the curtain. The moment he opened the curtain, Wang Hao finally saw the scene in the room clearly. Under a small energy-saving lamp hanging on the wall, 5 or 6 thick mattresses were arranged in order, and 4 or 5 people were sitting or lying on the mattresses. There seemed to be a small iron stove in the middle, and 2 small iron pots, and some bagged food were placed next to it. Although it was only a brief glimpse, Wang Hao still saw the owner of the feet clearly. He seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His whole body was covered with a pink towel, his eyes were closed, his face was dark blue, and the skin around his facial features was a little ulcerated. I apologize to you for what happened just now. Can you give me the medicine now? The woman in black looked at Wang Hao and the others anxiously, and said in an earnest tone, Of course, we are here to give you medicine. Wang Hao nodded and glanced at the door curtain behind the woman in black. But I must know what injuries the people inside have suffered. The rest is up to you. The woman in black seemed to have heard the implication of Wang Hao's words, and her face suddenly became highly nervous. There was a flicker in her eyes when she looked at the two of them. They only suffered skin injuries. Because they couldn't find medicine, so now the wound is a little infected. Give me the medicine quickly, please. I swear to repay you double tomorrow. When the black-clothed woman said these words, tears were already welling up in her eyes. She looked at Wang Hao in an almost begging tone and said, Brother Hao, give her the medicine, Louis looked at the black-clothed woman and couldn't help but feel a little moved. She turned around and looked at Wang Hao and whispered. But before she finished her words, a violent cough came from the room, accompanied by a weak female voice. Cough, cough. Yun. Let them come in. Cough, cough. I don't think they are bad people. What is coming will come eventually, and you can't hide from it. Cough, cough, cough. Before she finished her words, another cough came, which was more intense than before. Mom. Hearing this violent cough, the woman didn't care about Wang Hao and the others at the moment, and hurriedly turned around and ran in. Wang Hao and the others looked at each other, and hurriedly followed in. The scene in the room was not much different from what Wang Hao had seen before, but there was a pungent mixture of iodine and fishy smell floating in the air. Wang Hao saw that the woman in black was squatting in front of a middle-aged woman in her 40s under the window. The middle-aged woman had a thick layer of gauze wrapped around her forehead, and black and purple blood stains were all over her forehead. She leaned weakly on a green quilt, and her face was somewhat similar to the woman in black. When she saw Wang Hao and the other two come in, the middle-aged woman tried to squeeze out a smile on her pale face. Auntie, don't worry, we've brought you medicine. Wang Hao's nose was sour, and he suddenly thought of his mother. He immediately took the medicine box and walked to the middle-aged woman and squatted down. Luo followed immediately. She squatted down beside Wang Hao, looked at the middle-aged woman and forced a smile, saying, Auntie, don't worry, I can treat her. I can't treat ordinary injuries. Thank you, children. The middle-aged woman smiled with relief, looked at Wang Hao and the others and said, Auntie's injuries are clear to her. Don't waste things anymore. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged woman started coughing again. The woman in black hurriedly stepped forward and gently patted her mother's back. Huzi, who was standing beside her, hurriedly brought a bowl of warm water over. The woman in black took it and carefully put it to her mother's mouth. The middle-aged woman drank a few sips gently, suppressed her cough, and shook her head. The woman in black slowly put the bowl down. Mom, don't talk. Let them check your injuries. The woman in black took a pillow from the side and gently cushioned the middle-aged woman's back, saying softly, Yun, Mom knows you are filial, but Mom doesn't need it now. Keep it. Be obedient. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged woman coughed violently before she finished her words. The woman in black hurriedly patted her mother's back. Suddenly, with a wow sound, a mouthful of black blood spurted out of the middle-aged woman's mouth, and she fainted immediately. Mom. The woman in black panicked immediately. Luo pulled out the quilt and pillow behind the middle-aged woman, quickly put them down, turned sideways, patted her back gently, and soon spit out another mouthful of black blood. What do you want to do? The woman in black was furious and stepped forward to stop Luo, but Wang Hao grabbed her arm. Don't be excited. Let me go! The woman in black struggled to break free from Wang Hao's arm. At the same time, Huzi rushed over with a knife. Let go of Sister Yun. As she said that, she put the knife in her hand against Luoyi's neck. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw it. He quickly let go of the woman in black, and was about to save Luoyi. At this time, the middle-aged woman suddenly coughed. The scene suddenly became quiet. The woman in black cried with joy and rushed to her mother. Hu Zi was stunned there. She was just blocked by blood clots in her throat. As long as she spit it out, she will be fine. Luoyi stood up from the ground calmly. Mom, you scared me to death. The woman in black held her mother's hand tightly with tears on her face. Mom, I'm fine. Cough, cough. After the middle-aged woman spit out 2 mouthfuls of black blood, her face was still pale, but her breath was much more stable, and the cough was not as severe as before. I'm sorry, Hu Zi held the dagger in his hand, and looked at Luoyi with a guilty face. It's okay, I understand your feelings, but there is one thing I must say now. Luoyi shook her head and said solemnly. The woman in black stood up from the ground and looked at Luoyi nervously and said, What's the matter? Tell me. How did your mother get injured? Luoyi looked around and looked at the woman in black with a serious expression. Car accident. The woman in black said with a heavy expression. That's right. Luoyi nodded and said, From the situation just now, your mother may have internal organs damaged. As long as she is treated properly, she should not be in danger of life. Luoyi turned her eyes to the owner of the pair of black and blue feet that Wang Hao had seen before. Who is he to you? Luoyi turned her head to look at the woman in black and asked. My second uncle. The woman in black saw the middle-aged man, and tears welled up in her eyes again, as if she remembered something sad. What about them? Luoyi then turned her eyes to another man and woman, who seemed to be about the same age as the mother of the woman in black. The man's face was black and blue, his eyes were slightly closed, and he lay there motionless. The woman was the woman who ran out and called the woman in black before. At this moment, she was standing in the corner of the wall, looking at Wang Hao and the others with fear in her eyes, as if she had not recovered from the sudden situation just now. He is my father's driver, Uncle Long, and this is our aunt, Aunt Zhang. The woman in black turned around and introduced. Besides them, who else is in the villa area now? Wang Hao asked at this time. There are also 5 people including Brother Lai, but they are not here now. They left 3 days ago, and have not returned yet. When the woman in black said this, a trace of worry and guilt appeared on her face. What treatment plan do you have? Wang Hao turned his head to look at Luoyi, who was frowning. I have to check their injuries before I can make a decision, Luoyi said, and turned her eyes to the woman in black. For your mother, I hope you can cooperate with me. No matter what the results of the examination are, I hope you can treat it rationally. You say it, we will follow your arrangement. The woman in black glanced at the 2 middle-aged men with dark blue skin and nodded at Luoyi. That's good. After saying that, Luoyi opened the medicine box and took out a few medicines from it and handed them to the woman in black. Half an hour later, if your mother doesn't vomit blood again, take these medicines with warm water, 2 tablets each. After taking the medicine, she should vomit again within 3 hours. Remember, someone must be with her during this period. After she completely vomits the blood in her abdominal cavity, I will prescribe medicine as appropriate. Thank you. The woman in black looked at the pills in her hand and nodded to Luoyi with gratitude. You're welcome. Luoyi smiled back at her, took out a pair of medical gloves from the medicine box and put them on, and walked towards the 2 middle-aged men who were sleeping. Chapter 120. Wang Hao saw this and hurriedly followed them. Judging from the symptoms of the 2 people, they were more likely to be infected. Although they were both in a coma, what if they suddenly woke up due to external interference? At that moment, as Luoyi's footsteps got closer and closer, Wang Hao had already grasped his right hand on the hilt of the knife. The woman in black also picked up her shotgun and quietly followed behind Wang Hao and the others, but her eyes were always fixed on Wang Hao's right hand holding the knife. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of uneasiness and suspicion. The distance from Wang Hao was just enough for her to draw her gun. Hu Zi held a dagger in his hand and guarded beside the middle-aged woman. Aunt Zhang had already confirmed that she was not injured, and was called to her mother by the woman in black. This middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a thin figure, was a nanny selected by the mother of the woman in black at the housekeeping company a year ago. Perhaps she saw the shadow of her own child in Wang Hao. Aunt Zhang couldn't control herself for a moment. Her wrinkled eyes were moist, and her eyes looking at Wang Hao were also a little more loving and distressed. When she saw the woman in black picking up the shotgun and quietly following Wang Hao, she suddenly became anxious, her hands tightly clenched in front of her chest, as if a mother was looking at her child with worry. In the extremely tense atmosphere at the scene, Luoyi looked back at Wang Hao, and carefully squatted down beside the second uncle of the woman in black, first reaching out to test his breath, and then gently touching his forehead. After touching it, her face suddenly changed, and she gently opened his eyelids, and the gray eyeballs suddenly appeared. Louis had some clinical experience after all, so she was not panicked at the moment. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head at him, indicating that he didn't need to continue the examination. However, Louis did not listen to him, but turned her head and carefully looked for wounds on her body. In her opinion, only finding wounds was the best proof. Otherwise, with the character of the woman in black, she would never believe it unless her second uncle turned into a zombie and attacked them. Soon, Louis found a black bloodstain on the other party's waist. She took out a pair of scissors from the medicine box from her pocket and carefully cut a hole in the clothes around the bloodstain. When she opened it, Wang Hao and the woman in black behind her felt nauseous. The wound had festered and began to rot, and there were dense white maggots crawling on it. Just when Louis turned back to ask Wang Hao for his opinion, the other party's fingers moved slightly. Wang Hao frowned, but did not do it, because he had said before that the rest of the matter would be handled by the woman in black herself. Since he had said it, he must keep his promise. Wang Hao was about to turn around to look for the woman in black, but he suddenly saw the middle-aged man behind Louis slowly raising his arm. He was startled and reached out to pull Louis, who was unaware of the danger behind her. At the same time, the hand that had been holding the hilt of the knife quickly unsheathed the knife. Seeing this, Louis subconsciously wanted to stand up from the ground, but everything happened too quickly. Before Wang Hao's hand could touch Louis' arm, her shoulders were grabbed by two dark blue arms, and her body quickly fell backwards. Suddenly, with a bang, Wang Hao felt a flash of fire beside him, and the two black and blue arms on Louis' shoulders softened immediately. Wang Hao took the opportunity to grab Louis' arms and pulled her back. Louis was pulled behind him, and at this time, the middle-aged man's head had been blown into a pool of rotten meat, and the dirty blood mixed with brain matter splashed on the wall next to him. The person who fired the gun was the woman in black. She was seen holding the gun with both hands and pointing it at the middle-aged man whose head was blown up. A wisp of light yellow gunpowder was slowly curling out of her gun barrel. Soon a sound of footsteps came from outside the room, and then Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin appeared at the door of the room with a nervous look on their faces. When the two saw the situation in the room, their faces suddenly turned into confusion. The woman in black seemed to have not noticed the arrival of the two men. She still kept the same posture as before and stared at the headless corpse motionlessly, but Wang Hao saw two faint tears from the corners of her eyes. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. The woman in black, her mother, and the other two were also staring at the scene in front of them. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man on the other side of the woman in black also woke up. He just moved slightly, and saw the woman in black suddenly turn around and quickly pointed the gun at him. After seeing his face clearly, she fired another shot without hesitation, and his brain was splattered. With a thump, the body that had just sat up fell down again. All this happened almost within a minute. 2 shots were fired in a row. 2 lives that should have been freed long ago were finally freed under these 2 gunshots. Not only Wang Hao and others who were originally in the room, but also Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin, who had just arrived, were shocked. While secretly admiring the courage of the woman in black, they could not help but admire her skills. The woman in black looked like she was only in her early 20s, but she had such psychological quality and marksmanship, which was beyond Wang Hao and others' expectations. Yun Yun. The anxious cry of a middle-aged woman came from behind. Mom! The woman in black cried out wow when she heard it, threw down the shotgun in her hand, and turned around and ran into her mother's arms. And John beside her was also moved. She looked at Wang Hao, then at the woman in black and her daughter, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she could not find a shoulder to lean on. Huzi also squatted beside the mother and daughter at this time, with tears on his face. At this time, Wei Xiaodong and others rushed up with their weapons after hearing the gunshots, but were blocked at the door by Dr. Yin. He waved his hand to signal everyone to leave together, and leave the scene to the black-clad woman and others. It seems that they have been suppressed in their hearts for too long, and finally released at this moment. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone felt the same way. The end of the world, this word that seems to only appear in movies or novels, did not expect that one day it would really happen to them. Almost overnight, without any signs, the virus has quietly arrived. With the help of the conductor of life, they passed through the scar defense line and quickly spread to every corner of the world. Watching my relatives and friends around me become zombies one after another, I am powerless, and I have to avoid their attacks. Sometimes I have to kill them myself. Every day when I wake up, I have to either escape or find food. The state machinery has collapsed, and the life I am used to has suddenly changed overnight. I used to be a jewel in the palm of my hand who had no worries about food and clothing, and I was praised and coaxed by people around me. Now I have to fight zombies for the most basic life and deal with my own kind. It is not easy to accept such a feeling. The end of the world is not so much the end of mankind as the starting point of life. Just as everyone left, Wang Hao was about to turn around and leave, but at this time, the woman in black suddenly stood up and called him. Chapter 121. Thank you. The woman in black looked at Wang Hao with red eyes. That's not necessary. I just hope you won't act on your emotions anymore. That would be unfair to everyone around you. Wang Hao shook his head lightly. I remember. The woman in black nodded sincerely, but her face looked like she wanted to say something but stopped, as if she hadn't finished her words yet, but didn't know how to start. Do you have anything else to say to me? Wang Hao frowned, but he could see her hesitation from her expression. I want to ask you to do me a favor, okay? The woman in black pursed her lips, frowned and pondered for a while, as if she had made a big decision, and then looked at Wang Hao eagerly. Oh, Wang Hao looked at the woman in black with some surprise. What help? Tell me. I want to ask your people to help me find Brother Lai and the others. They are missing because they are looking for medicine for my mother, second uncle and Uncle Long. The woman in black said this with a guilty and uneasy look on her face. She looked at Wang Hao eagerly and said, You name a price, I will pay any price. You don't need to mention money, and we don't need it either. There is one thing I must tell you, we are not a search and rescue team, we are just a group of people trying hard to survive in the end of the world. Wang Hao's emotions fluctuated when he heard this, but he soon calmed down. He looked at the woman in black with some guilt and said, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. No matter what, you saved our lives after all. I will definitely help you with this favor. Really? The black-clad woman burst into tears of joy, and she looked at Wang Hao excitedly, almost unable to believe her ears. Of course, but you need to tell me the specific whereabouts of your brother Lai. Otherwise, Jinshi is so big, where can we find him? Wang Hao nodded. Brother Lai and his friends didn't tell me where they were when they left. The woman in black shook her head. They just said they knew there were 2 big pharmacies nearby, and they were going there, and they never came back. The woman in black paused with a guilty and worried look on her face, and then continued. Since the second day they disappeared, I have gone out almost every day. In the past 2 days, I have almost searched all the pharmacies nearby, but found nothing. Now there is only one large hospital left. If I still can't find Brother Lai there, I will continue to expand the search area to the city center. No matter what the outcome is, I will never give up on them unless I die. After the woman in black finished speaking, her face was firm, but her eyes were filled with tears again. It can be seen that she not only felt guilty about Brother Lai, but also had a deep affection for him. The relationship between the two seemed to be very unusual, otherwise the Brother Lai, who had never met, would not risk his life to find medicine for her relatives. After hearing this, Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at the woman in black and said, How much do you know about the internal structure of that hospital? I just know it's on that street, but I've never been inside. The woman in black shook her head, and before she finished her words, Huzi suddenly interrupted, I've been to that hospital. Wang Hao and the woman in black turned their eyes to him immediately after hearing this. The woman in black said, Huzi, aren't you from Shannon? How did you go to that hospital? Last year, our school came to Jinshi to play a game. A senior brother's nose was broken. I was the one who stayed with him in the hospital at that time. Huzi said, What kind of game is it? How can the nose be broken? Wang Hao looked at Huzi in confusion. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Huzi is the junior high school Sonda champion of the Sonda school under the Shannon Shaolin Temple. The woman in black wiped the tears from her cheeks and introduced him to Wang Hao. No wonder he is so good at such a young age. So that's the reason. Wang Hao showed a look of approval from the bottom of his heart, but he wanted to recruit Huzi into their team. I'm already 15 years old this year. Don't treat me like a child in the future. I have the ability to protect Sister Yun and the others. When Huzi heard someone say that he was young, he immediately showed an unconvinced expression on his face. Well, I absolutely believe you on this point. Wang Hao nodded with approval, looked at Huzi and said, Huzi, tell me now, how much impression do you have of that hospital? Can you draw a sketch for me? Yes. Huzi looked up and thought for a while, and answered with certainty. Okay, wait for Huzi to draw the sketch, and we will act after dawn. Wang Hao looked at the woman in black and said, Thank you. The woman in black nodded with gratitude, but her eyes were full of expectations. "Oh, by the way, you haven't told me your name yet." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he first introduced himself. "My name is Wang Hao. The girl who came with me just now is Luoyi, and I will introduce the others to you one by one later." The woman in black nodded and said, "My name is Yang Shiyun. This is Huzi. My mother's surname is Han. You can just call her Aunt Han. This is Aunt Zhang." The woman in black turned around and introduced them one by one, and Wang Hao greeted the three of them respectively. Now they really knew each other. After the introductions, Wang Hao suggested that Yang Shiyun and the others change their living environment. Although the danger has been lifted, living in the same room with two zombie corpses with their heads blown off, not to mention whether it will be contagious, just what you see in front of you and smell in your nose is enough to make you nauseous, and there is also a seriously injured patient, and it is of no benefit to the recovery of injuries in such an environment. After hearing Wang Hao's suggestion, Yang Shiyun immediately nodded in agreement. Wang Hao then went downstairs to call on others to come up to help. In less than an hour, everyone gathered in the lobby of Villa number 6 that Huzi had cleaned up before. It was not until then that Wang Hao discovered that the villas in this row were separated from other places by the construction isolation wall at the back. The 6 villas at the moment can be said to be a separate area, and the power comes from the solar panels installed on the top of Villa number 3 and Villa number 4. After all this tossing and turning, it was already dawn. Yang Shiyun asked Aunt Zhang to cook half a box of instant noodles for everyone. After everyone ate, they sat together and introduced each other for a while. After talking for a while, the sky was gradually getting brighter. Huzi had already drawn a sketch of the hospital at this time, and he actually drew 3 pages of 4K paper. Although the lines and other things were not very good, he could still describe the general structure of the hospital. After receiving the blueprint, Wang Hao called Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin to study the route of action together. After discussing a result, Wang Hao immediately made arrangements for everyone. He, Xiao Imo, Yang Shiyun, and Dr. Yin drove the minibus to search and rescue Brother Lai and the others. The rest of the people stayed here to look after the house. No matter whether there was any result or not, they must return before dark. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Now it has become a habit for everyone to follow Wang Hao's advice, which should be said to be a trust. After the arrangements were made, the sun had risen. After several people checked their weapons and equipment, Xiao Imo drove the minibus slowly out of the gate of the villa area. Chapter 122. As the car bumped, everyone felt a little sleepy after a night of tossing and turning. Xiao Imo was driving the car, and Yang Shiyun sat in the co-pilot seat to show him the way. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin sat in front and behind the door. In order to minimize the target of the action, Wang Hao did not let Dr. Yin take Haifeng and Wulong with him. Yang Shiyun's eyes were anxiously staring at the front all the way, and he stretched out his arm to show Xiao Imo the way from time to time. Wang Hao was studying the hospital sketch drawn by Huzi and the military map of the major provincial capital cities in the country given to him by Feng Hetian, while Dr. Yin was leaning on the seat holding his Type 81 rifle and taking a nap. Under the command of Yang Shiyun, the minibus drove out of the gate of the villa area and drove forward along the dirt road, not taking the route of last night. After nearly half an hour of bumpy driving on the dirt road, there was a left turn in front of us, and the other end of the isolation wall also ended here. According to the length of the isolation wall, Wang Hao roughly calculated that the entire construction site should be at least several million square meters. Such a huge project can be completed in such a depressed period of the real estate market, which shows the courage and strength of the developer. After turning left into the intersection, there is a rough road that has not yet been paved with asphalt. The road condition is much smoother than the previous dirt road. Various construction tools and construction vehicles can be seen everywhere along the way. When passing a sprinkler truck, Wang Hao saw a zombie slapping the window in the cab. The zombie was wearing a yellow safety helmet on his head. His hands were rotten, and the closed car window was full of bloody handprints left by it. After seeing the minibus, he suddenly became excited, baring his black and blue teeth, and looking greedily at Wang Hao and others in the minibus with his gray eyes. His hands went crazy in an instant. Dr. Yin was awakened by the fierce slapping sound. Just when he turned his head, he heard a sound of broken glass, and the zombie wearing a helmet was trying to get out of the window. Wang Hao hurriedly stopped the minibus. If this zombie attracted other zombies, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, this place was not far from where Yang Shiyun and others were staying, and it was the only road that could bypass the bad road on the provincial road. It was for this reason that Wang Hao stopped the minibus. As soon as the car door opened, Wang Hao pulled out his black knife and jumped out of the car. At this time, the The zombie that was more than 10 meters behind the car had already leaned half of its body out of the car window. Due to the broken glass remaining on the car window, the zombie's entire lower abdomen was cut open, and black blood gushed out from the wound. As its strength increased, the cut became larger and larger. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a pile of white intestines flowed out from the bull-sized cut, and the black blood immediately covered the light blue car door. Just when Wang Hao was about to reach it, with a thump, the zombie actually crawled out of the car window and fell under the driver's door. Wang Hao hurriedly stopped, but the zombie did not get up after landing, but crawled towards Wang Hao regardless of everything, still dragging the bloody white intestines mixed with other internal organs and rotten meat behind him, leaving a black blood trail behind him. Wang Hao frowned, raised his black knife, and walked towards it. Just when the bloody arm was about to grab his trouser leg, Wang Hao chopped it down with a swish. The hideous head wearing a helmet rolled to the side, and the arm drooped down in an instant. Black blood immediately gushed out from the broken neck. After putting away the black knife, Wang Hao didn't even look at the corpse again. He turned around and ran back to the minibus. Seeing Wang Hao sitting down in his seat again, as if nothing had happened, Yang Shiyun's face was a little surprised. Perhaps in her opinion, how could a weak Wang Hao act so cleanly and neatly, and there was almost no fear on his face. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to Yang Shiyun's eyes. After getting on the car, Xiao Mo didn't even ask, and slowly closed the door while starting the car. Dr. Yin just asked Wang Hao a question casually, and then stopped talking. Wang Hao then focused his eyes on the sketch of the hospital. After this small wave, the car returned to silence again. No one spoke again. After the minibus drove on the rough road for a distance, the road ahead had become a completed asphalt concrete road. After driving on the asphalt concrete road, the vehicle moved forward for another 200 or 300 meters, and then there was a left turn. After turning, it continued to drive forward for a distance roughly the same as from the gate of the villa area to the end of the isolation wall. In front of it appeared a steel frame bridge that seemed to have just been completed. When driving on the steel frame bridge, Wang Hao finally understood that the railway bridge that he had seen opposite the gate of the villa area was facing the steel frame bridge in the distance. In other words, they had circled the entire villa area. After crossing the steel frame bridge, the main street of Jinshi is directly opposite. Follow this main street and pass 3 traffic lights, then turn right and go straight ahead. You will see a small square. Go around the small square and walk a distance forward to see the hospital. Listening to the route mentioned by Yang Shiyun, Wang Hao and others frowned. Everyone knows that the more prosperous the place was in the past, the denser the population was, and the number of zombies after the disaster would naturally not be small. In fact, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they have no idea about the road conditions they are going to pass. The map given by Feng Hetian can only show the approximate location of the hospital and the main routes around it. The urban area is not comparable to villages, towns, factories, and other places. There is no comparison in terms of the number of people. Shirshir was an example before, but fortunately it was just a small city, and Wang Hao also had a general understanding of the basic route. But now this is Jinshi, the capital of S province, which ranks first in the country in terms of population. Whether it is the urban area or the population, it is more than twice as large as Longshire, the capital of H province where Wang Hao was before. It is not difficult to imagine that if one zombie group attracts their attention, other zombie groups will also rush over. Jinshi is mostly high-rise buildings, so it is almost impossible to escape from the rooftops like Shirshir. While Wang Hao was worried, the minibus had already arrived at the second traffic light. Fortunately, the streets in Jinshi are very wide. Although abandoned vehicles blocking the road can be seen from time to time on the road, it does not affect the way. Wang Hao looked out of the window at this time. There were not many zombies along the way. Only occasionally, there were 2s and 3s of zombies wandering around, and no more than 10 zombie groups were found. The vehicle quickly arrived at the third traffic light. Xiao Mo gradually slowed down the speed. After the vehicle slowly turned right, it drove forward at a constant speed for less than 10 minutes. The outline of the small square a few hundred meters away gradually appeared in front of everyone. Wang Hao picked up the telescope and looked at the small square. At a glance, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 123. The small square is located at the end of the street. From a geographical point of view, it is a terrain that turns left at a right angle. Behind the small square is a high-rise residential building, and on the right seems to be a large supermarket. At this time, the small square is densely packed with hundreds of zombies. Judging from their clothes, most of them are middle-aged and elderly women. They wander aimlessly around the small square and the surrounding areas. Xiao Mo seemed to have noticed the situation in the small square at this time. He slowly stopped the car in a relatively wide place, turned his head and looked at Yang Shuryun and said, "Are there any other ways to go?" "Yes, there is, but that road is too long, and you must first enter the city center, and then cross 2 main streets to get to the hospital." Yang Shuryun frowned before he finished speaking, and then rejected the idea of taking a detour. "I have taken that road before, and it is not feasible at all. The degree of danger is probably not less than now." Looking at the dark group of corpses a few hundred meters away, Yang Shuryun's face became more and more anxious, and his hands were tightly clenched on his exquisitely crafted hunting rifle. "If it doesn't work, we will force our way through, then blow up the road and block the zombies that are following us. As long as we can hold on for half an hour, we can search the entire hospital. No matter whether we can save anyone or not, when the time is up, we will immediately break out from the road that Miss Yang mentioned before." Dr. Yin walked behind the two of them, and took off 2 grenades from his waist. "No, you don't know the road conditions at all. Although that street is a commercial street, it is also the emergency lane for ambulances of that hospital. Under normal circumstances, it is usually blocked by lifting piles. On weekdays, only motorcycles and electric bicycles can enter and exit, and vehicles cannot pass at all." Yang Shuryun shook her head. "Everyone, stop arguing. I have a way, but it's a bit risky." Wang Hao observed for a while, put down the telescope and looked at everyone. "What way? Tell me quickly." Yang Shuryun became anxious when she heard it. "First drive to lead the zombies away, and then enter the hospital to search," Wang Hao said. "The minibus is so big. If you encounter a dead end and need to turn around, it may be difficult to complete without a few directions. Although the zombies move slowly, there are many of them. Once they block the retreat, the consequences will be disastrous." Dr. Yin nodded, but said with a worried look, "So, we have to find a more flexible vehicle first, preferably a motorcycle." Wang Hao nodded and continued, "If I had known this earlier, I would have ridden my motorcycle." Yang Shuryun said with some self-blame, "Oh, by the way, didn't we just pass by a parking lot? We can go there and have a look. Maybe we can find the vehicle we need," Dr. Yin said suddenly. "That's the only way." Wang Hao nodded, Xiao Mo and Yang Shuryun also nodded, so the car started again. Although the street was very wide, there were 1 or 2 abandoned vehicles blocking the road from time to time on both sides. Xiao Mo went in and out, and turned the direction 3 times before the huge minibus slowly turned around. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao and the other 2 couldn't help but understand Dr. Yin's worries. After driving forward for 5 or 6 minutes along the way we came, a large hotel appeared on the left side of the minibus. In front of the hotel, in the large parking lot, there were 20 to 30 dusty and rusty cars neatly parked. "It's here," Dr. Yin said. Xiao Mo slowly drove the car into the parking lot, turned the car around and stopped, and several people quickly got out of the car to look for it one by one. Soon, Dr. Yan's excited voice came, "Come and see, how is this car?" Wang Hao and the other 2 who were scattered among the vehicles looked over immediately. Parked next to Dr. Yin was a black Lamborghini Gallardo. Although the body of the car was covered with dust, it still couldn't cover its imposing outline. "The car is good, but can you open the door?" Yang Shuryun said. "What's so difficult about this?" Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, he swung the butt of the gun clang. There was a sound of broken glass, and at the same time, the alarm of the vehicle suddenly sounded. Dr. Yin panicked at this time. No matter how he fiddled with the alarm, the sound could not stop. Seeing this, Wang Hao and others hurried over. "If you don't understand, don't mess around. What if you attract the zombies?" Yang Shuryun said anxiously. How do I know?" Dr. Yan's face flushed as he kept looking for the switch of the alarm. "No need to mess around. Give me the car, and you guys get on the minibus. We meet here in an hour," Xiao Mo said as he pulled Dr. Yin out from under the steering wheel and sat on it himself. He very skillfully disassembled the protective shell under the steering wheel, pulled out the wires inside, and quickly broke 2 of them. Then he touched it lightly, and the engine immediately made a deep and powerful roar. "Brother Xiao Mo, be careful." Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Mo grabbed the car door and nodded at him. With a hum, the powerful Lamborghini rushed out like a calf. After driving out of the parking lot, accompanied by the urgent alarm, Xiao Mo stepped on the accelerator again, and the black car body roared and disappeared in front of the 3 people. Several plastic bags rose with the wind and slowly fell down. Hearing that the sound had gone away, Wang Hao and the other 2 hurriedly got on the bus. The minibus was driven by Dr. Yin. Although Wang Hao could barely drive away, he had not received professional training. Although Dr. Yin had not received professional training, he had experienced driving military trucks before, so he could handle such a vehicle with ease. After the minibus drove out of the parking lot, Wang Hao picked up the telescope and looked forward. Xiao Mo had arrived in front of the small square at this time, and was spinning the vehicle in place there. The alarm sounded from time to time along with the horn sound, and the zombies in the small square were also gathering towards the Lamborghini that was spinning in place. Wang Hao asked Dr. Yin to slow down the car at this time, aiming to achieve the best result. As the number of zombies behind the car increased, Xiao Mo stopped spinning in place, but turned the front of the car towards the zombies that kept coming, and slowly fell backwards. A few minutes later, seeing that the effect had been achieved, and at this time several zombies had already laid on the front hood of the Lamborghini, Xiao Mo immediately made a decisive decision, stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly fell backwards, immediately throwing the zombies off, and suddenly swung the front of the car, and the bull-like Lamborghini roared towards Wang Hao and his friends. Wang Hao immediately asked Dr. Yin to pull the car over and turn off the engine. As the distance got closer and closer, the front of the two cars was only 40 to 50 meters apart. Wang Hao and the other two in the minibus quickly leaned down. In order to completely attract all the zombies, Xiao Mo stopped the car every 10 meters forward. From the increasingly loud alarm, Wang Hao judged that Xiao Mo should have reached the same level as the minibus. Wang Hao couldn't help but take a sneak peek outside. The zombies were indeed the same as what he had seen before, mostly middle-aged and elderly women, some of whom were holding a pink magnolia fan in their hands. It seems that this is a group of square dance Andes. Dr. Yin also secretly stuck half of his head out of the car window without knowing when. Speak softly, don't let anyone find out. Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, Yang Shiyun's dissatisfied voice came from behind. Sister, I don't think I have offended you. Why are you targeting me everywhere? Dr. Yin leaned down, turned his head, and looked at Yang Shiyun and whispered back. Yang Shiyun rolled her eyes at him, and turned her face to the side. At this moment, Dr. Yin accidentally hit the door switch with his knee. With a chi, the door of the minibus slowly opened. Chapter 124. The three people in the car were startled. Fortunately, the door was not facing the side of the zombies, and the electric door had to be fully opened before it could be closed again. Although the entire opening process was only a few seconds, every second was a torture for the three people in the car. Wang Hao and the other two people's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Everyone held their breath and looked at the slowly opening door nervously. Time seemed to have entered slow motion mode at this moment. Under a highly nervous state, the door finally opened completely. Dr. Yin hurriedly pressed the door closing button again, and the door slowly closed again. Just when everyone thought it was just a false alarm, a skinny arm suddenly stretched out. The door stopped immediately after encountering resistance. The three people in the car were startled again, and then a hideous face appeared in the crack of the door. Wang Hao was closest, so he could see it most clearly. It was almost a mummy-like face, with only a few sparse hairs on the top of the head, deep eye sockets, and gray eyeballs that had shrunk, like two dried white raisins. Two black nostrils were facing Wang Hao, spewing out a foul smell. The lips were highly rotten, and a pair of broken dentures hung under the empty gums. As the upper and lower jaws opened and closed, the broken dentures seemed to be likely to fall off at any time. The skinny arm with only a layer of skin left stretched out from the car door desperately grabbed Wang Hao's face. But the distance was limited after all. Wang Hao lay at the car door while dodging the grabbing arm, and slowly pulled out the black knife. The gap in the door was very narrow, less than the width of an ordinary cigarette box. At this time, on the other side of the vehicle, hundreds of zombies were passing by in a mighty manner. The sound of the alarm had already reached the rear of the vehicle. Now was the peak period for the zombies to pass through. If you were not careful, you would be surrounded by them. The zombie lady in front of him must be dealt with as soon as possible. Wang Hao held the handle of the knife in one hand and slowly aimed at the hideous head in the crack of the door. He saw the right moment, and with a swish, the black tip of the knife hit the forehead. The skinny arm that was frantically moving up and down suddenly stopped moving and drooped down. Swish. Wang Hao took advantage of the situation to pull out the black knife, and the corpse outside the door immediately fell down with its arm with a thump. The car door started again and slowly closed. The three people in the car finally breathed a sigh of relief, and each of them collapsed to their own position like a deflated balloon. After a moment, the alarm sounded far away. Wang Hao quietly stood up and looked out the window, and found that the group of corpses had been led by Xiao Mo to an intersection 100 meters behind him. At this time, several zombies following the tail were turning. Wang Hao looked at the watch. 20 minutes had passed. There were less than 40 minutes left before the time agreed with Xiao Mo. At this time, Dr. Yin and Yang Shiyun also climbed up from their respective positions. I wonder if you have ADHD. You almost killed me. Yang Shiyun looked behind the car, turned around and glared at Dr. Yin. I didn't mean it. Dr. Yin knew he was in the wrong, so he muttered softly. Drive slowly. Wang Hao walked behind Dr. Yin and patted his shoulder. I really didn't mean it. Dr. Yin turned around and looked at Wang Hao a little embarrassed. I know, let's go. Wang Hao said indifferently. Dr. Yin nodded, secretly glanced at Yang Shiyun, and found that her eyes were actually filled with tears. He thought she was crying because he was angry. His face was full of shame. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had to start the car and drive forward slowly. The vehicle soon arrived in front of the small square. Under the command of Yang Shiyun, it slowly turned left. After driving less than 500 meters, a medium-sized microsurgery hospital appeared on the left. From the outside, the hospital was a 5-story independent building. The open space in front of the door was very small, and 2 Jinbei ambulances were parked. As soon as Dr. Yin's car was stable, Yang Shiyun ran to the door with an anxious look on her face. The door was only half open, and she jumped down first with her shotgun. Wang Hao hurriedly followed, and Dr. Yin also quickly jumped down from the side of the cab. The glass door of the hospital lobby was not locked. Yang Shiyun pushed it open and rushed in rashly. Wang Hao and the others hurriedly followed. Fortunately, no danger was found in the lobby. On the left side of the lobby is the pharmacy, on the right is the payment office, and then there is a corridor running left and right. Facing the door is a staircase leading to the second floor, and next to it is a medical elevator. As soon as Yang Shiyun entered the hall, she looked around and went straight to the pharmacy. The door was open. There was not much space inside. 2 large medicine cabinets stood against the wall. It was a mess. The medicine cabinets were empty. On the floor and the table next to the medicine window, there were scattered papers, empty medicine boxes, medicine bottles, and chairs lying on the floor. There was a white coat covered with blood stains next to it. Apart from that, no valuable clues were found. Yang Shiyun stared at the white coat on the floor in a daze, and quickly ran out of the pharmacy and ran to the payment room opposite. Wang Hao and the others hurriedly followed, but they also found no valuable clues in the payment room. After coming out of the payment room, Yang Shiyun's face became more and more anxious, and tears began to roll in her eyes. Standing in the dim corridor, she didn't know where to search next. Don't worry, we still have time. Wang Hao looked at his watch, then looked back and forth, and turned to the 2 of them and said, I think this is it. You 2 search the rooms here. I go over there. If something unexpected happens, don't hesitate to shoot directly. Use the gunshot as a signal. We support each other. After saying that, he nodded to the 2 of them, and quickly ran to the corridor on the other side. Dr. Yin and Yang Shiyun also quickly turned around and searched the rooms one by one. Not long after, the 3 of them reunited at the stairs, and none of them found anything. According to Wang Hao's division of labor, the 3 of them searched all the way to the 5th floor, but found nothing except a few bodies with their heads blown off. After going down to the hall again, Yang Shiyun's face was full of disappointment and confusion. It can be seen that she has been trying hard to control her emotions. Although tears have been rolling in her eyes, she tried hard not to let them fall. Seeing that there were less than 10 minutes left before the time agreed with Xiao Mo, Wang Hao was about to say a few words to comfort Yang Shiyun, but at this moment, a rustling sound came from the basement behind him, as if someone was walking slowly. Before, because the door of the basement was locked with an iron chain from the outside, Wang Hao and his friends had guessed the situation inside, so no one paid attention to it. Now the search of the entire building was fruitless. Just when the 3 of them were about to return disappointed, the movement in the basement rekindled the fire of hope in Yang Shiyun's heart. Chapter 125. What do you want to do? While the 3 of them were hesitating, Wang Hao discovered that Yang Shiyun was slowly raising the muzzle of her gun towards the iron chain lock on the door handle, but before he finished speaking, a flash of fire flashed, and the iron chain lock fell off with a sound of crash and fell to the ground. Wang Hao and the others reacted quickly, knowing that she was unwilling to give up any hope. Just as they hurried forward to stop her, Yang Shiyun had already kicked open the basement door. Because the basement was dark, Yang Shiyun's vision was blocked after kicking the door open. For a moment, she stood at the door holding the shotgun. Wang Hao and the others had quickly turned on their flashlights and followed. What caught his eye was a gentle slope going down, about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, turning right at the end. Wang Hao looked at the sign above, and saw a rusty iron sign with black characters on a white background, which read mortuary. In such an environment, although the three people were just standing at the entrance of the basement, they still shuddered to varying degrees. "Miss Yang, you wait here, I go in and take a look." Dr. Yin took a step forward and turned to look at Yang Shiyun. After the false alarm on the minibus, Dr. Yin knew that he was in the wrong, and had been looking for an opportunity to make up for it. Seeing Yang Shiyun's expectant and anxious eyes, he suddenly felt distressed, and stood up involuntarily. "No, you haven't seen Brother Lai. What if he is down there, and you can't recognize him? I must go down with you." Yang Shiyun suddenly paused, her face becoming serious. "Don't argue, let's go down together, and make a quick decision, time is running out." After Wang Hao said that, he went down first, and Dr. Yin followed behind Yang Shiyun. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, and the temperature was constantly rising, he still felt a chill as soon as he entered the basement. The further he went down, the cooler it became, and there was also a strong smell of mold and rot. Throughout the process of going deeper, Wang Hao had been looking for the rustling sound, but the sound suddenly disappeared when Yang Shiyun kicked open the door. Now no matter how Wang Hao listened, all he could hear were the footsteps and breathing of the three of them. Wang Hao walked down carefully, but his mind was full of doubts. What happened? Did he hear it wrong? There was no sound coming from the basement. It was impossible. Even if they heard it wrong, three people would not hear it wrong at the same time. Then, thinking of this, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding suddenly surged up. Could it be that someone deliberately led them to the basement? What was the purpose? When he thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his nerves were tense all over his body. However, Yang Shiyun and Dr. Yin behind Wang Hao did not know what he was thinking at the moment. They were thinking about their own things. Yang Shiyun was in a very conflicted mood at the moment. She hoped to find her brother Lai in the basement, but at the same time, she didn't want him to appear here. Dr. Yin was thinking about how to do his best to compensate this girl, who looked strong and handsome on the outside, but was weak and confused on the inside. In fact, since Dr. Yin took that step resolutely just now, it was no longer a compensation for him. It should be said that it was a kind of heartache, a kind of protective desire from the depths of a man's bones. This feeling is hard to explain. The gentle slope of more than 10 meters has reached the corner with the cautious footsteps of the three people. Wang Hao raised his hand at this time, signaling the two people behind him to stop first. Yang Shiyun and Dr. Yin stopped immediately when they saw this. Wang Hao leaned against the wall and listened attentively for a while, then turned back and nodded to the two of them, and suddenly jumped out, with the flashlight and the muzzle of the gun facing the darkness at the same time. He breathed a sigh of relief at once. After turning right, there was a corridor with a width similar to the gentle slope, about 10 meters away, at the end of which was a milky white double-opening wooden door, with smooth walls on both sides. Only a wooden table and an armchair were placed near the wooden door, with teacups, registration books, and other things on them. A fire axe was inserted horizontally between the two door handles of the double-opening wooden door, tied back and forth several times with a blood-stained bed sheet, and the two glass windows on the wooden door were also stained with blood. Wang Hao turned around and waved at the two of them, then walked over. Since the glass window on the wooden door was covered with blood, Wang Hao had to gently push open a crack in the door, and use a flashlight to look inside. The morgue was dark, and the flashlight had a limited range. What Wang Hao saw was a morgue cabinet with 7 or 8 more drawers opened. Some of the bloody corpses had half of their bodies dragged out of the morgue drawers, and some of their internal organs and intestines flowed out of the morgue drawers. At this time, Yang Shiyun and Dr. Yin had also followed up. With the help of Wang Hao's flashlight, they saw the scene in the morgue and immediately vomited. Although Wang Hao also felt nauseous, his current goal was the source of the sound. The distance was so long, and the rustling sound he heard outside the door before was so clear. Logically, even if the sound came from the morgue in front of him, it would definitely not be so clear. Could it be that the sound came from between the entrance and the two wooden doors? However, nothing suspicious was found along the way. Just as Wang Hao was checking the scene in the morgue and wondering, the wooden door in front of him was suddenly pushed by someone. Wang Hao and the other two were frightened and pushed it open involuntarily. Then a hideous face appeared in the blood-stained glass window, and soon several arms stretched out from the crack of the door. What Wang Hao and Dr. Yin did not expect was that when Yang Shiyun saw the face in the glass window, she was stunned for a moment, then shouted and rushed over. "Brother Lai. Is it you? Brother Lai." At this moment, Yang Shiryun finally couldn't control her emotions anymore. She slapped the glass window with both hands and cried heartbrokenly at the face inside. "Be careful." Wang Hao hurried forward to pull her arm. "Don't worry about it." Yang Shiryun shook off Wang Hao's arm with tears on her face and continued to slap the glass window. The face in the glass window did not respond no matter how he called out, but just kept baring his teeth at her. His face, which was full of yellow pustules, had cracks due to the excessive opening and closing of his upper and lower jaws, and yellow mucus kept flowing down his hideous face. "Miss Yang, don't be too sad. He doesn't recognize you anymore." Dr. Yin knew that the face in the window was the brother Lai she was looking for. Seeing Yang Shiryun's grief-stricken look, he stepped forward and advised her with a distressed look on his face. "No, brother Lai must know me. I'm going to rescue him now." Yang Shiryun suddenly calmed down after hearing what Dr. Yin said. She stepped back, looked at the fire axe on the door handle, and pulled it out. "Brother Lai, I'm coming to rescue you now." As the fire axe was pulled out, the door suddenly loosened. Although it was still tied with a bloody bed sheet, it had lost its original function at this time. The door was quickly opened by the arm inside, leaving a wide gap for one person to enter and exit. Wang Hao and the others didn't expect Yang Shiryun to do this, and they hurried to pull the wooden door, but it was too late. A zombie in a white coat had already half of its body drilled out. Almost at the same time, a long black tongue quickly swept over the heads of the three people. Chapter 126. Not good. Watch out. Wang Hao suddenly felt the wind blowing above his head, and was startled. The black knife in his hand had already quickly circled around his head to meet it. Swoosh. The long tongue retracted like lightning, and then a figure jumped from the top of the three people's heads to the wall next to them. At the same time, Dr. Yin had quickly pulled Yang Shiryun to the other side. Before he could stand firm, the Type 81 rifle in his hand bang 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 was a string of fire shooting at the wooden door of the morgue. After all, the Type 81 rifle was quite powerful. After a string of bullets, the zombie's head, which had already drilled out half of its body, was immediately smashed to pieces, and its body was stuck in the crack of the door. For a moment, the tension of the bloody bed sheet blocked the crack of the door that was just enough for one person to pass through. In this way, the zombies in the morgue were temporarily delayed from pouring out. Yang Shiryun also quickly woke up at this time. She raised her hunting rifle and shot at the shadow that jumped from Wang Hao's head to the wall next to her. Bang! She fired a shotgun at him, but she didn't expect that the shadow just jumped away easily. The shadow was immediately angry after missing the shot. With a low roar, the shadow quickly crawled towards Yang Shiryun from the wall where it landed along the roof like a huge gecko. "Guard the door." Wang Hao didn't have time to say more. He quickly took out his pistol and shot a few bullets at the fast-moving shadow above his head. Wang Hao, who wanted to attract the shadow to his side, found that the other party didn't care at all. It seemed that he had identified Yang Shiryun and crawled towards her regardless of everything. Yang Shiryun had never encountered a licker before. Although she was a little surprised, she was not afraid. She raised her gun and fired at the black shadow that was crawling towards her. Bang! 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 3 more scattered bullets were fired. Although these 3 shots failed to kill the opponent, the licker was knocked off the roof by her. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and slashed at it from behind with a wheel knife. After all, the licker had undergone primary evolution, and its movement speed was naturally not comparable to that of normal humans, and its IQ was also slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies. After being knocked to the ground, it actually rolled on the spot and barely avoided Wang Hao's fatal knife. The blade hit the concrete ground and immediately sparked a flame. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that the licker suddenly changed direction while rolling and stood up again to pounce on Yang Shiryun, and the long tongue in its mouth shot out. At this time, it was only 1 step away from Yang Shiryun. After being forced into a corner, Yang Shiryun wanted to raise her gun and shoot again, but it was too late. The tip of the tongue full of tentacles had reached her chest, and a fishy smell entered her nostrils. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Dr. Yin, who was shooting to stop the zombies in the morgue, was closest to Yang Shiryun at this time. After seeing Yang Shiryun's danger, he quickly turned the muzzle of the gun and fired bang bang bang. Although the licker was not killed, the powerful power of the Type 81 rifle still deflected it. The long black tongue shot into the wall next to Yang Shiryun with a pop sound. Almost at the same time, the black knife in Wang Hao's hand also chopped down from midair. Click! Suddenly, there was a sound of a skull breaking, and the licker fell to Yang Shiryun's feet with a thump as Wang Hao drew his knife. "Everyone, retreat!" Wang Hao shouted urgently. Yang Shuryun was frightened by the scene just now, and just stared at the liquor with a cracked skull under Wang Hao's flashlight. Dr. Yin had just shot all the few bullets in his magazine in a hurry to save Yang Shuryun. After hearing Wang Hao's voice, he was about to pull Yang Shuryun, who was in a daze there. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, the door of the morgue was banged. And it was broken open, and 4 zombies immediately ran towards the 3 people. Go! Dr. Yin quickly blocked in front of Yang Shuryun, took out the pistol from his waist, held a flashlight in one hand, and shot at the zombies rushing towards him with bang, bang, bang. It was a few shots. Wang Hao also quickly swung his knife forward, and chopped off the head of one of the zombies with one blow. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the door, and Wang Hao and his accomplice killed them all in no time, but they did not find Brother Lai's body among the corpses. The scene became quiet again. After hearing the conversation between Wang Hao and his accomplice, Yang Shuryun finally came back to her senses from her shock. She hesitated for a moment when she saw the corpses on the ground, and then hurriedly stepped forward to grab the flashlight from Dr. Yan's hand and began to search among the corpses on the ground. Don't look for him anymore, he's not here. Dr. Yan looked at Yang Shuryun, who kept squatting down among the 4 corpses, and said with a distressed look on his face. But before he finished speaking, Wang Hao's voice suddenly came, "Be careful behind you." Dr. Yan turned around quickly, and saw a tall zombie with 2 arms hanging down, stumbling towards him under the light of Wang Hao's flashlight. It turned out to be here. Dr. Yan raised his hand and prepared to shoot, but was suddenly stopped by Yang Shuryun behind him. "Don't touch him, let me do it." Yang Shuryun returned the flashlight to Dr. Yan, slowly raised the shotgun in his hand, and pointed it at Brother Lai, whom he had been looking for. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides was only about 10 meters, and Yang Shuryun. He aimed, but suddenly put down the shotgun, looked at the other party and burst into tears. "Brother Lai, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault." Dr. Yin took the flashlight and shone it at Brother Lai. A gray tennis bag was slung across his waist, which was full of stuff. As he staggered, a white medicine bottle fell from the broken zipper. Seeing this scene, Dr. Yin immediately understood why Yang Shuryun raised the gun and put it down again. At that moment, his face was moved, and the muzzle that was about to be raised also hesitated. Suddenly, a bang sounded, and Brother Lai paused and fell backwards. Crash! The gray tennis bag was thrown aside when he fell to the ground, and the medicine bottles and medicine boxes inside were scattered all over the ground. This shot was fired by Wang Hao. Brother Lai was only 3 or 5 steps away from them at that time. If he hesitated again, he would pounce on them. At that time, even if he was not bitten, he might be scratched by the other party's nails. Because the face of Brother Lai, which Wang Hao had noticed outside the glass window, was different from that of other zombies. Most of the other zombies had rotten faces, but Brother Lai had countless yellow pustules on his face, which was somewhat similar to the faces of the creepers he had encountered in the ancient temple and the quarry. In particular, he had just observed that Brother Lai's arms were longer than those of ordinary people, and from a distance of more than 10 meters, Wang Hao could clearly see his thick palms and thick, sharp black nails, which were definitely not what an ordinary zombie should have. From this, he inferred that Brother Lai was mutating. But didn't Feng Hetian talk about the evolution of zombie levels before? Could they evolve beyond their levels? Chapter 127. Brother Lai. Seeing Brother Lai slowly falling from her sight, Yang Shuryun was stunned. After a few seconds of silence, she burst into a loud cry, threw down the shotgun in her hand, and rushed to the other's body. She fell beside Brother Lai and hugged his head, saying with tears streaming down her face, "Brother Lai, it's my fault, I'm too selfish, I'm sorry for you. Brother Lai, wake up." Wang Hao's face was also moved when he saw this. He sighed softly, walked to Yang Shuryun and said, "It's time to go. The gunshots just now will quickly attract the zombies around. It won't be so easy to get away then." "Yes, Miss Yang, it's too late. Let's go." Dr. Yin also hurried forward to persuade her. He supported Yang Shuryun's shoulders with a distressed look on his face. "I won't leave. I stay with Brother Lai." Yang Shuryun shook off Dr. Yin's arm and said in a daze, tears dripping onto Brother Lai's face in her arms, "He is no longer the person you knew before. He is now just a walking corpse. Don't forget why he became like this. He did it for you. And who did you do it for? What's the point of just blaming yourself now? Can he come back to life? Or can your mother recover immediately?" Speaking of this, Wang Hao paused and softened his tone. He sighed lightly, slowly squatted down beside Yang Shuryun, and said softly, "Miss Yang, I understand your feelings very well. I can also see his position in your mind. At the same time, you must also understand that you are equally important in his mind. I believe he hopes that you can live well. For him and your mother, you should also live well. Yang Shuryun burst into tears again when she heard this. Believe me, Brother Lai doesn't want to see you give up like this even in heaven. Wang Hao took off his shirt and nodded to Yang Shuryun. Yang Shuryun looked at Brother Lai in her arms reluctantly and carefully put his head down. Wang Hao supported his shirt with both hands and gently covered Brother Lai's head. Let's go, time is running out. Brother Xiao Mo should have arrived at our agreed place by now. Wang Hao patted Yang Shuryun's shoulder and stood up and said. Yang Shuryun looked at Brother Lai's body and nodded reluctantly and slowly stood up from the ground. Then these medicines. Dr. Yin looked at the bottles and boxes scattered on the ground next to Brother Lai's body and looked at Wang Hao with an inquiring look. Put it away and give it to Miss Yang. Wang Hao glanced at Yang Shuryun, then stepped forward to take off the tennis bag on Brother Lai's shoulder, and together with Dr. Yin, reloaded the medicines and handed them to Yang Shuryun. Miss Yang, Brother Lai died because of this bag of medicine. I hope you can keep it well and use it for people who need it in the future. Perhaps this is also a kind of comfort to Brother Lai's spirit in heaven. Wang Hao looked at Yang Shuryun with a serious face. Thank you. Yang Shuryun nodded at Wang Hao, took the tennis bag, and slung it over his shoulder. Your gun. Dr. Yin handed Yang Shuryun's gun over at this time. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Yang Shuryun nodded at Dr. Yin, with a guilty look on his face, and slowly took the shotgun. Hi, I'm fine. Dr. Yin scratched his head a little embarrassedly. If you have any problems in the future, just talk to me. Yang Shuryun nodded, turned around and looked at Brother Lai's body reluctantly, and walked away first. Wang Hao and the other two also looked at each other, and turned around to follow. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since the time agreed with Xiao Mo. After returning to the minibus, Dr. Yin stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed. In less than 5 minutes, they had arrived at the agreed location. However, to the surprise of the three, Xiao Mo's Lamborghini was not found in the parking lot. Wang Hao hurriedly asked Dr. Yin to drive the car to the opposite side of the parking lot entrance. He quickly jumped out of the car and ran to the intersection where Xiao Mo disappeared before. He looked around for a long time, but could not see any trace of Xiao Mo. He couldn't help but worry about him. What should I do? Dr. Yin and Yang Shuryun also rushed over at this time. The two looked around and looked at Wang Hao. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. If Xiao Mo still hasn't come back in 5 minutes, you can drive the minibus back first, and I find another car to look for him along his route. Wang Hao frowned and looked at the two of them, and said, How can this be possible? It's too dangerous to leave you here alone. I think Miss Yang should drive back alone first, and we can go together to look for him. At least we can take care of each other. Dr. Yin immediately objected. He glanced at Yang Shuryun and said, Don't argue. If you want to stay, stay together, otherwise leave together. You came out to take this risk because of me. I will never leave any of you and go back alone. Yang Shuryun stepped forward and looked at Wang Hao and the others without allowing any objection. Okay. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. In that case, let's not argue anymore. Let's get in the car first. We'd be too conspicuous if we stay here. The three of them then returned to the minibus. Dr. Yin had just closed the door when suddenly a strong roar of a motor came from far away. The three of them were relieved when they heard it. That powerful roar was exactly the roar of the Lamborghini driven by Xiao Mo. Sure enough, more than 10 seconds later, the black Lamborghini appeared at the intersection opposite the minibus. After a sharp brake sound, the Lamborghini suddenly swerved and stopped in front of the minibus. Only then did the three of them see that the front and rear hoods of the Lamborghini had been dented by the collision, and the entire body of the car was stained with blood. As soon as the car stabilized, Xiao Mo opened the door and walked out, holding a green airdrop rescue bag in his hand. Dr. Yin quickly opened the door. After Xiao Mo got in the car, he threw the rescue bag on the seat. Dr. Yin then started the car and drove slowly back to the way they came. Didn't you find anyone? Xiao Mo took off his equipment and sat down next to Wang Hao. Found. Wang Hao nodded with a heavy face. Seeing this, Xiao Mo glanced at Yang Shuryun. Seeing her leaning on the passenger seat with a depressed look, he didn't ask any more questions. Knowing that the situation must be not optimistic, he stood up and untied the rescue bag in a few seconds, and actually took out a bottle of red wine and a whole pack of Nanjing Jawuzes from it. Brother Xiao Mo, where did you find the rescue bag? Why is there cigarettes and alcohol in it? Dr. Yin saw what Xiaomo was holding through the rearview mirror, but he said with some depression that his unit had been responsible for packing some airdrop rescue packages when the disaster occurred, so he naturally knew what was inside better than anyone present. I found this bottle of wine and cigarettes in the car. The situation was a bit critical at the time, and I planned to abandon the vehicle, so I stuffed them into the rescue package. Xiaomo threw the cigarette to Wang Hao, and he didn't know where he got a red wine opener from. He turned it a few times and pulled the cork out with a bang. He raised the bottle and dong dong dong. He poured a few sips into his mouth and handed the bottle to Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head, tore open a box of cigarettes, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. Xiaomo then handed the wine to Dr. Yin, who was driving. Dr. Yin was about to free his hands to take it, but Yang Shiyin grabbed it and drank half a bottle in one breath. Xiaomo glanced at her without saying anything and sat down next to Wang Hao again. Wang Hao then lit a cigarette for Dr. Yin and took it over. Dr. Yin took the cigarette and took a few puffs, but her eyes looked at Yang Shiyin from time to time. Most of the bottle of red wine had been drunk by her at this time, and tears flowed down her eyes. Dr. Yin's eyes were full of heartache and worry. His Adam's apple moved, as if he wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to persuade her at the moment. The vehicle drove towards the villa area at a constant speed. None of the 4 people in the car spoke again at this time. Everyone's face was heavy. Just as the vehicle was about to drive onto the road section under construction behind the villa area, a tall back suddenly appeared on the top of the gentle slope in front, and there seemed to be a crowd of people in front of it. Chapter 128. Under the scorching sun, the tall figure was walking slowly and gradually disappearing on the top of the slope. Isn't that the tracker? How did it come here? Dr. Yan's face was suddenly horrified, and he couldn't help but slow down the car and slowly pulled it to the side. No, it has been tracking us here. Xiaomo looked at the tall figure coldly. You mean, it had already discovered us before, but it didn't show it at the time, so what was its purpose in doing so? Wang Hao said puzzledly. It is using us to lure out more survivors, and the corpses that came back last night are proof of that. Xiaomo said. According to what you said, has it tracked us to the villa area? Yang Shiyin suddenly became nervous. It's hard to say, Xiaomo shook his head, but one thing is certain, it must have found something nearby. The most important thing now is to quickly pick up the people in the villa area and then make plans. Otherwise, it won't be long before they are surrounded by zombies. Wang Hao nodded, turned his head to look at the isolation wall on the upper right, and turned his gaze to Yang Shiyin and said, Can it lead directly to the villa area? Yang Shiyin followed his gaze, and pointed to an isolation wall on the top of the slope and said, There is a construction passage from there that can lead directly to the villa area. Although I am familiar with the terrain inside, I am not sure about the number of zombies. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while after hearing this. I can't care so much. At present, this is the only way to do it. With the IQ of the tracker and the speed of the zombies, they will definitely find and arrive outside the villa area in less than an hour. If things get to that point, even if we can rescue them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get away. Hao, what is your plan? Xiaomo heard from Wang Hao's words that he seemed to have an implementation plan. If you want to completely solve the worries, you must root them out. A trace of viciousness suddenly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Do you want to get rid of that big guy? Dr. Yin said in surprise. Wang Hao nodded and said solemnly, If we don't completely eliminate it, I'm afraid it will keep following us. Now may be an opportunity for us. Wang Hao then told his plan to the 3 people, and the 3 nodded after listening. After the tall figure disappeared at the top of the slope for 10 minutes, Wang Hao asked Dr. Yin to start the car and slowly drove to the top of the slope. After the minibus got on the section of the isolation wall pointed out by Yang Shiyin, Wang Hao found that this section of the isolation wall was also a gate like the gate of the villa area, but he didn't find it before because he was in a hurry. The gate was not locked. Wang Hao pushed it hard, and it was pushed open. The gate was overgrown with weeds. A 5 to 6 meter wide slag road led straight ahead. The environment on both sides was similar to the villa area where Yang Shiyin and his team settled. All the buildings were finished. However, in this apocalypse, the black windows and doors on the buildings in the weeds gave people a weird feeling. After the minibus entered the gate, it kept a constant speed and drove to the end. Fortunately, no traces of zombies were found along the way. Under the command of Yang Shiyin, the minibus stopped at a wider place at the end. Wang Hao and his 4 people got off the car quickly. Yang Shiyin pointed to a newly built isolation wall next to it and said, The villa area is behind that isolation wall. As long as the isolation wall is removed, Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Before Yang Shuryun finished speaking, Hu Zi's voice came from the back window of the second floor of a villa next to her. Why did you come back from the back door? The four people looked at the sound and were immediately overjoyed. Yang Shuryun immediately explained the situation to Hu Zi and asked him to quickly notify everyone to prepare for evacuation. Hu Zi hummed and turned away. Wang Hao frowned at the isolation wall, then asked Dr. Yin to turn the vehicle around, and then directly knocked the isolation wall open with the rear of the car. Hu Zi had just informed everyone of the news, and everyone was preparing when they saw the rear of the minibus fall in. Wang Hao and others quickly got off the car to help everyone pack up and make arrangements. In addition to the necessary food, water and medicine, other things that could be thrown away were thrown away. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had boarded the minibus. Hui Xiaodong took over the minibus, while Wang Hao, Xiao Mo, Dr. Yin, and Zhong Yu took the Ford Raptor with enough ammunition. The rest of the people were arranged in the minibus, and then Yang Shuryun led them to pass the steel bridge and choose a place where they could go in and out to wait for Wang Hao and the other four. After the arrangement was completed, the two cars drove in different directions. Wang Hao and the other four just drove out of the gate of the villa area and saw a crowd of people from afar. A tall figure followed behind, looking like a shepherd driving his flock from afar. Wang Hao got off the car and ran to the back of the car to check the situation in the river. The river was full of garbage, and the water had dried up. Several streams less than 1 meter wide meandered among the garbage. The river was a bowl-shaped structure, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Opposite was an old city. Wang Hao looked left and right along the opposite side of the river, and suddenly a dangerous move popped up in his mind. Either he would hit the target with one strike, or he would be crushed to pieces and die without a complete body. Chapter 129. Having made up his mind, Wang Hao immediately turned back to the car and told Xiao Mo and the other two about the specific implementation method. After listening to it, the three felt that it was too risky, but this might be the only chance to eradicate the problem, so Wang Hao quickly arranged their respective tasks for them. Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu went to ambush near the railway bridge nearby. Wang Hao and Xiao Mo led the zombies into the river after they approached. The zombies were stiff, and it was not easy for them to climb up once they got down to the bowl-shaped river. Then the four of them concentrated their firepower on the pursuer. If they could kill it, it would be fine. If it was really invulnerable as Feng Etienne said, then they would implement the second plan, lead it under the railway bridge, blow up the bridge, and use the weight of the railway bridge to smash it to death. Even if the pursuer was invulnerable, the weight of the hundreds of tons on the railway bridge would be enough to smash it into a pile of meat paste. After assigning the tasks, the four people went their separate ways. Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu quickly crossed the river and sneaked to the railway bridge on the opposite side. Wang Hao and Xiao Mo immediately started the vehicle and rushed towards the zombies 100 meters away. When the vehicle was still more than 20 meters away from the zombies, it suddenly stopped sideways. Wang Hao quickly took out a 95 full automatic rifle from the co-pilot window and fired at the zombies. The leading dozen zombies fell down one after another, but were soon overwhelmed by the zombies behind. Wang Hao changed another magazine and aimed at the pursuer this time. The power of the 95 full automatic rifle was also good. After a few bullets were fired, the pursuer quickly responded. It no longer followed the zombies step by step like before, but became furious instantly, roared to the sky, and began to run wildly. The nearly 3 meter tall and 1 meter wide body rushed over from the slow zombies like a giant. Although its movements were clumsy, each step was twice as fast as an ordinary zombie. Some zombies in front of it were easily lifted and thrown aside, and some were kicked away directly. Only then did Wang Hao see the face of the pursuer clearly. It had a bald head and almost waxy facial features, leaving only a bloody mouth pulled to the roots of the ears, with a mouth full of sharp black and blue fangs. Its body was naked and covered with fist-sized yellow pustules. Its limbs were strong and developed, and its hands had evolved into 5-fingered eagle claws the size of a winnowing basket. There was a black thing hanging between its legs, swaying left and right with its steps. Wang Hao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he saw it. Xiao Mo quickly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle immediately rushed towards the river with a bump. Although the huge tracker was not as flexible as the liquor, its running speed was not slow. Just when Wang Hao and the others stopped the car, the tracker was only 10 meters away from them. At that moment, the two of them had no time to hesitate and rushed down the river to the other side, stepping on all kinds of smelly garbage. Before they could stand firmly, there was a splash behind them. They looked back hurriedly and saw that the tracker actually jumped down from the river bank. Perhaps because of its weight, it actually sank into the garbage pile soaked by the river water. The zombies behind it had arrived at this time, and they rolled down from the river bank like dumplings, and soon surrounded the tracker in the middle. The tracker was immediately furious, waving his two arms, grabbing the zombies rolling around him, and throwing them aside like throwing garbage. But the more he threw, the more zombies came behind him. Wang Hao and his accomplice seized the opportunity, and fired fiercely at the tracker that was busy cleaning up its surroundings. Just when Wang Hao was about to call Dr. Yin to throw a grenade, the tracker roared, suddenly jumped out from the garbage mud and the zombies that kept rolling down, and rushed towards Wang Hao and his accomplice, waving his arms. Wang Hao and his accomplice immediately followed the second plan, constantly looking back and firing, while quickly running towards the railway bridge. The tracker, completely enraged, roared again, and immediately chased Wang Hao and his accomplice from the river channel without hesitation. However, the tracker's route deviated from the route Wang Hao had set before. It actually chased Wang Hao and his accomplice directly from the previous trap place, along a straight line distance, at a 45-degree angle. If it could not be led to the bottom of the railway bridge, the second plan would not be able to play its role at all, and it might even set itself on fire. Wang Hao saw Dr. Yin installing grenades in the middle of the bridge, and suddenly thought of a remedy in his mind. He shouted at Dr. Yin, "Gather all the grenades together, and hang them in a conspicuous position on the other side of the railway bridge." Dr. Yin responded hurriedly after hearing this, and stood up, and turned to the other side of the railway bridge. At this time, Wang Hao and the others were still 10 meters away from the railway bridge, and the pursuer was only about 20 meters away. After receiving Dr. Yin's response, Wang Hao quickly replaced the last magazine and rushed back to the river. Xiao Mo was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed. "Hao, what do you want to do?" Xiao Mo followed with a puzzled look on his face. "Lead it to the bottom of the bridge, and then we will use bullets to fire grenades to blow up the bridge," Wang Hao said, while constantly looking back to pay attention to the distance of the pursuer. When the pursuer saw Wang Hao and his partner go down to the river again, he immediately changed his route and waved his arms, chasing Wang Hao and his partner in the river. After the change of tactics worked, the next step was to test his shooting skills. Wang Hao was not sure that he could hit the fist-sized grenade with one shot from a safe distance, and the time of shooting must be consistent with the time when the pursuer entered the bridge, and the error could not exceed 2 seconds, otherwise the effort would fail. Just when Wang Hao and his partner had just passed under the bridge, Zhong Yu's voice suddenly came from the river on the right. "Just run forward. Leave the rest to us." Wang Hao responded hurriedly, turned around and fired a few shots at the pursuer more than 10 meters away, and then the two of them instantly sped up and ran straight ahead. After running more than 20 meters in one breath, a gunshot suddenly came from behind, followed by boom. There was a loud bang, and the rotten railway bridge collapsed instantly. Chapter 130. Wang Hao and the other men stopped running immediately after hearing the explosion. They turned their heads and saw that the railway bridge, which was already shaky, had been blown up in half, forming a big V in the middle of the river. As the smoke cleared, Wang Hao saw that the huge body of the tracker had been smashed into a pile of rotten meat and mixed with the garbage in the river under the tip of the V. Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu were standing on the right side of the river more than 20 meters away from them, each holding a weapon in their hands facing the collapsed broken bridge. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly called the two to cross the river and evacuate from the villa area. After hearing Wang Hao's call, the two reacted immediately, and quickly went down the river, and followed Wang Hao and Xiao Mo to the other side. Most of the zombies that had fallen into the river before had gotten up and gathered together. Although many were killed by Wang Hao and the trackers, there were still about 70 or 80 of them, and they were slowly rushing towards the broken bridge. There was no need to waste ammunition on ordinary zombies, and they were trapped in the river, and would not pose a threat in the short term, so there was no need to weed them out. After the four of them returned to the other side, Wang Hao checked the Ford car and found that it was not damaged by the zombies. He quickly pedaled out of the villa area, which at least saved half the time and distance. After leaving the villa area, Wang Hao found the minibus parked on the steel bridge from a distance. After everyone reunited, they had no time to talk in detail and set off again. Under the command of Yang Shiyun, the two cars arrived at the highway entrance outside Jinshi in less than half an hour. The barrier arm at the entrance had been knocked open, and a pool of blood that had already turned black was splashed on the glass window of the toll booth. Two female zombies in toll collectors' clothes were wandering around the 3 toll booths at the exit. When they saw Wang Hao and his car, they immediately became energetic and walked over waving their arms. After the previous disaster, The people in the car just looked at them indifferently, and no one had the intention to take action. The car was passed, and the two toll collector zombies quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The number of vehicles that had just entered the ramp blocking the road gradually increased. Perhaps it was because this highway would pass through the capital along the way, so it attracted so many vehicles. From this, it can be seen that most Chinese people still have the mentality before the disaster. The larger the city, the more opportunities there are. This was the case before the end of the world, and it was also the case when the end of the world came. However, they overlooked one point. In today's world, the more people there are, the more zombies there are. Compared with before the end of the world, the larger the city, the smaller the chance of survival. The two cars finally drove out of the ramp and got on the highway. Everyone in the car gasped. They saw that the side leading to Beijing was full of abandoned vehicles, and there was no end in sight, while the other side was empty, forming a sharp contrast. The road ahead is blocked, and there is no way to pass. What should we do? After the car stopped, Xiao Mo turned to look at Wang Hao. If we want to turn back now, we can either go back the same way or clear a piece of open space for the two cars to turn around. Anyway, no matter which choice we make, it will take a certain amount of time. In this case, we might as well choose to go in the opposite direction. Wang Hao looked around and said, "That's the only way." Xiao Mo nodded, and Zhong Yu frowned as he looked at the barrier in the middle of the highway. What should we do with the barrier? We don't have any tools, and we can't dismantle it with our bare hands. Brother Zhong is right. Our explosives have been used up, and the barrier is anti-collision. Even if we use the car to force it open, the car will probably be scrapped. Dr. Yen interrupted with some concern. I overlooked this point. Wang Hao frowned when he heard this. He had only considered the time issue before, but ignored this important link. If he couldn't get through the barrier, everything would be empty talk. This problem may not be possible for others, but it is easy for you. Xiao Mo glanced at the black knife on Wang Hao's waist and said calmly, "You mean, use it?" Seeing Xiao Mo's eyes, Wang Hao was stunned and subconsciously looked at the black knife on his waist. Yes, I used this knife to cut off a rebar as thick as a thumb before, so it should be no problem to use it here. Xiao Mo nodded and said. Xiao Mo's words immediately gave Wang Hao a lot of motivation. Although Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin felt a little incredible, they did not question it. Wang Hao immediately got off the car to arrange the sentries, and the rest of the people worked together to clear the roadblocks. He drew out a short knife and came to the isolation fence. To be honest, although Wang Hao believed Xiao Mo's words, he still had some doubts in his heart about using a knife to cut the isolation fence. At that moment, he held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands and slowly raised it above his head. He took a deep breath and exerted force all over his body. A force instantly came from the soles of his feet to his arms. With a loud click sound, sparks flew, and the black blade was completely immersed in the corrugated isolation fence. This loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Except for Xiao Mo, almost everyone's face was shocked. Wang Hao pulled out the blade and looked at it. It was still sharp and not bent at all. He felt incredible, and his confidence was instantly raised. He aimed at the crack he had just cut and cut it again. With a click, one end of the guardrail suddenly dropped down. Wang Hao made several more cuts in a row. Clang, the nearly 2-meter-long guardrail fell down, and there was a burst of excitement behind him. As we all know, the guardrails on the highway are two parallel ones, with a distance of about 1 meter. After successfully cutting one, Wang Hao's confidence increased greatly. He did not stop and cut the other one in one breath. The biggest problem was solved so easily. Not only Wang Hao, but also the people behind him, who were busy clearing the vehicles blocking the road, were also confident. In less than half an hour, a road for a minibus to pass through was cleared, and the gap in the isolation fence cut by Wang Hao was just enough for the minibus to pass through, so Ford cars were naturally not a problem. Although the two cars were extremely careful when passing through the gap, they still scratched the car body. However, this did not affect the excitement of the people in the car. First, the problem was solved so easily. Second, through today's competition, everyone saw the hope of survival from Wang Hao. As long as he is there, they can go on even the most difficult road. Especially Yang Shiyun and others, the original confusion and helplessness immediately found a direction after meeting Wang Hao and his team. Just like what Dr. Yin said before at Dagu Grain Station, because I see a spirit in your team, a spirit of unity and trust, not abandoning and not giving up. I believe that with you, there will be hope. Although these few words are simple, they represent the voices of all the survivors. In the end times, Zombies are rampant and people's hearts are unpredictable. It is important to survive, but faith must not be lost. Once lost, what is the difference between you and the Walking Dead? After the convoy set off again, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people who had not slept all night had not eaten a grain of rice or drunk a drop of water since morning. In addition, they had just experienced such a toss. After calming down, the excitement was gradually replaced by waves of sleepiness. Soon, the car became quiet. Driving along the way, the road conditions were wide and worry-free, and the speed was gradually increased unconsciously. After driving on the reverse road for nearly 40 minutes, the sign of Jingshan Service Area 1 kilometer ahead appeared in front of Wang Hao. Considering everyone's situation, Wang Hao decided to rest in the Beijing Service Area for one night and continue on the road tomorrow morning. 2 minutes later, the convoy slowly drove into the parking lot of the service area. What puzzled everyone was that the huge parking lot was empty, with almost no vehicles to be seen. Moreover, the entire service area was clean and tidy, unlike other service areas that were messy. After the vehicle slowly stopped, according to the usual practice, the people in Wang Hao's first car got off the car first to patrol around, and other people got off after confirming that it was safe. The service area is very large. Behind the parking lot is a horizontal 2-story antique building that integrates a restaurant, a supermarket, and a toilet. At the end is a large gas station and maintenance area. Behind the service area is an endless mountain range. Wang Hao and his 4 people checked for a long time and found that the doors, windows, and counters of the entire service area were locked. Even the toilet door was hung with an old-fashioned padlock, and a thick layer of dust fell on it. And the entire service area, where there are glass on both the upper and lower floors, is covered with curtains, sheets, and other obstructions from the inside, so you can't see what's inside at all. It's really strange. Is there still someone living here? Dr. Yin was a little depressed and retreated to a distance to look at the second floor, then turned his head to look at the service area opposite, his face full of confusion. It should be, but it looks like he hasn't been back for a long time. Wang Hao twisted the dust on his fingers, frowned and looked at the doors and windows in front of him. So do we stay or leave? Zhongyu also came over from the other side at this time. Since we are here, this place is considered safe. Let everyone rest for a night. If someone comes back, I will negotiate with him, and if it doesn't work, we will leave. Wang Hao frowned and said. Zhongyu nodded, turned around to greet everyone to get off the car, and Wang Hao and the other 2 followed immediately. After everyone got off the car, Wang Hao said, we will camp in the parking lot tonight. No one should go to the service area to pick up things. After dinner, everyone should rest early and set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone was immediately happy when they heard it. Like before, Hui Xiaodong took Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi to find dry firewood in the surrounding area. Luo Yi and Shan Wan were responsible for cooking. Cross-Eyed was responsible for standing guard on the roof of the minibus with a telescope. Zhongyu and Dr. Yin patrolled with Black-Winged Wolf. Wang Hao and Xiao Mo studied tomorrow's route. After Yang Shuryan settled her mother, she and Aunt Zhang also took the initiative to join the cooking team. With the help of Yang Shuyun and Aunt Zhang, dinner was ready in less than half an hour. After dinner, it was still early. Hui Xiaodong was smoking the 9-5 Supreme that Wang Hao had given him, while yelling that Yang Shuyun had to tell everyone her story. Hu Zi wanted to get angry when he saw this, but was stopped by Yang Shuyun. She did not refute Hui Xiaodong's face, but pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Chapter 131. As Yang Shuyun told the story, everyone gradually had a new view of this girl, who looked cold but was weak at heart. Yang Shuyun was just 24 years old this year, and her birthday was the day when the RS virus broke out. Yang Shuyun's father, Yang Shi, is 45 years old this year. He is the chairman of the board of directors of the well-known Dongshi Real Estate Group Company, Limited in Jinshi, and her mother, Han Meiwan, is an economics professor at Jinshi University. Yang Shuyun graduated from the Department of Architecture of Beijing University last year. Although the major she studied was just right for her father's company, Yang Shuyun, who has always been strong, did not choose to work in Dongshi after graduation. Instead, she started her own business with several of her classmates and opened her own studio. After a year, it was not very popular. Although she did not make money, she did not lose money either. As a father, Yang Shi was relieved to see his daughter so self-reliant, but he could not help but feel distressed, so he decided to help her secretly. The villa area before was the business that his father asked the boss of another company to find Yang Shuyun and sign on his own initiative in the name of another company. However, Yang Shuyun did not disappoint her father. She was extraordinary, as soon as she made a move. The villa designed by her studio was sold out as soon as it was launched. Not only did Yang Shi make a lot of money, but Yang Shiyun's studio also became famous. On the day of the disaster, Yang Shiyun's birthday, as the boss of Dongshi Group, several directors and senior executives of the company were naturally present. Yang Shi originally planned to take this opportunity to publicly announce that he would give 10% of his 63% shares to his beloved daughter Yang Shiyun, who knew that the crowd suddenly became chaotic just as the party reached its climax. In order to protect his beloved daughter, Yang Shi was bitten on the neck by a director of the company on the spot. Li Gu was not far away from Yang Shiyun at the time, and the director pounced on Yang Shiyun again after biting Yang Shi. Yang Shiyun was frightened by this sudden change and stood there. When she realized the danger, it was too late. The director had already grabbed her shoulders with both hands and opened his bloody mouth to bite her neck. At this moment, a stool leg suddenly stretched out from the director's mouth, and the other party suddenly stopped moving. Then a big hand pushed the director's body away and stretched out, pulling Yang Shiyun's arm and running out. Yang Shiyun didn't know Li Gu before. They only met once when they sent the client downstairs after signing the contract. Li Gu was invited to the party as Yang Shiyun's client representative. As a veteran of the reconnaissance company who just retired last year, Li Gu was recommended by his comrades to join a small real estate company opened by the comrade's father after his retirement and became a full-time driver for his father. On the day of the party, the comrade's father was on a business trip and couldn't come back, so he asked Li Gu to send a valuable birthday gift on his behalf. The Imperial Green Jadeite Picio. The market value is at least more than 50,000. After settling Yang Shiyun in the basement of the villa, Brother Li rushed back to the scene again and rescued more than a dozen people, including Yang Shiyun's mother Han Meiwan, Yang Shi's driver Uncle Long, his younger brother Yang Shan, and his nanny Aunt Zhang. The basement of the Yang family villa is actually a temporary safe house, mainly used to avoid emergencies, such as crimes such as burglary, so all the facilities in this basement are very complete, including monitoring, telephones, closed-circuit televisions, food, drinking water, and common medicines. The shotgun was found in the basement. As soon as Yang Shiyun entered the basement, he began to call the police continuously, but the line was always busy. Not only the police phone, but also other public institutions' phones were like this. The calls from relatives and friends were either connected but no one answered, or they were simply out of service area. As time went by, the crazy things in the surveillance gradually calmed down. At this time, someone turned on the closed-circuit television. Unexpectedly, everyone present gasped when they saw it. Almost all channels were repeating the same message. A highly contagious virus suddenly spread around the world. The infected will have symptoms of body rot and loss of thinking. Everyone should try not to go out, lock the doors and windows, and wait for military rescue. If such people appear around you, you must be merciless and attack their heads directly. They must be killed in one shot. They are no longer the people you know. They will attack and eat normal humans. Looking at the scenes behind the host, everyone present was shocked. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to believe that what was happening in front of them was the arrival of the end of the world. For a moment, everyone's face was full of terror and despair. The idea of evacuating to the villa area was proposed by Yang Shiyun. After staying in the basement for 2 days, everyone gradually accepted the reality. Yang Shiyun believed that hiding in the basement was not a solution. Food and water would eventually run out. Even if they were not eaten by the infected, they would die of starvation or thirst. Moreover, the most important point was that their villa was far away from the city, so it was not realistic to wait for military rescue. The military's rescue focus would definitely be the densely populated urban area. After listening to Yang Shiyun's suggestion, everyone thought it made sense, so under Yang Shiyun's leadership, everyone began to move to the villa area. Chapter 132. At this time, most of the infected people in the Yang family villa were killed by Brother Li and a few brave young people. The rest were either dismembered or wandered away. After returning to the ground, Yang Shiyun buried her father and several close relatives and friends with the help of Brother Li. There was no shortage of vehicles. After taking care of the aftermath, this temporary escape team formed in a panic set off towards the villa area mentioned by Yang Shiyun. Hu Zi was found by Yang Shiyun on the way, and then rescued from a sporting goods store with the help of Brother Li. Originally, everything went smoothly, but no one expected that when Yang Shiyun and his team were about to reach their destination, a group of zombies suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone panicked and the car accident happened at this time. 2 Land Rovers and a BMW X6 were not spared. The speed of the car was not slow, and the road conditions were not good. Yang Shiryun's mother was sitting in the leading Land Rover at the time. The driver was Brother Lai. He spotted the zombies, and stepped on the brakes decisively. Unexpectedly, the car behind was too close and hit it. Almost at the same time, the third car also hit it hard. The leading Land Rover overturned under the continuous impact of the car behind. Yang's mother was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. At this time, the zombies were gradually surrounding the three cars. The overly frightened people immediately fled in panic. After all, Brother Lai had received formal military training, and his psychological and physical qualities were better than others. He remained calm in the face of danger, quickly got out of the car and took out everyone in it, carried Yang's mother on his back, and got directly into the last Land Rover Range Rover. Although the front hood had been lifted up by the impact, the engine was not damaged. After everyone was in the car, the zombies were less than 10 meters away from them. Brother Lai quickly started the car, spotted a gap, stepped on the accelerator, and knocked away the zombies that were rushing towards him. Then he rushed out in the blood mist like a mad black bull. Those who had originally intended to flee the scene, but were forced to the front of the car by the zombies also followed suit. 7 or 8 people rushed to squeeze into the middle BMW X6 and followed Brother Lai's route to break out of the encirclement. The remaining 5 or 6 people who didn't grab a car started to lift the Land Rover that Brother Lai and his team had knocked over before, but it was too late. Their figures were soon drowned by the crazy zombies. When Yang Shiryun said this, the sky had gradually darkened. In the light of the fire, Yang Shiryun's eyes were filled with tears. Her mother, Aunt Zhang and Huzi also sighed. Yang Shiryun didn't speak but looked up at the starry night sky with a heavy heart. Seeing this, everyone was moved by the scene and fell silent. Everyone sat in silence for a while. Wang Hao looked at the watch by the firelight. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After arranging the staff on duty, everyone went to rest. As the temperature has been rising in recent days, no one went to sleep in the car. In the night breeze, everyone sat on the ground in a circle with a faint firelight. It was a peaceful night. At dawn, Zhongyu replaced Dr. Yan on the roof. At this time, Luoyi had already fallen asleep and started to prepare breakfast for everyone. Wang Hao also woke up at this time. He got up and walked to the bottom of the minibus to talk to Zhongyu for a few words, and then turned around to help Luoyi. Not long after, other people got up one after another. After Dr. Yan was replaced, he did not go to sleep again, but took Haifeng Wulong around the service area. The sky gradually brightened, and Luoyi's breakfast was steaming hot. Rice porridge and pickled mustard shreds were served. Wang Hao was about to call Zhongyu, who was on the roof, to come down to eat. But before he could speak, Zhongyu, who was looking into the distance with a telescope, suddenly put down the telescope and shouted to everyone, "Someone is coming!" His shouting immediately woke up the sleepy people. Everyone quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, picked up their weapons, and stood up from the ground. "Don't panic!" Wang Hao shouted, then turned to Xiao Imo and said, "Brother Xiao Imo, take Yi and Shiryun to the minibus first. With Xiaodong will hide the raptor in a place where it is not easy to be discovered. Stay in the car to respond at any time. Hu Zi, Shanwan, Brother Yu and Dr. Yan will stay where we are and wait for the other party." Everyone nodded and acted separately. Dr. Yan had already rushed over after hearing Zhongyu shout. Haifeng and Wu Lang were also ready at this time, squatting beside Dr. Yan as if facing a great enemy. After everything was ready, a white photon pickup and a black SF Express Iveco slowly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 133. When Wang Hao and his team saw the two cars, the people in the two cars also saw them. They accelerated suddenly, and the two cars rushed over with a roar. After a sharp brake sound and the grinding sound of tires, the two cars stopped in an H-shape 10 meters away from Wang Hao and his team. The car doors opened quickly, and 2 women and 4 men got out of the 2 cars respectively. Each of them held a weapon in his hand. As soon as they got out of the car, they pointed their weapons at Wang Hao and his team. "Who are you?" The leader, a thin and tall man in his 50s wearing a hat, raised a long-barreled earth gun in his hand and looked around at Wang Hao and his team and asked. Wang Hao took the opportunity to look at the other party. There were 6 people in total, 2 women and 4 men. One of the 2 women was about 27 or 28 years old, and the other was about 50 years old. There were 4 men. In addition to the one who spoke, there was a short and fat man who was slightly younger than him. The remaining 2 were about 30 years old, and they seemed to be a pair of twin brothers. The opponent's weapons were very simple. Except for the tall and thin man who spoke, who had an old-fashioned long-barreled earth gun in his hand, The rest of the people had weapons such as short knives and steering wheel locks in their hands. We are just passing by and are about to leave. Who are you? Wang Hao looked around at the expressions of the few people and said calmly, This is our place. Leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The tall and thin man pointed the gun at Wang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the two twins standing next to him walked up to him, looked at the steaming porridge pot behind Wang Hao, and whispered something to his ear. Upon hearing this, the tall and thin man's eyes immediately fell on the porridge pot. His throat rolled up and down, and he quickly pointed the deviated gun at Wang Hao again. You leave immediately, but the pot must be left behind. Wang Hao turned around and looked at him, and said lightly, I can give you some, but we must take the pot away. Stop. Stop talking nonsense. Let you stay. Stay, don't be ungrateful. The twin who was whispering before stammered and interrupted, waving a blood-stained baseball bat in his hand. Are you threatening us? Dr. Yin stepped forward and stared at the other person coldly, and the Black Wind and Black Wolf beside him slowly stood up and bowed their heads and roared at the man. Don't get me wrong, we just want the food in your pot. We have been hungry for several days. At this time, the young woman hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the arm of the person who was talking, and turned to explain to Wang Hao. When she spoke, her eyes stayed on the black knife on Wang Hao's waist, because in order not to cause panic, except for the black knife on Wang Hao's waist and Zhong Yu's Type 54, the weapons of the other people were placed on the minibus. We don't know each other, why should I trust you? And this is our last food. Wang Hao stared at the young woman and said, but secretly kept an eye on the tall and thin man with a gun. Now the only one who can pose a threat to them is this person, because there is only this gun visible among the 6 people on the other side. If they start fighting, they must be subdued in the first time. As for the others, Wang Hao didn't take it to heart. With the skills of Dr. Yin and others, they can handle it easily. I didn't lie to you. My family all work in this service area. We have been staying here since the disaster, the woman said sincerely, and judging from the faces of the people around her, she didn't seem to be lying. Yao, don't waste talking nonsense with him. The stuttering twin walked to the woman with an impatient look on his face, but was interrupted by the woman before he finished speaking. You are so capable. If it weren't for you, how would my brother die? I. The stuttering twin blushed immediately when he was asked, and his mouth became more stuttering. The veins on his temples bulged as he stared at Wang Hao and others, as if he was about to explode, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it, turned around and walked to the other twin, squatting on the ground with his head down and no longer talking. How about we make a deal? At this time, the short and fat man who had not spoken walked to the side of the tall and thin man, lowered his gun barrel, and said to Wang Hao, I'm sorry, we are not businessmen, and we never trade with anyone. Wang Hao was moved when he heard this, but he answered calmly, No, this has nothing to do with whether we are businessmen or not. This transaction is about our survival, and it can also be said to be a kind of cooperation. The other party smiled slightly, and said confidently, Say what you want to say quickly, don't beat around the bush here. Dr. Yin interrupted. Okay, I can see that this brother is a straightforward person, so I just say it straight. The short and fat man clapped his hands vigorously, and said excitedly, There is a Walmart storage and distribution center not far from here, which stores thousands of kilograms of grain, thousands of kilograms of salt and white and brown sugar, as well as countless kinds of dried vegetables, canned and packaged foods. There is also a 3-month backup power supply, and the freezer stores thousands of kilograms of various raw and cooked meats and seafood products. The short and fat man paused here, looked at Wang Hao and Dr. Yin with shining eyes and said, How about it? Can we talk about cooperation now? Since it's so good as you said, why don't you go? Why stay here and starve? Dr. Yin sneered and looked at the other party. Alas! The short and fat man suddenly sighed, his face became heavy. To be honest, we escaped from there twice. Every time we went there, we were full of confidence, but we got nothing, and this time we lost 2 lives. The short and fat man was frustrated when he said this, and the young woman next to him was in tears. The other people also had heavy faces and said nothing. You are the first group of people we have met since the disaster, so I think we can work together to take down the warehouse and divide the things inside. What do you think? The short and fat man's frustrated face showed a trace of anxiety. Not so good. At this moment, Xiao Imo came out slowly from the other side of the minibus, with a 95 fully automatic and expressionless face. At the same time, the roar of the Ford Raptor driven by Hui Xiaodong and others came from not far away. Chapter 134. You? The short and fat man's face suddenly changed when he saw this. The young woman looked around in surprise. The tall and thin man with the gun was a little slow to react for a while. He aimed the trembling muzzle of the gun back and forth at Xiao Mo and Wang Hao, who had already walked down from the minibus. The twins and the middle-aged woman behind them were even more terrified. Squeak! With a sharp brake sound, the Ford Raptor swung its tail and stopped sideways between the two sides. Hui Xiaodong and the other three in the car quickly jumped out of the car with their weapons and quickly surrounded the other people in the middle. Damn, I thought who it was. You guys dared to jump on the chopping board to be cut. You're not enough for us to cook a dish. Be smart and surrender to Master Hua and squat down with your hands clasped. Hui Xiaodong looked at the weapons in the hands of the other people and mocked them with disdain. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it was just a misunderstanding. The short and fat man was stunned for a moment and hurriedly made up for it with an unnatural smile. But I really didn't lie to you, what I said just now was true. How can we believe you with your current attitude? Xiao Mo glanced at the tall and thin man with a gun and walked to Wang Hao and looked at him coldly. Oh, the short and fat man was stunned for a moment, followed Xiao Mo's gaze, and looked at the tall and thin man, and hurriedly restored the unnatural smile, and explained to Xiao Mo, My brother-in-law, I have no other skills, but I am timid. Please don't misunderstand me. The short and fat man said, and hurriedly pressed down the barrel of the tall and thin man's gun again. Brother-in-law, it's okay, they are not bad people, put down the gun. While talking, he still gave Xiao Mo and Wang Hao a forced smile. Peng, stop trying to smooth things over here. You are afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, we will both die. The thin and tall man turned his head and glared at the short and fat man named Peng and shouted. Damn, I say, why are you so ignorant, you old cabbage stalk? Do you have to make a few holes in your body before you will believe it? Hui Xiaodong pulled the bolt with a clatter, stepped forward and pointed the gun at the thin and tall man. Xiaodong, stop it. Wang Hao hurriedly stopped him. Hui Xiaodong was just trying to scare the other party, but when Wang Hao stopped him, he put down the gun reluctantly and cursed. I just thought about it. If what you said is true, we have a chance to cooperate, but the profit split is 30 to 70, 70 to 70 for us and 30 to 30 for you. If you think it's acceptable, we talk about it. If not, we go our separate ways. If you want to fight, we definitely fight you to the end. Wang Hao frowned and walked up to the short and fat man, looking around at the young woman and the tall and thin man beside him, and said coldly. This? The short fat man hesitated when he heard this, and the young woman beside him hurriedly stepped forward and said, We agree. The short fat man and the thin tall man were stunned for a moment. The short fat man wanted to say something, but the thin tall man, who had always been very tough, suddenly put down the gun in his hand after seeing the woman's face, and said, Okay, we agree. The short fat man heard this, his thick lips moved, and he didn't say anything again. He nodded slowly to show his agreement. The twins and the middle-aged woman behind him didn't express any opinions, but from their eyes, the decision was up to the thin, tall man. As long as he agreed, they would naturally agree. Okay. Since you agree, let's introduce each other first. Wang Hao introduced everyone to the other 6 people one by one, and the other party also introduced themselves. After the introductions, Wang Hao asked Lu Yi to start serving food to everyone. From the way the 6 people ate, they looked like they had been hungry for a few days. Wang Hao was not stingy, and asked Lu Yi to make some other dry food for everyone to have a full meal. It turned out that these 6 people were indeed a family. The tall and thin man was Luo Wenxiang, who was the head of the family. He was 53 years old this year. The middle-aged woman was his wife, Tian Lame, who was 49 years old this year. The short and fat man was Tian Wenjun, who was Tian Lame's brother with different eyes, and the same father. He was 47 years old this year. The twins were the children of Luo Wenxiang and Tian Lame. They were 30 years old this year. The older one was Luo Su, and the younger one, who stuttered, was Luo Yang. The young woman was Zhou Tong, who was 28 years old this year, and was Luo Yang's wife. In addition, there were 2 other people, one named Song Chao, Luo Su's sworn brother, and the other named Zhou Bin, Zhou Tong's brother. Both of them died when they went to Walmart's warehouse distribution center. According to Tian Wenjun, this was their second time going there. Although they failed the first time, at least they escaped unscathed. Although they had reached the door of the warehouse this time, several powerful long-tongued zombies suddenly jumped down from the roof. They were very agile and shot Song Chao's chest with their long tongues in less than a minute. At that time, Except for Song Chao and Luo Yang, they were also under the car, and everyone else stayed in another car. Zhou Bin was accidentally killed by the long-tongued zombies when he was trying to cover his brother-in-law Luo Yang's retreat. After hearing what Tian Wenjun said, Wang Hao and others immediately understood why Shou Tong shouted and Luo Yang withered. It turned out that there was such a thing. Luo Wenxiang might feel that their family owed him, the daughter-in-law, so he was so obedient to her words. When they escaped from there, they encountered a large group of zombies. In order to avoid the zombies, they hid on a water tower for 5 days. They didn't rush back until the zombies below were gone. During this period, they had not eaten a single grain of rice. They relied on the reserve water in the water tower to survive. When Wang Hao asked why they hid in the service area, Tian Wenjun told him that since the service area was just built, their family had been contracting the canteen and supermarket here. After the disaster, they also tried to find another place to live. However, after seeing zombies all over the world, they thought they were the only survivors, so they returned here again. Unexpectedly, they met Wang Hao and others. When Wang Hao explained the current situation to him, a look of hope suddenly appeared on the faces of Tian Wenjun and the others. When Wang Hao talked about the ultimate purpose of their trip, Tian Wenjun and the others all showed incredible expressions on their faces. Although they didn't say it, it was obvious that although they rekindled hope for the future, they were still full of fear for the zombie world outside. After everyone got to know each other, they immediately began to discuss the specific action plan. From the internal structure of the storage center drawn by Luo Su and the general environment around it, Wang Hao immediately understood where the large group of zombies came from. As for the few lickers, Wang Hao had already thought of a way to deal with them. Chapter 135. The storage center is located in the suburbs of a small town 30 kilometers away. The town is an ancient town with a history of more than 400 years. It is far away from the main road and the urban area. It is located at the foot of the mountain. It is surrounded by dense forests and streams. Not far from the Walmart storage center is a clothing factory. Wang Hao judged from the sketch drawn by Luo Su that the zombies chasing them before were most likely from the clothing factory, because the storage center, as a warehouse, does not need so many staff. The best way to deal with the zombies is not to completely eliminate them, but to lure them away. As long as they can be led away, there is enough time to move the supplies to the car. There is no need to waste ammunition on the zombies. As for the lickers, Wang Hao decided to split his troops into 2 groups and still use the means of lure. First, set some traps in the nearby forests and ambush the shooters and throwers in advance. Then he led several experienced fighters to lead the lickers into the forests and use the traps set in advance to catch them all. Lickers are not like ordinary zombies. Although they will not appear in hundreds, they are agile and have strong attack power. If there are 7 or 8 zombies, as Tian Wenjun said, their combat power is at least equal to hundreds of zombies. Therefore, lickers are the top priority and must be cautious. After formulating the action plan, Wang Hao began to arrange the combatants. Xiao Mo took Zhong Yu and Luo Yang to drive the Ford Raptor to the clothing factory to lure the hundreds of ordinary zombies. The clothing factory is before Walmart and is the only way for this operation. Therefore, Xiao Mo and his team set off first. Once the zombies are hooked, they will be led directly to the ancient town not far away. The operation time is initially set at 3 hours. Both parties keep in touch at any time with walkie-talkies. Wang Hao took Dr. Yin and Luo Su to lure the lickers, while with Xiaodong, Lu Jiaming, Cross-Eyed, Luo Wenxiang, Lui, Shan Wan, and Zhou Tong ambushed around the traps in advance. Once the lickers were lured in, they should not hesitate to open fire directly. As long as the lickers were eliminated, they would immediately end the battle and head straight to the storage center. Yang Shiyun and Huzi also wanted to participate in this operation, but were rejected by Wang Hao. Yang Shiyun's mother was still injured and needed someone to take care of her. Although the service area was safe, there were too many uncertainties in the world now. Who dared to guarantee that there would be no accidents? Yang Shiyun and the others did not insist after listening to Wang Hao's advice. And Zhang and Tian Lame naturally stayed. Although they both had worried expressions on their faces, Aunt Zhang's eyes were always on Wang Hao, and Tian Lame was naturally focused on her relatives. Before leaving, Dr. Yin also kept Haifeng and Wulong, saying that he had promised Yang Shiyun to protect him for life. Now that he was not around, he hoped that these 2 fierce dogs could temporarily protect them on his behalf. Dr. Yin said this to Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately understood from Dr. Yin's eyes that he seemed to be interested in Yang Shiyun, so he immediately helped Dr. Yin explain to Yang Shiyun that Dr. Yin wanted to keep Haifeng and Wulong to protect them. Although Wang Hao did not say it clearly, Yang Shiyun seemed to have sensed something from Dr. Yan's eyes. When she was about to refuse, Dr. Yan told her, "I can wait." After saying that, without waiting for Yang Shiyun to answer, he turned around and got on the Fothon's small truck. Wang Hao smiled at Yang Shiyun and turned around to follow. Yang Shiyun looked at the backs of the two, but hesitated to speak. At this time, Haifeng and Wulong beside her seemed to have seen their master's thoughts. They stood up and walked to Yang Shiyun's side, gently rubbing her legs with their heads, with a flattering look in their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Shiyun immediately felt pity in her heart. She squatted down and gently stroked the heads of the two dogs, but tears in her eyes could not help but flow out. After distributing weapons, except for the few people in ambush, everyone else carried 2 glass bottle gasoline bombs. The gas station in the service area was a large gas station. The oil storage tank buried underground the day before the disaster had just been filled, so gasoline and diesel were very abundant. There were countless empty glass bottles in the supermarket. It was because of this that Wang Hao decided to make some gasoline bombs to enhance firepower, and achieve twice the result with half the effort. According to the plan, half an hour after Xiao Mo and the other two set off, Wang Hao and his team slowly started to leave the service area. Dr. Yin drove a photon pickup truck carrying Wang Hao and Luo Su in front, and with Xiaodong drove the black Iveco of SF Express behind him, carrying Luo Yi, Shan Wan, Zhou Tong, Luo Wenxiang, Lu Jiaming and Cross-Eyed. Except for Luo Wenxiang, everyone was equipped with different guns by Wang Hao. Each person was equipped with 2 magazines of bullets. Except for the few people in charge of the ambush mission, the rest of the people were given 2 bottles of alcohol, and the ambush mission was given 5 bottles each. Wang Hao wanted to give his 95 fully automatic gun to Luo Wenxiang, but he insisted not to, saying that his homemade gun was passed down by his grandfather. During the anti-Japanese war, he didn't know how many Japanese devils were killed, let alone a few zombies. Wang Hao didn't force it anymore, and immediately gave the gun to Luo to replace the 54 type gun in her hand. Luo didn't want to take it, because she knew Wang Hao was at a much greater risk than she was, but Wang Hao still forced it on her, and simply showed her how to shoot a few times before turning and walking away. Luo knew that Wang Hao was doing this for her own good, and even if she insisted, Wang Hao would still give the gun back. She held the Colt 95 fully automatic rifle in her hand, and her heart was filled with warmth and happiness. The direction of the town is more than 20 kilometers beyond the Jingshan exit of Beijing. After driving on the unobstructed reverse road for more than 10 minutes, a signboard Jingshan exit 500 meters ahead appeared next to the crowded forward section on the right. As we all know, although the entrances and exits of the highway are on both sides of the reverse and forward, they are generally not too far apart. 1 minute after seeing the signboard, a ramp appeared in front. After the 2 cars slowly drove out of the toll booth one after the other, they drove forward for more than 10 minutes, under the command of Luo Su. At this time, a crossroads appeared in front. Luo Su told Wang Hao and the others that after turning left at the crossroads, they could see the garment factory in half an hour. After passing the garment factory, turn right and go up a gentle slope, and then walk about 1 kilometer to see the Walmart warehouse center on the roadside. After the 2 cars slowly turned left one after the other, Wang Hao asked Dr. Yin to slow down the speed, turned on the intercom and called Xiao Mo a few times, but no one responded on the other end of the intercom. Chapter 136. Brother Xiao Mo, this is Wang Hao, this is Wang Hao, please answer if you hear me, please answer if you hear me. Wang Hao held the intercom and called more than 10 times, but there was still no response from Xiao Mo's end. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Luo Su looked at Wang Hao nervously. Don't panic, Captain Wang, check if the channel is correct. Dr. Yin turned around and interrupted him, glancing at the intercom in Wang Hao's hand. I rechecked the channel before departure, no problem. Wang Hao frowned, and before he finished speaking, there was a beep on the other end of the intercom, followed by Xiao Mo's voice. Ahao, can you hear me? Received, brother Xiao Mo, how is the situation on your side? Wang Hao and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Times. There was no sound from the other end of the intercom again. Xiao Mo. Wang Hao hurriedly called several times, but this time, there was only a series of rustling sounds from the other end of the intercom. After a few minutes, no one responded. Not good. Our signal was deliberately interfered with. Dr. Yin suddenly stepped on the brakes and turned to look at Wang Hao with a nervous look. What do you mean? Wang Hao was stunned and looked at Dr. Yin in confusion. Brother Xiao found that this pair of intercoms is indeed regular military supplies. Under normal circumstances, it will not be interfered with by other civilian electromagnetic waves unless there is an equally professional electromagnetic wave jammer nearby. Dr. Yin said with a serious face. Are you saying that there is a regular military force nearby? Wang Hao's heart suddenly clicked when he heard this. Suddenly, a bad premonition quickly surged into my heart. Dr. Yin nodded solemnly. If I guess correctly, such a powerful electromagnetic wave should be emitted from a high-power military radar vehicle. Are you saying that it is the military electromagnetic wave that interferes with our signal? Luo Su looked at Dr. Yin nervously. Yes, ordinary civilian electromagnetic waves do not have such a strong power at all. Dr. Yin nodded very affirmatively. Then, what is their purpose? Luo Su said. No matter what their purpose is, we must be prepared to deal with all emergencies. Wang Hao said, as he opened the car door, I will notify the car behind to turn around and return to the service area immediately. All plans for today are cancelled. We will go to the front and do our best to search for Xiao Imo and his friends. Wang Hao glanced at Luo Su. Luo Su, if you don't want to go with us, you can get off the car now and follow them back. No, I want to go with you. I am more familiar with the road ahead than you are. Besides, my brother is also among them. I will not abandon him. Luo Su said firmly. Wang Hao nodded, turned around and jumped out of the car. Not long after, he ran back. Zhou Tong also came back with him. Time was tight, and Dr. Yin and Luo Su in the car had no time to ask in detail. As soon as Wang Hao and the other two got in the car, Dr. Yin quickly stepped on the clutch and shifted gears. He stepped on the accelerator, and the double-row Fujian small truck rushed out with a roar. Wang Hao kept calling Xiao Imo, but there was only a rustling sound from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Even the CI law of the electromagnetic wave before. The sound never came again. After turning left into the intersection, the road ahead gradually became congested, with all kinds of abandoned vehicles parked everywhere, but Wang Hao found a little detail from these abandoned vehicles. These abandoned vehicles in front of him, which were scattered all over the road, were not like the previous highways, which were packed with people and stretched out as far as the eye could see. Instead, they only appeared every few miles, and most of them were small cars. Judging from their parking positions, they seemed to be deliberately put together, a bit like a defense line. Fortunately, it did not affect traffic, because almost every defense line vehicle encountered had a road cleared for ordinary vehicles to pass through. Did you clear these passages? Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Luo Su in the back seat and asked. Luo Su nodded, but said with a puzzled look on his face, when we first came here, these vehicles were already blocked here. Later, we spent a lot of effort to barely clear a passage, but unexpectedly, only 3 hours later, when we returned by the same route, we found that the previous passage was blocked again. This time is the same. These passages were cleared again on our return journey at dawn. I just don't know why they were not blocked again in just 3 hours like last time. Do you know who did this? Wang Hao frowned and asked. I don't know. Luo Su shook his head. You are the first group of people we have met since the disaster. Although everyone felt strange at the time, no one carefully analyzed what was going on, and no one was in the mood to look for other people. As long as they can survive, who would care about those unreasonable things? Luo Su turned his eyes to the window when he said this, and sighed softly at the dense woods beside the road. Alas, this damn end of the world. After turning left into the intersection, the car drove on the densely wooded township road for nearly half an hour, and finally saw the gate of the clothing factory. The electric telescopic door, which was more than 10 meters long, had collapsed beyond recognition. From the direction of the collapse, it seemed to be directly hit by the vehicle from the outside. At this time, there were 2 female zombies in gray work clothes stuck in the telescopic steel frame on the collapsed telescopic door. When they saw Wang Hao jumping off the car, they went crazy. Although their legs were stuck between the steel frames, their arms were still struggling to grab Wang Hao, and they roared from their mouths. Wang Hao drew out his black knife and fell with a swish sound. 2 rotten heads flew out almost at the same time. Dr. Yin, Luo Su, and Zhou Tong also followed. This door was knocked open by Xiao Imo and his men. Wang Hao bent down and picked up a piece of black car paint the size of a fingernail from the ground, and turned to look at the 3 people who had just arrived behind him. Seeing the black paint in Wang Hao's hand, the 3 nodded. Look. Wang Hao turned around and pointed to the 2 zombies' calves stuck in the steel frame, and continued. From the contact surface between the legs and the steel frame, they will not be trapped for more than half an hour at most. If it takes longer, the skin around the legs will definitely be worn out. You mean? Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, a CI law sound suddenly came from the car behind him. The four people were startled, and then a panting voice came from the intercom. Chapter 137. Ah how, this is Zhongyu. I heard you. Please call me back as soon as possible. I heard you. Please call me back as soon as possible. Zhongyu's voice was panting in the intercom, as if he was running and shouting with the intercom. Wang Hao and his companions were stunned when they heard this. Wang Hao immediately ran back to the car, picked up the intercom and shouted, Brother Yu, this is Wang Hao, what happened? When Wang Hao heard Zhongyu's voice, his heart stomped, and the ominous feeling became heavier. No matter where you are, stop the car immediately, stop the car immediately. Zhongyu's anxious shouting soon came from the other end of the intercom. Received, we are now at the entrance of the garment factory. Where are you? Wang Hao shouted. At this time Dr. Yin and his companions had returned to the car, and everyone was looking at the intercom in Wang Hao's hand with a nervous look. Don't move, I be there soon. Zhongyu's response came from the other end of the intercom immediately. Got it. Release the talk button. Wang Hao frowned immediately, turned to look at Dr. Yin and the other two and said, Brother Xiao Imo and the others must have encountered something. Everyone should be prepared at any time. Hearing this, the three nodded, and then rechecked their weapons. Wang Hao sat in the co-pilot seat with a nervous mood, frowning and looking around. 5 minutes passed quickly. 10 minutes passed again. But there was still no trace of Zhongyu around. Wang Hao couldn't help but get anxious, picked up the walkie-talkie and called again, but there was no movement on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Wang Hao called 7 or 8 times in a row, but the walkie-talkie still didn't respond at all. How far is it from here to the storage center? Wang Hao put down the walkie-talkie, picked up the sketch, looked at it, and turned to Luo Su and asked. Less than 1 kilometer, it's not far from the corner in front. Luo Su pointed to the right turn 20 meters in front of the vehicle. How far is the storage center from the town? Wang Hao looked in the direction he pointed, and then asked again. It should be about 1 kilometer. Luo Su thought for a while and said. Wang Hao nodded, his eyes fell back on the sketch, frowned and stared at the 3 words Gang Town on it, and he pondered. After a moment of silence, Dr. Yin suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, Look! Is that Brother Yu? Wang Hao heard it, and looked up hurriedly, only to see Zhongyu riding a black mountain bike just after turning out of the bend. Judging from his riding posture, his physical strength has begun to overdraw. Wang Hao immediately got off the car, and ran towards Zhongyu. Dr. Yin and several others also got off the car in a hurry. At the same time, Zhongyu also saw Wang Hao and his friends, but his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground with a clang. Wang Hao hurriedly stepped forward to help Zhongyu up from the ground. Only then did he find that there was a large amount of blood on Zhongyu's waist, and his face and neck were also covered with blood. Brother Yu. When Wang Hao helped Zhongyu up by the shoulders, he found that he had fainted. After shouting several times, Zhongyu slowly opened his eyes. Brother Yu, what happened? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. We were ambushed. Xiao Imo and Luo Yang were both. Zhongyu said with a weak breath. Who ambushed us? Humans or zombies? Dr. Yan's face changed, and he squatted down and looked at Zhongyu and asked. People. A lot of people. Before Zhongyu finished speaking, he fainted again. Brother Yu. You? Dr. Yan asked halfway, and was anxious in his heart. He wanted to continue speaking, but was stopped by Wang Hao. He felt Zhongyu's breath, and touched his carotid artery. Although it was weak, it was still stable. Then he roughly checked his wounds, and found that in addition to the gunshot wound on his waist, there were many knife wounds of varying degrees on his back and chest, and some of the flesh and blood had turned out. Brother Yu is seriously injured and must be treated immediately, otherwise he won't be able to hold on for long. Wang Hao looked at the fainted Zhongyu with a worried face. Do you mean we should send him back to the service area first, and then come back? Looking at Zhongyu, who was dying in Wang Hao's arms, Luo Su frowned and said. What about Yangzi and the others? Zhou Tong stepped forward anxiously. No, you two go back to send them off, and Dr. Yin and I will stay. Wang Hao picked up Zhongyu from the ground and turned to walk towards the Fujian pickup truck. Dr. Yin ran a few steps and opened the car door before Wang Hao. I always feel that there is something wrong with this matter. While helping Wang Hao to place Zhongyu's body, Dr. Yin glanced at Luo Su and Zhou Tong not far away, and said to Wang Hao in a low voice. Oh, what's wrong? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then tore off a seat cover, and tied it tightly to the wound on Zhongyu's waist through the clothes. I can't say for sure. Dr. Yin shook his head in confusion. I always feel that the storage center is a bait. We just discussed it. At this moment, Luo Su and Zhou Tong came over, Dr. Yin quickly stopped talking and jumped out of the car. Tong Tong will drive him back to the service area, and I will stay with you. After all, one more person means more strength. Luo Su walked in front of Wang Hao, and the others while speaking, glanced at Zhong Yu who was unconscious in the back seat, and said to Wang Hao and the others, "That's good." Wang Hao nodded and looked at Zhou Tong beside Luo Su, but found that Zhou Tong looked worried at this time, and felt strange in his heart, so he asked, "Miss Zhou, what's wrong with you?" "Oh, I'm fine. Do you have anything else to say?" Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment, and reacted quickly, but she didn't dare to look directly into Wang Hao's eyes. "There's nothing to explain." Wang Hao did not go into it, but continued, after returning to the service area, "Hand him over to Louis, and you don't need to come again. We must rush back before dark. Brother, you must bring Yangzi back. He is my only relative." Zhou Tong nodded, and turned her eyes to Luo Su beside her, but her eyes were full of pleading. "Tong Tong, don't worry, he is not only your husband, but also my brother from the same mother. I will definitely bring him back to you safely." Luo Su pursed his lips, patted Zhou Tong's arm gently, and said, "Let's go quickly, it will be too late if you are late." Zhou Tong nodded, looked at Wang Hao and the others again, turned around and got into the cab, closed the door with a bang, and with a skilled ignition and refueling sound, the Photon pickup slowly started, turned around in front of the clothing factory, and soon disappeared in front of Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 138. It was already past 9:40 in the morning. Nearly 2 hours had passed since they left the service area. After Zhou Tong left, Wang Hao and the other two briefly discussed the steps and began to walk to the storage center. If you drive, it might only take 1 or 2 minutes to travel 1 kilometer, but it takes nearly 20 minutes to walk. When Wang Hao and the other two saw the sign for the storage center, it was already 10.5 minutes. The storage center is located on the left side of the highway, behind a cement road that is more than 10 meters wide and more than 200 meters long. Standing at the intersection, the Walmart logo is clearly visible on the huge white door of the storage center. Under the door, a telescopic door that is more than 10 meters long is firmly buckled on the door walls on both sides. The 3-story blue-roofed and white-walled warehouse inside is directly opposite the gate and extends horizontally to both sides. Along the way, Wang Hao has been secretly paying attention to the clues that Xiaomo and the others may have left, but along the way, except for 1 or 2 abandoned vehicles that appear on the road from time to time, he did not find any valuable clues. When Wang Hao came to the intersection leading to the storage center, he did not rush in. Instead, he pointed to the road in front of him, turned to look at Luo Su beside him and asked, "Can we reach the ancient town by walking straight from here?" Luo Su nodded and said, "You can see the gatehouse of the town in less than a kilometer, which is also the end of this road." Wang Hao nodded and turned to look at the gate of the storage center, but his eyes suddenly stopped in the ditch beside the road. There was a silver-gray Jetta car overturned there, and a black steel arrow that he was very familiar with was stuck on the co-pilot door of the Jetta car. 2/3 of the arrow had sunk into the car door. Judging from the direction of the arrow, it seemed to have been shot from the side and front. Wang Hao was shocked and hurried forward to pull out the steel arrow. After a closer look, it was undoubtedly Xiaomo's, because most of the steel arrows Xiaomo was using were made for him by Hu Xiaodong with a grinding wheel in the repair shop. "This is..." Dr. Yin was about to speak. "That's right." Wang Hao interrupted him, and looked straight ahead at the road holding the steel arrow in his hand. "Do you know the steel arrow?" Luo Su also came forward and looked at Wang Hao and Dr. Yin with a puzzled look. Wang Hao nodded, but did not speak. He pondered for a moment, put away the steel arrow and said, "Let's go to the ancient town. Xiaomo and the others may be there." Dr. Yin nodded in agreement. Luo Su turned his head to look at the storage center, but his face looked a little reluctant. "Then here. Saving people is important." Wang Hao glanced at him and continued to move forward. "You can stay." Dr. Yin glanced at him unhappily, turned around and followed Wang Hao. After Wang Hao and the other man walked about 10 steps, Luo Su's footsteps came from behind. Dr. Yin turned his head to look at him, but did not speak, because he saw that Luo Su's face was struggling at this time, and this struggle did not seem to be because he was reluctant to leave the storage center, but because he had other concerns. None of the three spoke during the journey. After walking on the straight road for more than half an hour, a big left turn appeared in front of him. After turning the big turn, the trees on both sides of the road gradually became fewer, replaced by rows of houses of various heights. Some of them had a pile of old tires at the door, and a crooked sign next to them that said pneumatic tire repair. There are repair shops, some with unfinished custom aluminum alloy doors and windows scattered at the door, restaurants, daily necessities and other shops. The more you walk forward, the more you see. This is the center of the town. Go a little further, and you will reach the foot of the mountain. After turning left and walking along the main road for about 10 minutes, Luo Su stopped and said, "Didn't you say this is an ancient town? How come there is no ancient building?" Looking around at the surrounding buildings, Wang Hao turned his head and looked at him with some depression. This is the new district. The ancient buildings are all at the foot of the mountain. No one has lived there for a long time. It was listed as a key protected object by the state 20 years ago. Luo Su said, "Did you find anything wrong?" Dr. Yin looked around and walked up to Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao nodded, frowned and looked around, saying, "It's too quiet. Such a big town didn't even see a zombie. Not only zombies, but not even a corpse." Dr. Yin was also puzzled. "Have you been to this town since the disaster?" Wang Hao then looked at Luo Su, who was worried. "No, we only went as far as the storage center. I came to this town once last spring." Luo Su shook his head. Since entering the town, Luo Su's eyes have been flickering. Every time he talked to Wang Hao and the others, he always looked away intentionally, as if he was afraid that Wang Hao and the others would see his eyes. "What should we do? The town is so big, we can't look for it door to door." Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao frowned and asked Luo Su, "How do I get to the old town you just mentioned?" Luo Su's face suddenly became tense when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "No, you can't go there." "Why can't you go there?" Dr. Yin saw the other party's reaction and immediately became alert, and at the same time his finger was on the trigger. There is not safe. Anyway, you listen to me, don't go there." Luo Su seemed very entangled and kept hesitating when speaking. Seeing Luo Su's vague words, Wang Hao also became alert in an instant. He stepped forward, holding the hilt of the knife with his right hand, looked at Luo Su coldly and asked, "Are you hiding something from us?" No. Luo Su was eager to explain, but Dr. Yin suddenly pressed his gun against his temple. "If you don't tell the truth, I will shoot now." No, don't shoot, I tell you everything." Luo Su's face turned pale, and he hurriedly replied. Compared with his previous calmness and wisdom, he was completely different. He looked around with horror, lowered his voice, and said to Wang Hao and the others, This is not a place to talk, Hurry up." Dr. Yin suddenly became impatient and pulled the bolt with a click. "Don't force him." Wang Hao raised his hand and pressed down Dr. Yin's gun barrel, looked around and said, "Well, let's go there and talk." Wang Hao pointed his chin at a gap between two storefronts not far away. Luo Su took a step forward but suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Wang Hao and the others in horror and said, "You won't kill me after I tell you, will you?" "No," Wang Hao said expressionlessly. "Stop talking nonsense. Go." Dr. Yin pushed him from behind. Luo Su staggered a few steps, then he looked around nervously and walked towards the gap. Chapter 139. Suddenly, with a bang, Wang Hao felt his eyes turn red, his face became hot, and a pungent fishy smell entered his nose. When the two reacted, they saw that Luo Su's head had been blown into half, and he fell down with a thump. A bloody water mixed with brain matter immediately flowed out of the remaining half of his head. "No! We've been fooled." Wang Hao immediately pulled out his pistol and fired a box of bullets in the direction of the bullet. Dr. Yin also reacted immediately and fired a few shots in the direction of Wang Hao's shooting. The two quickly rolled into the gap 5 meters away. Intensive gunfire sounded outside, which lasted for less than 30 seconds. The gap was quiet again. At this time, Luo Su's body on the street had been beaten into a pool of rotten meat. Bright red blood slowly flowed from all over his body, shining red under the refraction of the scorching sun. "How are you?" Wang Hao leaned against the wall in the gap tightly, panting and looking at Dr. Yin opposite. "I'm fine, how about you?" Dr. Yin wiped the blood off his face, his chest heaving violently. Wang Hao shook his head and reloaded a magazine of bullets. "Listen, people inside, you have been surrounded. I give you 1 minute to throw out all the weapons on your body, otherwise the person outside will be an example." At this moment, a hoarse male voice suddenly came from outside. The voice was shouted through a high-power loudspeaker. Judging from the direction, it should be from the direction where the previous bullet was shot. "What should we do?" Dr. Yin pulled the bolt with a click and looked at Wang Hao across from him nervously. Wang Hao looked around. They were now between two storefronts. Behind them was a dead end, about 3 meters wide and less than 10 meters long. There were 5 or 6 folding tables, and a dozen stools placed in a mess. At the end, on the wall next to Wang Hao's side, there was a hand-push stove with 2 large pots on top. One of the pots still had half a pot of black substance left in it. It was covered with garbage such as various plastic bags, emitting a foul smell. A piece of red plastic cloth was sewn on the side of the hand-pushing stove facing outwards, with a line of words printed vertically on it: dough sticks, fried cakes, old tofu, wontons, black rice porridge. The cart was about 1 meter high. Wang Hao had an idea when he saw the cart. He looked at Dr. Yin and said, "I will deal with him. You find a way to climb up from there, find a favorable position, aim at the person who is shouting, and leave the rest to me. This is too dangerous. The other party knows that there are 2 of us. If you go out alone, they will definitely be suspicious. What if you anger them? I have my own way." Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, Wang Hao interrupted him directly. "Listen to my tone. If the negotiation fails, just shoot him to death, and then we will find a way to retreat and meet at the entrance of the garment factory." This. Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao with concern, but he was hesitant to move. "Go quickly, don't hesitate. If you delay any longer, you will really be made into a dumpling by the other party," Wang Hao said anxiously. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Dr. Yin knew that he had made up his mind, so he nodded and turned to walk towards the cart. After seeing Dr. Yin climb onto the cart, Wang Hao took a deep breath and shouted outside, "Do you have any medical staff? My brother was hit in the right leg artery by your bullet just now. He has lost too much blood and is passed out. If he is not treated, his life will be in danger." "That's easy. Throw out your weapons first, then raise your hands and walk out of the alley slowly. If you dare to play tricks, I beat you to pieces." The other party responded immediately. Judging from the distance, the other party should still be in the previous position. "Okay, I come out right away, don't shoot." Before Wang Hao finished speaking, he heard a clang behind him. He hurriedly looked back and saw that Dr. Yin had thrown down his Type 81 rifle. He waved the Type 54 rifle in his hand at Wang Hao, and then disappeared under the eaves. Wang Hao was about to open his mouth to call Dr. Yin, and then the hoarse voice outside came again. "I warn you, don't play tricks, my patience is limited, give me another 10 seconds. If you don't throw out your weapons, we will attack, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Come out right now." Time was tight, and Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it. He had to pick up Dr. Yin's Type 81 rifle and his Type 54 rifle, and threw them out one after the other. "The weapon has been thrown out. Can I come out now?" Wang Hao shouted. "Raise your hands and walk out slowly." The other party responded. "Okay, don't shoot." Wang Hao replied, then took off the black knife hanging on his waist and inserted it into the clothes behind his back. "I'm out, don't shoot." Wang Hao took a deep breath, raised his hands, and slowly walked out of the alley. "Don't stop, keep walking to the opposite side." As soon as Wang Hao's figure was seen, the hoarse voice came over immediately. Wang Hao behaved very obediently, holding his hands and lowering his head as he walked towards the opposite side. When he passed by Luo Su's body and the 2 weapons, Wang Hao didn't even look at them. His brain was working fast, thinking about the next countermeasures. The streets of the town were not very wide, and Wang Hao soon walked to the door of the postal savings opposite. Wang Hao raised his head slightly at this time, and found that someone had deliberately inserted a crowbar on the glass door handle of the hotel. Through the glass door covered with handprints and dust, Wang Hao found that there seemed to be many figures shaking inside. "Okay, stop there, and then turn around slowly." Seeing Wang Hao walk to the door of the postal savings, the hoarse voice shouted. Wang Hao turned around slowly according to the other party's request, but at the moment, he had a way to deal with it in his mind. When he looked up at the source of the voice, he was secretly surprised. The number of people on the other side was completely beyond his expectation. Moreover, the person who was shouting was in a 2-story building along the street, diagonally opposite the roof where Dr. Yin was, and the distance was no more than 50 meters. In addition to the person, who was shouting in a black Zhongshan suit and a top hat, there were 2 burly men in military camouflage uniforms standing next to him. The others were hiding behind abandoned vehicles or other shelters on both sides of the street. Judging from their heads sticking out, there were at least 30 people, and almost everyone was wearing military camouflage uniforms, and the weapons in their hands were also standard military configurations. Chapter 140. You should know this person. After Wang Hao turned around, the man in a Zhongshan suit and a top hat shouted at Wang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Luo Yang, who was tied up, walking out of the first-floor door under his feet, escorted by two long-haired young men who were also wearing camouflage uniforms. Luo Yang? Wang Hao was stunned. He saw that Luo Yang's mouth was tightly tied with a white towel, and there seemed to be traces of tears on his face. He looked at Wang Hao with a dull look, and let the two young men behind him push him to the middle of the street. At this time, his eyes fell on Luo Su's body a few meters to the left of Wang Hao. He stared at Luo Su's body in a daze, and suddenly let out a howl. His body suddenly struggled, but he was hit on the back of his head by the butt of a gun from one of the young men. His legs softened, and he fell down with a thump. Drag him away. The man in the Zhongshan suit, who was shouting, looked at Luo Yang, who was lying on the ground without caring, and ordered the two young men with long hair. The two young men listened to the order of the man in the Zhongshan suit, and immediately bent down and dragged Luo Yang's leg back to the previous door. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't play tricks, I promise not to hurt you a finger. We only want supplies, not lives. When all your people are here, I will let you go. The man in the Zhongshan suit shouted at Wang Hao, holding the white loudspeaker. Wang Hao's face changed drastically when he heard it, and the ominous feeling immediately rushed to his brain. He didn't expect that Dr. Yan's words would become a reality. What should he do now? It seems that the other party has sent people to the service area. It is not so easy to get away at the moment. The dozens of guns of the other party are now facing him. When he thought of the people in the service area, Wang Hao's forehead was sweating. How is your injured brother? I send someone to carry him over now. After saying that, the man in the Zhongshan suit turned to his men on the street and shouted, Qin Long, Meng Chao, you two go and carry the wounded over. As soon as the words fell, two young men, one tall and one short, about 30 years old, came out from behind an abandoned pickup truck, each holding a Type 79 submachine gun in their hands, and walked step by step towards the dead end where Wang Hao and the other two had been hiding before. Okay, little brother, you can come over now. Have a cup of coffee here to calm your nerves. As soon as your people arrive, and I receive the supplies, you can leave safely. The man in the Zhongshan suit slowed down his tone and shouted at Wang Hao. While Wang Hao responded to the other party, he took advantage of the moment when he put down his hands to quickly glance at a delicatessen with its door wide open on the right in front of him. The delicatessen was about 3 meters away from where he was now, and next to it was the glass door of the postal savings office that was blocked by the crowbar. The two storefronts formed a triangle with Wang Hao in front and behind. Wang Hao deliberately delayed for a few seconds while pulling down the clothes. He now placed all his bets on Dr. Yan on the roof. At this time, the two minions who were sent to carry the wounded had already walked halfway, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Hao. Wang Hao knew that if he finished pulling the clothes, and there was no movement from Dr. Yan, he would have to give it a try with a life or death chance. He was anxious, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Wang Hao's hesitation immediately alerted the other party. Little brother, didn't you understand what I just said? The man in the Zhongshan suit suddenly changed his tone, and there was murderous intent in his voice. Oh no, I'm worried about my brother, he. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, suddenly, bang! A gunshot was heard. At a distance of 40 or 50 meters, Wang Hao saw that the man in the Zhongshan suits had suddenly stopped, and the loudspeaker in his hand suddenly fell from his hand. The street suddenly became chaotic, and dozens of guns fired at the roof where Dr. Yan was almost at the same time. Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate at the moment, and quickly pulled out the black knife from his back, and suddenly stepped across. Bang! With a crisp sound, sparks flew, and the steel crowbar that was fixed by the iron chain and inserted horizontally in the door handle of the savings bank was immediately cut into 2 pieces and fell off from both sides of the door handle. Almost at the same time, 2 strings of bullets were fired from Wang Hao's left side. Wang Hao fell forward and both strings of bullets hit the 2 glass doors. As soon as Wang Hao landed, he heard a sound of broken glass behind him. He rolled on the ground and flew into the counter at the door of the delicatessen. The bullets were fired from the guns of the 2 minions, who came to carry the wounded. Their eyes had always been on Wang Hao, but the sudden gunshot attracted their attention. When they reacted, Wang Hao had already cut off the steel bar crowbar with a knife. He raised the gun and shot without aiming. Unexpectedly, he not only missed Wang Hao, but also attracted more than a dozen zombies inside. The 2 of them panicked immediately. At this time, the accomplices behind them were concentrating their firepower to sweep the roof where Dr. Yan was, but no one paid attention to the situation here. The 2 of them didn't care about Wang Hao at the moment. They hurriedly retreated while shooting at the zombies that rushed over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the tall man was in a panic and accidentally tripped by the curb behind him, and fell on his back. The short man who was a few steps slower than him did not notice the situation behind him, and was tripped by the tall man's long legs with a thump. The dozen zombies that followed him pounced on him without hesitation. Amid a series of screams, the figures of the two were quickly drowned by the group of zombies, who had been hungry for who knows how long. At this time, Wang Hao was hiding behind the counter and paying close attention to the roof where Dr. Yin was. As the gunshots weakened, Wang Hao finally found Dr. Yin on the eaves where he climbed up before, but he looked painful, with one hand on his bloody right shoulder and the rifle in his right hand. His eyes were searching towards Wang Hao, as if he was looking for Wang Hao's position. Wang Hao saw this and hurriedly shouted at him to jump out of the room from the back, because at this time, the opponent's 7 or 8 gunmen had quietly come along the wall on the street. From their actions, their target was only the attacker on the roof, and no one noticed Wang Hao. Wang Hao wanted to cover up, but he had no weapon that could attack from a distance. At this critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly climbed up from behind the roof. "Brother Xiao Mo." Wang Hao couldn't help but shout out. Although the shout was not loud, it attracted the attention of the 7 or 8 gunmen who had already touched the entrance of the alley. Wang Hao was startled and had no time to hesitate. He instinctively ran to the depths of the delicatessen. Almost at the moment when he just left the counter, 7 or 8 strings of bullets shot over, and in a few seconds, the counter used to display cooked food was smashed to pieces. The space in the delicatessen was very small, and Wang Hao ran to the end in 5 or 6 steps. Turning around, he saw that the 7 or 8 gunmen had split into 2 groups. 3 of them were crouching and holding guns and moving quickly towards the delicatessen. At this time, Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin on the roof opposite had disappeared. Wang Hao's heart suddenly relaxed, and his eyes inadvertently saw the 2-meter-high refrigerator on the right. There were 2 large cardboard boxes stacked on the top of the refrigerator, and a ray of light came in behind the large cardboard boxes. "Window!" Wang Hao's heart suddenly lifted, and he didn't hesitate to pull down the 2-meter-high refrigerator. The large cardboard box on the top of the refrigerator also rolled to the side, and a 1-meter square wooden frame window appeared in front of Wang Hao. The window was closed, with only a whole piece of glass, and there was no railing or anything like that outside. Wang Hao looked around and picked up a round wooden stool next to him, jumped on the cabinet, and smashed the entire piece of glass with a crash. He grabbed the edge of the window with both hands, exerted force with both arms, and kicked the wall with both feet. He jumped out with his whole body. Outside was a small courtyard with rooms on both sides. Facing the courtyard gate was a newly built house next to it. As soon as Wang Hao landed, a string of bullets hit the windowsill with a chee-chee-chee sound. It was only 2 or 3 seconds before and after. Wang Hao turned around and took a look. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ran to the gate of the courtyard and pushed hard. The 2 heavy black iron doors suddenly made a dull sound. The gate of the courtyard was locked. Wang Hao looked around and found a rusty ladder against the wall in a corner on the right that looked like a toilet. He didn't think much about it and climbed up directly. He climbed over the brick wall. Behind the brick wall was another street in the town. Compared with the previous street, this street was narrower and more dilapidated. There were old houses from the 1960s and 1970s everywhere along the way, and there were many forks. Wang Hao randomly chose a fork and ran in. The 2 minions who had already climbed up the ladder and were only 1 step away from climbing over the wall suddenly stopped after seeing the direction of Wang Hao's escape. Their faces changed, and they hurriedly climbed down again. After getting rid of the pursuers behind him, Wang Hao turned left and right at the fork for a while to make sure that he was safe behind him before stopping outside a dilapidated old-style earthen courtyard wall. He bent over and panted with his hands on his knees, while looking around and found that he was still in an alley with a similar environment to the previous alley. There was still a fork in the road ahead, and when he turned around and looked back at the road he had come from, he found that there were 3 alley forks behind him. He was so busy running that he forgot which fork he had run out of. After catching his breath, Wang Hao realized that the sun seemed particularly scorching today. After running wildly under the scorching sun for a while, he suddenly stopped. He immediately felt numbness in his limbs, a heavy head and light feet, and liquid kept pouring out of his tongue into his mouth. In particular, his scalp and back felt a burning pain. Wang Hao looked around and chose a place under the wall in the shade, and sat down on a stone. His right hand subconsciously wanted to take the walkie-talkie on his waist, but suddenly remembered that the hasty departure before was left in the Ford pickup truck that Zhou Tong drove away. He looked at his watch, and it was already 12:23 noon. I don't know if Xiao Mo and the others have escaped. Wang Hao, who had calmed down, couldn't help but worry about Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin. When he thought of them, Wang Hao suddenly stood up from the stone again. No, I must get out as soon as possible. And the others are still in the service area. If the man in the Zhongshan suit is telling the truth, their situation is very dangerous now. Thinking of this, Wang Hao suddenly became anxious. He looked around and ran quickly to the right of the two forks in front of him based on his intuition. He ran along the alley in the fork for more than 10 minutes in one breath, but when he stopped again, he was stunned. What appeared in front of Wang Hao was a dilapidated old-style earthen wall, with a basin-sized stone at the base of the wall. Why did I run back again? Wang Hao looked at the old wall, and the basin-sized green stone below it with some surprise. Wang Hao walked forward and sat on the stone in disbelief. It was indeed the same stone as before, and there were his footprints next to it. What's going on? Wang Hao clearly remembered that there were no other forks along the way, but now he was back again after running a circle. Ghost wall? A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Wang Hao's mind. Although he had never encountered such a thing, he heard from the old people in the village when he was a child that someone once lost his way in the mountains at night, walked all night, and when it was dawn, he found that he had been walking around the grave. Although this place is desolate, it is not a mass grave. Moreover, it is broad daylight, and the sun is so strong. How could the legendary ghost wall appear? But why did I run for a long time and finally come back? If I lost my way, the road I just took did not have any forks like left or right. Although the road conditions in the alley are not very good, the environment is not complicated. Wang Hao always believed that there was absolutely no fork in the alley. There was only one other explanation. A ghost wall. Although Wang Hao did not believe in ghosts and gods, he could not find a third reason to explain the situation. The first thought that came to his mind was confirmed again by himself under extreme tension and anxiety. Although he did not believe in ghosts and gods, he was also a mortal after all. As long as mortals mention ghosts and gods, they would not be afraid. He could remain calm in the face of zombies, but in the face of unknown ghosts and gods, Wang Hao instantly felt goosebumps all over his body and his back was cold, as if someone was blowing a cool breeze behind his head. Chapter 141. Although the sun was blazing brightly overhead, Wang Hao still felt a chill rising from his feet due to excessive tension. His right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the knife, and his eyes were always alert to any disturbances around him. Time passed by, but the surroundings were still as quiet as death. After a long time, just when Wang Hao thought he was hallucinating, he suddenly felt a white shadow flash behind him. Who? Wang Hao was startled and turned around quickly, but there was still nothing behind him. However, Wang Hao still found something strange. There was a collapsed courtyard wall 5 meters away from him. Wang Hao had specially observed the environment inside before. There were 3 long abandoned adobe houses in the courtyard. The doors and windows were gone. Even in broad daylight, it was dark inside, and only things within half a meter of the doors and windows could be seen. Wang Hao originally planned to go in and take a look, but the whole yard was full of dead wormwood that was more than 1 person tall left over from last year. Wang Hao immediately gave up the idea of entering. However, there was no wind at the moment, and the wormwood at the collapse actually swayed slightly. Who is there? With the previous thoughts in mind, Wang Hao's mind was full of ghosts and gods. Although he shouted to give himself courage, his feet did not move a step, and his hands holding the knife were full of sweat. Come out if you dare. If you don't come out, I will set fire to the yard. In a hurry, Wang Hao took out his lighter from his pocket. Click, click. After hitting it twice in a row, a weak flame finally came out of the lighter, and there was still no response from the dead wormwood. Wang Hao stayed still for a few seconds, and suddenly felt a pain on the tip of his left thumb. It turned out that the lighter had been burning for too long and burned his thumb. Wang Hao immediately released the lighter, but he didn't expect that at this moment. A snow-white 4-limbed animal suddenly jumped out from the dead wormwood. Wang Hao didn't care to take a closer look, and shouted loudly, and suddenly swung his knife to chop it up. Squeak! The white 4-limbed animal was immediately chopped into 2 pieces by a knife, and a strong fishy smell immediately came to his face. Only then did Wang Hao see the true face of the animal. The snow-white fur was medium length, and the size was about the size of an ordinary wolf dog. The 2 broken parts of the body were covered with internal organs and blood. The head was somewhat similar to that of a wolf dog, but closer to a wolf. Wang Hao frowned and suddenly remembered an animal that Grandpa Yang next door had talked about when he was a child. Pizzi. Pizzi is a mysterious canine, very similar to dogs and wolves. Wolves and dogs are about the same size, but Pizzi is slightly smaller than them, and its tail is also shorter. Dogs' tails are upturned, wolves' tails are dragged, and Pizzi's tail is hanging down, and the tail is thick and fluffy, like a broom. Pizzi is a very mysterious animal, and its fur presents different colors in different seasons. It is said that it can control people's minds. Grandpa Yang said that his third child was once hypnotized by Pizzi when he was a child, and was taken to the mountains by it. After searching for him for a long time, the family finally found him on a slope in the mountains. He told his family that an old lady brought him here and gave him noodles to eat. When he couldn't climb the slope, the old lady pushed him from behind. Later, his family found the place where the old lady fed him noodles, and discovered a lot of dead earthworms piled on the tiles. At that time, he was still wearing open-crotch pants, and his buttocks were covered with claw marks. It seems that Uncle Yang did not lie to me. There really is such an animal in the world. Wang Hao slowly put away his black knife, and stood up from the dead body of the leather. At that moment, the shadows of his parents appeared in his mind again. I can't delay any longer. I must rush to the entrance of the garment factory to meet up with Brother Xiaomo and the others as soon as possible. And the others are in danger now, and the other party's background is unknown. If they get angry, they may kill people to vent their anger. The nerves that had just relaxed were tightened again. Wang Hao looked around and walked quickly towards the direction he had identified without hesitation. After walking through the winding alley for about 10 minutes, according to the previous route, Wang Hao finally came out. As he had seen before, there was almost no fork along the way. However, if he kept going forward, he would encounter a small crossroad. In the center of the crossroad stood a stone platform with 8 trigrams more than 1 meter high. On the stone platform was a brick shrine, the size of a washing machine, in which was placed a sacred statue of unknown origin. Wang Hao saw his own footprints around the 8 trigrams platform. It seemed that he had walked here just now, then walked around the 8 trigrams platform, and walked back again. After walking out of the alley, Wang Hao appeared in front of him a straight dirt road, with farmland on both sides. The wheat planted in the fields last year has now turned yellow, and withered on the ground. Looking at the dead crops in the fields on both sides, Wang Hao suddenly felt desperate. If there is no food to be grown on the land in the future, what will happen to the surviving humans? The existing food will be eaten up one day, and the end of the world has just begun. Perhaps that time will be the real end of mankind. After walking on the dirt road in the field for more than half an hour, Wang Hao found an agricultural tricycle on a piece of land in front of him. Wang Hao immediately saw hope and ran to it. This tricycle was a popular golden frog tricycle more than 10 years ago. Wang Hao remembered that his second uncle had such a tricycle at home, and he rode it a lot when he was a child. Lifting the seat with only a spring left, Wang Hao checked the fuel tank and found that there was still half a tank of fuel. He found the crank in the truck bed and inserted it into the engine gear according to his childhood memory, imitating his second uncle. He held the pressure relief wire next to it with one hand and shook it quickly with the other hand. After 5 or 6 turns, Wang Hao suddenly pulled out the crank. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that this golden frog tricycle from more than 10 years ago actually started after just one shake. The engine trembled and made a deafening da-da-da sound, and a puff of black smoke suddenly came out from under the truck bed. Wang Hao threw the crank into the truck bed. Just as he sat on the seat, a male zombie with mud all over his head stood up from the ditch next to him, stretched out his arms, and walked up from the ditch, limping towards Wang Hao. It seems that he is the owner of the tricycle. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you should be grateful. Wang Hao did not get off the tricycle to deal with him, but turned the handlebars to bypass him from the other side. After the tricycle drove onto the dirt road, Wang Hao turned his head to look at him, shifted the gear to the highway, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The tricycle immediately disappeared at the end of the dirt road with a da-da-da trailing black smoke. Chapter 142. At the end of the dirt road was a large poplar forest. There was a small path in the forest. Wang Hao estimated that the tricycle could just pass through. He drove through the forest for about 20 minutes. After driving out, Wang Hao realized that he had bypassed the town entrance. In front of him was the township road. On the right was the simple house of the wind cannon tire repair they had encountered before. After driving on the road, Wang Hao turned left directly. Although it was a farm vehicle, it was more than twice as fast as walking. Wang Hao was anxious and almost stepped on the accelerator all the way. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Hao had arrived at the entrance of the garment factory. But there was no sign of Xiaomo and Dr. Yin there. Wang Hao was startled. Could it be that Xiaomo and Dr. Yin didn't escape? As he was looking around, a red semi-trailer suddenly roared out of the gate of the garment factory. Wang Hao immediately saw the driver, and quickly jumped off the tricycle, and shouted at Xiaomo in the car, waving his arms. The semi-trailer stopped in front of Wang Hao with a chi. Wang Hao immediately opened the co-pilot door and climbed up. Dr. Yin was lying on the rest bed at the back of the car. When he saw Wang Hao coming up, he was relieved. "We were just about to go back to save you." "It's good to be back," Dr. Yin said with a pale face. "How is your injury?" Wang Hao stepped forward and asked. "It's okay. I was shot in the right shoulder. The bullet went through. Xiao Mo has already taken care of it for me." Dr. Yin shook his head weakly. "I'm glad you're fine." Wang Hao nodded, then turned his puzzled gaze to Xiao Mo and said, "Brother Xiao Mo, what's going on?" "We were fooled. This family is in cahoots with the other party. Their goal is to lure the survivors here and rob them," Xiao Mo said, holding the steering wheel with both hands. "So the storage center is just a bait?" Wang Hao suddenly realized. Xiao Mo nodded, turned his head and looked at him and said, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Wang Hao shook his head and fell silent. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and looked ahead blankly, muttering to himself, "The world has changed, and people have changed." After that, he bit his teeth lightly, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin heard this, and no one spoke, and each fell into silence. After driving on the highway for nearly half an hour, the outline of the service area finally appeared in front of the three people, and their mood became uneasy. As the distance increased, Wang Hao found that the minibus that was originally parked on the ramp of the service area had disappeared, and there was no one around. The three people's mood suddenly turned from uneasiness to tension. Xiao Mo had just stopped the car when Wang Hao opened the door and jumped out. At this time, the place where Wang Hao and his friends made a fire and cooked was in a mess, with bowls and chopsticks scattered all over the floor. The big iron pot was also rolled to the side. The rice porridge inside had been scooped out, and the firewood with white smoke was kicked all over the floor. "It's still a step too late. These scumbags," Wang Hao said hatefully, his face became more and more violent. "What should we do now?" Dr. Yin said anxiously. "If what the Zhongshan suit said is true, they should not be in danger for the time being. I just wonder why we didn't meet those people along the way. Is there another way to go?" Looking at the mess on the ground, Xiao Mo frowned. "Woof! Woof!" Just when the three were puzzled, a few dogs suddenly barked from the abandoned vehicles on the side of the road. The three immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw two black shadows jumping up and down among the many abandoned vehicles, and running towards Wang Hao and the others. Heifeng, Wulong. Dr. Yin was startled and hurried to meet them. Facing the isolation belt that was more than 2 meters wide and only 1 person tall, the two military dogs jumped over lightly, ran to Dr. Yin, and excitedly pounced on him. "You wait here, I go to the service area opposite to take a look." Xiao Mo turned his head and told Wang Hao and the others something, then walked directly to the opposite side. "Wait for me." Wang Hao also hurriedly followed. Just as the two of them walked to the isolation belt, Dr. Yan's voice suddenly came from behind. "Stop! Don't run!" Wang Hao and the others quickly looked back and saw a skinny figure running quickly from the supermarket to the front of the semi-trailer. "No! He wants to steal the car!" Wang Hao and the others hurriedly chased after him. Heifeng and Wulong rushed to the man at this time, flew up one after the other, and directly threw the man to the ground. Dr. Yin ran to the front one step ahead of Wang Hao. When Wang Hao and the others arrived, the man had been pressed under Dr. Yan's back with his left knee against his body. At this time, he was using the other party's belt to tie his hands behind his back, while Heifeng and Wulong were guarding on both sides of the man. "What's going on?" Wang Hao glanced at the man and asked Dr. Yin. "As soon as you left, this guy ran out of the supermarket." Dr. Yin clapped his hands and stood up from the man. "You keep an eye on him, Xiao Mo, and I will go in and take a look." After Wang Hao said that, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo nodded and got into the car, took out the car key, and put it on his waist. Wang Hao drew out his black knife and walked towards the supermarket with Xiao Mo carefully one after the other. When Wang Hao got closer, he found that the door lock of the supermarket had been damaged at some point. From the shape, it seemed that it was smashed open from the inside. At this time, the door of the supermarket was ajar. Since all the doors and windows were covered with curtains, it was impossible to see what was inside the door from the outside. Wang Hao held the black knife in his right hand and carefully pushed open the heavy glass door of the supermarket with his left hand. Suddenly, a foul smell came to his nose. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. With the help of the light projected from outside, Wang Hao first saw the cashier counter of the supermarket. The two of them stopped at the door for a short time. Although all the curtains were drawn tightly, the sun was blazing outside at this time. The texture of the curtains was very ordinary, not the kind of sunshade, so it was possible to see things inside from the outside, but after entering, Wang Hao and the others quickly adapted to the light in the supermarket within a few seconds. The supermarket in front of them was not much different from the supermarkets in the ordinary service area except that it was slightly larger in size. After the two carefully passed the cashier counter, the stench in the air became stronger and stronger. "Be careful, this is the stench of a corpse," Xiao Mo said, while holding the crossbow in his hand and patrolling around. Wang Hao nodded, holding the black knife in his hand tightly, and walked towards the 3 rows of empty shelves not far away where the stench came from. Walking carefully to the shelf, Wang Hao turned around and gestured to Xiao Mo, indicating that the two of them should surround the shelf from both ends. Xiao Mo nodded and walked to the other end. The space between the shelves was very small. If they encountered danger, 2 people would not be able to move at all. If one of them was in danger, the other could take care of him in time. After Xiao Mo got in position, he nodded to Wang Hao. Wang Hao swung his black knife and flashed in first. Except for the empty food bags on the ground, the shelves were empty. Then the two walked to the second row, which was also empty, and the situation was similar to the previous one. However, at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind the third row of shelves. Chapter 143. Wang Hao's heart tightened, and he turned to look at Xiao Mo on the side. Xiao Mo was also looking at him with a crossbow in both hands. The two nodded to each other, and then suddenly flashed in from both sides of the shelf. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. There was a small recorder on the ground behind the third row of shelves. Every 10 seconds, there was a rustling sound coming from it. Not far from the recorder was a plastic wash basin, which was filled with a basin of dead rats. The bodies of the rats were highly rotten, and fat maggots were wriggling all over the top and around the wash basin. It seemed that the stench as soon as he entered the door was emanating from the basin of dead rats. What does this mean? Wang Hao frowned immediately, staring at the two things on the ground with confusion. It's empty underneath. Xiao Mo just took a step forward, and immediately retreated, stomped on the previous floor, and frowned immediately. Wang Hao heard this, and quickly walked to where Xiao Mo was standing, and stomped his feet. Suddenly, 2 hollow echoes came from under his feet. It's really empty. Wang Hao's face changed, and he turned to stomp on the floors next to him. Here, and here are all empty. Wang Hao stomped on 5 or 6 floors around him, and found that the echoes were all hollow and long. It seems that there is something else underneath. These two things are just used to scare intruders or confuse zombies. Xiao Mo frowned and pondered for a moment, looking at the ground under his feet, and slowly said, the entrance must be nearby. After saying that, he looked around. Wang Hao also looked around quickly. Suddenly, a rectangular paper box on the bottom layer of the shelf caught Wang Hao's attention. He hurried forward and opened it. A black switch nailed to the wooden board suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao. Brother Xiao Mo, there is a switch here. Wang Hao shouted hurriedly. Xiao Mo heard the words and ran over quickly. He squatted down and took a look. He immediately said, that's it. He nodded at Wang Hao, and then pushed the switch up without hesitation. Suddenly, there was a heavy friction sound of gears under his feet, and the ground also trembled slightly. Suddenly, a small gap slowly opened in the front half of the shelf. This small gap quickly became larger, and the entire shelf was divided into 2. A rectangular tunnel more than 2 meters wide, and more than 5 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao and the others. With the help of the dim light from the window, Wang Hao saw that the entrance of the tunnel was a cement staircase that extended downward at an angle of almost 70 degrees. Only 7 or 8 steps at the entrance could be seen, and below was a black hole. Xiao Mo squatted at the entrance of the cave and looked inside, then jumped down. He touched the entrance with both hands, and then with a click, a dim light suddenly lit up in the cave. Although the light was not very good, he could still see the things under the steps. Wang Hao then jumped down. The steps were about 10 meters long, and at the end was a fence door with a big lock. Behind the fence door was also an incandescent lamp covered with spider webs. Under the dim light was a passage running left and right. What is this? With the help of the weak light, Wang Hao suddenly found that there were many scratches and deformed bloody handprints on the wet wall. There must be something shady hidden underneath. Xiao Mo took a look and his face suddenly became serious. I can't care about that. Every minute we delay now will put Yi and the others in more danger. Since this tunnel is so secretive, maybe there is something related to the other party hidden inside. If we want to hit the target in one shot, we must thoroughly understand the other party. Wang Hao frowned and said, in that case, we must speed up. Xiao Mo nodded, then pulled out a steel arrow and carried the crossbow to the back, and ran down first. Wang Hao followed Xiao Mo with a black knife tightly in his hand. As soon as the two of them arrived in front of the fence gate, they immediately smelled a pungent fishy smell, but they did not hesitate at all. Xiao Mo picked up the black padlock and inserted the steel arrow directly into the lock ring. With a sudden force of his arms, click, bang, the lock body and the lock ring immediately fell off the door buckle, and the thumb-thick steel fence gate was pushed open with a creak. Entering the passage, the left and right sides each extended horizontally for 5 or 6 meters, and at the end of each end was a rusty iron door, both of which were hung with the same large padlock as the fence door. There was a small window on the iron door, and the small window was pitch black. This horizontal passage is about 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. The walls and the floor are made of cement. The whole passage is cold and damp. There are traces of blood and white scratches everywhere on the walls and the floor on both sides. The air is filled with a pungent fishy smell. Under the dim incandescent light, looking at the rusty iron doors at both ends, one immediately feels like arriving at the gate of hell. Seeing the dark window on the iron gate, Wang Hao subconsciously reached for his body, but remembered that he had left his lighter in the alley before, and the flashlight was also on the minibus. Seeing this, Xiao Mo took out a silver iron flashlight from the 1990s from his black backpack that he never took off even when sleeping and handed it to Wang Hao. Seeing this flashlight, Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, but still took it. It weighed heavily when he took it. Wang Hao also had such a flashlight at home when he was a child, and he didn't know where it was thrown away later. Although the size was similar, it was far less heavy. Wang Hao didn't care to think too much at the moment. He turned it on, and saw that the power supply was sufficient. To be safe, the two did not act separately this time, and decided to start from the iron gate on the right. Wang Hao came to the iron gate carefully with a flashlight, and Xiao Mo followed him on the other side. The window on the iron gate was very small, less than the size of a bowl. Wang Hao had to get close, and slowly raise the flashlight to shine inside. When he saw it, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. At the same time, his stomach twitched and a stream of acid water surged up from his throat. Wang Hao quickly turned his head to the side, and with a wow sound, he finally couldn't control the acid water and spurted out of his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Mo frowned immediately. Ahem. Wang Hao coughed while leaning against the wall, waved at Xiao Mo, and handed him the flashlight. Xiao Mo had already realized that the situation inside the door might be a bit unbearable to look at, but he didn't expect that when he took the flashlight and shone it inside, he also felt sick immediately. Chapter 144. Seeing Wang Hao's performance, Xiao Mo realized that the situation in the room might not be optimistic. However, when he took the flashlight to see it himself, he was still surprised, but his reaction was not as big as Wang Hao's. He just frowned slightly, and continued to scan down. The space inside the iron door was not large, only about 10 square meters. It seemed that it should have been a storage room before, but now there were a dozen plastic boxes filled with broken limbs and human internal organs piled up in the corners. There were 2 simple medical beds placed horizontally in the middle of the room, with 2 naked men and women lying on them. They looked to be about 35 years old, and their buttocks were just stuck in the defecation hole in the middle of the medical bed. There was a white plastic bucket under the bed facing the defecation hole. Most of the bucket was filled with the excrement of the people above. Mixed with the fishy smell in the air, it exuded a stench that made people want to vomit. However, what Xiao Mo didn't expect was that when his flashlight shone on the man's face, the man actually had a slight reaction, turned his head to the iron gate, opened his mouth as if to speak, but his tongue had been cut off in half. "They are still alive." Xiao Mo was shocked. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. He felt unbearable after just a quick glance, but he didn't expect that the person inside could still be alive after being so damaged. He really didn't want to see this scene again, but Xiao Mo's words still made him suppress the churning in his stomach, and he hurried over. The 2 beds were placed horizontally, with the man's bed on the outside, so Wang Hao looked at the man at first sight. The man's arms were gone, and the broken parts were black. His legs were cut off at the roots. A piece of bloody white cloth covered his lower abdomen. His entire torso was lying in a sticky pool of blood, but at this time, he turned his head and looked at the iron door. The woman lying on the medical bed inside was still face up and motionless. Her limbs were also gone. Both arms and 1 thigh were broken at the roots. The other thigh was missing below the knee. The originally plump and smooth thigh was covered with scars. Only half of the thigh was left, and a thigh bone was exposed. As soon as the man saw the flashlight, His eyes were filled with fear. His mouth full of blood opened and closed weakly. He seemed to want to speak, but his tongue had been cut off in half. The scene in front of him made Wang Hao and the others feel numb. Save or not? Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at Wang Hao. Save. Open the door. Wang Hao answered without hesitation. Xiao Mo nodded, and then pried open the padlock as before. Wang Hao pushed the door open and entered. Suddenly, a foul smell mixed with feces and urine rushed up. Wang Hao was eager to save the man, and didn't care about many things at the moment. But when he came to the man, he found that the man had not only chopped off his limbs, but also had a big hole cut in his waist. The kidney inside had been removed. The wound was highly rotten, and there were more than a dozen white maggots wriggling inside. Looking up, his 2 ears were also missing, but the wound did not rot, but was burned with something like an iron. When the man saw the 2 unfamiliar faces of Wang Hao and the others, the fear in his eyes suddenly turned into pleading. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he was begging Wang Hao and the others to end his pain as soon as possible. Wang Hao finally couldn't bear it anymore. He nodded at the man and slowly raised the black knife. Seeing this, the man closed his eyes immediately. With a swoosh, the man's head was separated from his neck. Although his head rolled to the ground, his face was peaceful, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of his mouth. The woman next to the man turned her head after hearing the movement here, but when Wang Hao and the others saw the woman's face, they were immediately scared. The woman's eyes had been dug out and turned into 2 black holes. Her lips had been sewn with needle and thread. After hearing the movement here, she immediately made an mm sound. The place where the woman's chest originally had 2 breasts was now only 2 blood holes, and the muscles inside were exposed outside, which was horrible to see. There was a long bench next to the woman's bed, on which was a stainless steel dining bowl filled with some black paste, and no one knew what it was. There was also a big red plastic funnel, and a pair of chopsticks next to the dining bowl. The woman's ears were not cut off. When she heard the conversation between Wang Hao and the other man, she stopped shouting and started to wail with a sobbing tone. Wang Hao immediately understood what she meant, and slowly stretched out a hand to put on the woman's neck. After feeling Wang Hao's body temperature, the woman stopped wailing and suddenly became calm. Seeing that the woman's mood had stabilized, Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his fingers. After a click sound, the woman's head softened immediately. Wang Hao tried to see that the carotid artery had stopped beating, and gently released his fingers. Wang Hao sighed, unable to bear to watch any longer, and walked out first. Xiao Mo's face was a little complicated at this time. He glanced at Wang Hao's back and the 2 people on the medical bed, then walked out. After walking out of the door, he picked up the padlock from the ground and looked at it. The lock ring had fallen off the lock and could not be used again. Xiao Mo threw the padlock and gently pulled the iron door. The 2 then walked to the iron door on the other side one after the other. Xiao Mo wanted to speak, but Wang Hao had already walked to the iron door on the opposite side, cut off the padlock on the top with a knife, and then kicked the iron door open with a bang. Xiao Mo hurriedly caught up and shone a flashlight inside. However, to their surprise, the room was empty. There was nothing in it. On the contrary, it was cleaned very cleanly. Time was tight, and Wang Hao had no time to think about it. The 2 of them immediately got out of the tunnel. After returning to the ground, Xiao Mo found that Wang Hao's face was always gloomy. After he walked out of the supermarket, he went straight to the skinny middle-aged man, who was sitting on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. After seeing Wang Hao's expression, Dr. Yan immediately stood up from the steps beside him. Xiao Mo followed behind Wang Hao, and waved his hand to signal Dr. Yan not to stop Wang Hao. After seeing Xiao Mo's gesture, Dr. Yan stood there with a puzzled look on his face. As Wang Hao walked, he drew out the black knife that had just been sheathed. Chapter 145. Wang Hao's face was full of anger. He walked quickly to the skinny middle-aged man and pressed the black knife in his hand against his chest with a swish. Tell me, what's the matter with the 2 people in the basement? What basement? I don't know. The man saw Wang Hao drawing his knife and rushing towards him. Although he was afraid, his tone was very tough. Don't know? Wang Hao's face suddenly changed when he heard the words, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Swish. The man howled in pain, like a pig being slaughtered. Wang Hao's knife fell, and the right side of the man's head was a bloody mess, and a bloody ear fell to the ground. This scene made Xiao Mo and Dr. Yan next to him stunned, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Almost at the same time, Hei Feng, who was squatting not far away, suddenly stood up and ran over, picked up the bloody ear that was still beating slightly on the ground and ran away, retreated a few steps behind Wang Hao, faced the man's neck and started eating by himself. The black wolf didn't try to grab it, but just squatted there, and turned his head to look at Haifeng, who was gnawing on the bloody ear, licked his tongue, and then turned his eyes to Wang Hao, as if waiting for his master to feed him. Speak or not? Looking at the man rolling on the ground howling in pain, Wang Hao said coldly. Ah. It hurts so much. Kill me quickly. I can't stand it. The man dragged his crying voice, his legs curled up tightly, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Want to die? It's not that easy. Wang Hao stepped forward and grabbed the other man's hair and lifted him up from the ground, turned to the other side of his head, and swung the black knife in his hand to chop off his other ear. At this moment, he suddenly smelled a smell of feces and urine. He looked down and saw that the man was frightened and had feces and urine. There was a bulge in his crotch, and a large area of his crotch was wet, mixed with the blood under his body. Don't cut it, I tell you, I tell you. The man cried and shouted. Tell me. Wang Hao let go of his hair, put down the black knife, and stepped back. This is really none of my business. They came up with the idea, and they caught the man. I just drank some broth with him. The man looked up with half of his bloody face, and explained to Wang Hao painfully. Beast. Before the man finished speaking, Dr. Yin came up angrily, and kicked the man's back hard. The man's arms were tied, and his hands could not support him. Bang! He fell to the ground. Dr. Yin still felt unsatisfied. He strode over him, grabbed his collar, raised the empty Type 54 rifle in his hand, and aimed it at the back of the man's head, ready to hit him hard. Wang Hao saw this and hurried forward to hold him back. Stop hitting me, or I kill you. I have something else to ask. Beast. Bah! Dr. Yin spat at the man on the ground, and then stood up from him in anger. I'm asking you, are the Liu family members in the same group as the group in the ancient town ahead? Wang Hao turned his body around, squatted in front of him and continued to ask. Unless you promise not to kill me, I tell you. The man spat out a mouthful of blood foam, tilted his head, and looked at Wang Hao weakly with his eyelids turned up, and said incoherently, Okay, I promise you. Wang Hao nodded at him. They were originally a group, but later, they suddenly separated for some unknown reason. The Liu family hid in this service area, while Gugu and his men remained in the ancient town. Cough cough. The man coughed violently when he said this, and then a mouthful of blood foam mixed with broken teeth came out of his mouth. When the other party's cough eased a little, Wang Hao hurriedly asked, What does Gugu look like? When Wang Hao heard the other party's words, the Zhongshan suit man who was shot dead by Dr. Yin appeared in his mind, and the other party's next words also confirmed Wang Hao's guess. Beside Gugu is a man named Zuolong, who is the second in command of their team. Zuolong has always been dissatisfied with Gugu. That man is insidious and cunning, and is much more difficult to deal with than Gugu. The other party's intermittent words made Wang Hao see a turning point in the matter. This Zuolong was probably present at the time, maybe one of the two people standing next to the Zhongshan suit. If the situation was really as the other party said, then Dr. Yan's gun was equivalent to helping him a lot invisibly. Maybe when Zuolong was in a good mood, he would let them go smoothly. No! As he said, Zuolong was a treacherous person. Although he was dissatisfied with Gugu, he never tried to seize power. It can be seen that Gugu still had a certain prestige in the team, or there were people or things that Zuolong was worried about. If this is the analysis, then Zuolong would definitely use Gu Ji's death as an excuse to establish his own prestige and gather popularity, and the only way was to catch the murderer, and then he would come out to take charge of the situation after much anticipation. Not good. Thinking of this, Wang Hao was shocked. And the others are in danger. How many people are there in total? Where are they hiding in the town? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. The man shook his head weakly. I met the Liu family here, and I only knew about it when they occasionally mentioned it. They didn't let me participate in anything else, just let me stay here to look after them. After saying that, he started coughing violently again. It seems that Dr. Yan's kick just now was not light. According to what he said, the current situation of others must be very dangerous. Xiao Yimo walked in front of Wang Hao and glanced at the man on the ground, then turned to look at Wang Hao and asked, What are you going to do? We must rush to the ancient town as soon as possible to find Zuolong in his hiding place, and then find a way to rescue everyone. Wang Hao frowned and looked at him and Dr. Yin. But we don't have any weapons now. How can we compete with him? Dr. Yin said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry about that. Saving people is the most important thing. Wang Hao frowned, and suddenly seemed to remember something, turned to look at the man and asked, Is there a shortcut from here to the ancient town? Ahem. Exit. Exit Jingshan. Don't turn left at the crossroads. Keep going forward and you will see a dirt road entrance on the left. Ahem. Go in there and walk straight to the back of the town primary school, which saves half an hour compared to taking the main road. Ahem. The man said while coughing. Wang Hao was about to get up, but he didn't expect that after coughing for a while, the man continued to speak. They should be hiding in the old town of the town. Chapter 146. Didn't you say you hadn't been there? How come you know now? Wang Hao's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately became alert. You? Don't misunderstand me. The man explained nervously. I really haven't been there. I just overheard it in the supermarket. I didn't dare to tell you because I wasn't sure. In that case, I know. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, nodded, glanced at Dr. Yin beside him, and then turned to the front of the semi-trailer not far away, and Xiao Mo followed him. Seeing that the two of them had boarded the front of the car one after another, Dr. Yin slowly turned his head and looked at the man's face again, put away the empty Type 54 in his hand, bent down and took out a cold and shining combat knife from his calf. You, what do you want to do? The man's face changed drastically when he saw the combat knife in Dr. Yin's hand. He didn't care about the pain of cutting his ear. He looked at Dr. Yin with horror, and struggled desperately with his limbs, as if he wanted to stand up from the ground. Send you to hell? Dr. Yin walked up to the man and stared at him coldly, while Haifeng and Wulong, who were not far away, also stood up and walked towards him, with 4 eyes shining with excitement. No, don't, didn't you all promise not to kill me just now? You can't. The terrified voice stopped abruptly, and then with a swoosh, the man's head flew out of his neck, and with a thump, a headless body with its limbs tied fell to the ground, and bright red blood immediately flowed out from the broken neck. I didn't promise you. Looking at the headless corpse, Dr. Yin said coldly, then sheathed his knife, stopped Black Wind and Black Wolf, who were about to tear the food, and led them to the front of the car. As soon as Dr. Yin and his friends got in the car, Xiao Mo started the car, turned around in front of the supermarket, and drove quickly towards the previous route. According to the route provided by the man, the tall semi-trailer had rushed all the way, and in less than 40 minutes, the vehicle had reached the entrance of the dirt road to the left after the intersection. For the sake of safety, Wang Hao and the other two did not rush in, but stopped the car on the spot and searched for the ruts on the road. As soon as they entered the intersection, Xiao Mo found the tire tracks of the Raptor, and then Wang Hao also found the tire tracks of the minibus. In addition, there are many overlapping tracks. Dr. Yin roughly estimated that there are at least 3 other vehicles, including the minibus and the Raptor. From the pattern and rolling degree of the tracks, Dr. Yin inferred that the vehicles that hijacked the service area should be military vehicles such as troop carriers and infantry fighting vehicles. Who are these people? Why are they all equipped with military equipment? Dr. Yin squatted on the ground, twisting a handful of soil between his fingers, and looked at the track extending all the way with a puzzled look. I heard Feng Hetian say before that in addition to the U-City base, there are many security bases of different sizes in other parts of the country. Wang Hao stopped talking here, frowned and pondered for a while, but then slowly shook his head, his face solemn, as if he thought of something, but felt it was unlikely. Do you dare not believe it? Or do you think it is unlikely? Xiao Mo frowned and looked at Wang Hao, as if he had seen his doubts from Wang Hao's face. Neither of them. Wang Hao shook his head slowly, but a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. No matter who they are or what their background is, since they have captured our people, they are our enemies. There is only one way to deal with the enemy. Kill them! Chapter 147. The vehicle started again, and slowly turned to the dirt road on the left. The distance of the dirt road was not long, only about 200 meters. There were dense forests on both sides. However, under the scorching sun, the newly emerged tender leaves on the treetops were all drooping and listless, and the wheat field at the end of the dirt road, which should be green in this season, was now withered and yellow. Looking at the wheat field at the end through the windshield, the 3 people in the car were silent. The end of the world brought not only terrible viruses and terrifying zombies to mankind, but also despair, which was more terrible than death, in addition to the essence of human nature. As the vehicle bumped, a field path to the left appeared between the end of the dirt road and the wheat field. The path extended far away, and at the end was another dense forest. Behind the dense forest was the horizontal continuous mountain range behind the town. Due to the long distance at this time, Wang Hao and his team could only see the outline of a mountain. The town should be behind that dense forest, Wang Hao said at this time. We will park the car in the forest and walk into the town. We will first find their base camp, understand the terrain, and wait until dark before taking action. Then what about our weapons? How can we fight against the dozens of fully automatic weapons of the other side, with only these few things in our hands? Dr. Yin frowned when he heard this. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and said, since the other side has a large number of people and is well equipped, I think they must have a weapons depot or something like that. Let's start with the weapons depot, and then find a way to rescue everyone. What if we alert the enemy? Xiao Imo also spoke at this time, holding the steering wheel with both hands and turning his head to look at Wang Hao. What Xiao Imo said is right. Dr. Yin frowned and nodded. If we fail to save everyone, we will not be able to save ourselves. Wang Hao's face suddenly showed murderous intent, looking ahead and said coldly, then we should capture the thief first and cut off the head first. Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin heard the words, although their faces showed different degrees of worry, but neither of them asked again, because they saw not only the chilling hostility in Wang Hao's eyes, but also the perseverance and responsibility. After the huge front of the car bumped on the uneven field road for nearly 10 minutes, some buildings of the town finally appeared in front, several rows of old and new bungalows, and a stinking ditch full of garbage. The car stopped more than 50 meters away from the stinky ditch. Wang Hao and the other two jumped off the car with Black-Wind Wolf. They walked to the stinky ditch and looked around. They found that the remaining stream in the stinky ditch was flowing from left to right, which means that the center of the town should be on the left. Looking to the left along the stinky ditch, there was a big turn forward about 200 meters away from where they were standing now, and the stinky ditch turned in from that big turn. Between the stinky ditch and the dense forest behind them was the extended section of the field road. The road condition was similar to the previous one, with potholes extending to the front of the left hand. The end seemed to be a two-story restaurant or something like that. Because the distance was too far, the final direction of the path before the hotel could not be seen clearly, but the direction of the town was not difficult to identify, because the buildings at the other end of the stinky ditch had changed from the rows we saw just now to a hole. After determining the direction, Wang Hao and his two companions took a shortcut and crossed the stinking ditch directly to the densely built area on the other side. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After being exposed to the scorching sun for a whole morning, the various types of domestic garbage in the stinking ditch emitted waves of pungent stench. As soon as Wang Hao and his two companions reached the other side, they found more than a dozen corpses piled together. Under the influence of the high temperature for several days, the pile of corpses had been highly decomposed. The feces, urine, corpse water, and blood flowing out of the swollen corpses mixed with the stench in the stinking ditch behind them, emitting a stench that was not only pungent but also dazzling. A large group of green-headed flies were buzzing around on the pile of corpses, and countless fat maggots were everywhere. Dr. Yin accidentally stepped on it, and it immediately made a crackling sound. He couldn't control it for a moment, and he vomited all the food he had eaten last night with a wow. It's so fucking disgusting. Which bastard piled the bodies here? Is he really disgusting? Dr. Yin wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth and cursed aimlessly. These bodies were indeed piled together deliberately, but it was definitely not to disgust people. Look, Xiao Imo interrupted, pointing to one of the bodies and said, they are not zombies, but were killed and moved here. Chapter 148. After hearing this, Wang Hao and the other two immediately looked in the direction of Xiao Mo's finger, and saw the body stuck in the middle of the pile of corpses, with the lower body firmly pressed by the corpse above, and the upper body hanging upside down. The head of the corpse was intact, but the facial features were bleeding, and a large area of the chest was stained red with blood. Xiao Imo stepped forward and tore open the clothes. The left chest was bloody and fleshy, with countless white maggots crawling on it, and the internal organs in the broken sternum were clearly visible. Look, this is a radioactive wound. They were shot in the heart from behind and died. Xiao Imo frowned and put down the clothes in his hand. Are you saying that they were all deliberately killed and then piled up here? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Imo in confusion. Xiao Imo nodded solemnly. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and then asked, what is their purpose? To warn the invaders? Xiao Imo shook his head slowly and said, taking into account the weather factors and the degree of decay on the bodies, they should have died about 3 days ago. These bodies may be invaders or defenders. There are some over there too. Dr. Yin turned his eyes and suddenly said in surprise. Wang Hao and the others looked over hurriedly. Behind the mountain of corpses was a wide alley. 30 meters away was a cement garbage pool, which also had a pile of corpses piled up like a small mountain. Not only that, the garbage pool was also full of corpses. There were 4 or 5 zombies squatting around the garbage pool. They were tearing the corpses on the ground with relish. Perhaps they suddenly smelled the smell of fresh flesh and blood. They immediately threw down the broken limbs in their hands, slowly stood up, and walked towards Wang Hao and the other two. Beasts? They are worse than beasts. Hundreds of lives were left to die in the wilderness. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dr. Yin said with a sullen face. Xiao Mo heard this with a solemn expression, and did not comment. However, Wang Hao's face was filled with murderous intent again. Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, I will break into it today. After saying this, he drew out his black knife and walked towards the zombies. Seeing this, Xiao Mo and the other two also drew out their weapons and hurried to catch up. 4 or 5 zombies were instantly wiped out by the 3 angry people. Stepping on the corpse water and maggots on the ground, the 3 people walked quickly to the end of the alley. Through the alley is the main street of the town, which is where the 2 sides exchanged fire before. At this time, the position has passed the 2-story building along the street. The military vehicles that were blocking the middle of the road before have disappeared. Judging from the traces of the wheel tracks, the direction they disappeared should be to the right of Wang Hao and the other 2. A dozen meters to the left was the 2-story building. Downstairs was a corpse lying facing the sky. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin recognized each other immediately. The corpse was none other than the man in the Zhongshan suit who had been shouting through the loudspeaker. The sky blue noose at the bottom of the loudspeaker handle was still firmly wrapped around his right wrist, but the loudspeaker had been smashed to pieces. The Zhongshan suit was now almost left with only a skeleton, and 2 rows of bloody ribs were hideously exposed to the sun. The internal organs had long since disappeared, leaving only some broken flesh and rotten skin. One of the 2 arms was missing, and only half of the other was left. His legs were now left with only bloody skeletons in a split position, connected to his pelvis. There were dozens of zombies wandering not far behind the corpse. They were in groups of 2 or 3, aimlessly distributed throughout the street. Everyone be careful, try not to alarm them, maybe they can help us at night. Seeing the 70 or 80 zombies, Wang Hao frowned, then lowered his voice, and said to Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin beside him. After hearing this, Xiao Mo and the other 2 nodded tacitly, and the 3 of them followed the wheel tracks, and walked carefully to the intersection at the end of the street. The wheel tracks turned right at the intersection, and after the 3 of them turned right, a straight cement avenue appeared in front of them. The avenue was very wide, about 13 or 14 meters long, with antique buildings on both sides and various shops lined up. At the end of the avenue was a tall antique archway, with 4 large gilded characters Linshan Ancient Town engraved in the middle of the archway. The 2 side doors under the archway each had an electric retractable door, and both doors were closed. The main door in the middle was blocked by 4 3-roller gate ticket machines. Behind the archway was also a wide street, but the road surface and the buildings on both sides looked relatively old. It seems that this should be the old city that person mentioned. Wang Hao looked around and said, as the 3 of them walked to the gate. Before he finished speaking, there was a whoosh sound beside his ear, and then a figure in military camouflage rolled down from the roof of a house on the left side of the archway, and thump, fell heavily on the street, and did not move. Wang Hao was startled, and turned around to see Xiao Mo putting down the crossbow in his hand. There must be a lot of secret guards here. We must be careful. Xiao Mo looked at the body, and said with a stern face. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin nodded, and the 3 of them quickly jumped over the roller gate and approached the body. Dr. Yin dragged one of the legs of the body, and dragged it to a hidden place nearby. Wang Hao immediately searched the body, and found a Type 81 rifle, a Type 54 pistol, a spare magazine for each, a telescope, a walkie-talkie, half a box of soft-packed Baisha cigarettes, and a disposable lighter. Is this yours? Wang Hao handed the rifle and bullets to Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin shook his head, pulled the bolt casually, frowned and looked at Wang Hao and the others and said, "This one is newer than mine, and it is well maintained." Wang Hao heard this and nodded solemnly. The equipment of just 1 century is so sophisticated, which shows that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Wang Hao said this with a solemn look, but there was a bit of worry in his solemn expression. No, the stronger the opponent is, the more we will gain. Xiao Mo interrupted coldly, his eyes revealing a full confidence. Why do you say that? Dr. Yin looked at him puzzled. No reason. Xiao Mo answered irrelevantly, stepped forward and suddenly pulled out the steel arrow stuck in the middle of the man's eyebrows. Brother Xiao Mo, take this gun. Wang Hao handed the pistol to Xiao Mo. I have this one. Xiao Mo shook his head and raised the crossbow in his hand. Wang Hao nodded, did not force it, sheathed the knife, and pulled the gun barrel casually. The 3 of them moved forward quickly and carefully along the ancient building on the right side of the street. The streets of the ancient town are not very long. Although the ancient buildings on both sides look a bit old, they are still relatively well preserved. At the end of the ancient street is a large ancient two-story stage. In front of the stage is a round stone platform about 1 meter high, similar to the martial arts arena we often see in film and television works. On the left and right sides of the arena are two ancient streets extending down. Wang Hao was eager to save people and walked in front. However, he just walked out of the main street, looked around, and immediately retreated. Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin, who were following behind him, reacted quickly and hurriedly crouched down in a hidden place. Chapter 149. Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin were originally following behind Wang Hao, but they saw that Wang Hao had just taken a step and quickly retreated. They were stunned and knew that the situation might be bad. They hurriedly stopped and squatted on the spot. What's wrong? Dr. Yin looked up at Wang Hao nervously. The man in the service area didn't lie to us. Their lair is really here. Wang Hao squatted down beside the two of them, frowned and whispered. What should we do now? Xiao Mo looked at Wang Hao and asked. There are more than a dozen people visible outside the gate. There must be no fewer hidden sentries. In addition, 2 military steel barbed roadblocks have been set up in the middle of the street. It's too early now. We can't get close at all. Wang Hao just stopped talking here, and then there was a faint roar of a car in the distance. The three people's faces changed immediately, and they quickly hid in a rice noodle shop next door. However, just after they hid, Wang Hao suddenly thought of something. He suddenly stood up from the window where he was hiding, looked at Xiao Mo and the others excitedly and said, Brother Xiao Mo, I have thought of a way to sneak in. Xiao Mo and the others were stunned. Wang Hao immediately spoke out his idea, without waiting for Xiao Mo and the others to agree. He immediately ran out and ran to the middle of the street opposite. He looked back at the two people in the rice noodle shop, nodded, and then laid down on the street, closing his eyes and pretending to be injured and unconscious. Xiao Mo and the others wanted to stop it at this time, but it was too late, because as the roar of the car got closer and closer, a military truck with a tarpaulin supported by the rear trough had slowly stopped 10 meters away from Wang Hao. Xiao Mo and the other two were startled and quietly raised their weapons. At this time, the sun had just begun to set. Although the light in the rice noodle shop had begun to dim, the light outside was still very bright. With two dull sounds of the car door closing, 2 young men in camouflage uniforms and holding long guns jumped down from both sides of the cab, observed Wang Hao for a while at the front of the car, looked at each other, and walked cautiously towards Wang Hao, who was 10 meters away. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, Xiao Mo and the other two were almost in their throats. Fortunately, no one else jumped down from the back of the truck at this time, which means that there are probably only these 2 people in the truck. Seeing this, Xiao Mo and the other two felt a little relieved. Just when the 2 men had just reached Wang Hao, suddenly, with a whoosh, a steel arrow pierced through one of them's heads. The man fell to the other side without even a scream. The man next to him was stunned, and Wang Hao took the opportunity to jump up from the ground. Crack! He broke his neck in one go, and in an instant, 2 bodies fell in front of Wang Hao's feet. Xiao Mo and the other two quickly rushed out of the rice noodle shop. Wang Hao picked up the long gun of the man in front of his feet and ran to the cab. He opened the cab door and found no one else inside. Then he walked to the back manger. At this time, Xiao Mo and the other two also ran over. The 3 met in front of the back manger, and then they all pointed their weapons into the dark manger. The trough was empty, with a few puddles of dried blood on the floor, as well as some hemp ropes and clothes such as shoes. In addition, there were 2 rotten cardboard boxes near the back of the cab, one filled with moldy bread and steamed buns, and the other filled with a few bottles of dirty Master Kong mineral water. What does this mean? After the 3 got out of the car again, Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Hao shook his head, also with a puzzled look on his face. If I guess correctly, this car should be used by them to search for other survivors, and those steamed buns and bread are just bait. Xiao Mo interrupted coldly at this time. Bait? Wang Hao and the others were stunned. What do you mean? Dr. Yin continued to ask. It's hard to draw a conclusion now, but one thing is certain, with Xiaodong and the others are in a very dangerous situation now. Xiao Mo frowned and shook his head. Not good. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this, and a scene in the basement of the service area suddenly appeared in his mind. He immediately told Xiao Mo and the others about the next plan. After listening, the 2 hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. So, the 3 of them worked together to move the 2 bodies into the rice noodle shop, stripped off the outer clothes of the bodies, and Wang Hao and Dr. Yin each changed into a set of clothes. Xiao Mo climbed along the sewer pipe on the side of the rice noodle shop to the roof and sneaked towards the other party's gate. Before leaving, Wang Hao stuffed a 79 type submachine gun seized later into his hand. After all, guns still have deterrent power when the two sides don't know each other. After Wang Hao and the other changed their clothes, Dr. Yin drove the military truck slowly to the street on the right side of the stage. In order to minimize the target of the operation, Haifeng and Wulong were not brought, but left on the semi-trailer. After the vehicle turned right, Wang Hao asked Dr. Yin to slow down as much as possible to buy time for Xiao Mo to find a best shooting position. After turning around the stage, an ancient mansion gate 300 meters away appeared in the sight of Wang Hao and the others. 7 or 8 men in camouflage uniforms holding rifles stood at the door. When they saw the truck, they immediately relaxed their vigilance and continued to sit together and talk. When they reached the first steel spike roadblock, a skinny and hunchback man guarding the side pushed the roadblock away without even looking at the cab, and the same happened with the second one. The journey was smooth, but as the distance advanced, Wang Hao became more and more nervous. As we all know, the gates of ancient mansions are usually higher than the ground, and there are several steps in front of the gate to show the status of the owner, but now it has become a stumbling block for Wang Hao and his partner. If they park at the gate, they will definitely be recognized by the 7 or 8 guards at the gate. If they force their way in, the consequences will be the same. When the vehicle was less than 20 meters away from the gate, a large vermilion iron gate on the left suddenly opened. Dr. Yin hurriedly turned left. At this time, a mocking voice came from the wall next to him. Guzi, have you been drinking outside again? You don't even know the road? What should I do? Hearing this, Dr. Yin became nervous and turned to look at Wang Hao. Ignore him, step on the accelerator, and rush in. Wang Hao glanced at the man outside. At this time, the setting sun was shining on his face, and there was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters from the iron gate. If he rushed in faster, the other party would definitely not be able to see Wang Hao and his partner in the car. Dr. Yin nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared forward. Before the car entered the gate, the man's laughter came from outside. Hey, I haven't seen you for a while. Your temper has improved. Do you want to run naked again? Ha ha. Wang Hao and the other man in the car had no intention of listening to his jokes. The most important thing at this time was to find a place with few people to park. As soon as they entered the gate, there was an ancient 2-story building opposite, and there was a row of white simple-colored steel houses on each side. From the 7 or 8 carts coming and going and the dozen or so people with shovels and drafts distributed in groups of 3 or 5, this area seemed to have just been opened up not long ago. There is a 7 or 8 meter long sliding iron door between the left side of the 2-story building and the color steel house. The 2 minions guarding the 2 sides of the door opened the iron door directly after seeing the vehicle coming in. Dr. Yin hurriedly accelerated and drove the vehicle in. As soon as they entered the gate, there was a big turn in front of them. After turning the corner, a 10-meter-high chimney appeared in front of Wang Hao and his companions. Under the chimney was a row of old low houses. What puzzled Wang Hao and his companions was that there was not a single window in the whole row of houses. There was only a small rusty iron door at the beginning. There was a wooden table at the door. A man in a white coat with glasses was sitting behind the wooden table and chatting with a young man in camouflage uniform with a gun on his back standing next to him. When they saw Wang Hao and his companion's vehicle coming in, the man in camouflage uniform stopped talking to the white coat and walked towards the vehicle. Chapter 150. What should I do? Dr. Yin suddenly became nervous, holding the steering wheel with both hands, but slowly slowing down the car. Don't worry, let's see what he wants to do. Wang Hao looked at his watch. There were less than 2 minutes left before the time agreed with Xiao Mo to start the attack. When the time came, Xiao Mo fired the first shot outside, aiming to attract everyone's attention. Then Wang Hao and the other 2 took advantage of the chaos to search and rescue Louis and others. They had half an hour to gather at the parking place of the semi-trailer. Seeing that the camouflage uniform holding a gun was getting closer and closer, Dr. Yan's hand had quietly touched the Type 81 rifle beside him, and Wang Hao also pulled the bolt of another Type 79 submachine gun that he had just seized in front of the rice noodle shop. However, what the 2 did not expect was that when the camouflage uniform was still 10 meters away from the front of the car, he suddenly turned right. On the right was the back of the 2-story building. Dr. Yin had just turned the front of the car, and Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Their Ford Raptor and Toyota Coaster were quietly parked side by side, and there were 7 or 8 other vehicles of different models next to them, including the Photon pickup truck of the Luo family, and the black Iveco of SF Express. In order to delay time, Dr. Yin deliberately slowed down the speed of the car, but he did not expect that the camouflage uniform would come from behind the car again before the car stopped. Erguzi, how is the harvest today? The camouflage uniform climbed onto the back manger while shouting, and then a burst of curses came. Fuck Erguzi, what can you do? For 3 days, you have been empty-handed and empty-handed. The man in camouflage uniform came to the driver's cabin from the rear manger, cursing, but he went around to the co-pilot's side from the other side, which was where Wang Hao was. Wang Hao saw through the rearview mirror that the other party was less than 2 meters away from the car door. He hurriedly looked at his watch, turned his head, and said to Dr. Yin, "Time is up. I will get off the car first to solve this trouble, and when the gunshots outside are heard, you will directly shoot the white coat." Dr. Yin nodded, and Wang Hao had already opened the car door and jumped down. The man under the car just got under the car door, but saw the car door suddenly opened. Before he could react, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. He didn't even have time to scream, and he covered his neck and stared at Wang Hao with bloodshot eyes, leaning against the wall and slipping down silently. Wang Hao put away his short knife, picked up the opponent's 95 automatic rifle, and crouched down to the back manger. Through the gap at the bottom of the manger, Wang Hao leaned on the rear wheel of the vehicle and looked at the white coat not far away. The white coat was flipping through a book on the wooden table, and didn't seem to notice anything unusual here. Wang Hao had just pulled the bolt, and at this moment, a series of rapid gunshots suddenly rang out outside, followed by a loud gunshot. The white coat immediately stood up from behind the wooden table and began to call over here, but as soon as he shouted, there was a bang. The white coat shook, a blood stain suddenly appeared on his chest, and he fell on his back with a thump. Wang Hao immediately called Dr. Yin and rushed to the small door quickly. At the same time, Dr. Yin followed from the other side. Just when Wang Hao rushed to the small door, 2 camouflage uniforms suddenly opened the door and rushed out. This scene was indeed beyond Wang Hao's expectation. It was too late to shoot. Wang Hao suddenly raised the butt of the gun, bang, bang. Just 2 sounds, the 2 camouflage uniforms fell down with a muffled groan, but Wang Hao did not spare their lives. Instead, he put down the gun in his hand, stretched out his hands, and pinched the throats of the 2 camouflage uniforms, and suddenly exerted force with both hands. Kaka! 2 sounds, the 2 heads tilted and stopped breathing immediately. Dr. Yin saw this scene behind Wang Hao. He frowned, but did not speak. He followed Wang Hao, and stepped over the bodies of the 2 people, and entered the rusty small iron door. What Wang Hao did not expect was that the iron door was brightly lit. Once he entered the iron door, he turned right directly. There was a corridor about 50 meters long. There were iron doors on both sides of the corridor, and there were no windows on the doors. Wang Hao casually opened an iron door, and found several tables inside. On the tables were some instruments he didn't recognize. The 2 of them then walked to another room. This room was filled with bottles and jars. The jars contained yellow liquids, and various human organs were soaked in the liquids. In one of the bottles, there was a fetus that had not yet fully formed. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's heart suddenly tightened, and all kinds of ominous speculations immediately flooded into his brain. What do these beasts want to do? At this time, Dr. Yan's angry voice came to his ears. Everyone must be in a room. Let's go! Wang Hao suppressed his uneasiness, and quickly turned to the 3rd room. There were 2 iron cases in the 3rd room, and 2 naked people were lying on the cases. On the left case was a young man, and on the right case was a young woman. The woman's abdomen had traces of simple sutures, and the man's abdomen had been cut open, exposing his internal organs. We were deceived. The people in the service area did not tell the truth. They were using living people for experiments. Wang Hao suddenly remembered the scene in the basement of the service area. Combined with the 2 people on the iron case in front of him, Wang Hao suddenly came to his senses. There was a sign with handwriting next to the iron case where the woman was lying. Wang Hao reached out and took it. He found that it recorded the content of this experiment. The experiment, this time, was to take out all the organs in the abdominal cavity, and put them back to observe how long it would take for the human body to adjust the dislocated organs to the normal position. The man and the woman were not dead. The man might be in anesthesia, and kept his eyes closed. The woman made a weak cry for help after seeing Wang Hao and the others. At this moment, Wang Hao wanted to save her, but he knew that he could not take her out. Moreover, even if he took her out, she would not survive. After a brief struggle, Wang Hao grabbed the scalpel left on the iron case, and sent them off. Looking at the watch, Wang Hao found that 6 minutes had passed. Although there was plenty of time, Wang Hao felt a sense of uneasiness that he had never felt before. The two of them split up and searched the rooms one by one. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that when he searched the fifth room, he found that there were 7 or 8 zombies of different ages and genders in the room. They were locked in an iron cage. Next to the iron cage was a large glass box, which contained 8 or 9 living people who were dying and without clothes. Chapter 151. When Wang Hao and the other man turned their eyes to the glass box next to the iron cage, they were all startled. They rushed to the glass box without thinking twice. However, when they saw the faces in the glass box, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scene they expected did not appear. He didn't recognize any of the faces in the glass box. When the 7 or 8 naked people in the glass box saw Wang Hao and the other man, they panicked and hid behind each other. "Don't be afraid, we are not in the same group with them," Wang Hao hurriedly explained. At the same time, he saw that these 7 or 8 living people were men and women, old and young, but without exception, everyone's face was full of fear. After hearing Wang Hao's words, they became even more scared. Some of them even collapsed to the ground and lost control of their bowels and bladder. "I let you out right now," Wang Hao said as he raised the butt of his gun and smashed it at the center of the box. Crash! The glass box in front of him collapsed, and countless glass fragments scattered all over the floor. The living people inside were stunned for a moment, and then rushed out regardless of everything, stepping on the glass shards under their feet and rushing out of the door. Wang Hao saw this and hurriedly grabbed the arm of the last woman. "Wait, I have something to ask you." "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The woman had messy hair and a dazed look. She started shouting as soon as she opened her mouth, looking at Wang Hao with fear in her eyes, not caring about her shame at all. "I won't kill you. I ask you, is there any other place here where people like you are imprisoned?" Wang Hao asked anxiously. I don't know. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The woman cried and knelt down in front of Wang Hao without saying anything. Wang Hao had no choice but to let go of her hand. The woman immediately got up and ran out of the door, as if she had been pardoned. "What should I do?" Dr. Yen looked away from the door. "Go to the ancient house and act according to the original plan," Wang Hao said coldly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Dr. Yen nodded, and the two of them quickly walked out of the low house. At this time, the gunshots outside had gone far away. It seemed that Xiao Mo had successfully attracted some of the firepower, but there was still a lot of noise in front of the 2-story ancient building. The 4 bodies at the scene were still in their original positions, which means that the situation in this area has not been discovered by the other party yet. At this moment, it would be like walking into a trap if Wang Hao wanted to return by the original route. He looked around and his eyes fell on the chimney that was emitting billowing black smoke. There was an ancient wall there, and behind the ancient wall were roofs of ancient buildings. Judging from the direction, behind the ancient wall should be the heavily guarded ancient house. "Let's go up from there." Wang Hao saw a pile of broken bricks and tiles more than 1 person tall between the ancient wall and the chimney. The ancient wall was about 3 meters high. With the height of Wang Hao and his buddies, they could easily reach the top of the wall by standing on the pile of broken bricks and tiles. Next to the chimney was a small house of more than 10 square meters. The small house also had no windows, but the door was open. When Wang Hao and his buddies passed by, they inadvertently glanced inside, but they were shocked by the scene inside the house. Although it was getting dark, the lights were on in the hut. Through the round door, Wang Hao and his entourage saw a pile of human remains in a small iron cart. The strong visual impact made Wang Hao and his entourage stunned. After a few seconds, they quickly walked towards the door. As soon as they approached the door, they were hit by the smell of barbecue. In front of Wang Hao and his entourage was a row of large brick stoves with 5 iron doors. There were more or less human remains or organs in front of each iron door, and the strong smell of barbecue came from 2 of the red-hot iron doors. These beasts are even more cruel than the 731 unit back then. Dr. Yen looked at the scene in front of him. His whole body trembled violently, and his hands tightly grasped the steel gun. "Save people right now. This account will be settled sooner or later," Wang Hao said coldly, turned around and walked out of the hut. Dr. Yen looked at the iron cart full of broken limbs and bodies, gritted his teeth, and followed him. Dr. Yen had an injury on his arm, so Wang Hao asked him to wait under the wall first, and then take action after he found out the situation inside the wall. After instructing Dr. Yen, Wang Hao aimed at a wall and jumped up with both hands, sticking his head out to look inside. Behind the ancient wall is a large mansion with 3 entrances. Wang Hao's position at this time is just behind a wing room of the main courtyard in the middle. Because the wing room blocked his view, and he could not see the situation in the courtyard clearly, Wang Hao had to use the wing room as a cover to carefully climb up the wall, crouch down, and observe the situation of the 3 courtyards along the wall. Finally, he chose the easiest place to hide, and turned around to reach out to Dr. Yin. The 2 of them were in the north side of the 3rd courtyard. They chose the 3rd courtyard because the defense was relatively weak, and only 2 armed guards were found. The 2 armed guards were standing at the door of a locked wing room on the other side of the main house. Wang Hao guessed that ordinary doors would not be locked easily. Since they were locked, it meant that there must be something important hidden inside, either an armory, a granary, or a place where Louis and others were imprisoned. How do we get there? The 2 of them were close to the side of the main house. Dr. Yin quickly looked into the courtyard, turned his head, and looked at Wang Hao quietly and asked. The 2 guards were diagonally opposite them, so a sneak attack would definitely not work. If they forced their way in, they would have to shoot, and shooting would definitely attract others. While he was in a dilemma, Wang Hao suddenly felt a hard object the size of a cigarette box in the pocket of his camouflage jacket. This camouflage jacket was taken off by the 2 minions who were killed in front of the rice noodle shop. He and Dr. Yin each put on one to confuse the other party's sight. At that time was tight, and there was no time to search the contents of the camouflage jacket. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Only the eaves of the main house in the whole courtyard were lit with a faint light. With the help of a ray of light, Wang Hao saw clearly what he had just taken out of the pocket of the camouflage jacket on his body. It turned out to be a brand new Apple 5S mobile phone. The 2 of them were stunned at the moment. Wang Hao subconsciously pressed the wake-up button on the side of the phone. Unexpectedly, the screen lit up all of a sudden. The 2 were immediately scared. Wang Hao quickly turned off the phone screen. At the moment, the 2 held their breath and listened quietly for a few seconds. After making sure that they were not discovered, they quietly retreated to the innermost position. Oh right, we can use this thing to attract them. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something while holding the phone. Use it? How to attract them? Dr. Yin was puzzled. Play music. Wang Hao seemed a little excited. He immediately put the phone into his clothes and pressed the wake-up button again. The screen suddenly lit up again. Fortunately, the lock screen was a sliding screen lock. Wang Hao slid the main menu on the screen. Wang Hao was about to open the music menu, but suddenly found a video player on the desktop. Out of curiosity, Wang Hao pressed the play button. With a previous experience, Wang Hao adjusted the volume to the minimum before opening the video. Who knew that as soon as the video was opened, 2 naked men and women hugging each other appeared. Wang Hao blushed and quickly turned off the video. Looking at the men and women fixed on the screen, Dr. Yin said mysteriously, Captain Wang, this thing works better than music. Chapter 152. Dr. Yin took the iPhone 5S from Wang Hao and turned up the volume to the maximum. He then clicked the play button on the screen, and a heavy gasp came from the phone. Dr. Yin turned around and nodded at Wang Hao, then slowly placed the phone on the ground with the screen facing down, and the darkness in front of him returned immediately. Wang Hao then hid their bodies at the side of the entrance and waited for the fish to take the bait. At this time, Wang Hao leaned against the wall of the main room and observed the 2 guards in the opposite wing room. At first, the 2 were talking to each other. After hearing the voice from Wang Hao, they immediately became alert and shouted who? With their long guns raised. Wang Hao and the others naturally would not agree. The only answer he got was the screams of the couple on the phone. After hearing the voice, the 2 were stunned and looked at each other. The one who shouted said to the other person next to him, Wait here, I go and see. The person next to him nodded, and the person who shouted then walked over here carefully. At this time, it was already dark, and the gunshots in the distance gradually disappeared. In addition to the weak light projected from the yard to the entrance, 1 or 2 conversations could occasionally be heard from the night wind, but the content could not be heard clearly. 10 seconds later, a deformed figure appeared in the yard. Who's there? The man's voice was still full of vigilance, but his tone was much more relaxed than before, and there seemed to be a faint gasp of swallowing saliva. The only answer he got was the increasingly intense clapping sound from the phone, and the hearty screams of the hero and heroine. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the figure on the ground beside him, that was getting closer and closer. To their surprise, the figure suddenly stopped shortly after speaking, and then turned his head, as if looking at the other person behind him. Wang Hao was extremely nervous at this time. He almost held his breath waiting for the man to come. Dr. Yin behind him was also nervous. He held the Type 81 rifle tightly with both hands, and kept adjusting his breathing quietly. The deformed figure came over again after a few seconds of silence. Amid the sound of the body hitting each other, the woman kept trembling and moaning, and the deformed figure outside seemed to be integrated into it. At the moment when the mountain torrent was about to burst, an impatient figure broke into Wang Hao's sight. But before the figure could see what was going on, he felt a strong hand suddenly grab his neck from the darkness. With a click, the figure fell silently into Wang Hao's arms as the couple screamed. Wang Hao then carefully put him down. Dr. Yin behind him hurriedly stepped forward to test the other person's breath and carotid artery. After confirming that he was dead, he removed the weapon from the other person and dragged him into the darkness behind him. The sound on the phone suddenly stopped at this time, and the scene suddenly returned to silence. Dr. Yin put down the body and was about to touch the phone. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds of silence, the phone suddenly made a hua, dang sound, which seemed to be the sound of the sliding door opening. Then an angry voice came out, and Wang Hao and the others were immediately scared. Dr. Yin hurriedly picked up the phone and was about to press the pause button, but Wang Hao quickly pulled him and shook his head at him. Dr. Yin immediately understood that if he suddenly stopped the sound at this time, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the person outside. Anyway, there was only one purpose, just to attract people. Although the angry voice coming from the phone was not in the native language, it was familiar to most Chinese people. Dr. Yin glanced at the phone and put it down again. As the angry male voice subsided, the woman's panting sound came out again, followed by the shouting of the other man, "Wumpy, what did you find?" However, only the woman's panting sound answered him here, and the conversation between the two men was interspersed from time to time. The man shouted a few words, and saw that no one responded. He began to walk over here. After hearing the sound coming from here, the man immediately relaxed his vigilance and couldn't wait to jog. But he never dreamed that as soon as he stepped in, he was faced with a cold gun muzzle against his forehead. "Don't make a sound, or I kill you now." The man was stunned, and then hurriedly raised his hands. Don't kill me." Dr. Yin held the gun against the man's forehead. Wang Hao took the opportunity to observe outside and asked coldly from behind, "Are there only two of you here?" Yes. Just the two of us." The man was so nervous that his body trembled violently, and he stuttered. "I ask you, where are the 10 people you caught from the highway service area?" Wang Hao said while removing the other party's weapon. I don't know." The man paused when he said this, as if he was deliberately hiding something. "If you don't tell me, I kill you right now," Dr. Yin said as he pulled the bolt. I really don't know." The man was so frightened that he trembled like a sieve, but from his tone, he definitely didn't tell the truth. Dr. Yin wanted to get angry but was interrupted by Wang Hao, who turned to the man and looked at him coldly, saying, "What are you afraid of?" I really don't know." The man trembled like a sieve, and although he was in the dark, his eyes were always avoiding Wang Hao's eyes. "Well, since you don't want to say, there's no point in keeping you." Wang Hao nodded surprisingly calmly, looked at Dr. Yin and said, "Kill him, we find it ourselves." After that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Dr. Yin hesitated for a moment when he heard this, but he still slowly raised his right arm, as if he would shoot in the next second. Seeing this, the man hurriedly shouted, "No! Don't kill me, you can't run away after the gunshot." Wang Hao's desperate move really worked. The man was scared when he heard it. Wang Hao heard that the other party had begun to loosen up, so he stopped and turned around to look at the man and said coldly, "Whether you can run away is our business. Whether to kill you is also our business, but whether to say it is your business. As long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know. Don't worry, as long as you let me go, I will never betray you," the man said, as if he had been pardoned. "The premise is that you are telling the truth, otherwise, you will die," Wang Hao said. "Alas, it has come to this point, I won't hide it from you," the man sighed heavily and said helplessly, "In fact, all this is the idea of that perverted professor." Chapter 153. Yes, the man hurriedly responded, but then hesitantly said, They. What are they? Say it." Dr. Yin impatiently swung the butt of his gun and smashed it against the man's back. The man groaned and said with great pain, They were sent to Professor Kong this morning. Now, they may have been dissected." When Wang Hao heard this, his brain suddenly made a buzzing sound. "What did you say? Say it again." Wang Hao grabbed the man's collar and turned him around. They were sent to Professor Kong this morning. Now they may have been dissected by Professor Kong," the man said with his whole body trembling. "Where is Professor Kong?" Wang Hao could no longer control his emotions. staring at the other person with red eyes and roaring. Just next door. The man pointed to the area where Wang Hao and his friends had climbed over the wall before with a face full of fear. If you don't tell the truth, I kill you now. Dr. Yin pulled out a combat knife from his back and stabbed the other person in the chest. Wait! Wang Hao grabbed his hand. He said it was in the morning, when we just met the Luo family. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something, and then looked at the man and asked, when were these people you mentioned sent there in the morning? Should be a little after 7. The man thought for a while and said, a little after 7. Wang Hao frowned, but immediately loosened his collar and asked, when were these people captured by you? 2 days ago. The man said. 2 days ago? Wang Hao and the other two were stunned. They hadn't even reached Jinsha 2 days ago, so how could they be caught? Wang Hao pondered for a moment and continued to ask, where did you catch those people? Jingshan service area, don't you know? The man said with some doubt. Our people were also caught in that service area, but not 2 days ago, but this morning. Wang Hao said. This morning? The man thought for a while and suddenly said, yes, this morning I heard Huangpi say that they were going to the service area to catch people, but Huangpi didn't go and others went. I heard from the people who came back that there were several beautiful women among the people caught this time. Seeing that Wang Hao's tone had eased, the man's mood naturally relaxed, and his face was full of lust when he talked about beautiful women. Wang Hao and the other two were overjoyed when they heard this. Dr. Yin quickly asked, are there 2 more middle-aged women and a chubby teenager? The man shook his head and said, it's my and Huang Pai's shift today. We haven't left this small courtyard for a day. But I heard from the people who came back that there seemed to be a sick middle-aged woman, but I don't know if it's the one you said. Where are they being held now? Wang Hao asked anxiously. It should be in the west room of the middle courtyard. We used to hold all the people we caught back there. The man said. How are the guards there? Wang Hao asked. Most of them are out chasing the attacker now. There should be more than a dozen people left in the base. But I think Xiong and the others should be in the front courtyard now. The brothers Dayton and Erden and Lao Zhang should be on duty in the middle courtyard. The man hesitated for a moment when he said this, then looked at Wang Hao and the other two and said, I can help you convince them that I can rescue your people without using force, but the premise is that you must agree to one condition of mine. Otherwise, even if you have the ability to kill several of us, it is impossible to escape unscathed. The middle courtyard and the front courtyard are very close. As long as they shout before they die, you can't leave. Tell us your conditions first. As long as we can accept them, the rest is easy to talk about. Wang Hao frowned and looked at the other party, and said that if everyone can be rescued without using force, as the other party said, it would naturally be the best choice. As for the things to come, it will depend on the situation at that time. At present, saving people is the first goal. I hope you can help us get rid of Brother Xiong and Professor Kong together. The man pondered for a moment. Wang Hao and the other two were stunned again when they heard this, but they didn't know what the other party was up to. With the previous experience of discussing cooperation with the Luo family in the service area, Wang Hao became cautious this time. After hearing the other party's words, he frowned and pondered. Who are these 2 people you are talking about? Why do we want to get rid of them? After a moment, Wang Hao asked. Alas, you don't know, we have had enough of them. The man suddenly sighed heavily, as if he was full of helplessness. The man told Wang Hao and the others that the medical professor named Kong was said to have been a doctoral supervisor of infectious diseases at a famous medical university in Beijing before the disaster. He was about 50 years old this year and came with Gugu and the others. It is said that he can develop a vaccine specifically against the RS virus, but the premise is that living people must be used for experiments. The row of houses full of various instruments and human organs that Wang Hao and his team entered before was Professor Kang's laboratory, and the small house next to it was used to burn the bodies after the failed experiments. At the beginning of the disaster, this place was indeed a survivor base controlled by the military, but because it was the peak of the epidemic at that time, and this place was located between Beijing and Tianjin, most of the troops originally stationed here were assigned to the rescue front line of these 2 cities, leaving less than a platoon of troops here to receive and protect the survivors, who were constantly sent. And the Gugu who was shot dead by Dr. Yin took over this place at night with his dozen men at that time, and shot all the less than a row of soldiers, who were originally responsible for guarding here, put on their clothes, and took over the survivor base here as a military. Later, the epidemic became more and more serious and reached a point where it was out of control, and the troops that were originally assigned never came back. Although the survivors in the base all knew the truth of the incident, no one dared to come out to resist. As time went by and Gugu and others used both kindness and force, the survivors in the base gradually accepted the management and restraint of Gugu and others from the bottom of their hearts. After all, staying here is much better than being outside. The man sighed heavily again when he said this, and then said, if it continues like this, it will be fine, but I didn't expect that Professor Kong is simply a pervert. Except for Gugu and Xiongji's women in the base, the rest have been abused by him, and their husbands or relatives will be sent to his laboratory if they dare to resist a little. Everyone dares to be angry but dares not speak. After the man said this, although the expression on his face could not be seen clearly, it can be heard from his trembling tone that he is very emotional now. Wang Hao and the other two fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, Wang Hao said slowly with a serious expression, okay, I agree to your terms, but all the seized items must belong to us. Chapter 154. As long as you can help me get rid of Brother Long and Professor Kong, we don't need anything. The man agreed to Wang Hao's conditions without hesitation. Then we take all the things away. What will you do in the future? Dr. Yin was a little cautious. In his opinion, under normal circumstances, even if someone asks for help, they will not completely disregard their own interests. Moreover, it is the end of the world when supplies are extremely scarce. The man was immediately stunned by Dr. Yin's words. After holding back in the dark for a long time, he finally said, to be honest, in addition to the supplies on the surface, Brother Long also secretly hid a lot of food and weapons elsewhere, enough for more than a dozen of us to sustain for 2 months. Only a few of Brother Long's confidants, and I know about this place. Even the dead Brother Gu and Professor Kong don't know. According to you, you are one of Brother Long and his gang? You lied to us before? Dr. Yin heard the words, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his tone. He pointed the gun at the man's chest with both hands again. Wang Hao's heart also tensed, but he calmed down immediately. He raised his hand and pressed down the barrel of Dr. Yin's gun. He stared at him coldly in the dark and said, I'm not interested in knowing what your relationship with Brother Long is. Since we have already agreed on the terms, I will never go back on my word. I hope you can abide by them. We will not interfere with other matters. Our purpose is just to save people. Your purpose is to let us help you get rid of Brother Long and Professor Kong. So, do you think we should discuss the specific steps now? Oh yes. The man nodded quickly. I will go to the middle courtyard to find the two brothers Dayton and Lao Zhang. If they agree, we will act according to the plan. If they disagree, I will not expose you. Just pretend that nothing happened. You can do whatever you want when the time comes. How sure are you? Wang Hao frowned. If things can really be as he said, and people can be rescued without fighting, that would naturally be the most ideal result. Firstly, because Yang Shiyin's mother was seriously injured and had difficulty in moving, and secondly, the gap between the two sides was too great. Even if they could break through the siege, it would not be as simple as a fight to the death for them. Perhaps they would be completely wiped out. Not to mention 100%, at least more than 90%, the man said confidently, because their wives or children have been insulted by Professor Kong. Although Brother Gu punished Professor Kong later, it was only a matter of face. They have been holding a grudge in private. After Brother Gu died, they were even more eager to make a move. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, and then asked, besides them, how many more people can you mobilize? The current situation is that the more people who oppose Brother Long, the better, so as to minimize the losses on their side. If we arrange it in advance, we have at least 15 people here, but they are all sent out by Brother Long to chase the man who attacked us. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he quickly interrupted, you mean all your people have been sent out? The man seemed to have seen the implication of Wang Hao's words, and waved his hand and said, but don't worry, they are just pretending, they won't really work for Brother Long. The brothers have been bullied by Brother Long and Professor Khan on weekdays, and everyone hopes that someone can really shoot Brother Long and Professor Khan to death. The problem now is that since Brother Gu died, Brother Long has taken his place. Brother Gu's original 20 men are now with Brother Long. As long as Brother Long can be subdued, his men and Professor Kong are nothing to worry about. Do you mean that Brother Long, Professor Kong, and the 20 men are all in the front yard? Wang Hao asked. Well, Brother Long was very nervous about the sneak attack just now, and he moved all his men to the front door to guard against another sneak attack. The man replied. Wang Hao nodded and stopped talking, frowning and thinking. Didn't you say there are other survivors? Where are they? Dr. Yen interrupted at this time. The other party said so much but didn't mention a word about the survivors. Hearing this, the man sighed softly and said, before Gugu and his men came, there were indeed more than 300 survivors in the base, distributed around this compound. Later, after Gugu and his men came, they not only took the base's supplies for themselves, but also forced everyone to accept his rule. Anyone who disobeyed would be expelled by breaking a leg at the least, or shot directly at the worst. Later, some people couldn't stand it anymore, so they started a riot. Most of the people were killed in that riot, leaving less than 100 people. Later, Professor Kong proposed a plan to study vaccines, and most of the less than 100 people left were harmed by him. Not only that, this Professor Kong is also an extreme pervert. He wants to abuse any woman who is a little bit beautiful, regardless of whether she has a husband or not, regardless of age. Not only him, but also Gu Ji's men. Are you saying that there are only a dozen survivors left now? Dr. Yin said. The man nodded, and said in a resolute tone in the darkness, I have endured humiliation and torture by Brother Long just for this day. What is your relationship with Brother Long? Why do you sound like his confidant, and then like you have an irreconcilable hatred with him? Dr. Yin said puzzledly. He is a homosexual. The man said in a very low voice. After hearing what he said, Wang Hao and the others immediately understood that there was such a thing in the middle. Since the other party's purpose was already known, there was no need to ask further. If Wang Hao made a decision immediately, he would do it according to the man's idea. Before leaving, Dr. Yin said coldly to the man, I will keep an eye on you in secret. If you dare to play any tricks, Brother Gu will be your end. No, give me 5 minutes. After the man said that, he nodded at Wang Hao and the others and turned to walk out. Wait! Wang Hao suddenly called him. After hearing Wang Hao shout, the man was stunned and stopped in his place. At this time, he had just walked out of the darkness on one side of the main room. The light from the courtyard on the left shone on his left half of the body, drawing a long shadow. I don't know your name yet. Wang Hao walked forward slowly. My name is Wang Hao, and his name is Dr. Yin. Oh, my name is Li Shan. The man was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He turned around and nodded unnaturally at Wang Hao who had come to him. Perhaps the shout just now seemed to him that Wang Hao and the others were going to regret it, so he stood there and didn't dare to look back. I forgot to ask you, what was in the room where you were standing guard before? Wang Hao glanced at the side room on the left and asked lightly. In fact, it was not that Wang Hao really forgot to ask. He deliberately waited until now to ask in order to test the other party's attitude. If Li Shan told him without hesitation, it would mean that he really wanted to cooperate with Wang Hao and Wang Hao. If he hesitated for a moment, Wang Hao would chop off his head. But to Wang Hao's surprise, when Li Shan was about to speak, the door leading to the middle courtyard was pushed open with a creak, and then a muffled shout came over, Huangbi, Li Shan. Where is he? Chapter 155. Before he finished shouting, Wang Hao had already pressed the 7-9 style in his hand against Li Shan's lower abdomen, and said in a deep voice, You know what to say. Li Shan nodded at Wang Hao, turned around and said, It's Erden, we are peeing here, what's the matter? I'm out of cigarettes, come to borrow a few from you, return them tomorrow. The man said while walking towards this side carelessly. What should I do? Li Shan hurriedly turned around to ask Wang Hao for his opinion. Let him come over. Wang Hao glanced at the man, said in a low voice, turned around and nodded to Dr. Yin in the dark. Dr. Yin immediately understood, and quietly moved towards the darkness next to Wang Hao. Hearing what you said, I also want to pee. The man was tall and fat, with a shaved head and a long gun on his back. He walked towards this side, while unbuckling his belt and complaining, I drink porridge every day, and my stomach can't even hold shit. Come, make room for me. The man complained and stopped beside Li Shan. He didn't even look at the person next to him. He took off his pants and spread his legs. Just as his right hand reached into his crotch, he suddenly felt the figure behind him shake. Before he could react, a cold hard object hit the back of his head. Continue. Dr. Yin held a gun with both hands against the back of the man's head and said coldly, Who are you? The man held his hands tightly on his waistband and looked at his own shadow on the opposite wall with a stiff neck. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Wang Hao said. You are not yellow-skinned? The man finally reacted, but he didn't dare to turn around. Erden, they are not bad people. They are here to help us get rid of Brother Long and Professor Kong. Li Shan said. Ah! The strong man named Erden was shocked. Li Shan, is that you? What is going on? Where is Huang Huangpi? He is dead. I was just about to discuss this with you, and you came. Li Shan's answer was very calm, as if Huangpi was just a stranger. Dead? How did he die? Erden's tone was just a little surprised, but there was no sadness. Wang Hao deduced that Huangpi should not be on their side. He winked at Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin nodded and slowly lowered the muzzle of the gun, but did not leave Erden's body. At the same time, Wang Hao also removed the muzzle of the gun against Li Shan's lower abdomen. Li Shan and Erden were able to face each other. Li Shan, what's going on? Who are they? Erden asked Li Shan while he was buckling his belt. It's hard to explain. Let's not talk about it for now. How are the people you are guarding now? Li Shan asked the question that Wang Hao and the others were most concerned about. They are all here, but the cross-eyed guy who was shot by Brother Long is dying, Erden said in confusion. What did you say? The cross-eyed guy was shot? Wang Hao was anxious and couldn't help but interrupt. Do you know each other? Erden suddenly became alert and seemed to want to reach out and grab the gun from behind, but as soon as he made a move, Dr. Yin pointed the gun at him again. Be honest. It's okay, don't be nervous. Li Shan quickly comforted both sides, turned to look at Erden and said, Erden, listen to me, these two are indeed here to rescue those people, but we have reached an agreement. We help them release the people, and they help us get rid of Brother Long and his gang. Huangpi deserves to die. Have you forgotten how they bullied us when they first came? No. Erden's face changed immediately when he heard what Li Shan said. The fat on his face trembled slightly in the weak light, and a raging fire burned in his eyes. If it weren't for them, Xiaoli would not have died. Okay, Erden, we don't have much time. If we want to take revenge, we have to release the people first. Are your brother and Lao Zhang here? Li Shan took the opportunity to ask. Yes, let's go. I take you there. My brother and the others will definitely agree, Erden said, looking at Wang Hao with a firm gaze. Dr. Yin and Li Shan also looked at him. Wang Hao frowned and said, Okay, in that case, let's go together. In order to prepare the Dayton and Lao Zhang, who he had never met, Wang Hao asked Li Shan to notify them first and kept Erden on the pretext that an escape passage needed to be built in advance. The so-called escape passage is to move the two large stones piled in the corner of the wall to the position corresponding to the brick pile on the other side of the wall, so that it is convenient for everyone to climb up the wall when escaping. In fact, Wang Hao and the others can complete such a task in less than 2 minutes. The reason why Erden was kept is to prevent sudden changes. To put it bluntly, Erden is now actually the hostage of Wang Hao and the others. With this hostage, even if Li Shan suddenly regrets and old Zhang disagrees, at least there is Dayton. Erden is his brother no matter what. As long as he wavers a little, he will form an invisible constraint on Li Shan and old Zhang. Time passed by minute. After Li Shan left, Wang Hao and the other two quickly moved the two stones over. However, nearly 5 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of Li Shan. Dr. Yin seemed anxious at this time, and his eyes were fixed on the half-open small wooden door leading to the middle courtyard. Although Wang Hao seemed calm on the surface, sitting on the stone and chatting with Erden beside him about his brother, he was more anxious than Dr. Yin in his heart. On the contrary, Erden, who was taken hostage, seemed to be in high spirits. It seemed that he had been in trouble with Wang Hao for a long time, and he kept talking about the things that happened between the two brothers from childhood to adulthood. Soon, another 5 minutes passed. Just when Wang Hao was about to get tired of sitting still, the wooden door suddenly creaked open. With the help of the dim light, Wang Hao could see the face of the person who came. It was not Li Shan, but another thin middle-aged man. Behind him were two unfamiliar faces. Chapter 156. Brother, you are here. Erden, who was chatting with Wang Hao, stood up from Wang Hao's side immediately after seeing the man in the lead. Wang Hao winked at Dr. Yin, who was leaning against the opposite wall, and slowly stood up from Erden's side. In order to eliminate the other party's vigilance, Wang Hao left his gun on the stone when he stood up, but his right hand was still on the black knife at his waist. Erden, are you okay? The man nodded and walked straight towards Wang Hao with the two strangers behind him. Wang Hao saw that the weapons of these three people were all in their hands. Although the muzzles of the guns were not raised, from the steps of the three people, they all seemed very cautious, and did not seem to completely trust Wang Hao and the others. I'm fine, brother. Brother Wang Hao is a good man. We were born in the same year and month. Erden introduced the man excitedly. This is Dr. Yin, 2 years younger than us, born in the year of the rabbit, and like you, he is also from the army. He then extended his hand to Dr. Yin on the opposite side. Dr. Yin was doing the same thing as the other three. Just now, after receiving Wang Hao's eyes, his gun bolt had quietly opened. This is my dear brother Dayton. The two behind are called Torpedo and Leopard. Erden introduced the other three to Wang Hao, and the other two happily. While Erden was talking, The other party had already walked in front of Wang Hao and the other two. After listening to Erden's introduction, Wang Hao and the other two nodded slightly at him, and the other party also nodded slightly in response. "Are you Wang Hao?" Dayton glanced back and forth at Wang Hao and Dr. Yin, and finally returned his gaze to Wang Hao's face, but there was a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Perhaps for him, it is almost impossible for a thin and gentle young man like Wang Hao to survive in this zombie-ridden apocalypse, not to mention that he broke into their hinterland so easily. In fact, no one would believe it, let alone Dayton and the two people behind him. "I guess Li Shan has explained the basic situation to you, right?" Wang Hao nodded and looked at the other party with neither servility nor arrogance. That said, Dayton's tone changed, and he frowned with a wavering face. "But how can you two help us get rid of Brother Long and his men? That group of people not only have sophisticated weapons, but also cruel methods, and their number is several times more than ours. Although you can break in without being noticed, it is not so easy to rescue people." Dayton suddenly stopped talking when he said this, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Hao's face, as if he was trying to figure out Wang Hao's psychological changes. Although he didn't believe in the strength of Wang Hao and the others, he didn't mean to underestimate them. After all, they were able to stand in front of them and negotiate with them, which meant that they must have certain means. "What do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, since we dared to come here, we have made sufficient preparations. Let alone a few dozen of you. Even if you are a few hundred, we don't care. If you don't believe me, you can try it now." Dr. Yin walked over here slowly while speaking, holding the Type 81 rifle steadily in his hand, with steady steps and a calm expression, and he didn't even look at the two people behind Dayton. "Oh, that's not what I meant." Dayton was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and quickly explained, "I mean, we must discuss a way to hit the snake with one strike, otherwise we will be bitten by it instead of hitting the snake. There is only one way. You release the people and take everyone to the designated location safely, and then I will organize people to help you get rid of Brother Long and Professor Kong. At this time tomorrow, you will be the boss here." Wang Hao said calmly on the surface, but in fact, he was more anxious than anyone else. At present, every minute of delay will increase the danger for everyone, especially the safety of his parents far away in his hometown, which makes Wang Hao feel like burning with anxiety. But at the same time, he also knew that the more he couldn't be anxious at this time. While the other party was trying to figure out Wang Hao's psychological changes, Wang Hao was also observing the other party's intentions. Now that the other party has offered conditions, it means that the other party still has some hope for them. Now no matter what the other party says, he can't be impulsive and must deal with it coldly. Dayton frowned after hearing what Wang Hao said, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned to the tall and thin young man named Yulei beside him, and said, "Go tell Lao Zhang to follow the plan we just discussed." Yulei nodded and left. Looking at his back, Erden turned to his brother with a blank face and said, "Brother, what's the plan?" "Why don't I know?" "Don't ask, you know soon," Dayton said, turning his gaze back to Wang Hao. "I hope you can keep your promise." "Of course." Wang Hao nodded and stopped talking. He looked calmly at the small door leading to the middle courtyard. Although he was eager to know the other party's plan, he was still calm on the surface. Seeing this, Dr. Yin on the side was a little impatient. He wanted to speak several times, but when he saw Wang Hao's face, he forced himself to hold back. Soon, sweat broke out on his cheeks. Dayton and the young man named Leopard beside him also turned around and turned their eyes to the small door. Now there was silence for about 5 or 6 minutes, and Li Shan's figure walked out from behind the open small wooden door. When Wang Hao saw the face behind Li Shan, he was immediately surprised. The person behind Li Shan was none other than Hu Xiaodong, followed by Lu Jiaming and Cockeyes. Cockeyes was carried on Lu Jiaming's back at this time, with his head drooping on Lu Jiaming's shoulder. He seemed to be unconscious. Following closely behind them were Lu Yi and Shan Wan. Zhong Yu carried Yang Shiyun's mother and walked behind them. Yang Shiyun and Aunt Zhang followed on both sides, and Hu Zi walked at the end. Dr. Yin ran over as soon as he saw Yang Shiyun. Hu Xiaodong and others also ran over as soon as they saw Wang Hao. Time was tight, and there was no time for everyone to ask questions. Wang Hao briefly introduced the situation to everyone, and then began to act according to the plan. Wang Hao, Zhong Yu, Li Shan, Torpedo, and Leopard stayed behind. Dr. Yin followed everyone and left. The Big Egg brothers went out from the front door on the pretext of meeting the dozen or so team members who went out to hunt down the attackers. Then they went around to the parking test area openly. They were responsible for driving. Dr. Yin showed the way and sent everyone to the meeting place agreed with Xiao Mo before, which was where the semi-trailer was parked. Then they picked up Xiao Mo, and the four of them rushed back together. If they could meet the group of people sent by Brother Long on the way, it would be better. If not, they would leave Erden at the entrance of the ancient town archway. If the group came back, Erden could explain the situation to them in time to avoid killing each other. On the surface, Li Shan and Huang Pai were still guarding the backyard, while Yu Lei and Bao Zi replaced Dan and Lao Zhang to continue guarding the empty west wing. Yu Lei and Bao Zi were supposed to take over Dan's shift in an hour, but Dan already had this plan in mind, so they took the opportunity to explain to Brother Long that they wanted to pick up the dozen people who went out. Brother Long naturally agreed. For Brother Long, Dan's group had completely surrendered to them, and now they were just cannon fodder in his eyes. Their life and death were not important at all. If they could catch the sneak attacker, it would be better. If they couldn't catch him, it didn't matter. Once they were ambushed by the other party, the dozen people were wiped out, which was just a loss of a dozen guns for him. Brother Long had everything, especially guns. But he didn't know that when the minibus that seemed to only have the two brothers Dayton in it drove out, the ammunition depot in the backyard where he thought it was safe was being used by Li Shan, Wang Hao and Zhong Yu, who were casually selecting their favorite weapons. Chapter 157. After the Big Egg brother drove the minibus out of the ancient town, he drove quickly to the place agreed with Xiao Mo under the command of Dr. Yin. The vehicle was driven by Erden, who was a semi-trailer driver before the disaster, so driving a minibus was easy for him. Cross-Eyed was seriously injured. He was shot by Brother Long in the service area. At that time, he was standing on the roof of the minibus to keep watch. When he just saw Brother Long and his group through the telescope, Brother Long's gun was already aimed at him. Brother Long used a military sniper rifle. The bullet was fired from 200 meters away and directly penetrated Cross-Eyed. Cross-Eyed rolled down from the roof of the minibus without even a warning sound, and fainted at that time. The pool of blood that Wang Hao and others saw in the service area before was left by Cross-Eyed. When Wu Xiaodong and his companions heard the gunshots, they saw Cross-Eyes rolling down from the roof of the minibus. Before they could pick up their weapons, they were instantly controlled by the well-prepared Luo family. Then Wu Xiaodong and his companions were easily captured by Brother Long and his companions, and brought back to the current mansion. At that time, Wang Hao was trapped in the old city, while Xiao Mo was escaping to the garment factory with Dr. Yin, who was shot in the left arm. After Wu Xiaodong and his companions were captured by Brother Long and his companions, and brought back to the mansion, they were directly locked up in the west wing of the central courtyard. Although Lu Yi stopped the bleeding for Cross-Eyes, Brother Long's bullet was shot from a sniper rifle, which was several times more powerful and lethal than ordinary bullets, and the bullet was in the left chest. Although everyone was anxious, they were powerless. During this period, Lu Yi had asked Brother Long and others to help treat Cross-Eyes, but was rejected by the Big Egg brother guarding the door. At this time, Cross-Eyes' upper body was exposed, and his left chest was tightly tied by several torn strips of clothing, which was soaked with blood. His whole body was limply leaning against Lu Jiaming next to him. His eyes were closed, his face was pale, and black blood was flowing intermittently from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Old eyes. Old eyes. What's wrong with you? Just when the minibus was about to reach the destination, Cross-Eyes, who was in a coma, suddenly coughed and gasped rapidly. Lu Jiaming beside him hurriedly shouted loudly. When the others heard Lu Jiaming shout, they all stood up and came over. They saw that Cross-Eyes' eyes were still closed, but his chest was rising and falling violently, and there was a heavy wheezing sound coming from his throat. Seeing this, Lu Yi hurried forward to check his breath. After checking, her face suddenly became ugly. He is only breathing out, not breathing in. Before Lu Yi finished speaking, Cross-Eyes' neck suddenly stiffened, and his eyes suddenly opened. Everyone around was shocked, but before everyone could react, Cross-Eyes suddenly let out a wow, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then his neck softened, his head drooped again, and the whole person was no longer moving. After a check, Lu Yi determined that Cross-Eyes' breath had dissipated, and his heart and arteries stopped beating at the same time. Lu Jiaming shouted a few times with some sobs, and with the help of others, he slowly put Cross-Eyes' body on the last row of seats. The car was quiet, everyone looked unhappy, and only the roar of the engine could be heard. A few minutes later, the car slowly stopped on the dirt road in the forest. The front of the big red semi-trailer was still quietly parked in the previous position. Haifeng and Wulong in the car saw Dr. Yin get off the minibus and began to scratch the window glass with their hooves. Dr. Yin hurried forward and opened the door. When Haifeng and Wulong jumped down, Xiao Mo also jumped down from the side of the cab. Xiao Mo's face was a little pale at this time. He jumped down from the car and walked directly to the minibus, Brother Xiao Mo. Dr. Yin hurriedly greeted him. Has everyone been rescued? Xiao Mo looked at the minibus behind Dr. Yin. Captain Wang and Brother Yu are still there. Dr. Yin's eyes immediately stopped at the bloodstains behind Xiao Mo's feet, and he was shocked. You are injured. It's okay, I was shot, and I have taken out the bullet. Xiao Mo shook his head indifferently, retracted his gaze from the minibus, and looked at Dr. Yin with some doubts. You all came out. Why did Hao and Zhong Yu stay? Didn't they escape? That's what happened. Dr. Yin then told Xiao Mo the cause and effect of the incident. During this period, most people got off the minibus and greeted Xiao Mo. Then everyone worked together to dig a shallow pit in a vacant lot next to them and buried the cross-eyed body. After listening to Dr. Yan's story, Xiao Mo nodded slowly, looked at the two brothers Dayton who were standing behind the crowd at this time, and then walked over, looked at them coldly, and said, You are too late. Those who chased me were killed by me. Hearing this, the brothers Dayton were stunned. What did you say? Did you kill all those dozen people? Are you the only one? Erden widened his eyes, and looked at the thin young man in front of him, who was half a head shorter than him, with a look of disbelief. Did you see them along the way? Xiao Mo replied indifferently. No. Although Erden couldn't see the expression on Xiao Mo's face, he could feel a strong chill from his tone. At this time, the night was thick, and the only light source among the crowd was the weak light in the two compartments. In order to reduce the target, the minibus turned off the headlights after stopping, leaving only a few lights in the compartment. The semi-trailer had been hidden in the dark before they arrived. When Xiao Mo saw that the people coming were Dr. Yin and his team, he turned on the light in the compartment. Therefore, although the light source at the scene was not bright, everyone could barely see each other's outlines. After learning that Xiao Mo was injured, Luo Yi went forward to check his wound. It was unknown what method he used, but the palm-sized wound had already begun to scab. Although Dr. Yin was injured earlier than him, blood still seeped out of the wrapping cloth from time to time. Luo Yi changed the wrapping cloth for him again. Fortunately, the bullet penetrated through, and as long as the bandage was secure, it would not affect the next action. Fortunately, this place was still a certain distance from the town, and the possibility of the appearance of the zombie group was not great, but for the sake of safety, Xiao Mo still took everyone to the township road outside the dirt road, resting in place with the semi-trailer as the center and waiting for their return. Lu Jiaming insisted on following Xiao and the others, saying that he and Cross Eyes were good or bad brothers, and he must avenge this hatred. Xiao did not refuse, and then Huzi also asked to go with him, saying that although he was small, he was not weak, and it was not a problem to deal with one or two ordinary people. Xiao wanted to refuse, but he had already boarded the minibus in advance. Yang Shuyun stepped forward to persuade him, but Huzi refused to get off the bus and insisted that he wanted to be a person like Brother Wang Hao, otherwise he would never be able to protect them. Seeing this, Yang Shuyun had to agree and repeatedly told Huzi to be careful. But Hu Xiaodong was left behind by Xiao, because among the current people, except Xiao, only Hu Xiaodong could drive the semi-trailer. If he was left behind, he could take everyone away in the first time in case of danger. Hu Xiaodong thought it was reasonable, and did not force it. Before leaving, Xiao took the steel ball air gun behind Erden, and gave it to Hu Xiaodong, asking him to protect everyone's safety. Before leaving, Xiao called Hu Xiaodong aside, and told him several evacuation locations in case of danger. One was the garment factory, because he and Dr. Yin had been there before, and the semi-trailer came from there. He had dealt with more than a dozen zombies there, and even if there were still some, there would not be too many. The most important thing was that the garment factory was very small, and the view inside was quite wide. The second place was on the highway. Don't go back the same way. After going up the highway in the opposite direction, go forward about 1 kilometer according to the previously agreed route, because according to the map, after passing the Jingshan entrance and exit, you have to go forward for at least 50 kilometers to reach the next highway entrance and exit. This section of the journey should still be safe. After telling Hu Xiaodong, Xiao and the others boarded the minibus. Dr. Yin just walked to the door and suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and took off the combat knife tied to his calf and handed it to Yang Shuyun, asking her to take care of herself and they would be back soon. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuyun nodded at Dr. Yin with slightly red eyes and told him to be careful, and she would wait for their safe return. After hearing this, Dr. Yin was moved and a look of happiness instantly appeared on his face. The minibus turned around the semi-trailer and returned to the dirt road. With a roar and dust flying, the taillights of the minibus quickly disappeared in front of everyone who was worried. Chapter 158. No one spoke along the way. Just as the minibus entered the main street of the town where Dr. Yin had killed Gugu before, Xiao Imo suddenly asked Dan to stop the car. Dan had been frightened by Xiao Mo's momentum before, so he naturally dared not disobey Xiao Mo's words. He stepped on the brakes, and the car suddenly nodded forward with a click and stopped suddenly. Open the door. Xiao Imo stood up from his seat as the car stopped. Dan did not dare to ask more questions and hurriedly pressed the door opening button. The door opened with a click. The people in the car all focused their attention on Xiao Imo. Brother Xiao Imo, what do you want to do? Dr. Yin stood up with a puzzled look on his face and looked at Xiao Imo. You wait here. Xiao Imo did not answer him. He glanced at the others and fell on Dayton's face, who was also puzzled. You, come with me. Me? Dayton was stunned and slowly stood up from his seat. Where? You know when you get there. Xiao Imo said expressionlessly, holding his already strung crossbow in his hand, standing at the door of the car with cold eyes staring at Dayton. Erden was about to speak when Xiao Imo turned his eyes to him. Start the car and be ready to start at any time. Everyone else stay in the car, Xiao Imo said, and got out of the car first without waiting for him to speak. Dayton waved at Erden, signaling him not to ask any more questions. Do as he says, I be fine. Dayton got out of the car after saying that, and everyone in the car was stunned for a moment as they watched the two people walking away from the car. Brother Yin, what are Brother Xiao Imo and the others doing? Huzi looked at Dr. Yin with a puzzled look and asked. Yes, Xiao Yin, what is Xiao Imo doing? Lu Jiaming also stepped forward with a puzzled look. Dr. Yin frowned and shook his head blankly. I don't know either, but Brother Xiao Imo must have his reasons for doing this. We just wait patiently. He won't do anything to my brother, right? Erden said with a worried look. What do you think Brother Xiao Imo is? Do you use living people for experiments like you do? Dr. Yin turned his head and glanced at him unhappily. That was not done by us, that was done by Professor Kong. Erden became anxious when he heard it, and retorted in a muffled voice. Birds of a feather, what's the difference? Dr. Yin replied him, and continued to look at the back of the car. What did you say? What is Ichioji he? Dan wanted to continue to refute, but at the moment, he didn't understand what Dr. Yin meant by birds of a feather. Dr. Yin was about to start a retort, but was interrupted by Lu Jiaming, who rarely expressed his opinions, and said, It's time now, and you are still here arguing. Have you forgotten how the cross-eyed man died? Dr. Yin was speechless immediately. In fact, what surprised him the most was Lu Jiaming's attitude. How could he suddenly become like this? Lu Jiaming then pointed the spearhead at Dan in anger, almost yelling, And you? Do you think you are good people? If it weren't for your cross-eyed man, how could he die? Didn't I ask you to light a fire? Did you light it? I tell you, that kid has a bad temper. If he gets angry, he can break your neck with one hand. If you don't believe me, you can try it. I don't want to say anything, is that okay? Erden knew he was in the wrong, and while muttering in a muffled voice, he turned around and turned the car key, and the minibus started immediately. Look! They're back! Huzi suddenly shouted. Everyone looked quickly behind the car. In the dark night, Dayton was holding a few long guns and running quickly towards the minibus. Xiao Imo was following behind him not far away. Xiao Imo had already put the crossbow on his back, holding a long gun in his hand, and occasionally turned back to fire 1 or 2 shots behind him. When Dr. Yin and others in the car saw the large group of dark shadows following him clearly, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The group of dark shadows swaying left and right 10 steps behind Xiao Imo turned out to be more than a dozen zombies in camouflage uniforms. They waved their arms and took stiff steps, chasing Xiao Imo and Dayton relentlessly. Dayton quickly returned to the car with a spear in his arms. His first words were, This guy is simply a lunatic. Before he finished speaking, Xiao quickly followed. Erden immediately shifted gears and was about to start, but was stopped by Xiao. Don't worry, wait until they get closer. Hearing Xiao's words, Dr. Yin and Lu Jiaming immediately reacted. Xiao was going to use the zombies as a ready-made human shield to lead the charge. Dayton and Huzi soon understood, especially Dayton. Although he thought Xiao's idea was good, he still thought it was too risky. It turned out that the dozen zombies in camouflage uniforms were the group they had used as an excuse to go out and look for before. Seeing his dozen brothers in this state, Dayton felt sad and was shocked by Xiao's methods. His dozen brothers had been led here by Xiao Imo. At that time, Xiao Imo was about to climb over a wall along the street. Someone shot Xiao Imo in the back, and Xiao Imo fell headfirst into the wall. His brothers were full of killing intent at the time, and rushed in without thinking twice. But what they didn't expect was that after they all entered the dark courtyard along the street, they were looking for Xiao Mo's shadow in the dark, and the heavy wooden door was suddenly closed from the outside, and then there was the sound of the iron chain locking the door. Before they could react, 7 or 8 zombies rushed out of the room in the courtyard. At that time, it was pitch black, and no one dared to shoot randomly. The only hope was the wooden door, but the wooden door was too heavy and locked from the outside, so the more anxious they were, the harder it was to open. In less than 10 minutes, except for a few people who were eaten by zombies, all the others became one of them. The 7 or 8 zombies that rushed out of the house were led to this small courtyard by Xiao Mo before Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, and Gu Gu arrived, and they were locked here for emergency use, but they did not expect that they would come in handy at the most important moment. While listening to Xiao Mo's story, Dayton looked at the former brothers and today's zombies following the car, and gradually fell into a state of contemplation. His psychology was also quietly changing at this time. Chapter 159. The minibus has been driving at a constant speed of more than 10 miles per hour all the way, and the dozen zombies following behind have always kept a distance of about 20 meters from the minibus. The current route of the minibus is in the shape of an F, with the previous route of Wang Hao and the other 2. Previously, the 3 of them entered the ancient town through the dry river from the middle horizontal bar, and now they are walking on the horizontal bar at the top of the F, and the direction of this horizontal bar is exactly the main street of the ancient town where Dr. Yin shot Gu Gu. In terms of distance, the current route is almost twice as long as the previous route. Although they now have a vehicle to travel, because they have to lead the zombies, the time is not much faster than walking. Xiao Mo used this time to make a simple deployment of the next action for everyone. After the vehicle drove into the archway of the ancient town, Xiao Mo got off the car and continued to lead the group of corpses towards the big house, and then the vehicle accelerated back to the test area. The Big Egg brother went to report to Brother Long, and Dr. Yin, Lu Jiaming, and Huzi hurried to meet up with Wang Hao and his team. Taking the gunshots when Brother Long and his team discovered the group of corpses as a signal, while they blocked the incoming group of corpses, Wang Hao and his team took the opportunity to attack, and Xiao Mo cooperated from the dark, responding to the specific situation. After listening to Xiao Mo's deployment, everyone nodded, and no one spoke up to express their opinions. At this time, the lights embedded in the roof had been turned off. The entire car was almost in darkness except for the instrument panel on the driving platform, and the faint light reflected by the front and rear lights. The car was bumpy from time to time in the rumbling roar of the diesel engine, and the atmosphere in the car became solemn for a while, as if facing a great enemy. 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowly drove into the archway of the ancient town. The dozen zombies were still tirelessly following the vehicle 20 meters behind. According to the plan, after Xiao Mo got off the car, the vehicle suddenly accelerated towards the big house. Everything went smoothly and both roadblocks were successfully passed. At this time, the 2 minions who were guarding the gate of the big house were still there, so when they saw the minibus, they didn't look at it again. They continued to sit down under the dim light at the gate with their guns, and continued their conversation. The minions who were originally guarding both sides of the iron gate of the test area were called back to his side by Brother Long when the gunshot of Xiao Mo, the sneak attacker, sounded. This test area is divided into 2 courtyards, the front and back. The courtyard after the iron gate is where Dayton and his group live, and the back is the test area of Professor Kong. On weekdays, except for the experiments, Professor Kong usually lives in the big house next to it with Brother Long and his men. So after the dozen people were sent out, the yard was locked. Later, it was opened when the Big Egg brother volunteered to meet the dozen people who went out to hunt down the attackers. Now the gate is only half closed. Since the 2 gates are not far apart, the 2 minions guarding the gate of the big house also took a look at the big iron gate of the test area. After successfully entering the gate of the test area, the vehicle quickly drove to the previous parking place. The 2 Big Eggs immediately reported to Brother Long according to Xiao Mo's plan, while Dr. Yin, Lu Jiaming, and Huzi hurriedly climbed over the wall to meet Wang Hao and others. As soon as the 3 climbed over the ancient wall, they saw Wang Hao and Li Shan standing outside the wing room that Li Shan and Huang Pai had guarded before. As soon as he saw Dr. Yin and the other 2, Wang Hao hurriedly told Li Shan something and ran over. Dr. Yin then told Wang Hao about Xiao Mo's plan. Wang Hao nodded and asked about Cross-Eye's condition. When he heard that Cross-Eyes had been seriously injured and died, Wang Hao's face suddenly became ugly. After a few seconds of silence, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the front yard, and said coldly, "I want all of them to be buried with Cross-Eyes." Then he looked at Lu Jiaming, who had a heavy face, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "Brother Lu, don't worry, I will personally hand the murderer to you." Lu Jiaming's eyes were slightly red when he heard this, but he looked at Wang Hao with gratitude and nodded heavily. "Brother Wang, I want to avenge Uncle Yin too." Hu Zi's face was tense, his fists clenched, and he stood up in front of Wang Hao, unwilling to be left behind. "Okay, I promise you, but the premise is that you must protect yourself." Wang Hao nodded, and then asked the three to go to the armory to replenish the ammunition in their guns. Before Xiao Imo took away a double-barreled shotgun, there were 6 long guns that Dan had brought to the minibus, 3 submachine guns, and 3 Type 81 rifles. These guns were all picked up from the yard by Xiao Imo after Dan led the dozen or so pursuers, who had turned into zombies, out of the yard according to the number of people on the bus plus Wang Hao. After they left, Wang Hao and Li Shan and others had already selected their own weapons in the armory. When he heard Dr. Yin talking about the origins of these 6 weapons, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It turned out that Xiao Imo had always been thinking about him in his heart. He immediately handed the Type 95 fully automatic rifle he had already chosen to Lu Jiaming, and he picked up a Type 81 rifle from the 6 guns brought back by Dr. Yin. Others quickly chose their own weapons. Dr. Yin was used to using the Type 81 rifle, so he naturally wouldn't choose anything else. He wanted to find his own Type 81 rifle in the arsenal, but Li Shan told him that their guns were hidden in Brother Long's private arsenal. He had to give up and pick up the Type 81 rifle he had seized from the archway. Hu Zi chose a Type 79 submachine gun. Wang Hao was about to teach Hu Zi how to use it, but found that Hu Zi removed the magazine very skillfully, checked it, and then installed it very skillfully. Seeing Wang Hao's puzzled look, Hu Zi told him that it was all taught to him by Sister Yun. When Wang Hao heard that it was Yang Shiyun who taught him, his face became even more puzzled. In Wang Hao's opinion, how could Yang Shiyun, a woman with a strong personality, be so familiar with guns? But time was tight, and Wang Hao's doubts only flashed through his mind. In addition to Wang Hao and his men, Li Shan and his men also changed into their own weapons. There were plenty of bullets in the arsenal, and almost everyone brought more than 5 magazines. Now they were waiting for the 2 brothers, Dayton, to come and choose their weapons. But after waiting for 10 minutes, they still did not show up. Wang Hao could not help but worry about them. Did Brother Long see their flaws when they reported to him? Or, Wang Hao just thought of this, bang. The small wooden door leading to the middle courtyard in the corner was suddenly knocked open, and then Erden rushed in with a panicked face. He ran to Wang Hao out of breath and said, "No, it's not good. That, Professor Kong has taken a fancy to the girl in leather pants among you, and asked me to take her to his room. What should I do? My brother is still in Brother Long's room, and hasn't come out yet." Chapter 160. Erden looked back and forth at Wang Hao and others with sweat on his forehead, his eyes full of anxiety, his broad chest heaving violently. Wang Hao's face changed when he heard this, frowned, looked at Erden and asked, "Don't worry, where is Professor Kong now?" "Should be in his room. He asked someone to pass on the message to me," Erden said in a panic. "So that's how it is." Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Has the person who passed the message left?" "He left after he finished speaking." Erden nodded anxiously. "What should we do now?" "Don't pay attention to him. If Professor Kong can't wait, he will definitely send someone else. We will ambush in the room in advance. Then you just need to open the door and lead him in. I will take care of the rest." After Wang Hao said this, murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. "Oh," Erden hesitated when he heard this. He understood Wang Hao's implication, but the problem was that his brother was still in Brother Long's room. If they made trouble at this time, Brother Long would definitely suspect them. In that case, given Brother Long's character, his brother's life would definitely be in danger. Seeing Erden's expression, Wang Hao immediately understood, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Your brother will be fine. He may have been delayed by other things. Don't worry, we won't be exposed until the last moment." "But," Erden nodded. Although his expression eased, he was still a little worried. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Dr. Yin. "If you delay any longer, your brother's life will be in danger." "Dr. Yin is right, Erden. I understand your feelings, but now is not the time to act on impulse. We should hurry up and get in place. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us." Li Shan also stepped forward to persuade him. Erden's face flushed red when he heard this. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded, "I listen to you. Whatever you say, we do." "Okay." Wang Hao patted his shoulder again, looked around at everyone and said, "In that case, let's hurry up and get in place in the wing room in the middle courtyard. He then turned his eyes to Li Shan's face. When the gunshots are heard outside, you should immediately set fire to the arsenal, and then rush to the middle courtyard to join us. Li Shan nodded, and Wang Hao immediately let Erden go ahead. He led Dr. Yin, Lu Jiaming, and Hu Zi to run to the middle courtyard. At this time, Leopard and Torpedo were guarding the empty room where Lu Yi and others were imprisoned. A thin, wrinkled old man was squatting in front of the small wooden door leading to the front yard. The small wooden door was ajar. The old man was squatting between the two doors, with a long-barreled earth gun on his shoulder. The old man was facing the yard with his face pressed against the door crack and observing outside. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he looked back and put his eyes back to the door crack. Time was tight. Wang Hao briefly explained the steps to Leopard and Torpedo, who came forward, and then led Dr. Yin and others to the door. Before the door was closed, Wang Hao repeatedly told Leopard and Torpedo to bring the newcomers into the room. After the door was closed, the sound of the iron chain locking the door was heard outside. Do you think they will go back on their word? Looking at the two locked doors, Lu Jiaming turned back to look at Wang Hao with a worried look on his face and asked. Not only Lu Jiaming, but Dr. Yin and Hu Zi were also worried. No, they are not stupid enough to shoot themselves in the foot. Wang Hao shook his head calmly. Before he finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly came from outside. Erden, what the hell is wrong with you? Didn't Professor Kong ask you to send the girl in leather pants over? Why haven't you done anything yet? Chapter 161. It's Benzi. Erden's voice came from outside the door, but he was only halfway through his words when he suddenly said ouch, and his tone instantly became painful. No, I have to go to the toilet. Here's the key, go by yourself. As he spoke, there was the sound of a bunch of keys falling to the ground, and a burst of hurried footsteps. Fuck, you are so worthless, you two, go and bring the person out to me. The man cursed. Brother Bin, Brother Long has told us that except for Dayton and Erden, no one else can go in, otherwise they will be dealt with according to military law. At this time, Yulei's voice was embarrassed and a little timid. What, are you using Brother Long to pressure me? Brother Bin's tone was far beyond the expectations of Wang Hao and others. I dare not. How dare I use Brother Long to pressure your Brother Bin? Yulei hurriedly explained here, but his tone suddenly changed, and then said, everyone knows that Brother Gu is your uncle. If it weren't for Brother Gu, how could our base be what it is today? It's just that we dare not disobey Brother Long's words. Yulei's tone sounded like he was in a dilemma, but in fact he was taking advantage of the other party's suppressed dissatisfaction in his heart, thereby further intensifying the conflict between the two sides. At the same time, he quietly revealed the information of the future person to Wang Hao and others in the room. Humph! Brother Bin snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. You are still kind-hearted, much better than Bai Long, the ungrateful wolf. Let me ask you, Yulei, are you willing to follow me? I promise to let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future. To be honest, Brother Bin, we, the old brothers, have all received great kindness from Brother Gu. If it weren't for Brother Gu, we would have been shot by Brother Long and his men. Now that Brother Gu is gone, we are of course willing to follow you, but... Yulei paused here deliberately, as if observing Brother Bin's attitude. But what buts? Just tell me whether you are willing to follow me, Brother Bin said impatiently, with a bit of impatience in his tone. I am willing. Before Yulei finished speaking, Brother Bin interrupted him. Since you are willing, there is no need to say anything more. From today on, you are all my people, Huang Bin. If you follow me in the future, I will make sure you have enough food and drink. Then Brother Long. Yulei took the opportunity to speak. He's nothing. Huang Bin said with disdain. Forget it today, don't worry, since you follow me, I, as your big brother, will never make things difficult for you. Yulei, open the door, I will personally pick him up. Yes, big brother, Yulei's tone suddenly became attentive. Leopard, old Zhang, what are you two still doing there? Why don't you come over and call big brother? Big brother. Big brother. As soon as Yulei finished speaking, the voices of Leopard and old Zhang came from the yard. Although the voices of these two people seemed a little reluctant, Huang Bin didn't care. He listened to their voices and laughed very happily. Okay. Hua la la. After a sound of iron chains hitting each other, the door was opened with a creaking sound, and then a flashlight shone in from the small gap. Brother, please. This is the sound of a torpedo. Okay. Huang Bin walked over with a smug smile, walked to the door, and pushed it open without thinking and walked in. What he didn't expect was that just as his back foot followed his front foot into the threshold, the door behind him was suddenly closed with a bang. Wang Bin was immersed in the joy of having just gained a younger brother. Before he could figure out what was going on, a cold knife was placed on his neck. Don't move. Otherwise, your head will be moved immediately. A voice colder than the blade suddenly sounded beside his ears. Wang Bin was stunned. Before he could react, the weapon in his hand was taken away. Who are you? Wang Bin's tone in the dark was obviously not as proud as before, and he instantly became terrified and trembling. Standing straight in place, he dared not move, allowing the hands in the dark to tie his arms behind his back. You don't need to know who we are, just answer my questions honestly, and I will keep you safe. Wang Hao said coldly. Okay, what do you want to know? Wang Bin behaved very obediently. Although his tone was no longer as frightened as before, his whole body was still trembling slightly. How many people are there in the front yard now? Wang Hao said. 17, oh no, 19. Wang Bin thought for a while and said. What about the weapons and equipment? Wang Hao asked. Except for the 8 confidants of Brother Long who used 95 fully automatic rifles, the others were different. Some were Type 81 rifles, some were Type 79 submachine guns, and some were the homemade rifles and hunting rifles they used before. Wang Bin replied. How much spare ammunition does each person have? Dr. Yen interrupted at this time. Generally, there are 2 magazines. For rifles and hunting rifles, it's not certain. Some have more, and some only have a few rounds in the gun. In fact, there are many good guns, but no one dares to own them privately unless Brother Long lets them go. Otherwise, they will be treated as treason. Wang Bin's tone was slightly dissatisfied and helpless when he said this, but he didn't have the disdain he had when he was talking to Yu Lei outside just now. When Wang Hao heard this, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He immediately changed the subject and asked, Do you want to replace Brother Long? Chapter 162. Wang Bin was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't react for a long time. When Gugu was alive, he could bully others and brag about his power. Now that Gugu is dead, his status has been reduced to the lowest. He was just showing off his eloquence just now. If he really stood up and confronted Brother Long, he would not have the courage to do so even if he was beaten to death. Seeing that Wang Bin didn't react for a long time, Wang Hao had already thought of giving up on him. He slowly increased the strength of the black knife in his hand. After feeling the pain on his neck, Wang Bin immediately panicked. Don't kill me, you can ask me to do anything. But before he finished speaking, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside, followed by a loud shout, and the gunshots immediately rang out. Wang Bin was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt a pain in his neck, and his head rolled off his shoulders uncontrollably. When his consciousness was about to fade, a cold voice came from the darkness. Too late. Plop. At the moment when his pupils dilated, Wang Bin saw a headless body, falling heavily on the ground not far from him. Act according to the plan. Wang Hao put away his black knife, without even looking at the body on the ground, and then opened the door and ran out. Dr. Yen, Zhong Yu, Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi followed closely behind. At this time, Yu Lei and Bao Zi were struggling to pull Er Dan, and Lao Zhang had disappeared. The wooden door had been opened. Let me go, I want to save my brother. Er Dan struggled to break free from Yu Lei's arms. Erdan! Wang Hao rushed forward. Don't be impulsive. My brother hasn't come back yet. Let me go, let me save my brother. Erdan shouted regardless. Let him go. Wang Hao said, Torpedo, Leopard, you two go to the front yard with Erdan to find Dayton, remember. Don't reveal your identity until the last moment. Just listen to the command of Brother Long and the others. Just don't hit the target. Then you. Hearing this, Torpedo and the other two immediately let go of Erdan, and Erdan immediately ran to the front yard. We will be there later. Go! Wang Hao looked back at the backyard where the fire was gradually rising. Torpedo and the other two nodded and hurriedly chased after him. Dr. Yin, Brother Zhong, Brother Lu, the 3 of you go to the roof of the front yard to find a favorable terrain and wait for the opportunity. You can adapt to the situation. There is only one purpose, which is to distract the enemy's attention, so that they don't know how many people we have, and create a psychological panic. Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Dr. Yin and Lu Jiaming. Also, you must see the enemy clearly before shooting to avoid accidentally hurting your own people. Dr. Yin and the other two nodded and left, then quietly climbed onto the roof of the main house in the front yard from the wooden door leading to the front yard. Brother Wang, what should we do? Looking at the backs of Dr. Yin and the other two disappearing on the roof, Hu Zi said eagerly. Wait for the rabbit by the tree. Wang Hao said lightly. Wait for the rabbit by the tree. What does that mean, Brother Wang? Hu Zi looked at Wang Hao in confusion. We are not in a numerical advantage now, so we can only disperse the enemy's combat effectiveness and take advantage of the fire in the backyard to defeat them one by one. Wang Hao turned his head and looked at the backyard full of flames and explained. Oh, I understand. What should we do now? Hu Zi looked at Wang Hao impatiently. Hide in the dark, close the door and beat the dog, Wang Hao said coldly. At this time, Li Shan ran over from the backyard. According to the plan, I have set fire to the 3 rooms in the backyard. What are you doing now? You go outside to call for help. When you enter the door, try to walk at the end. We will ambush here, Wang Hao said. Well, I know. Li Shan nodded and left, while Wang Hao and Hu Zi each found a hidden corner to ambush. As soon as Li Shan left, the originally compact gunfire outside suddenly became chaotic, and the direction of the gunfire began to scatter everywhere, followed by a panic shouting. Wang Hao inferred that it should be Dr. Yin and the other 2 who took action, but he didn't know where Xiao Mo was now, and he couldn't help but worry about him. As for the Dayton brothers and others, Wang Hao never considered them as his own people from the beginning. They only had a subtle cooperative relationship. Wang Hao naturally didn't care about their life and death. The reason why Wang Hao agreed to Li Shan's conditions was that he was forced to save people at that time, and secondly, their vehicles and supplies were all taken back by Brother Long. Without these things, even if they could rescue people, the next journey would inevitably be hindered. Without the protection of vehicles and guns, it would be impossible for their survival team of more than a dozen people to return home safely and quickly. There were zombies everywhere outside, and food was scarce. None of these things could be missing. Everything went as Wang Hao expected. Less than 5 minutes after Li Shan went out, 4 people ran in from the small door. Li Shan followed at the end, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 steps from them, according to Wang Hao's instructions. Just when the 4 people ran to the middle of the courtyard, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out. The firepower network formed by 3 lines of fire from the left, right, and back sides resolved the battle in less than 15 seconds. The 4 people just felt fortunate to be sent to put out the fire, but they didn't expect to die in less than 2 minutes. In the air mixed with gunpowder, smoke, and blood, the courtyard instantly became quiet, and Wang Hao and the other 2 hurriedly ran out from their hiding places. With the help of the weak light from the 2 energy-saving lamps hanging under the eaves of the side rooms, Wang Hao glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground expressionlessly, walked up to Li Shan and asked, "What's the situation outside now?" More than half of the dozen zombies have been eliminated. Now Brother Long and his men have split into 2 groups. One group continues to block the remaining zombies, and the other group is being surrounded by Brother Long to attack the attackers on the roof. Chapter 163. Not good. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. His face suddenly became tense. He frowned and pondered for a few seconds. He looked at Li Shan and Hu Zi and said, "We can't wait any longer, otherwise Dr. Yin and the others will be in a passive position." After Wang Hao said this, he was about to leave, when he suddenly remembered something and turned to Li Shan and asked, "Where are Brother Erden and Yu Lei? I haven't seen them." Li Shan shook his head and replied, "Forget it, I can't care so much. Where is Brother Long going to outflank us?" Wang Hao frowned and asked. From the direction they retreated, it should be the test area. Li Shan thought for a while and said, "Because you can directly climb up to the gate tower from the row of simple houses in the test area. Some of the remaining people are distracting Brother Yin and others, and some are blocking the zombies." Wang Hao nodded and said, "Li Shan, you mix in with the people blocking the zombies, and respond flexibly. Don't reveal your identity unless it is absolutely necessary. Hu Zi, after Li Shan leaves, you immediately close the gate from the inside, and then go to the roof to tell Dr. Yin and others about my plan, and ask them to hold on for 20 minutes. Leave the test area to me. I want to meet this Brother Long in person." Li Shan and Hu Zi heard Wang Hao's arrangement, and they couldn't help but look worried. Hu Zi said, "Brother Wang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me accompany you." "Yes, Brother Wang, Brother Long and others are not easy to deal with. They kill people one by one without blinking an eye. I think it's better to let Brother Hu Zi accompany you. I go to close the gate and send a letter to Brother Yin and others," Li Shan continued. "Don't argue, I have a purpose for this arrangement." Wang Hao interrupted them, and looked at Li Shan and said, "We let you blend in with them to disturb the morale of the army. We told them that the captured people were infected with the RS virus, and have now turned into zombies. If you want to survive, run away quickly. We let Hu Zi close the door from the inside, so that they can't figure out the truth. Whether they believe it or not, they will feel a certain pressure in their hearts, and won't bang their heads against the door desperately. As long as one person runs away, the morale of the army will be weakened, and then we will be in control of the situation. Well, we listen to you. Li Shan and the other two immediately became more confident. They nodded and ran quickly to the front yard. At this time, the front yard was empty. When Xiao Mo led the zombies, all the people followed Brother Long to block the outside of the gate, including Professor Kong. Although he was not very good at fighting, he dared not disobey Brother Long's orders. Brother Long mobilized all his forces to stop the zombies in order to eliminate them in the shortest possible time, but he did not expect to be attacked from both sides. When the gunshots of Dr. Yin and the other two rang out on the gate tower behind him, he had already lost his composure, but he did not expect that the previous attackers would come back and bring a few helpers. After a flurry of activity, Brother Long quickly calmed down and quickly realized the current situation. In order to stabilize the situation, he must first eliminate the enemies from both sides. In his opinion, dealing with zombies only requires guns, while dealing with enemies requires Brother Long to go out in person. He has no doubts about his own abilities. Since the disaster, he has fought more than a dozen battles with Brother Gu, big and small, and has almost never failed, so he did not take Wang Hao and others seriously at all. After Li Shan and Hu Zi left, Wang Hao looked back at the flames in the backyard, sighed softly, turned around and adjusted his direction, took a few steps to run, and with a whoosh, he firmly grasped the top of the 3-meter-high ancient wall adjacent to the test area with both hands. With a sudden force of his arms, he easily crossed the top of the wall and landed steadily in the test area. He did not dare to delay and ran quickly to the front yard. Just when Wang Hao had just pushed open the iron fence door between the 2-story ancient building and the color steel house, the iron door opposite was suddenly pushed open, and then 7 or 8 figures quickly ran in under the night, and went straight to the row of color steel houses on the right side of the gate. Wang Hao quickly dodged into the shadows on the side, and carefully looked out along the wall of the 2-story ancient building. He saw that when the 7 or 8 figures ran to the color steel house, the big man in the lead whispered something to the others, and then one of the figures entered the color steel house, and soon came out with a ladder. The big man in the lead looked up at the eaves and pointed to one of the places. The man then unfolded the ladder at the place where the big man pointed. The big man climbed up first, and then the rest of the figures climbed up one by one. After everyone climbed onto the roof, Wang Hao quickly ran out from the shadows and ran straight to the ladder. While listening carefully to the movement on the roof, Wang Hao climbed up slowly and carefully. Unexpectedly, just when Wang Hao climbed to the top of the ladder and was about to look out to observe the situation on the roof, the big iron door was suddenly knocked open with a bang. A terrified voice came over, "Brother Long. Brother Long. Where are you? Come and save me." Wang Hao was startled and quickly pulled his head back. At the same time, he quickly pressed his right hand on the Type 81 rifle behind him. "Help, Brother Long, help!" The man shouted regardless of anything, his voice full of fear. Wang Hao did not dare to look back, for fear that the other party would recognize him. Fortunately, Wang Hao was still wearing the camouflage uniform he had put on at the door of the rice noodle shop. The man behind him ran over immediately after seeing Wang Hao's figure stuck at the top of the ladder. Without saying a word, he grabbed the ladder with both hands and was about to climb up. At the same time, Wang Hao heard the low roars of several zombies behind the man. However, at this moment, a low shout came from the roof. "Who?" The man had already crawled to Wang Hao's feet in fear. After hearing the low shout from the roof, he immediately responded, "Brother Long, I am Professor Kong. It's bad, the zombies are chasing us." After that, he hurriedly said to Wang Hao above his head, "Brother, hurry up." But his words were drowned out by the low shout of the man on the roof, "Don't yell, find a way yourself." The words of the man on the roof immediately put Wang Hao's heart at ease. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao's murderous intent suddenly. He suddenly raised his right foot and stepped hard on Professor Kang's face. Before Professor Kang could react, he fell to the ground with a thump. And 4 or 5 zombies followed him and rushed over. "Ah!" After a shrill scream, Wang Hao soon smelled a strong smell of blood. When Wang Hao looked back, Professor Kang was already a bloody mess. 4 or 5 zombies surrounded him and fought for his internal organs. On his hideous head, 2 terrified eyes stared straight at the sky that had begun to turn white. "You got it for free," Wang Hao said coldly, looking at the pile of rotten meat under his feet. He was about to turn around and climb the roof. His hand had just climbed the eaves when he suddenly felt a slight vibration, and then a low voice came over, "Second uncle, are you still there? I'm here to save you." Chapter 164. Wang Hao hurriedly retracted his arm and lowered his body after hearing this. He held the ladder with one hand, and slowly grasped the Type 81 rifle on his waist with the other hand. The bolt had been pulled open before to prevent this emergency. Stop! Xiangzi, where are you going? Just as the footsteps above his head were getting closer and closer, a low shout suddenly stopped him. I want to see if my second uncle is still there. Xiangzi's voice was very low, but it could be heard that he seemed to be very afraid of the owner of the voice. Come back here, or I shoot you. The voice showed a little anger. Yes, Brother Long. Although Xiangzi's voice was not very willing, he still walked back on the iron roof of the color steel house with a creaking sound. After Xiangzi's footsteps faded away, Wang Hao climbed up the eaves again and carefully poked his head out. Under the slightly blue sky before dawn, he saw 7 or 8 figures climbing up the gatehouse of the large mansion, which was nearly 2 meters higher than the color steel house. On the roof ridge more than 20 meters away from the 7 or 8 figures, 3 flames were changing angles and shooting down from time to time, completely unaware of the impending danger on their side. Why are you not prepared at all? Didn't Huzi report the situation? Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. It's too late. We must let Dr. Yin and the others know the danger around us immediately, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, 3 people from the other side had already climbed up the gatehouse and were squatting there with their backs to Wang Hao. They seemed to be on guard against the situation around the gatehouse roof while waiting for others to come up and then act together. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, so he saw the right opportunity and quickly climbed onto the roof. Fortunately, the roof of this color steel house was constructed in a triangular structure. After Wang Hao climbed onto the roof, he quickly climbed to the other side of the triangle and hid behind himself. Wang Hao quickly adjusted the design angle. The situation was urgent, but Wang Hao aimed his crosshairs at the people below. Just when the 4th person's left leg was about to hook the eaves, Wang Hao fired without hesitation. Bang! With a single shot, the man screamed and fell heavily on the color steel roof. Wang Hao was about to fire the second shot when 6 or 7 fire snakes shot towards him. Wang Hao hurriedly withdrew his gun, lowered his head, and took advantage of the triangular roof to quickly crawl back. As soon as he avoided the range of fire, Wang Hao quickly changed his posture and crawled towards the other side. At the same time as Wang Hao's gunshots rang out, the 3 figures, who were squatting on the top of the gatehouse, were knocked down by a burst of fire before they could react. The figures below just started shooting at Wang Hao, but they didn't expect that the 3 companions above their heads were also shot and fell. They panicked and subconsciously raised the muzzle of the gun to the roof of the gatehouse and fired randomly. Wang Hao used these few seconds to sneak into the other side from the other side of the triangle. After a fierce burst of gunfire, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Even the sparse gunfire before disappeared. At this time, on the other side of the triangle less than 10 meters away, there was a sound of changing magazines. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, stood up suddenly and fired at the other party. One of the figures saw that the situation was not right, quickly pulled another figure beside him to block in front of him, and then jumped directly from the roof. The remaining figures fell down one after another under Wang Hao's fierce shooting. At this moment, 4 familiar figures appeared on the top of the gatehouse. They were Dr. Yin, Lu Jiaming, Zhong Yu and Hu Zi. After seeing them, Wang Hao immediately relaxed his vigilance, quickly changed another magazine, and walked towards the fallen figures. Captain Wang, are you okay? Dr. Yin jumped down from the top first. It's okay, just one ran away. Wang Hao went forward to check one by one and found a total of 5 people, 3 of whom died on the spot, and 2 of them were hit, their limbs twitching, and blood kept coming out of their mouths. Wang Hao gave him a quick death without hesitation, and the other one was only hit in the right arm and left shoulder. He originally wanted to play dead to escape, but he didn't expect Wang Hao to check whether they were dead or not. What's your name? Wang Hao grabbed the man's collar and lifted his upper body from the ground. My name is Xiangzi. Although the wound on the man's body was bleeding, he didn't care about it at all. He just looked at Wang Hao and others with fear in his eyes. Who is Brother Long? Wang Hao asked after glancing at the bodies next to him. He ran away. Xiangzi replied tremblingly. You mean the one who ran away is Brother Long? Wang Hao asked. Yes, yes. Who are you? Xiangzi said. You don't need to know. After Wang Hao said that, he snapped Xiangzi's neck with a click, then stood up and looked at Dr. Yin and the others and said, What's the situation outside? All those who are alive have run away. Dr. Yin said, Should we chase them? Forget it, let them fend for themselves. Wang Hao shook his head. Did you find Li Shan and Erden on the roof? No, at first only Erden and Torpedo Leopard ran out, But later when the crowd got chaotic, we never saw them again. Dr. Yin said, a little depressed. Let's go, it's almost dawn, and we don't know what's going on with Xiaodong and Yi. Looking up at the gradually brightening sky, Wang Hao said with a worried look on his face. When Wang Hao and the other 5 had just come down from the color steel house, the roar of a car suddenly came from outside the gate. Chapter 165. Is it with Xiaodong and the others? Dr. Yin lowered his voice and looked at Wang Hao. Everyone's faces were tense to varying degrees. No, this is a gasoline car. We'd better be careful, Wang Hao said, and quickly directed everyone to hide around the gate. After a sharp brake sound, there were 2 sounds of car doors closing and several muffled footsteps landing outside the iron gate, followed by a burst of gunfire. After more than 10 seconds, the gunfire stopped and a burst of footsteps ran towards the gate. Squeak! The half-closed iron gate was pushed open, and a familiar figure immediately broke in, followed by 4 or 5 people behind him. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were hiding behind a pile of new bricks at this time. When they saw someone breaking in, Dr. Yin raised his gun and was about to shoot, but was pressed down by Wang Hao. It's not too late to shoot after seeing clearly. Brother Wang. Where are you? I'm Li Shan. The figure in the lead stopped in the yard and shouted around. Li Shan? After hearing the man shout, Wang Hao looked carefully and saw that it was indeed Li Shan. He then looked again and saw that the people following him were Yulei, Bao Zi, and the brothers De Dan and Er Dan, but he didn't see the shadow of the old man Zhang. I'm here. Wang Hao immediately walked out from behind the pile of new bricks, and the others also appeared from their hiding places. You guys are good at doing things. You showed up after we finished fighting. Can I say that you are using us? Dr. Yin sneered at Li Shan and others. Brother Yin, don't get me wrong, we were really dispersed just now. Li Shan hurried forward to explain, and at the same time his eyes stayed on the pile of rotten meat of Professor Kong behind Wang Hao and others. Brother Wang, Professor Kong is dead, where is Brother Long? As he spoke, his voice was already a little frightened, and it was obvious that he seemed to be very afraid of Brother Long. He just ran away in the chaos. Wang Hao said lightly. Everyone be careful. As soon as Wang Hao's voice fell, Lu Jiaming behind him suddenly exclaimed, and everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see 5 or 6 zombies staggering out of the sliding door leading to the backyard. Duh. A burst of light sound suddenly rang out, and several zombies fell down in an instant. Li Shan, I don't care whether your words are true or false. I have done what I promised you. What about what you promised me? Wang Hao withdrew his eyes from the corpses of the zombies expressionlessly, and looked back at Li Shan coldly. Oh, they are all in the car. Li Shan was stunned and answered hurriedly, after we dispersed just now, I took everyone directly to Brother Long's private warehouse. We loaded your weapons, ammunition and supplies into the van outside the door. In addition to these, there are more than a dozen bags of rice, 3 bags of cornmeal and 6 bags of flour, a few boxes of dried vegetables and canned food, and some bottled drinking water, enough for your rations for half a month. In addition, I have asked Lao Zhang to drive the dual-fuel refueling truck to the service area. It should be here soon. The fuel in it can at least supply 3 gasoline cars and 3 diesel cars with 700 to 800 kilometers. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, and immediately prepared to ask everyone to go to the backyard to pick up the car and leave. At this time, Li Shan hesitated and said, Brother Wang, you left, but Brother Long. Damn, can you guys be a little brave? Brother Long is just one person. You guys can't deal with him? Dr. Yin looked at him with disdain. We? Li Shan's face flushed with what Dr. Yin said, and the people behind him lowered their heads. It can be seen that they are afraid of Brother Long to the bone. Wang Hao waved his hand to stop Dr. Yin from talking, and looked at Li Shan and said, Li Shan, what do you want to do? I'm worried that Brother Long will run into those people who were scattered by zombies with us after he escapes. Although they are not Brother Long's confidants, they are also a group of people after all. What if Brother Long brings them back to kill us after you leave? We? Li Shan looked worried, but before he finished speaking, a sound of motorcycles came from far away outside the gate. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly prepared for battle. Huzi ran to the door and looked outside. He turned around and said to everyone with great joy, It's Brother Xiao Mo. After that, he opened the iron door. Everyone ran to the door, and saw that Xiao Mo had got a 3-wheeled motorcycle from somewhere, and stopped in front of Li Shan's van. There was a big man tied up in the 3-wheeled motorcycle. When Li Shan and others saw this man, they shouted Brother Long. Because it was not bright just now, Wang Hao only saw a big man jumping from the roof, but he didn't see the other person's face clearly. He saw that the man in the three-wheeled motorcycle had his head drooping in front of his chest, and he seemed to be in a coma. His upper body was tied up with a hemp rope, and there was a high bulge at the left knee through his pants. "Brother Xiao Mo, are you okay?" Wang Hao hurried forward. "Nothing." Xiao Mo shook his head, turned off the engine, and jumped off the motorcycle. "Where did you catch him?" Wang Hao looked at Brother Long in the side fight, and asked with a puzzled look. "Just now I saw this man running out, so I caught him back," Xiao Mo said lightly. Wang Hao nodded, turned to look at Li Shan and said, "Since Brother Long has been caught, you can decide how to deal with him. It's getting late, and we should leave. Brother Wang, please wait a moment, old John will be back soon, and you can't go far without fuel," Li Shan said hurriedly, and it can be seen that he is relieved now. Wang Hao looked at his watch, nodded and said, "Okay, we wait another 20 minutes. If we can't come back by then, we have to leave." "I will definitely come back, I will definitely come back, Brother Wang, thank you so much, without you." Li Shan looked at Wang Hao and the others sincerely, and kept expressing his gratitude. "You don't have to say anything more. I hope you can take care of yourself in the future, and don't repeat the mistakes of Brother Long and the others." Wang Hao waved his hand, and said lightly, "Yes, yes, we will definitely remember it, we will definitely remember it." Li Shan nodded sincerely. Wang Hao immediately arranged for Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu to check the condition of the Raptor and the minibus in the backyard. He, Xiao Mo, Lu Jiaming, and Hu Zi went to the Jianghuai box truck driven by Li Shan to count the supplies. However, he suddenly stopped in front of the sky blue Jianghuai box truck, as if he remembered something, and turned to look at Li Shan behind him and said, "Where is the family in the service area?" "Oh!" Li Shan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Are you asking about Luo Wenxiang's family?" Wang Hao nodded, his face gradually became cold. "They are Gu Ji's people. After Gu Gu died, they were all buried alive by Long Gu." Li Shan's face suddenly became tense, as if he was deliberately hiding something. "Brother Wang, there are people over there." At this moment, Hu Zi on the side suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw two heads secretly hiding inside the gate of the compound, looking towards them. Wang Hao immediately recognized that one of the heads was wearing a hat, and the owner of that head was none other than Luo Wenxiang. Chapter 166. When Wang Hao saw Luo Wenxiang also saw him. When their eyes met, both of them were startled. Luo Wenxiang, feeling guilty, quickly retracted his head after seeing Wang Hao's face, and turned to run back to the door. Wang Hao also reacted at this time, and raised his gun without hesitation, and shot a string of bullets at his feet. Luo Wenxiang stood still, with his back to Wang Hao, his hands raised above his head, and dared not move. "Turn around!" As soon as the gunshot fell, Wang Hao shouted sharply. Luo Wenxiang trembled when he heard this. He turned his back to Wang Hao for a long time without any reaction. At this moment, the figure who entered the gate before Luo Wenxiang turned back. Wang Hao could see the face of the person clearly. It was Luo Wenxiang's wife. She had messy hair and blood all over her body. She opened her arms and blocked Luo Wenxiang behind her and cried to Wang Hao, "Please, don't kill him, he is my only relative. Brother Wang, can you spare their lives for my sake?" Li Shan also pleaded with Wang Hao at this time. Their family members died in this battle, and some were infected. Now there are only two of them left. Luo Wenxiang's wife had just killed her second son when we came back. Li Shan said this with emotion. He sighed softly and continued, in fact, their family was also forced by Gu Gu and his gang. Before the disaster, their family worked in that service area. Not long after the disaster, they met Gu Gu and his gang passing by. At that time, Professor Kong fell in love with their daughter-in-law at first sight, but was stopped by Gu Gu. Gu Ji's condition at that time was that as long as they led a group of survivors into the trap set by Gu Gu promised to give them 3 days of food and water. Otherwise, they would be shot on the spot without leaving a single person. Such conditions were like pie in the sky for Luo Wenxiang's family, who had already started to eat human flesh at that time. But Luo Wenxiang didn't know what Gu Gu wanted to do with these survivors they led into the trap for at that time. He just thought it was a robbery. Later, he learned that Professor Kong had taken them all for experiments. "You don't need to say any more." Wang Hao raised his hand without any emotion and interrupted Li Shan's words. "I must take Brother Long and these two people away today. As for how to deal with them, I will leave it to everyone's opinion. I can't make the decision alone." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he immediately turned his head and looked at Dr. Yin beside him and said, "You and Hu Zi go take them to the minibus." We will leave in 2 minutes. Brother Wang. Li Shan was anxious when he heard this, and wanted to speak, but was glared back by Xiao Imo, who was dragging Brother Long's body onto the minibus. Everything was ready. Wang Hao suddenly stopped at the door before getting on the bus, turned his head and glanced at Li Shan and others, and said coldly, "I hope you will take care of yourself, otherwise Brother Long and Professor Kong will be your fate." After that, he boarded the Raptor without looking back, and connected to the Jianghuai box truck full of supplies that Li Shan and others drove. The 3 vehicles quickly started and disappeared from the sight of Li Shan and others. When Wang Hao and his team just turned into the dirt road in the forest, Hui Xiaodong and his team's semi-trailer was coming towards them. As soon as the 2 vehicles stopped, Hui Xiaodong opened the door and jumped out with a nervous look on his face. "Captain Wang, I'm so glad to see you're alright. Our retreat is surrounded by zombies." As he spoke, Luoyi, Yang Shiyun and others also got off the semi-trailer one after another. What happened? Wang Hao was shocked and asked hurriedly. No one saw it clearly. When we found out, the zombies were less than 500 meters away from us. What should we do, Captain Wang? Hui Xiaodong said nervously, and looked back from time to time. Let's not talk about it for now. Everyone hurry up and get in the car, turn around on the spot, and we go through the center of the town. Wang Hao frowned and waved at everyone. Brother Xiaomao, let's drive the front car to explore the way ahead. Brother Yu and Shan Wan drive the Raptor car and follow us. Dr. Yen will still drive the minibus and follow Brother Yu and the others. Yu and Aunt Zhang Shiyun will stay in the minibus to take care of Aunt Han. Brother Lu and Huzi will keep an eye on Brother Long and the other 2. If they dare to resist, just shoot them to death. Xiaodong, you drive the truck and follow at the end. Now I give everyone 3 minutes to go to the truck to select weapons and replenish ammunition. We will set off in 3 minutes. After Wang Hao said that, he stepped forward and asked about Yang's mother's injury. Under Luoyi's care, Yang's mother's injury was almost fine, but her body was still a little weak. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but look at Luoyi, but he didn't expect Luoyi to be looking at him. When their eyes met, they blushed and looked away in a hurry. In less than 3 minutes, everyone had already selected their weapons. The 4 vehicles turned around on the dirt road one after another. When Hui Xiaodong's truck was the last to drive out of the dirt road, a dark group of zombies had already appeared at the other end of the dirt road. What they didn't notice was that at the end of the zombie group, there was a black car covered in zombie blood. Chapter 167. According to the established plan, the semi-trailer driven by Wang Hao and Xiao Imo led the way, and the Jianghuai truck driven by Hui Xiaodong followed. The 4 vehicles kept a certain distance, and finally drove out of the ancient town half an hour later. When passing the storage center, Wang Hao turned his head and looked at it without speaking. Xiao Imo inadvertently noticed Wang Hao's expression and asked, "What are you going to do with Brother Long and Luo Wenxiang and his wife?" "I don't know, let's see." Wang Hao shook his head and said indifferently. Xiao Imo stopped talking, and the vehicle slowly accelerated. 10 minutes later, the convoy drove onto the highway. At this time, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the gradually gloomy sky outside the car window, Wang Hao's nose gradually smelled a pungent acetic acid. It looks like it's going to rain again. Looking at the dark clouds that suddenly gathered, Wang Hao muttered to himself. Hao, don't worry too much. Even if it rains, as long as we travel overnight, we will definitely be able to get back home before dawn tomorrow. Xiao Imo turned his head and looked at him, comforting him. I'm not worried about this. Wang Hao frowned and shook his head, saying, every time there is such acid rain, a large number of zombies will run out. They seem to prefer such rain. Looking at Wang Hao's puzzled face, Xiao Mo's face was also blank. Yes, I didn't expect that even the rain would change after the end of the world. The 2 chatted in this way, and 2 hours had passed unknowingly. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. When passing a big bend, Wang Hao looked back through the rearview mirror, and saw 3 cars following behind in an orderly manner. Wang Hao took the map and looked at it, and then observed the notice boards on both sides of the road, and said, this is already the territory of Linshan. If we go forward for more than 10 minutes, we should be able to see the exit. It is now 2:15 p.m. We will get off the highway and rest for an hour and a half, and set off on time at 4 o'clock. As long as there is no accident on the road, we should be able to reach my hometown before 12 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao was a little excited when he spoke, but his eyes were full of worry and anxiety. 20 minutes later, a line of 4 cars slowly drove out of the Linshan city exit. At Wang Hao's suggestion, the convoy slowly drove into the highway management office not far from the exit. The reason for choosing this place is that the parking lot of the management office is relatively large, and the surroundings are all made of plaster railings and walls. People inside can clearly observe the situation outside, and it is next to the Ingdon Avenue of Linshan City. In case of an emergency, you can go left after leaving the gate to retreat to the highway, and go right to the city. Secondly, raindrops have begun to fall from the gloomy sky. Judging from the raindrops hitting the windshield, this will be a torrential rain. Under normal circumstances, such rain will not last long, at most half an hour. Everyone can use this time to rest and eat something. After the vehicles turned around in the parking lot, Wang Hao and Xiao Imo got off the car first to check the office building behind the parking lot. Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu also joined in. Fortunately, this office building has only 2 floors and is not very large. There are 8 rooms on the upper and lower floors. The 4 people divided the work and worked together, each responsible for 1 floor. The inspection was completed in less than 10 minutes. Only a female zombie was found in the bathroom. It was unknown whether it had just arrived or had already taken a shower and put on clothes. Xiao Imo shot an arrow through her head. In addition, Zhong Yu and the others found 3 bodies with only empty skeletons left in the corridor on the 2nd floor. After confirming the safety of the scene, everyone got off the car and worked together to clean up the lobby of the office building. Luo, Shan Wan, Yang Shiyun and others started to cook for everyone. Hui Xiaodong and Lu Jiaming found a simple gas stove in the restaurant next to the office building. There was still half a tank of gas. Because the odor in the kitchen was too strong, they had to move the gas stove and gas tank to the lobby of the office building. Because the sky outside was too gloomy, the light in the office building was very dim. Wang Hao brought Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu to move 2 desks, split them with a fire axe on the wall, and lit a bonfire. Xiao Imo stood silently in front of the glass door of the lobby, staring at the increasingly heavy rain outside. After moving the gas stove to the lobby, Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi went to the semi-trailer parked at the gate to keep watch, and Wang Hao and others sat down around the fire one after another. It would be great if Lao Do was still alive. Hui Xiaodong sat down next to Wang Hao with emotion. It's all my fault this time. If I hadn't believed them, Cross-Eye wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Wang Hao said, as he glanced at Brother Long and Luo Wenxiang who were tied together. Brother Long was still unconscious, his head drooping on his chest, and Luo Wenxiang and his wife became excited when they saw Wang Hao's eyes. However, their mouths were tied up by Hui Xiaodong with a cloth strip. When they wanted to speak, they could only make ah sounds, and their eyes were full of fear and begging. But Wang Hao just glanced at them lightly, and turned his eyes back. Ah Hao, what are you going to do with the 3 of them? Zhong Yu looked at Brother Long and the other 2 with Wang Hao's eyes, and asked in a low voice in front of Wang Hao. I don't know either. Let's ask everyone's opinions. Wang Hao shook his head and said, Kill them! Hui Xiaodong hurriedly said. Yes, killing them is not enough to appease the public anger. Dr. Yin also interjected with a murderous look on his face. No! Killing them is too easy. Shan Wan, who was busy cooking with Luo and Yang Shiyun, suddenly turned around and interrupted loudly. Oh! Wang Hao and others were shocked when they heard this. Wang Hao looked up at Shan Wan and said, What do you want to do? Chapter 168. Leave them to the zombies. Shan Wan said coldly, with an expressionless face. Everyone was stunned at first, and then Hui Xiaodong clapped his hands and shouted, Okay! I agree with Shan Wan's approach. Others turned their eyes to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Shan Wan's eyes, then turned his head to look at Luo Wenxiang and his wife, frowned and pondered for a while, nodded and said, Okay, I respect everyone's opinions. Seeing this, Luo and Yang Shiyun wanted to speak up to stop them, but when they saw the eyes of Wang Hao and others, they didn't speak again, and continued to lower their heads and busy themselves with their own work. Aunt Zhang and Yang's mother didn't express their opinions. Half an hour later, a large pot of hot dried vegetable noodle soup came out of the pot. After Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu finished eating, they replaced Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi who were on guard outside. After everyone finished eating, the rain outside had gradually subsided, the sky cleared up a lot, and the temperature in the hall also rose to sultry. After extinguishing the fire, Wang Hao looked at his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wang Hao was about to ask everyone to pack up and leave. At this time, Hui Xiaodong's voice came from outside the hall door. Wang Hao and his friends who were packing in the hall thought something had happened and hurriedly put down their things and ran out. When they ran out of the hall door, they saw 3 simple large crosses on the ground, with hammers, nails, and a large plate of green twisted plastic ropes next to them. What do you think, Captain Wang? I found all these things in the warehouse. Dr. Yin and brother you just helped. Wu Xiaodong showed the 3 crosses in front of Wang Hao and his friends, as if he was asking for credit. Wu Xiaodong, what are you doing? Lu Yi asked with a puzzled look. You say you are a college student, but you don't even know this? Do you know how Jesus died? He was nailed to the cross. I made these 3 crosses to help Brother Long and Luo Wenxiang and his wife to reincarnate earlier. Do you understand? Wu Xiaodong boasted. Ah! Wu Xiaodong, you are too cruel. After all, they are 3 living people. You nailed them to death on the cross. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares at night? Luo Yi was shocked and took a step back subconsciously. Please, sister, I am not as cruel as those believers. I just tied them to the cross and waited for the zombies to come. Wu Xiaodong said, bending down and carrying a cross, and walked towards the gate of the executive office. Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi were digging pits for crosses on the green belt on the side of the road. One of them was holding a shovel and digging pits for crosses. At this time, 2 pits had been completed. Brother Hao, do you really want him to do this? Luo Yi turned to look at Wang Hao anxiously. I respect everyone's opinions. Wang Hao said calmly, bent down, carried a cross and walked out. They deserve to die. Keeping them alive will only harm more people. Let's go in and pack up first. Yang Shiyun walked to Luo Yi, gently took his arm and said. Luo Yi nodded, looked at the cross on the ground again, and then turned and walked towards the hall with Yang Shiyun. Shan Wan looked at the cross on the ground and turned and followed. 10 minutes later, all the gifts were loaded onto the car, and Luo Wenxiang and his wife, as well as Brother Long, were tied to the 3 crosses that had been planted. Brother Long was slightly conscious at this time, but he was still in a semi-comatose state. He raised his head from time to time, and said something vaguely. Luo Wenxiang did not resist from beginning to end, his eyes were closed, and he was still at the mercy of Wu Xiaodong and others. When Luo Wenxiang's wife saw the 3 crosses, she started to shout and make a fuss, but her mouth was tied with cloth strips, so it was impossible to hear what she was shouting. Luo Yi, who had already boarded the minibus, couldn't bear to hear her miserable screams, and her hands were tightly covering her ears. Seeing this, Yang Shiyun sat next to her, comforting her softly and patting her shoulders gently, as if they were a pair of sisters. Shan Wan stayed under the car with Wang Hao and others, staring coldly at the 3 people tied to the crosses. Captain Wang, we've been waiting for a long time, but no zombies have come. What if we leave, and they run away again? Wu Xiaodong looked around with his hands on his awning, then turned to look at Wang Hao. Hao, it's not a good idea for us to keep waiting like this. I think we should just give them a burst of bullets. Zhong Yu said. No. That would be too easy for them. Shan Wan immediately rejected it. Wait another 10 minutes. If no zombies appear, do as brother Yu said. Wang Hao raised his wrist, and looked at his watch and said. It won't take 10 minutes. They are already here. Xiao Mo, who had not spoken, suddenly interrupted coldly while looking at the direction of the highway. Chapter 169. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they turned their heads to look in the direction of Xiao Mo's site. They saw a large group of black corpses in the highway toll station 200 meters away, rushing towards them like a tide. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. Damn! Where did these corpses come from? Why didn't we find them before? Wu Xiaodong exclaimed loudly. No, they have been following us all the time, but we just didn't find them. Xiao Mo looked at the surging corpses, and said coldly. You mean, they came just for us? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Mo in surprise. Have you ever seen a zombie that can drive? Xiao Mo asked back. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Zhong Yu hurriedly picked up the telescope hanging on his chest, and looked at the zombies. After a look, he couldn't help but screamed, there is indeed a car in the zombies. What? Wu Xiaodong shouted, and hurriedly snatched Zhong Yu's telescope to look at the zombies. Damn! There are really zombies who can drive. Captain Wang, look. After saying that, he hurriedly took off the telescope on Zhong Yu's chest, and handed it to Wang Hao. No, the driver is a person. Wang Hao just picked up the telescope, and Xiao Mo spoke again coldly. It's Zhou Tong. Wang Hao just took a look and immediately recognized the driver in the car. After hearing Wang Hao's voice, Luo Wenxiang and his wife, who were not far from them, were stunned. Luo Wenxiang's wife immediately stopped crying and looked at the zombies with her red eyes wide open. Even Luo Wenxiang, who had been lowering his head and letting others manipulate him, raised his head. Brother Long next to him seemed to have heard this voice. His head drooping on his chest moved weakly a few times, but he couldn't lift it up. It seems that he is here to rescue Luo Wenxiang and his wife. Wang Hao put down the telescope and said, "What should we do now?" Dr. Yin said, "I think it's better to just shoot them, and then leave." Hui Xiaodong interrupted. "What about Zhou Tong? Don't forget that women have a strong desire for revenge." Lu Jiaming said. "Ahao, what do you think?" Xiao Imo retracted his gaze, and looked at Wang Hao. "Brother Lu is right. Zhou Tong knows our destination. If we don't kill her now, there will be endless troubles in the future." Wang Hao said this, and a murderous look suddenly appeared on his face. He paused, turned his head, and looked at Zhong Yu and Hui Xiaodong and said, "Brother Yu, your injuries have not healed yet, and you have been tossing all night. Leave this to us. You and Xiaodong will take everyone away from here first. Go straight along this road. There will be an overpass after about 4 kilometers. You wait for us under the bridge. Except for Brother Xiao Imo and Dr. Yin, everyone else gets in the car and leaves here quickly." "I won't leave. I want to stay. I can help you," Shan Wan suddenly said. Wang Hao couldn't bear to discourage this girl who had experienced many hardships, but the current situation was that the fewer people there were, the easier it would be to get out. When he was in a dilemma, Xiao Imo suddenly said, "Well, let her stay. After all, they are all women." "Well, okay." Wang Hao frowned and hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhong Yu and said, "Brother Yu, don't worry, we will protect her. You and Xiaodong should take everyone away quickly. It will be too late if you are late." Zhong Yu didn't know what to say after hearing this. After all, everyone was a member of this team. No matter who they were, they had the responsibility to contribute to the collective. He nodded and walked to Shan Wan, saying with a worried look on his face, "Ajuan, you have to protect yourself, don't be impulsive. Listen to Ahao when things happen, I will always wait for you in front." "I will, Brother Yu, you should also pay attention to safety." Shan Wan nodded, her eyes showing emotion. Zhong Yu and Hui Xiaodong then drove away in a minibus and a truck respectively. At this time, the zombies were only 100 meters away from them, and Wang Hao immediately made arrangements. Just now, through observation, it was found that there was a field path behind the executive office building that extended downward in parallel with the road outside. Wang Hao inferred that this road should be able to go back to the road outside. Now what they have to do is to drive the vehicle to the field path, and then use the semi-trailer to block the door to the executive office, and then lock the glass door of the office building from the inside. They ambushed at the window on the second floor facing the road outside, so that they could observe Luo Wenxiang and his wife and brother Long tied to the cross. If they break free or are rescued by Zhou Tong, they can kill 4 people from here without being surrounded by the zombies. If Zhou Tong failed to save Luo Wenxiang and his wife and was trapped by the zombies, they could win without fighting. After listening to Wang Hao's plan, everyone went their separate ways. Dr. Yin found a wall made of gypsum board on one side of the office building. He immediately took the fire axe that Wang Hao used to chop tables from the lobby of the office building and split the 2 gypsum boards tied with wire in 3 or 5 strokes. Seeing that the width was just enough for the Raptor car to pass through, and turning left outside was the field road behind the office building, he hurriedly called Shan Wan to drive the car out. After Shan Wan parked the car and returned, he hurriedly blocked the gap with other things. Wang Hao was responsible for directing the semi-trailer driven by Xiao Imo to block the gate as much as possible. By the time they had finished all this, the zombies were already less than 50 meters away from the 3 crosses outside. Just when Wang Hao and his companions had just gone up to the second floor to find a good ambush position, a black Santana covered in zombie blood suddenly roared out from the zombies and headed straight for the 3 crosses. Chapter 170. What should we do? Captain Wang, should we shoot? Dr. Yin pulled the bolt with a click. Don't worry, none of them can escape. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the black Peugeot, but the Type 81 rifle in his hand had no intention of aiming. If you can't bear to kill a woman, let me do it, Shan Wan said coldly, and pulled the bolt with a click. No, they must die today, but we don't need to do it. Wang Hao said coldly, look, if Zhou Tong keeps driving forward, she may still have a chance, but as long as she dares to stop, the group of corpses behind her will arrive before she saves the first person. By then, even if she wants to give up, it will be too late. All we have to do now is wait. When the group of corpses surrounds them all, we can leave. Wang Hao said expressionlessly, turned his head to look at Shan Wan, and then cast his eyes on the black Peugeot. Seeing Wang Hao's eyes, not only Shan Wan, but also Dr. Yin beside her suddenly felt a chill. Xiao Imo on the other side of Wang Hao had the same expression as Wang Hao, but not as cold as Wang Hao. Although his eyes were fixed on the black Peugeot, his eyes revealed a faint confusion, as if he had infinite worries. After rushing out of the zombies, the black Peugeot rushed forward for more than 20 meters, and suddenly braked when it was 5 or 6 meters away from the cross. After a sharp brake sound, the black Peugeot covered with zombie blood stopped in front of the cross, in the light blue smoke produced by the friction between the tires and the ground. The car door opened immediately, and a young woman quickly got out of the driver's cabin. It was Jo Tong. She took out a shining dagger from her waist while running. Shan Wan raised her gun and was about to shoot, but was pressed down by Wang Hao. Don't panic. See what she is going to do. At this time, the corpses were only 5 or 6 meters away from the black Peugeot. To everyone's surprise, Jo Tong did not use a knife to cut the rope that tied up Luo Wenxiang and his wife, but stabbed Long Ji's chest with a knife. Long Ji's whole body convulsed, and as Jo Tong drew his knife, a stream of blood gushed out. But Jo Tong did not mean to stop, and stabbed again, pulled out, and stabbed. After stabbing more than 10 times, Jo Tong stopped, and saw that Long Ji's entire upper body was bleeding, his head drooped on his chest, and he was completely motionless. Dad, Mom, you go first, I'd be there soon. After Jo Tong stopped, he did not mean to untie Luo Wenxiang and his wife, but knelt down at their feet with loud cries. At this time, the zombies in the lead had already rushed to Jo Tong's back. Jo Tong suddenly stood up from the ground, waved the dagger in her hand, and quickly dealt with the zombies. She turned and looked at Wang Hao and the others fiercely, and shouted, "Are you satisfied now?" After that, she suddenly turned around like crazy and stabbed Luo Wenxiang and his wife several times until they stopped moving. Then she turned around again. Jo Tong's hair was messy, and her body was splattered with blood. She held the bloody dagger and pointed at Wang Hao and the others and shouted, "You wait! I, Jo Tong, will not let you go even if I become a zombie." After that, she laughed a few times, threw away the dagger in her hand, opened her arms and rushed towards the oncoming zombies. In just a few seconds, her figure was submerged by the zombies. Seeing this, Wang Hao sighed and turned to walk out of the room. Xiao Mo was still immersed in his own confusion. When he saw Wang Hao leave, he followed him out as if he had never seen the scene just now. Dr. Yin also sighed, and was about to turn around and leave, but saw Shan Wan still standing in front of the window, staring at the place where Jo Tong disappeared. "What's wrong?" Dr. Yin followed her gaze, and asked in confusion. "Nothing, let's go." Shan Wan shook her head, and walked out before Dr. Yin. Chapter 171. According to the plan, Wang Hao and his 4 companions quickly returned to the highway from the field path behind the office building. After walking forward for more than 10 minutes, they finally saw the overpass, and the minibus and truck were parked under the bridge. After meeting, Wang Hao and his companions briefly planned the next itinerary, and the convoy hurriedly set off. Because it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if they hurried on their way, they should be able to reach Yao County before 12 o'clock in the evening, and they could reach Wang Hao's hometown Guku village at around 1 o'clock. For Wang Hao, the closer he was to the destination, the more uneasy he felt. Abandoning the semi-trailer, Wang Hao and Xiao Mo still drove the Raptor car in the lead. Dr. Yin drove the minibus carrying Lu Jiaming, Zhong Yu, Shan Wan, Yang Shiyun and her mother, and Aunt Zhang, and Huzi sat in the JC truck driven by Hu Xiaodong. After the 3 cars drove onto the overpass, they all accelerated, and soon disappeared at the end of the overpass under the afterglow of the setting sun. "Ahao, after finding your parents, what are your plans for the future?" After the convoy had been driving on the road to Yao County for nearly an hour, Xiao Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Hao and asked. Xiao Mo had asked Wang Hao this question more than once, but Wang Hao's answer was almost the same every time. This time, Wang Hao did not speak for a long time. Xiao Mo could not help but turn around and look at him again. At this time, Wang Hao's upper body was very straight, his eyes were fixed on the front, his right hand was firmly grasped on the armrest above the car door, and the cigarette in his left hand had burned out, leaving only a faint light on the cigarette butt. "Ahao, be careful with the cigarette." Seeing the cigarette butt in Wang Hao's hand, Xiao Mo hurriedly reminded him. Oh, Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and then turned around and threw the cigarette butt out of the car window, turned around and looked at Xiao Mo and said, "Brother Xiao Mo, what did you say just now?" "Nothing, I was asking about your future plans." Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at him, saying lightly, but it can be seen from Xiao Mo's face that he seems to have his own plans. "I don't know, I just want to get back as soon as possible, and don't think about anything else." Wang Hao shook his head, and answered the same as before. After that, he lit another cigarette and smoked it, looked at the empty box in his hand, pinched it casually, and threw it out of the car window. "Ah Hao, don't you think you are too selfish?" Xiao Mo's tone suddenly changed, and he said with a little anger, "Even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about everyone. Why do so many people follow you? Isn't it just to survive in this doomsday? You just said you don't think about anything. How disappointed everyone will be when you hear this." Wang Hao's face suddenly turned red when he heard this. He stood there for a long time without knowing how to start. He took a few puffs of cigarettes and looked at the rearview mirror here. Then he slowly said, "Brother Xiaomo, you are right. I am too selfish. I only care about my own feelings and forget everyone's feelings. But I really don't know what to do now. Have you ever thought about building a base of our own?" Xiaomo immediately followed. From his eyes, it can be seen that his words are definitely not impulsive, but have been carefully considered. Build your own base? Wang Hao was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Xiaomo seemed to have given him such a suggestion before, but he didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that Xiaomo was just talking casually. Now it seems that he has been planning this plan for a long time. For a moment, Wang Hao was a little overwhelmed and remained silent for a long time. "Hao, are you worried about something?" Xiaomo, who was always calm, seemed a little impatient at this time. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't speak for a long time, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. "The existing food will be eaten up one day, but we don't know when the end of the world will end. If we want to build our own base, we can't just rely on searching for food from outside or waiting for military support like Long City. Such a base can't last long." Wang Hao sighed with concern, and then said, "When the end of the world comes, it is important to survive, but the fear and despair in the heart are the top priority. If a living person can't find his own life value for a long time, what is the difference between him and the walking dead outside? What do you want to say?" Xiaomo nodded thoughtfully. "It's not difficult to build a base, but how can we keep this base running for a long time?" Wang Hao frowned and said, "You mean?" Xiaomo turned his head and looked at Wang Hao with some confusion after hearing this. "If we want to build our own base, the three conditions of time, place, and people are indispensable," Wang Hao said. "Although the current climate is very unstable, it is not yet freezing cold. First of all, we have the advantage of time. Secondly, although we have been in danger many times along the way, no one has taken the initiative to leave, and we have always been closely united. Therefore, we also have the advantage of people. Now that we have time and people, the most important thing is the location." Wang Hao paused here and suddenly became excited. "I just thought of a place. There is a military camp that has been idle for 5 or 6 years less than 5 kilometers away from our village. The area inside is very large, and there is a well dug by the army itself inside the camp, as well as a large vegetable garden. Although the barracks inside are a bit old, we can move in as long as we simply renovate them. According to what you said, it is indeed a good choice, but what is the situation around it? Are there any villages, towns, factories, etc.?" Xiaomo nodded and asked. "In addition to our village, there is also a place called Dingyabao nearby. It is about the same size as our village, but it is closer than our village. Most of the farmland around the camp belongs to Dingyabao. In addition, the view around the camp is very open, and the transportation is also convenient. There is only one old man guarding it on weekdays." Wang Hao's face became anxious again when he said this, and he stopped talking at the moment. "In that case, let's do this first, and we talk about the details later." Xiaomo couldn't help but see Wang Hao's expression, and then he stopped talking, but slowly stepped on the accelerator. Amid the roar of the engine, the sky gradually darkened. The 3 cars then turned on their headlights, and continued to drive forward for more than 2 hours in the dark night. At this time, a luminous sign appeared next to a big bend in front of him, which read Yao County Toll Station 1 kilometer ahead. Just when Hu Xiaodong and others on the minibus were about to cheer for their destination, Wang Hao's nervous voice suddenly came from the intercom. "Xiaodong, Xiaodong, stop the car immediately after receiving it. Stop the car immediately." Chapter 172. Just as the 2 cars driven by Dr. Yin and Hu Xiaodong stopped on the roadside, the Raptor driven by Wang Hao and his team turned around and quickly returned. "What's wrong, Captain Wang?" Dr. Yin asked the Raptor that had just stopped next to him through the window of the cab. "The toll station is no longer accessible. We have to take a detour. Follow me closely, and be ready to shoot at any time. We have to go around a village next to us." At this time, Wang Hao had replaced Xiaomo to drive the Raptor himself. Dr. Yin nodded, and Wang Hao said, "No matter what happens, you can't stop. Even if you have a flat tire, you must insist on driving out first." After that, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the cab of the truck behind the minibus. He repeated what he said to Dr. Yin to Xiaodong. After that, Wang Hao drove forward for more than 20 meters and stopped, waiting for the minibus and truck to turn around. Soon, 2 cars caught up. In the dark night, the 3 cars drove forward for about a kilometer. At this time, an asphalt road extending inward appeared on their left. After the vehicles slowly turned into the asphalt road one by one, they drove forward for more than 500 meters, and turned left in front of a large screen wall into a 2-way cement road. On both sides were farmhouses next to each other. After driving forward for about 2 kilometers on the cement road, the road ahead became a dirt road. After driving along the dirt road for more than 10 minutes, a T-shaped intersection appeared in front. The vehicle turned left again, and entered a dirt road with farmland on both sides. It bumped on the dirt road for another 5 or 6 minutes, and finally drove back to the road surface. How, don't you find it strange? In such a big village, not even a single zombie was found. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Xiao Imo suddenly spoke up. I noticed this too, Wang Hao nodded and said, I passed this road several times when I went home before. Some buses that did not apply for monthly tickets at the toll station usually detour here to save 20 yuan in tolls. The local villagers saw this business opportunity, so they set up some roadblocks on the cement road we just passed, charging a toll of 10 to 5 yuan per car, and most car owners are willing to pay this money. After all, it is more than half less than the toll station, so there used to be a lot of traffic detouring around this village, but today, I only found 2 or 3 abandoned vehicles in the village that seem to have been parked on the roadside before the disaster. This is really a bit confusing. Anyway, as long as we stay vigilant at all times, it's fine, Xiao Imo said, looking into the rearview mirror, and then asked, how far is it from here to the county town? It should be less than 3 kilometers. Wang Hao thought for a while, and said. Xiao Imo turned on the flashlight, and spread the wrinkled map on his legs. He looked at it for a while, looked up and forward, and then looked back at the map. From the map, Guku village is to the east of Yao County, and the direction of this road is due south. So do we have to go through the city center next? That's not necessary. The map only marks the basic coordinates. We just need to go south along this road, pass through the suburbs of the county, and then go up a big gentle slope. At the top of the slope, there will be an intersection leading to the east. We turn in there, and walk for more than 10 minutes to arrive. When Wang Hao said this, his face became more solemn, and his heart was excited and uneasy. 5 minutes later, 3 cars passed the large roundabout on the outskirts of the city one by one, and entered the suburbs of the county. At this time, Wang Hao looked at the car electronic watch on the center console. It was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. It should be the time for the lights to come on, but it was pitch black. Buildings on both sides of the road stood at different heights like ghosts. The dead pines and silent street lamps in the green belts rustled in the evening breeze. The rolled-up paper scraps and fallen leaves fell on the abandoned vehicles along the road, which were either rusted or burned into empty shells. From time to time, figures of 2s and 3s swayed in the storefronts on both sides. Chapter 173. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Wang Hao became more and more anxious. He stepped on the accelerator, and the high-performance Raptor suddenly rushed forward like a mad beast in the dark night. Everyone could understand Wang Hao's mood. Seeing the Raptor suddenly accelerate, the minibus and small truck following behind also accelerated and caught up soon. 20 minutes later, the Raptor climbed to the top of the slope first, followed by the minibus and small truck. The 3 cars stayed at the top of the slope for a few minutes. Wang Hao briefly introduced the basic situation of their village on the next route to everyone, and then set off again. Led by the Raptor, the 3 cars slowly turned left and drove into a dirt road next to it. After bumping on the dirt road for 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the end. Facing them was a row of farmhouses. Wang Hao's eyes paused in front of a half-open red courtyard door, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and drove up a nearly 40-degree dirt slope on the right. The slope was not very long. After driving up the dirt slope, we turned right, and entered a dirt road that extended far into the distance. We drove forward along this dirt road in the field for more than 10 minutes. The houses around us gradually increased, and the speed of the 3 cars also slowed down. Under the leadership of the Raptor, the 3 cars slowly turned into an open cement road next to it. There were 2 3-meter-high square brick piers on both sides of the intersection. A curved iron frame was placed on the 2 brick piers, with 3 large characters Guku Village welded on it. As soon as they saw these 3 words, everyone's mood suddenly became excited. It was not easy to come this far. Today, they finally arrived at their destination. For Wang Hao, His heart was excited and uneasy at the same time. As soon as he entered the village, Wang Hao suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle started running again. At the end of the cement road was a large screen wall. In front of the large screen wall, 2 cars followed the Raptor car to turn right. After turning right, they drove forward for more than 300 meters and came to a primary school. At the entrance of the primary school, Wang Hao turned right again, and after going down the small slope, he turned left. There were farmhouses on both sides, and then he drove forward for more than 30 meters. Wang Hao suddenly braked, and the vehicle stopped in front of a newly built courtyard. Wang Hao didn't have time to speak, so he picked up the flashlight next to him, opened the door, and rushed down. Xiao Mo also hurriedly followed him, and everyone in the minibus also turned on their flashlights and got out of the car. Wang Hao rushed to the gate of the courtyard in a few steps. The vermilion gate was ajar. Wang Hao pushed the door and rushed in. The courtyard was dark. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged up. Wang Hao looked around and shouted for his parents while running quickly to a dilapidated old house in the east. "Dad, Mom." The door was also unlocked. Wang Hao pushed it open and rushed in. A pungent musty smell immediately hit his nose, but Wang Hao didn't care about it at this time. The flashlight kept searching in the dark room. The bedding on the bed was piled up in a mess, the wardrobe was opened, and the clothes inside fell out in a mess. The wash basin rack fell to the ground, and the enamel wash basin that Wang Hao had been using since he was a child was also on the ground, and the basin was covered with thick dust. What made Wang Hao feel a little relieved was that there was no blood or anything like that in the house. Wang Hao immediately turned around and rushed into another small house connected to it. This was Wang Hao's own house. The house was also turned upside down, but there was no scene that made Wang Hao feel uneasy. "Ah Hao, did you find anything?" Xiao Mo had already finished searching the yard and walked in. "No." Looking at the mess in the house, Wang Hao shook his head with disappointment. However, just as the two were about to turn around and leave, a shoe box discarded on the ground caught Wang Hao's attention. He immediately picked it up and put it on the bed and opened it. It was empty. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, Xiao Mo asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" "This shoe box contains the current issues of newspapers and some honorary certificates that I have submitted to newspapers since junior high school. Now they are all gone." Wang Hao looked up at Xiao Mo with a puzzled look on his face and said, "These things can't be eaten or drunk. Who would want them?" Xiao Mo heard this, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "I know who it is." Chapter 174. "You mean my parents took the things in the shoebox?" Wang Hao was stunned, and then reacted immediately. When he first told his parents the good news of his article being published in the newspaper, his mother, who never spent a penny more, walked back and forth for more than 10 kilometers to buy the newspaper from the county town, and then kept it in this shoebox like a treasure. Since then, whenever Wang Hao published an article, his mother would always walk more than 10 kilometers to buy the newspaper and keep it. She never missed it in 10 years. When Xiao Mo reminded her, her heart trembled, but tears filled her eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Mo nodded, picked up the shoebox from the bed, took a look and said, "This also shows a problem. At least your parents are safe when they leave home." Wang Hao heard this, and the worry on his face eased a little. Looking at the shoebox in Xiao Mo's hand, tears kept rolling in his eyes. Xiao Mo frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Do you think there are any tunnels or air raid shelters in your village?" "Tunnel?" Wang Hao frowned and suddenly said in surprise, "There is really a cave in the back ditch of our village, which is said to lead to the back of the village. When we were young, we often went there to play. Later, our parents caught us and beat us up, saying that there was a dead person in the cave. Later, the cave was sealed up by the adults in the village with adobe, and we never went there again." When Wang Hao said this, he suddenly became excited and grabbed Xiao Mo's arms with both hands and said, "You mean, my parents hid there?" "It's just a possibility, but I can't guarantee that they are hiding there." Xiao Mo frowned and said. Wang Hao ran out quickly before he finished speaking. Xiao Mo hurriedly followed him out. "Ah Hao, what should we do?" Wang Hao said without looking back, "I go call everyone in, and stay at my house tonight." As Wang Hao spoke, he had already walked to the gate, and Dr. Yan came in with Zhong Yu and others. "Captain Wang, have you found anyone?" Dr. Yan looked behind Wang Hao and asked first. Wang Hao shook his head and said anxiously, "Wait for me at home, I'll be back soon." "Ah Hao, where are you going?" Zhong Yu asked. "Just now, Brother Xiao Mo reminded me that my parents might be hiding in the tunnel in the back ditch. I'm going to look for them now." Wang Hao was about to continue walking out. After taking 2 steps, He suddenly remembered something and turned back and said, "What's the situation around? Is it safe?" "No danger yet," Dr. Yin said. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone in the middle of the night. I take Black Wind and Black Wolf with you." "No need. You all stay and pack up to make a fire and cook. I'll be back soon." Wang Hao patted Dr. Yin on the shoulder and prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Mo caught up with him. "Hao, I go with you. Everyone else stay and do their own job. We will definitely be back within an hour." Wang Hao wanted to refuse, but Xiao Mo had already walked out first after he said that. Wang Hao couldn't say anything else. He immediately told Dr. Yin and others a few words and hurriedly followed him out. At this time, Luoyi and others had already walked down from the minibus. Wang Hao briefly explained a few words to them and then got into the already started raptor and soon disappeared into the night. After Wang Hao and the others left, Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu asked everyone to start moving supplies into the courtyard. Luoyi, Shan Wan and Yang Shiyan began to prepare dinner for everyone. Yang's mother's injury was no longer serious. Accompanied by Aunt Han, she helped Luoyi and the others. Huzi took the Black Wind Wolf to patrol around. Along the way, after all kinds of ups and downs, a tacit understanding had already been formed in everyone's hearts. This team struggling to survive in the cracks of the end of the world was like a big family at this time, and everyone was carefully maintaining this hard-earned family affection. Fortunately, the area of Guka village was not large. Wang Hao and the others drove for less than 5 minutes and arrived in front of the big ditch behind the village. Before the car stopped, Wang Hao couldn't wait to open the door and jumped out. Standing in front of the dark ditch, Wang Hao's ominous feeling surged up again. Wang Hao hadn't been to the ditch in front of him for nearly 10 years. The original road was covered with weeds half a person high, and there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving. Wang Hao searched back and forth at the mouth of the ditch for a long time according to his childhood memory, but he didn't find a road that could pass through. Looking at the desolate scene, Wang Hao became more and more anxious. He didn't care whether it was a road or whether it could be passed through. He directly chose a place with relatively sparse weeds and walked in. However, at this moment, Xiao Mo's voice suddenly came from behind. "Hao, come here quickly. There is a newly built dirt road here." Chapter 175. Wang Hao heard this and directly pushed aside the half-man-high weeds beside him and walked quickly following Xiao Mo's voice. Xiao Mo was standing on the edge of the ditch at this time, and his flashlight was slowly moving towards the bottom of the ditch. Seeing Wang Hao's flashlight, Xiao Mo greeted him and then jumped down from the ditch edge more than 2 meters high. Wang Hao ran a few steps following the flashlight of Xiao Mo after he landed. As soon as he got out of the weeds, a dirt road more than 1 meter wide appeared in front of him. The path was crooked and extended all the way to the dark bottom of the ditch. Wang Hao took a quick look and walked quickly along the path to the depths. The path was built along the slope of one side of the ditch. On one side was the ditch with a slope of nearly 70 degrees, and on the other side was a half-man-high weed. As he walked down, the weeds gradually disappeared, replaced by the endless darkness. The further down they went, the more anxious and uneasy Wang Hao became. He was running downhill all the way. Xiao Mo behind him kept reminding Wang Hao to be careful, but Wang Hao didn't listen. He just kept moving forward quickly with a flashlight. The two walked along the path for nearly 10 minutes, one in front of the other, and finally reached the bottom of the ditch. However, the scene in front of them made Wang Hao's heart beat violently, and even Xiao Mo behind him couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were more than 20 corpses piled up at the end of the path to form a semicircular corpse wall, blocking the path from the bottom of the ditch. The height of the corpse wall was about 1 meter, and most of the corpses were already highly rotten. The yellow and red corpse water mixed with the excrement left in the corpses soaked a large area of the land around the corpse wall, emitting waves of overwhelming stench, and countless white maggots crawled all over the corpse wall. "Uncle Song?" Wang Hao was suddenly startled at this moment, and the flashlight suddenly stopped on a corpse in the wall of corpses. "Do you know him?" Xiao Mo's flashlight also shone on the corpse. Although the whole body of the corpse was piled up in the wall of corpses, his head was hanging outside, with an obvious wound between his eyebrows. Although his face had begun to rot, the basic features of the deceased were still clearly visible. "Uncle Song has been my neighbor for more than 20 years, and his son and I are classmates." Wang Hao couldn't bear to watch any more, and hurriedly moved the flashlight away. "Hao, take a closer look." "What if?" Xiao Mo said this, he hesitated. "No." Wang Hao shook his head. He knew what Xiao Mo wanted to say. He had thought of this just now, but the scene that worried him did not appear. Although most of the bodies in the corpse wall were already highly decomposed, and the faces of the dead could not be seen clearly. Wang Hao's parents' appearance had been deeply engraved in his mind. The blood connection made Wang Hao confident that even if he lost his eyes one day, he would never mistake his parents. That's good, that's good. Xiao Mo nodded, and his expression eased a little when he heard it. He raised his flashlight and shone it around. Hao, where is the tunnel you mentioned? If I remember correctly, it should be not far from here. Wang Hao took a few steps back and chose a place with relatively high terrain to hold the flashlight and shine it behind the corpse wall. However, at this moment, several flashlights suddenly shone from the weeds not far away. Who's there? Then a vigilant shout came over. Wang Hao and the other two were stunned, and before they could speak, the voice sounded again, "Speak quickly. If you don't speak, I will shoot." Hearing this voice, a person suddenly popped up in Wang Hao's mind, and he shouted excitedly, "Dongzi. Is it you? I am Haozi." After hearing Wang Hao's voice, the other party was stunned at first, and then the flashlights shook violently, followed by a squeaking sound of clothes rubbing against weeds. Soon, 5 flashlights shone on the faces of Wang Hao and the other two, and then a surprised shout came over Haozi. "It's really you." As soon as the voice fell, several flashlights moved away from the faces of Wang Hao and the other two. Wang Hao quickly put down his palms that were blocking his eyes and raised the flashlight to look at the other party. A strong and tall young man first appeared in the sight of Wang Hao and the others. There were 4 villagers of different ages standing next to the young man. Each of them held a flashlight and farm tools such as shovels and hoes. Wang Hao recognized the 4 villagers next to the young man at a glance. Uncle Li, Uncle Qian, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Sun. Wang Hao hurriedly greeted them one by one. The 4 villagers responded cordially. "I knew you would come back. Go this way, and go down from here." The strong young man said excitedly, picked up a wooden ladder from the weeds behind him, walked to the side of the dirt road behind Wang Hao and the others, and leaned the ladder to the bottom of the path 3 meters above the ground. Wang Hao and the others climbed down the wooden ladder one by one. "Dongzi, are my parents with you?" As soon as he got off the wooden ladder, Wang Hao couldn't wait to ask. This strong young man named Dongzi is Wang Hao's childhood friend. The two have been playing together since they wore open-crotch pants. Later, they went to preschool, elementary school, junior high school, and high school together. Wang Hao was admitted to university, but Dongzi failed. The two separated. Later, Wang Hao went to Long City to attend university, and Dongzi went to work in the county town, but the two have never stopped contacting. This Dongzi can be said to be Wang Hao's best brother since childhood. Although the two are not brothers, they are closer than brothers. However, when Wang Hao asked about his parents, Dongzi's face suddenly became ugly. Chapter 176. Seeing Dongzi's expression, Wang Hao suddenly felt his brain buzzing. He almost lost his balance. Seeing this, Xiao Mo hurriedly supported him from behind. "Ah Hao, don't be impatient. Listen to him finish his words." Xiao Mo supported Wang Hao and looked at Dongzi coldly. "Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush here." Dongzi hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and hurriedly moved his eyes away from Xiao Mo's face, and turned to look at Wang Hao and said, "Ah Hao, in fact, things are not what you think. Uncle Wang and Aunt Fong were not infected or bitten. They were just taken away to build a base." "What?" Wang Hao was stunned, and immediately broke free from Xiao Mo's arms, and instead grabbed Dongzi's arms and asked anxiously, "You said my parents were taken away?" Dongzi nodded solemnly. "Not only your parents, but most of the people in our village were taken away by them. Before you came, we were discussing a rescue plan. I was planning to." "Who are they? Where are they?" Before Dongzi finished speaking, Wang Hao interrupted anxiously. "I don't know. We were all captured and taken to the abandoned camp in Dingjiabao to do hard labor. We were looking for food outside at the time, so we escaped." At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward to answer. "When did they come? How many people were there?" Wang Hao asked. "On the 6th day of the disaster, there were about 30 people, both men and women, driving 3 off-road vehicles and 2 commercial vehicles. Oh yes, there was also a young man riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle, who seemed to be their leader." The middle-aged man continued. "How can more than 30 of them control more than 2,000 people in our village?" Wang Hao frowned. "This group of people is fierce. Although they are young, almost everyone has a gun. The second boy in the west of the village was shot to death by them." The middle-aged man said with lingering fear, "Haozi, this is not a place to talk. You two have been running all the way and must be hungry. Let's go back to the tunnel and let Uncle Sun make you two a bowl of porridge, and then we can discuss a solution. A gust of evening wind blew, startling a crow on the dead tree at the mouth of the ditch, and Dongzi immediately became alert. Okay, Wang Hao nodded and said, but there is no need to make porridge. We have other people waiting at my house. Others? Not only Dongzi, but also several villagers next to him were stunned. They are all my brothers and sisters who have been through thick and thin with me, Wang Hao explained, and then asked, how many people are there in the tunnel? Oh, there is no one else, just a few of us. Dongzi came to his senses and said, how did you get back? Haven't you been working in Long City all the time? This is a long story. I think it's better to pack up and come back with me, and then we can discuss the specific rescue plan. Wang Hao said, we don't have to worry about those man-eating monsters, but we are afraid that the group will suddenly enter the village in the middle of the night. Dongzi said with a worried look on his face, let's bring everyone here. Anyway, it's no problem for a dozen more people to live in the tunnel, and there are dozens of kilograms of millet. It will definitely be enough for tonight's meal. Don't worry, Dongzi, we have guns and food. As long as we are careful, we can get away even if they come. Wang Hao said. You mean you have guns? Dongzi's eyes lit up when he heard it. Wang Hao nodded. Not only do we have guns, but we also have food, which is enough for us to survive for a while. That's great. We were worried about not being able to find weapons to fight them before. Now that Haozi is back, everything is solved. Dongzi almost jumped up with excitement, and the faces of the people next to him were also excited. Okay, let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and clean up. The middle-aged man who spoke before looked at Dongzi and the others around him and said. At that moment, under the leadership of Dongzi, the group passed through a patch of wild grass as tall as a person, and the tunnel entrance that remained in Wang Hao's childhood memory appeared in front of everyone. Dongzi entered first and lit a few half-burnt candles. The scene in the tunnel was immediately presented. A passage less than 1.5 meters high and less than 2 meters wide appeared in front of Wang Hao and the others. Due to concerns that the tunnel would collapse due to disrepair, Dongzi and his companions did not dare to go deep into it. They only laid some hay about 2 meters away from the entrance of the cave, and laid a few mattresses on the hay, and slept like this on weekdays. The tunnel was in the shape of an inn, with the walls on both sides, and the top of the head made of primitive earth. A large iron pot was placed at the entrance of the cave, and 2 plastic buckets filled with clean water, and some bowls, chopsticks and spoons were placed next to it. 5 or 6 meters behind the straw bed, where the few people slept, half a bag of millet was piled against the wall, covered by some dry grass, and 7 or 8 similar rice bags were thrown next to it. Going further in was the depth of the tunnel. In order to save time, they did not bring anything except the half bag of millet. There was no need to worry about the water source. The sweet water used in the village was directly pumped from the underground sweet water layer, without passing through the water plant, so there was no pollution problem at all. Even though the power system is paralyzed and water cannot be pumped, the water stored in the drought-resistant reservoir built by the village is enough for the whole village to eat for several months. When Wang Hao and his friends returned home, they were worried about the water source, because the clean water they brought before had been used up. Although Wang Hao's family had a small reservoir, no one dared to use it. After hearing Dongzi's words, Luoyi and others began to fetch water for cooking. Wang Hao then introduced Dongzi and others to everyone one by one. Under the shade of the bonfire, Wang Hao looked around at everything familiar in the yard, and his mood became more and more anxious. He hurriedly ate dinner, and arranged the staff on duty. Wang Hao then called everyone together to discuss the rescue plan. Chapter 177. Haozi, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. We haven't eaten anything oily for almost a month. Even if we become zombies after today's meal, it's worth it. After the meal, everyone sat together. Dongzi patted his round belly, and said with satisfaction, Don't say such depressing words. As long as we all work together, we can definitely live well. Wang Hao patted his shoulder, and looked around at everyone with determination. Hao, you tell us what to do. We all believe in you. At this time, the middle-aged man who spoke before said, Haozi, just tell us what to do. Dongzi stepped forward and said, and the villagers beside him also looked at Wang Hao with trust. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment after hearing this. He turned his head and looked at a villager with a red face and rosacea next to Dongzi and said, Uncle Li, I remember that you often go to the old man who guards the camp to drink. I want to ask, how much do you know about the camp and the surrounding environment? I dare not say that I have been to every corner, but there is no place inside and outside the camp that I don't know. The middle-aged man called Uncle Li by Wang Hao said confidently after hearing this. That's good. Wang Hao nodded and said, Uncle Li, you will draw the environment inside and outside the camp later, and then we will study the specific action plan according to the map. Uncle Li was embarrassed when he heard this, scratched his head and said, Ahau, I am good at drinking and doing farm work, but I know nothing about painting and writing. It doesn't matter, Uncle Li, you tell me to draw. Yang Shiyun interrupted at this time. Look, how could I forget such a professional talent? Wang Hao clapped his head when he heard this. Shiyun is a professional designer. It's too easy for her to draw. Shiyun, I leave the drawing to you and Uncle Li. No problem. Yang Shiyun nodded confidently, and turned to get a pen and paper. Wang Hao turned to look at Hu Xiaodong and Hu Zi and said, Xiaodong, Hu Zi, you two go count the weapons and ammunition, and then distribute them according to the number of people. If possible, it's best for everyone to be equipped with a rifle and a pistol. Don't worry, Captain Wang. Hu Xiaodong immediately got up and left with Hu Zi. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he looked at Luo Yi and said, how long can our food last? According to our current number of people, it won't be a problem to last about 10 days. Luo Yi thought for a while and replied. Enough, Wang Hao nodded and said, have you arranged a place for everyone to rest? Yes. Luo Yi nodded in response. Haozi, this is the sister-in-law you always mention to us, right? Seeing the look in Luo Yi's eyes when she looked at Wang Hao, Dongzi suddenly interrupted with a smile. Dongzi, don't talk nonsense. Wang Hao blushed and interrupted him. Looking at Luo Yi again, her face was also red, but when she heard Wang Hao's words, a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Oh right. I'm sorry. Naturally, Dongzi would not notice this subtle change in Luo Yi. He just thought that he had made a mistake in the relationship, and quickly gave Luo Yi an apologetic smile. It's okay. Luo Yi forced a smile, and then stood up, and walked to sit next to Yang's mother, and Aunt Zhang not far away. Haozi, why didn't you remind me? Look how awkward it makes everyone. Looking at Luo Yi's back, Dongzi lowered his voice, and touched Wang Hao's arm and said, but, I can see that this girl seems to like you a little bit. Enough, Dongzi. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. It's time to make such a joke. Dongzi didn't expect Wang Hao's reaction to be so strong, and for a moment, he was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Jiaming's nervous voice suddenly came from the roof. Ahau, come up and see, there are 2 cars coming towards us. Chapter 178. Wang Hao and others who were sitting together stood up immediately, after hearing Lu Jiaming shout on the roof of the bungalow. Don't panic, turn off all the light sources. Wang Hao immediately said, Brother Xiaomo, and I will go up to take a look, it may not be aimed at us. Captain Wang, our cars are parked at the gate. Even if they are not aimed at us, the vehicles will still expose us. Dr. Yin hurried forward and said, It's too late to go out and drive now. Wang Hao frowned, hesitated for a moment, looked at Hu Xiaodong who had just run up to him and said, Xiaodong, have you counted the weapons? Hu Xiaodong nodded and said, I have counted them. 3 79 submachine guns, 2 Type 81 rifles, 5 Type 95 fully automatic rifles. For pistols, a total of 520 rounds of bullets, and 3 grenades. Just right, Wang Hao glanced at everyone and said, except for Luo Yi, Yang Shiyun, Shan Wan, Aunt Han, and Aunt Zhang, everyone else is. Go to Xiaodong to get your weapons. Hu Zi, help your sister Yi, and the others transfer all the supplies to the underground vegetable cellar, and be ready to evacuate at any time. Everyone nodded and prepared. Wang Haoza and Xiaomo climbed onto the roof in a few steps. Following the direction Lu Jiaming pointed, Wang Hao saw at a glance that there were 2 vehicles with high beams on a dirt road behind the village a few hundred meters to their left. They were driving towards them one after the other. Due to the road conditions, the lights of the 2 vehicles were high and low from time to time. What should we do, Hao? Lu Jiaming put down his arms and frowned at Wang Hao. Along the way, after experiencing several changes, Lu Jiaming, a cowardly man, has gradually become strong and calm. And Heifeng and Wulong, who have been accompanying each sentry, also showed good qualities at this time. The 2 military dogs guarded the 2 sides of the roof, with their ears erect and their eyes scanning the surroundings from time to time. At present, we can only improvise. Wang Hao retracted his gaze, turned his head, and looked at Lu Jiaming and said, Brother Lu, you go and inform everyone. Tell all those who have received weapons to ambush on the roofs of my front and backyards. Listen to my gunshots as a signal, and do not allow anyone to hurt others without resistance. Lu Jiaming nodded, took off the telescope on his chest, and quickly ran down the roof from the stairs on the side. Wang Hao continued to raise the telescope to observe. In less than 3 minutes, the two cars had begun to turn into the village from the dirt road, and the road they turned into just past the gate of Wang Hao's house. Although their 3 cars were parked on the roadside and did not affect traffic, the countryside is different from the city after all. It is normal to park a few cars on the streets in the city, but if they are parked in the countryside, it is very easy to attract other people's attention, especially in such an environment. Moreover, the appearance of these 3 cars does not look like abandoned vehicles, and they are parked so neatly, which makes it easier to attract other people's attention. Ahao, what are you going to do? Head-on confrontation? Taking his eyes off the 2 cars that were getting closer and closer, Xiao Imo frowned and looked at Wang Hao. We must seize the opportunity this time. No matter who they are, we must control the situation first. Wang Hao put down the telescope and pulled the bolt with a click. Xiao Imo heard this and didn't ask any more questions. He then put the crossbow on his back and pulled the bolt. At the same time, everyone in the yard had received their weapons and ammunition and were quietly spreading to the roofs on both sides. In less than 2 minutes, several strong rays of light shone from the left side of Wang Hao and others, accompanied by bursts of engine roars. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the 2 cars that were gradually approaching, trying to see the people in the car clearly, but the light from the car lights was too strong. Wang Hao could only vaguely see 2 faces in the windshield of the front car, one of which seemed to be wearing a hat sitting in the passenger seat. Just as Wang Hao and others had just taken their positions, 2 cars, one in front and one behind, stopped slowly less than 10 meters away from their 3 cars, 5 or 6 meters away, but the people in the car did not get out immediately, but looked out from the rolled-down windows. It took 4 or 5 minutes for 4 people to get off the first car. However, to Wang Hao's surprise, these 4 people did not have several weapons like the other escape teams they met before. Each of these 4 people only held a homemade mace and a stick knife in his hand. The 4 people were of similar body shape, and one of them was wearing a hat. He was the person Wang Hao had just seen sitting in the passenger seat. Because it was too dark at this time, the 2 cars did not turn on the lights after parking, so Wang Hao could not see the appearance of the 4 people at all for a while, and could only see the general outline of their bodies. After getting off the car, these 4 people did not rush to walk towards the 3 cars of Wang Hao and his team, but stood in front of their respective car doors and observed around. The 4 people observed for more than a minute. At this time, the man in the hat turned around and waved at the car behind. Then 3 more people got off the car behind. One of the 3 people was fat, and the other 2 were of medium build. The weapons in each person's hands were similar to those of the 4 people in the front car. When several people gathered together, the fat man waved his hand, and the others immediately split into 2 groups, and quickly approached Wang Hao's 3 cars with a surrounding momentum. Just when the 7 people were exposed in the distance between their front car and Wang Hao's 3 cars, Wang Hao made a prompt decision and fired bang 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 at the place less than 1 meter behind them. It was 3 shots. Before the gunshots fell, 7 or 8 strong flashlights shot at the same time, and then there was a sound of bolts being pulled from the roofs on both sides, accompanied by a burst of uneven shouts. Stop and don't move. I shoot if you move again. Put down your weapons. I kill you if you move. This sudden scene immediately shocked the 7 people, and they dared not move. Throw your weapons right in front of you. Wang Hao stood up and shouted. After hearing this, the 7 people all looked at the fat man in the middle, as if asking for his opinion. From a distance of more than 10 meters, Wang Hao looked down and saw that the fat man's left hand was slowly reaching behind him. Chapter 179. Wang Hao saw this and made a quick decision. Just when his index finger was about to pull the trigger, he heard a whoosh sound. At the same time, the fat man was shocked, screamed, and stepped back 3 or 4 steps while holding his right arm. The other side was immediately in disarray. The unsteady fat man was quickly supported by others beside him. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Wang Hao saw a dagger falling from the fat man's waist in the chaotic crowd. When Wang Hao's people saw that the other side was in a riot, they didn't know who it was, and they shot at the 7 people. But the man's shooting skills were very poor. He almost used up a box of bullets, but none of the 7 people fell down. Instead, the 7 people who had gathered together were scattered. It was not known whether anyone was injured. Anyway, after a box of bullets, the 7 people who were originally exposed to the light took advantage of the chaos to hide on the side of the car closest to them. Don't shoot! Wang Hao shouted hurriedly. As soon as the shout came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. You are from Dingjiabao? After a few seconds of silence, a panting voice came from the side of the off-road vehicle below Wang Hao's left. Who are you? Wang Hao frowned and asked back. We are from Tianjin village. If we offend you, we will leave now. You don't shoot? The owner of the panting voice seemed to be very afraid of people from Dingjiabao. Tianjin village? When Wang Hao heard this, a thin and small boy with a dirty face suddenly appeared in his mind. That was when he was 15 years old. He took a half-year leave of absence from school due to health reasons. During this period, he lived in his aunt's house in Tianjin village, 5 kilometers away, for a while, and also met a boy of the same age as him. The boy lost his parents at the age of 12, and lived alone with his younger brother, who suffered from congenital heart disease in an old cave left by his parents. His main source of income was working in the greenhouse of his second uncle's family. Wang Hao and the boy hit it off at first sight. The two got along very well. Although they only met for a short month, they formed a deep friendship. Later, after Wang Hao came back from his aunt's house, Wang Hao's health recovered not long after, and he ended his leave of absence early and went to school. Later, the two never met again. It was not until the winter vacation during the Chinese New Year that Wang Hao went to his aunt's house and learned that not long after he came back from his aunt, the friend's younger brother died. After taking care of his brother's funeral, the friend followed a distant relative in the village to work in another place. Since then, the two have never met again. Now 10 years have passed. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt that the voice of this person was somewhat similar to that of the friend back then, but he was not sure at the moment. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao said, "Are you all from Tianjin village?" "Yes, we." The other party paused here, as if he heard something. You are not the group of people in Dingjiabao? Is it related to you?" Xiao Mo beside him continued coldly. "Don't get me wrong, whether you are from Dingjiabao or not, we have no intention of offending you, just..." The voice was hesitant to speak. "Just what?" Xiao Mo replied coldly. Just why did you choose this place?" The other party hesitated for a moment, and finally said it. "What does our choice have to do with you?" Xiao Mo said. The other party was about to speak, and Wang Hao suddenly said in surprise, "Li Ting? You are Li Ting?" As soon as Wang Hao said this, there was an uproar at the scene, especially the voice that had been hiding behind the car and talking to them. After hearing Wang Hao shout, it suddenly paused, and then the fat man who was shot in the right arm by Xiao Mo suddenly stood up from behind the SUV. With a little trembling, he said, You are Ah Hao? It's you?" Wang Hao's voice also trembled in an instant, and the most innocent hesitation hidden deep in his bones burst out in an instant. "Wait, I opened the door for you." Wang Hao turned around and climbed down the stairs in a hurry. The people who were ambushing on the roofs on both sides were so nervous that they were facing a great enemy. Except for a few sentinels, everyone else went down to the yard. The gate was opened soon. Li Ting, who had been waiting at the gate, rushed over excitedly and hugged Wang Hao tightly. "Ah Hao, since the disaster happened, I have come to your door almost every night and knocked on the door. I didn't expect to meet you." "Ha ha ha." "Oh." Wang Hao was overjoyed, but he forgot about the injury on Li Ting's right arm, and Li Ting was the same. After reacting, Wang Hao hurriedly called Luoyi to help her treat the wound. As they were talking, the bonfire in the yard had been rekindled. Under the flickering flames, Wang Hao and the other man looked at each other excitedly. "Li Ting, we haven't seen each other for almost 10 years, right?" Wang Hao looked Li Ting up and down excitedly. "How come you have become so fat? You are completely different from when you were a teenager." "Yes, it has been a full 10 years. Li Ting said with a little emotion. "Not long after we separated, you went to school. Less than a month later, my brother died of a heart attack. Later, a distant cousin of mine opened a restaurant in the south and asked me to help. This help lasted for 10 years. When did you come back?" Wang Hao asked. 2 months ago, I was going to come back to get married and then open a restaurant here, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." After Li Ting finished speaking, he sighed lightly, his expression slightly heavy. The words touched Wang Hao's heart, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The shadow of his girlfriend unconsciously emerged in his mind. The joy of meeting was instantly shrouded by a cloud of sorrow. Not only the two of them, Li Ting's sigh also aroused the concerns of everyone at the scene, and the scene suddenly fell into a sigh. "Okay, Hao, let's not talk about this." Li Ting patted Wang Hao's shoulder. "I have already found out that your parents are all in Dingjiabao, and they are safe at the moment. What are your plans for coming back this time?" "Originally, I planned to pick up my parents and go to the safe base in Yushu, but judging from the current disaster situation, this may be difficult to do, so we plan to capture Dingjiabao, drive away the group of people, and then build our own safe base. Wang Hao said with a firm look. Great, Hao, we have the same idea. Li Ting was excited when he heard it. We still have 4 or 5 brothers. If you count your brothers, our number is almost the same as theirs. We also have a lot of food in stock, which is enough for us to eat for a while. The difficulty now is that we don't have weapons that can compete with them. With only the dozen guns you have now, I'm afraid you will be wiped out before you even reach the gate. Then what good ideas do you have? Wang Hao nodded and looked at him. In fact, the group of people in Dingjiabao have advanced weapons, but their combat effectiveness is nothing. They are just a group of social hooligans, Li Ting said with a worried look on his face. The key is that those 4 weirdos are not easy to deal with. Chapter 180. Strange man? When this was said, Wang Hao and others who were around Li Ting were all stunned. They looked at each other for a long time. Wang Hao looked at him puzzledly and said, What strange man? This? I can't explain it clearly. Li Ting shook his head and frowned and said, I just heard it from others. It seems that there were 4 monks or Taoist priests. Where is the person who told you now? Xiao Mo interrupted. Dead. Li Ting said. Dead? Under the reflection of the firelight, Xiao Mo's face changed slightly, frowned and looked at him and said, How did he die? He seemed to be poisoned. His whole body turned black and blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. We found him in a farmhouse near Dingjiabao. He was almost dead at the time. He died before he could finish a sentence. Li Ting said with a puzzled look on his face. Did the corpse transform? Wang Hao frowned and interrupted. No, Li Ting shook his head. After the man died, we waited for a long time and saw that he had not changed, so we left. About a week later, when we passed by the farmhouse again, we found that his body was still lying there in the same state. Wang Hao nodded slowly and continued to ask, In addition to these, did you find any wounds on his body at that time? Wounds? Li Ting thought for a while and shook his head. There were no wounds, but there was a black handprint on his chest. Black handprint? Wang Hao was shocked. Could he be beaten to death instead of poisoned? I don't think so. Li Ting shook his head and said, Because I was curious at the time, I pressed it. It was no different from other places. The sternum inside was intact. If he was killed by a palm strike, at least the sternum would be broken or sunken. He was indeed poisoned to death. Xiao Mo suddenly interrupted Li Ting and said, The poison was injected into his body through that palm strike, and then he died of heart attack. As soon as this was said, everyone at the scene was shocked again. How could this plot that only appeared in martial arts novels really exist in reality? This is a side door technique. Unlike other technique, this technique does not have the concept of releasing. Practitioners must be eroded by hundreds of poisons since childhood. Only those who are not dead can practice this technique. Xiao Mo continued. I do know about the Miajiang Jiashu technique. Dr. Yin frowned and stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face, saying, When I was in school, I read some online novels about Jiashu techniques. The descriptions of the Miajiang Jiashu techniques were so impressive that I thought they were all made up by the authors. I didn't expect that there really was such a thing. Xiao Mo nodded solemnly and said, Jiashu techniques have been passed down from ancient times to the present. First of all, they are real. Secondly, you can't learn them if you are not of the pure Miao bloodline. People who practice Jiashu techniques are extremely bad at doing evil. I lived in a Miao village in western Hunan for a while before, and I met a local old man there. He told me that Jiashu is actually poisoning, but this poison is strange and difficult to solve. Of course, you must have some contact with people, such as meeting them, or sending poisonous insects to bite them. Most people who are not very defensive will usually be Jiashu. The lethality of the goo poison is related to the poisonous insects. Generally, snakes, centipedes, golden silkworms and other poisonous insects are put together and led to kill each other. The last one left becomes a poisonous insect. The poisonous insect can only become a goo insect after eating the essence and blood of others. Once the goo insect is formed, it must absorb the essence and blood regularly. Once it does not absorb the essence and blood after a period of time, it will attack the insect breeder. Of course, this is the most basic and least powerful one. It is said that the powerful goo magic is made by refining human oil, and the poison cannot be solved except by the wizard who releases the goo. Of course, only when there is an irreconcilable hatred will one sacrifice himself to refine it, and the mildest symptom after releasing the goo insect is nausea and dizziness for no reason. Check. He said it was fine. The more serious ones are ulcers, but it itches but doesn't hurt. The more serious one is seeing poisonous insects crawling out of the body. Xiao Mo sighed softly at this point, and then said, In fact, the technique is not used to harm people when it appears, but to treat diseases, such as letting the goo worms eat the diseased tissues in the body. Therefore, although everyone dislikes the people who put the goo, they generally respect them. It was only later that some people with ulterior motives used it in other aspects, which caused people to misunderstand the technique. Gushu is just a branch of the Miao witchcraft medicine insect branch. Oh, after you said that, I suddenly remembered something, Li Ting said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people around him immediately looked over. Li Ting swallowed his saliva with lingering fear, looked around, and then lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Chapter 181. Soon after we left the farmhouse that day, we found 3 bodies with swollen bellies in the canal by the road. They were already rotten and smelly. We didn't look at them much and were about to leave. When I turned around, I suddenly found a few black bugs crawling out from under one of the bodies. Out of curiosity, I broke off a branch from the tree next to me and poked the belly of the body. Unexpectedly, this poke directly made a big hole in the belly of the body. Immediately afterwards, countless black bugs crawled out of the hole, very quickly, and disappeared in the weeds in the canal in a few seconds. Li Ting said with a look of horror, and the people beside him also had expressions of vomiting. Did you see the appearance of those bugs clearly? Xiao Mo frowned and asked. Li Ting thought for a moment and said, it looks a bit like a maggot, but its body and length are smaller than maggots. Its whole body is black, its head is a bit pointed, and its body is covered with centipede-like legs. It crawls very fast, and has no tail. It looks like a maggot, has centipede-like legs, is black all over, and has no tail. Wang Hao frowned when he heard this, and tried to search for the kind of worm Li Ting was talking about in his mind. If you are not mistaken, this should be a corpse goo worm. Xiao Mo frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, the so-called corpse goo is to feed goo worms with corpses, and to put goo on living people when needed. This goo is very vicious and difficult to crack. The person who is goo has no feeling when being goo, but it will not be long before the internal organs will be eaten by these highly toxic and fertile goo worms, and eventually die in pain. Brother Xiaomo, you have said so much. What does it have to do with those 4 weirdos? Was Xiaodong squeezed out of the crowd and interrupted. As soon as this was said, everyone remembered the 4 weirdos that Li Ting had mentioned before, and immediately they all looked at Xiao Mo and Li Ting's faces. Li Ting was also at a loss when he heard this. I don't know, I just heard that person mention these 4 weirdos before he died. It seemed that there were 3 men and 1 woman, saying that they were very powerful and seemed to know magic. I didn't hear the rest clearly. At that time, the person's words were already unclear, and before we opened our mouths, he bled to death. Do you think he wanted to say that it was those 4 weirdos who killed him? Wang Hao frowned and looked at Li Ting. I didn't believe what he said at the time, because when we found him, he was already unconscious, so we didn't take what he said seriously. It wasn't until a week later when we found the 3 bodies not far from him that we felt that this matter was not as simple as we thought. Li Ting said. What do you mean? What is the relationship between these 3 bodies and that person? Dr. Yin asked. When we first found him, Wuzi was not there. The second time, Wuzi followed us out. When he passed by the farmhouse, he recognized the man at first sight as the big brother of the Dingjiabao group. Li Ting turned around and looked at a square-faced young man behind him and said. But before he finished speaking, Dongzi on the opposite side suddenly stood up from the ground, looked at him with surprise and said, Isn't the dead man short, thin, and has tattoos on his arms? You, how do you know? Li Ting was also shocked. We have secretly observed them. From the situation at that time, that man really looks like their leader. Dongzi said with a lingering shock, Are you saying that the dead man is him? Well, when they came to our village, I observed them secretly. That man was their leader, riding a white reverse 3-wheeled motorcycle. The square-faced young man continued, Then how did you see him? We are all similar. When they looted our village, a few of us had just returned from searching for food outside and happened to escape this disaster. Dongzi said. In that case, there must be some internal strife among them. Otherwise, as the leader of that group, how could he be exposed in the wilderness? Dr. Yin continued. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Ahao, what do you think? Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at Wang Hao, who was frowning and silent beside him. I agree with Dr. Yin's analysis. Wang Hao nodded and said thoughtfully, But we can't underestimate the enemy. The most important thing right now is to find out the origins of the 4 people as soon as possible. Judging from the magic that Brother Xiao Mo just mentioned, these 4 people will never be as simple as we think. Xiao Mo nodded slowly, and with Xiaodong interrupted at this time. What's the difficulty? Just go to Dingjiabao and catch a minion and ask him, and you will know everything. It's certainly not difficult to catch a minion, but how can we get close to Dingjiabao? Li Ting heard this, said with a worried look, that group of people are usually very vigilant. If we accidentally alert them, not only will we fail to rescue the people inside, but we will also find it difficult to escape. Then what do you think we should do? Should we send them an invitation letter, and invite them to come to a social gathering? Introduce themselves? Hui Xiaodong leaned back and said unconvinced, I think it's nothing, it's just that you are afraid of death and dare not go. You? Li Ting was choked by Hui Xiaodong's words, and his eyes widened. He was speechless for a while, pointing at Hui Xiaodong, and couldn't say anything for a long time, his face flushed. Okay, let's say less. Wang Hao stopped him. Everyone, if you have any good suggestions, please bring them up and discuss them together. There was silence for a moment, and the square-faced young man named Wuzi suddenly said, I do have a way, but I think it's a bit too risky. Chapter 182. What's the solution? After hearing this, Wang Hao turned to look at Wuzi, and the eyes of the people around him also gathered around him. Through my observations over the past few days, I found that they would send people to wander around the nearby villages every other day, Wuzi said with a puzzled look on his face. We have followed them secretly several times, and found that they only go to some old houses in the village and the Shang Dynasty ruins in Yin village every time. Wuzi paused here and looked at Wang Hao's face. They only send out one off-road vehicle each time. If we ambush them halfway, I think it will not be a problem to catch 1 or 2 minions. Wang Hao nodded, but Xiao Mo suddenly interrupted Wuzi at this time. You mean they only go to those old buildings every time they come out? Yes, Wuzi nodded and said, most of those old buildings were abandoned before the disaster, and there was nothing inside. I really don't understand what they are looking for each time. They must have other intentions. Xiao Mo frowned and said, but one thing is certain, they are definitely not looking for food. Are they looking for antiques? Hui Xiaodong's eyes lit up, and he became excited immediately. Impossible, Wuzi shook his head and said, those old houses were dug up during the Four Olds movement. There is no way there are any antiques left. But the Shang Dynasty ruins were too dilapidated to escape the disaster, and have never been dug up. Shang Dynasty ruins? Xiao Mo was stunned when he heard this, and immediately asked, what kind of ruins are they? In fact, it's just a big earth pit covered with weeds, with nothing in it. Wuzi said disapprovingly. When was it discovered? Xiao Mo, who had always been indifferent to the surrounding things, showed great interest in this Shang Dynasty site, with only a large earth pit left. I don't know about this, anyway. This large earth pit has been there since I can remember. Wuzi shook his head. Wuzi is right. I went there to play once when I was a child, but my father found me, and took me home and beat me up. After that, I rarely went there to play. Later, the County Cultural Relics Bureau sent someone to guard it, and built a circle of iron railings about 1 person high around the large pit. Another young man, with a common face standing behind Li Ting took over Wuzi's words. You are all right, but you missed the most important point. At this time, Uncle Zhang, who came with Dongzi and was in his 50s, suddenly interrupted. In fact, the Shang Dynasty site was not a big pit before 1960, but a big mound more than 20 meters above the ground. I heard from the older generation that it was a prince's tomb in the Shang Dynasty. A family has been guarding the tomb since ancient times. During the anti-Japanese war, the Democratic Alliance Army drove away the family on the grounds of collecting military expenses, and planned to steal the treasures in the tomb to expand military expenses. However, on the first day of their expedition, they came in large numbers, but disappeared overnight. Later, the Japanese also heard about the prince's tomb, and brought a squadron of people to rob the tomb. The result was the same as the previous Melian army, and they all disappeared the next morning. The scene was very clean, without any signs of fighting. Not even a footprint could be found. Since then, no one dared to come to rob the prince's tomb. It was not until the victory of the anti-Japanese war, and the establishment of a new regime that a team of people claiming to be from the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau came and dug up the ancient tomb more than 10 years later. At that time, I was only 6 or 7 years old, and I just started to remember things. I only remember that many people came that day, including monks, Taoist priests, and foreigners. After they came, they did not rush to dig the soil. Instead, they asked the monks and Taoist priests to perform rituals around the cemetery for 3 days and 3 nights. They started to dig the soil on the 4th day. They dug for a whole week. After digging the tomb, they covered the entire tomb pit with a shed made of plastic cloth. After 3 months of excavation, they withdrew, leaving only the current big pit. Listening to Uncle Zhang's story, Xiao Mo's face became more and more confused, and his eyes were fixed on the ground shaded by the bonfire in front of his feet. Seeing Xiao Mo's expression, Wang Hao did not interrupt him, but turned his gaze to Uncle Zhang again. Uncle Zhang, where did the gravekeeper go later? Since the Democratic Alliance army drove away the gravekeepers, they have never come back, but every Qiming festival, people come to burn paper and pay tribute, and it has never stopped for decades. Uncle Zhang said with emotion. Could it be the descendants of the gravekeeper? Wang Hao frowned and guessed. I don't know. Uncle Zhang shook his head, sighed softly, and said with doubts, in the past few decades, no one has really seen what they look like. I have seen it. Before Uncle Zhang finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind Wang Hao. Chapter 183. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to look over. The person who spoke was the common face, who had answered Wu Zi's question before. When have you seen him? Uncle Zhang looked at him unbelievingly. It was the day before Qingming Festival this year. The common face said, it was almost dark at that time. I was driving the sheep home. When I passed by there, I saw an old man in white clothes and white hair kneeling in front of the ruins to burn paper. When he found me, he got up and left without even burning the paper. White clothes and white hair. When Wang Hao heard this, he suddenly remembered the old man in white clothes and white hair that Xiao Mo and Dr. Yin had mentioned. He was stunned for a moment, and then he asked again, did you see the man clearly? No. The common face shook his head and said, it was a little dark at that time, and it was far away, so I could only see the general outline of the man. Where is the ruins? Xiao Mo, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and looked at the common face and asked. It's just behind our village. Public Face was frightened by Xiao Mo's sudden action. At the same time, Dr. Yin, who had been listening to Public Face's story carefully, stood up from the ground and looked at Public Face with the same eyes. Come on, take me there now. Xiao Mo looked anxious and pulled Public Face to go out. Brother Xiao Mo. Wang Hao hurriedly stood up and called. He could understand Xiao Mo's mood, but he didn't know what was going on and went there rashly. What if something unexpected happened? After all, the ruins were not far from Dingjiabao. If they were discovered, it would bring unnecessary trouble. Ahao, wait at home, we will definitely be back before dawn. Xiao Mo was anxious, and he walked quickly towards the gate with a Public Face, saying without even turning his head. Just when Dr. Yin was about to chase Xiao Mo away, Uncle Zhang's nervous voice suddenly came from the crowd. You can't go now. As soon as this was said, the scene suddenly became quiet. Xiao Mo stopped suddenly, let go of the Public Face, turned to look at Uncle Zhang and asked, why can't we go now? That place is so evil. A stranger passed by there in the middle of the night before, and when he was found the next day, his whole body was frozen. A piece of meat fell off, with a slight touch. It was the dog days of summer. Uncle Zhang said with horror. Frozen? Xiao Mo was stunned when he heard this. At this time, Wang Hao walked up and said, Brother Xiao Mo, when I was a child, I also heard my grandmother talk about the strange things about the ruins. I think I should listen to Uncle Zhang. I will accompany you when it gets light. Xiao Mo did not answer, but did not continue to walk out. Instead, he walked out of the crowd alone and chose a corner where no one was sitting against the wall. It seemed that after Uncle Zhang's reminder, he seemed to remember something. Wang Hao then waved to everyone, indicating that they should not disturb him, and the group returned to the bright place and sat down again. Ah Hao, what do you think of the suggestion made by Wu Zi just now? Li Ting took out a box of Hongtishan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Hao. I think it's feasible. Wang Hao nodded, reached out to take the lighter handed by Li Ting, lit the cigarette and took a deep puff, then looked around at the people around him. What do you think? I think it's feasible. Hu Xiaodong smiled and took the cigarette and lighter that Wang Hao handed to Li Ting, and looked at Li Ting and said, Come on, brother Li Ting, give me one too. Go ahead. Li Ting smiled at Hu Xiaodong, and then everyone nodded in agreement with Wu Zi's suggestion. Li Ting looked at Wang Hao again and said, What should we do tomorrow? Do we need to make an action plan in advance? Wang Hao nodded, turned to look at Wu Zi and said, You mean, they come out every other day? Well, I have secretly observed several times, and each time it's one day apart. Wu Zi said, They came out the morning before yesterday, and they will definitely come out tomorrow morning after today. So which village do they usually start from? Wang Hao asked after taking a puff of cigarette. Usually they start from our village, then Boya village and Yinzhuang, and finally your village. Wu Zi said. How do you know so much? Zhong Yu, who had rarely spoken, suddenly asked. As a criminal police officer, this was his professional instinct. From the first time, He saw Wu Zi, he felt that there was something wrong with this person. He always felt that everything was too logical. But he couldn't tell what was wrong at the moment. I secretly followed them. Wu Zi's face suddenly changed, and he stammered. If that group of people is really as alert as you said, how could you not be discovered by them? Zhong Yu stood up and reached for his waist, staring at Wu Zi. Wang Hao and others heard Zhong Yu's words, and then saw Wu Zi's expression, and they also became alert in an instant. Li Ting hurriedly stood up and explained, "Don't be nervous, listen to me. Listen to me." The scene that had just calmed down suddenly became tense again. Dr. Yin, with Xiaodong and others on Wang Hao's side also stood up and held their weapons in their hands. Even Yang Shiyun and Uncle Li, who were busy drawing a map of the abandoned camp in front of the fire not far away, and Lui, Shan Wan and others, who were cleaning up the dishes, also took out their own weapons. Hu Zi and Lu Jiaming, who were on guard on the roof, also walked to the eaves at the first time and pointed their guns at Li Ting and others in the yard. The Black Wind Wolf stood beside them, staring at Li Ting and others with vigilant eyes, as if they could jump off the roof at any time and bite the enemy. You say. Wang Hao was much calmer than others. He slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Li Ting indifferently. Alas! Li Ting sighed softly and said sincerely, "Actually, Hao, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just worried that you would doubt me after I told you." "Damn! You are making us more suspicious now," Hui Xiaodong said unhappily, and then threw the half of Hongtishan in his hand to the ground and twisted it with his feet. "Although we haven't seen each other for many years, in my heart you Li Ting are always my brother. Just say it. Even if others don't believe you, I believe you." Wang Hao looked at Li Ting calmly and said frankly, "Thank you, Hao." Li Ting nodded with a look of comfort, and then slowly opened his mouth to tell the whole story one by one. Chapter 184. It turned out that the man who died in the farmhouse that Li Ting had met before was actually the first eldest brother of the group in Dingjiabao, and Wu Zi and the 3 bodies that died in the canal were actually the confidants of this eldest brother. The cause of the incident started on the 3rd day after they arrived in Dingjiabao. If you like to play and watch, come to the website. That afternoon, it suddenly rained heavily in the sky. It was the first rain they encountered since the disaster. Although the smell was very unpleasant, with a strong smell of acetic acid, but it still made everyone in Dingjiabao, including the villagers captured from the surrounding villages, feel relieved with the arrival of this rain, because this was not only the first rain since the disaster, but also the first spring rain since the beginning of spring this year. In everyone's subconscious, spring rain indicates hope, which means that the disaster will soon pass. However, what no one expected was that within less than 10 minutes of the spring rain, the guards came running to report that dozens of zombies suddenly appeared outside the gate. After hearing the report, the then big brother immediately climbed up to the sentry box with his 4 confidants to observe. They saw that at the intersection more than 50 meters outside the camp gate, there were 50 to 60 zombies standing there motionless with their heads up and bathing in the rain. This scene was the same as what Wang Hao and his team had encountered before. Just when everyone was feeling puzzled, suddenly 4 people in long robes came side by side from a distance. Facing the swarm of zombies, they did not choose to go around them, but drew out their weapons and calmly entered the swarm of zombies, like cutting melons and vegetables. In less than 5 minutes, the heads of dozens of zombies that were bathing in the rain were cut off one after another, and blood flowed like a river. Stepping on the blood on the ground, the 4 people walked out slowly from a pile of headless corpses, like reapers, and ran straight to the gate of the camp. The people who had been dumbfounded for a long time finally reacted at this time. So under the order of the then eldest brother of Wu Zi, everyone raised their weapons and aimed at the 4 skilled weirdos who were slowly approaching. After some negotiations, the 4 weirdos said that they came to this place to find something, hoping to stay temporarily in the camp and leave when they found the thing. What conditions are needed, Wu Zi and others can ask for it. Hearing the conditions offered by the other party and seeing the skills of several people, the then eldest brother was immediately tempted because there was a granary not far from Dingjiabao, which stored more than 1 million kilograms of food, enough for them to eat for decades. But because there were too many zombies in the granary, they had been there several times before, but each time they returned empty-handed. And they also lost the lives of more than a dozen brothers. With this thought in mind, the then eldest brother and his other 2 sworn brothers whispered to each other and agreed to the other party at that time. They opened the door and let several people in. It was not until then that they saw clearly that there was a young woman among the 4 people in long robes. Among the 4 people, except for one of the big and strong men who wore monk robes, the other 2 men and 1 woman wore Taoist robes, but the colors and patterns were different. The 4 people were of different ages. The monk was the oldest, and looked to be over 50 years old. The 2 men and 1 woman were much younger than the monk. The oldest was the Taoist in the blue robe, who looked to be around 40 years old. Then, there was the white Taoist in the black robe, who looked to be 32 or 33 years old. The youngest was the female Taoist in the white robe, who should not be more than 30 years old. Among the 4 people, the monk held 2 swords, the 2 men of the 3 Taoists each held a long sword, and the female held a golden whisk. Although these 4 people had been through a massacre before, there was no trace of blood on their bodies. Chapter 185. How is this possible? Dr. Yin interrupted Wu Zi with a puzzled look on his face when he heard this. How come they killed so many zombies at close range without any blood on their bodies? I have never figured it out. Wu Zi frowned and shook his head and said, maybe it was washed away by the rain. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Wu Zi paused and continued, the old monk is called Jishan, the older Taoist priest is called Tianyuan, the one in the middle is called Jinong, and the female Taoist priest is called. Oh yes, Mo Ling. Is the female Taoist priest named Mo Ling beautiful? Hui Xiaodong became interested when he heard this, and hurried to Wu Zi's side. She looks okay, but she has a bad temper. One of our brothers looked at her a little too much before, and she blinded him with her whisk. If Tianyuan hadn't stopped him, he might have lost his life. Wu Zi thought about it, and said that he didn't dare to look at her a few more times, and just answered Hui Xiaodong based on his first impression. Hui Xiaodong became more interested after hearing this, and licked his tongue with a satisfied look, muttering to himself, I like this kind of stubborn donkey, hee. Aren't you afraid that your stubborn donkey will cripple you with a hoof? Luoyi and Yang Shiyun came up at this time. She looked at Hui Xiaodong with contempt, joked, and walked straight to Wang Hao without caring about Hui Xiaodong's expression. Brother Hao, Shiyun has drawn the map of the camp. Luoyi said, and handed a 2K paper with dense drawings to Wang Hao. Shiyun, Uncle Li, you've worked hard. Wang Hao nodded, then turned his gaze to Yang Shiyun and Uncle Li beside Luoyi. Yang Shiyun smiled lightly, shook her head and said, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. Ah Hao, you are being too polite. I will lead the way. Uncle Li patted his chest and said, okay. Wang Hao nodded, and then spread the 2K paper in the bright firelight, and everyone gathered around. Wu Zi, give me a brief introduction to the defense of the camp. Wang Hao looked at the map, looked up at Wu Zi and said. Wu Zi nodded, squatted down in front of the map, and pointed to a 2-story building above. The entire base is divided into the front yard and the backyard, with this 2-story building with 15 rooms on each floor as the boundary. The front yard includes the gate and 2 rows of brick houses, which are mainly used to maintain some basic facilities for the operation of the camp, including kitchens, restaurants, and warehouses. The backyard is the playground. After we entered the camp, we built some temporary tents around the playground, mainly for the villagers recruited from the local area to live in. There are 4 guard towers in the front and backyards, and there are usually special people guarding them. Don't talk so nicely. What is recruitment? That's obviously robbery. Uncle Zhang heard this, and stepped forward angrily. What are you doing with the villagers? Wang Hao waved his hand to interrupt Uncle Zhang, and looked at Wu Zi, and continued to ask. We are expanding the camp, but you can rest assured that we never abuse them. We just ask them to work for us. Before Wu Zi finished speaking, Uncle Zhang said Pa, and angrily said, bullshit. We didn't abuse them. How did Li San die? Wu Zi was stunned when he heard this. You mean the villager who escaped from the camp a week ago? We didn't kill that person. He was Yi's man. Who is Brother Yi? Wang Hao interrupted him. Brother Yi is Brother Fang's sworn brother. Brother Fang is our eldest brother. He has 3 sworn brothers. Brother Yi is the 2nd oldest, and Brother Liang is the 3rd oldest. We were all brothers who ran together in Shenzhen. After the disaster, more than a dozen of us joined forces to grab some guns from the local police station and fled all the way to you. Later, our team accepted several local survivors. It was at their suggestion that we came to this abandoned camp. Everything was originally settled, but then those 4 weirdos came. They took advantage of Brother Yi's love of taking advantage of small gains and his narrow-minded mentality, and deliberately provoked the relationship between the 3 brothers, so that our people would work for them. Brother Fang fell into their alienation plan, so Brother Yi and Brother Liang secretly killed Brother Fang, and we were driven out, and Brother Fang was so angry that he took us back to the camp at midnight the next day. Unexpectedly, they were well prepared and surrounded us before we could react. But Brother Fang's power was still there. Although a dozen minions surrounded us, no one dared to step forward to attack us, including Brother Yi and Brother Liang. Later, the young Taoist priest named Jin Yang took action first. He hit Brother Fan on the chest with one palm, and then others rushed forward. In the end, we were all arrested and locked up in an abandoned warehouse in the camp. They were going to execute us in public the next day. Later, Brother Liang remembered Brother Fan's life-saving grace and secretly released us when the guards changed shifts at dawn. Wu Zi said this with a slightly heavy face, sighed softly, and then said, "Later, everyone died one after another not long after escaping from the base because of their serious injuries. My injuries were lighter than theirs. I persisted until the next afternoon, and then I met Li Ting and others." After listening, Wang Hao nodded slowly, stared at the map for a few seconds, and then looked at Wu Zi again and asked, "Didn't the 4 people say what their purpose was here?" "No." Wu Zi shook his head and said, "They only said they were looking for something. They didn't say what it was, and we didn't dare to ask, but I always felt that it should be an antique or something ancient." "Why do you think so?" Everyone's face changed when they heard it, and Wang Hao also said a little strangely, "Otherwise, why did they let us go around those ancient houses and ruins?" Wu Zi said, "Did they tell you anything when they let you go out?" Zhongyu frowned and looked at Wu Zi and asked. Wu Zi thought about it, and finally shook his head and said, "No, they just let us go for a walk every other day, and didn't say anything else." "That's strange. What do these 4 people want to do?" Dr. Yen muttered to himself, with a depressed look on his face. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "They are using you as bait." Chapter 186. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was immediately attracted, and they saw that Xiao Imo had come to the back of the crowd without knowing when. "Brother Xiao Imo, what do you mean by this?" Wang Hao stood up and looked at Xiao Imo, who was gradually approaching. Xiao Imo waved his hand and did not speak, but walked straight to Uncle Zhang and asked, "Where is the frozen body you mentioned before?" "It was taken away by the police at that time." Uncle Zhang looked at Xiao Imo in confusion. "Why are you asking this? When did this happen?" Xiao Imo did not answer him, and then asked, "I can't remember the exact year." Uncle Zhang thought for a while and said, "But it has been at least 40 years. Brother Xiao Imo, do you remember something?" Wang Hao asked. Xiao Imo nodded and said, thoughtfully, "If I guess correctly, they should be looking for a pair of gloves." "Gloves?" Everyone at the scene was stunned again, and Wang Hao was even more confused. "What gloves?" "It is an extremely cold thing that can freeze people instantly," Xiao Imo said. "Brother Xiao Imo, you haven't read too many martial arts novels. How can there be such gloves in the world?" Hui Xiaodong joked. But Xiao Imo turned a deaf ear to him, frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "A pair of gloves is divided into left and right hands. The left hand is yin, which is cold, and can freeze everything instantly. The right hand is yang, which is fire, and can burn everything in an instant." There was an uproar at the scene, and Dr. Yen asked at this time, "According to this, no matter who has this pair of gloves, wouldn't he be invincible in the world?" "No," Xiao Imo frowned and shook his head. "Yin and yang are mutually exclusive, and the left and right hands cannot be owned by one person, otherwise the blood will flow backwards, and the person will explode and die. Moreover, the most important thing is that the left and right hands cannot exist in the same place at the same time." "Brother Xiao Imo, are you saying that the 4 weirdos are looking for the pair of yin gloves?" Wang Hao frowned and asked. Xiao Imo nodded solemnly, and then said a little blankly, "I can't remember the origin of this pair of gloves, but I just have a slight impression of it by chance. Captain Wang, the day is about to dawn, and we have been discussing it all night. Are we going to rob a car tomorrow?" Hui Xiaodong yawned and interrupted, seeming to disagree with Xiao Mo's words. "Yes, Ahao, what are the plans for tomorrow? Go or not?" Dongzi, who had not spoken much, immediately added, "Go, of course." Wang Hao said with a stern look, "Not only will we go tomorrow, but we will also take it down in one fell swoop." Dr. Yen and others were shocked when they heard this. In their opinion, Wang Hao always thought twice before taking action, but this time he acted rashly without even looking at the map, which was really beyond everyone's expectations, especially Dr. Yen and others who had been with him all the way, and they were even more puzzled. Although it was beyond everyone's expectations, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone could understand Wang Hao's mood, so no one stepped forward to speak for a while. After a moment of silence, Zhongyu couldn't help but speak. "Ahao, do you mean to go to Dingjiabao to rescue people tomorrow?" "Yes," Wang Hao nodded with determination and said, "If we miss tomorrow, we will have to wait another day. Whether it is for us or those who were captured in the camp, every day of delay will expose us to more danger, and they will face more life dangers." Zhongyu frowned and said in silence, "But how?" Just when he said this, he suddenly stopped. His eyes swept over the faces of Li Ting, Wu Zi and others, and tugged on Wang Hao's sleeve, indicating that he wanted to talk with him. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and when he saw Zhongyu's eyes, he realized that he was reminding himself not to trust Li Ting and Wu Zi's words. He looked at Zhongyu with a little more emotion, patted his hand and said, "Brother Yu, thank you." Li Ting and Wu Zi also saw Zhongyu's eyes at this time, but they were not angry. They walked to Wang Hao and Zhongyu with a frank face and said, "Hao, Brother Yu, I apologize to you for hiding Wu Zi's past. I hope you don't." Li Ting was interrupted by Wang Hao before he finished speaking, and looked at Li Ting and Wu Zi with sincerity. The man said, "I believe you. Brother Yu is also thinking about me. I hope everyone will not misunderstand because of this." Li Ting and Zhongyu nodded and both of them took the initiative to extend their hands. Li Ting held Zhongyu's hand before him. "Brother Yu, don't worry. Hao is not only your brother, but also my brother. I lost my parents when I was young. Hao's parents are my parents. Even if I risk my life, I must rescue them safely. As long as we brothers work together, we can overcome any difficulties." Zhongyu also held Li Ting's hand with a sincere face. "That may not be the case." Xiaomo's cold voice suddenly came from the crowd, like a basin of cold water, instantly pouring down the emotions that had just risen. "If you go like this, not only will you fail to save people, but you will also lose your life in vain." Xiaomo continued. The scene was suddenly full of surprise, and everyone looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. "Why?" Zhongyu looked at Xiaomo in confusion. "Those 4 people are definitely not as simple as we imagined. If we want to deal with them, we can only outsmart them. If we fight head-on, we will definitely suffer," Xiaomo said expressionlessly. "Brother Xiaomo, have you thought of any solution?" Wang Hao asked hurriedly. Xiaomo nodded lightly, and set his eyes on Wu Zi's face. Chapter 187. I'm telling the truth. Wu Zi's face suddenly became tense, thinking that he had done something wrong again. He was about to explain, but was interrupted by Xiaomo. "As soon as the sun rises, you go to Dingyabao and tell the group that you found a cave near the ruins, and there is a strong cold air coming out of it. At that time, the 4 people will definitely let you lead the way. You lead them directly to the ruins, and I will take care of the rest." Xiaomo said here and turned his eyes to Wang Hao. "After he leaves, you will be ready to set off and take the opportunity to attack Dingyabao and rescue the villagers. I will try my best to delay the 4 people. Once you succeed in rescuing them, don't stay. Leave there as soon as possible and go towards the county town. Leave a crescent mark along the way. I will catch up before dark." Brother Xiaomo led Dr. Yin. Brother Yu and Donzi follow you. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, and said, "I have Xiaodong Lu and Li Ting here, which is enough." "No, they will only die if they follow me." Xiaomo shook his head decisively. "But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. How can you deal with those 4 weirdos at the same time? After all, they are not zombies," Wang Hao said with a worried look on his face. "I have my own way. Bringing them with me is just a burden. I can get away by myself." Xiaomo disagreed. His face suddenly became serious. Hao, you must not underestimate the enemy. This time is different from the past. Be careful that the other party will jump over the wall and fight to the death. You must hit the target with 1 strike. If you make a mistake, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Be careful." Wang Hao nodded slowly, and his eyes were still full of worry when he looked at Xiaomo. "Brother Xiaomo, you must protect yourself too." Xiaomo nodded, patted Wang Hao's shoulder, walked out of the crowd, chose a farther bonfire to sit down, took off the crossbow behind him and wiped it. Wang Hao immediately arranged tomorrow's action for everyone, starting with the time when the 5 sons set off. At 6 in the morning, Wang Hao took Dr. Yin, Zhongyu, Li Ting Dongzi and others to drive a car to accompany the 5 sons, hid the car near the camp, and then hid around the camp. After the 5 sons led the 4 weirdos away, they sneaked into the camp in secret. The specific action steps have been deployed according to the map drawn by Yang Shiyun. The remaining was Xiaodong and Lu Jiaming, as well as Lui, Shan Wan, Yang Shiyun and others drove the minibus and set off immediately, heading towards the county town. Uncle Zhang said that his daughter bought a hot spring resort 20 kilometers away from the city center in the west of the county. When the disaster happened, it had just been renovated and had not yet opened for business. His daughter, son-in-law and his 7-year-old grandson were infected with the RS virus and turned into zombies. Uncle Zhang said that he had been to that place twice. Although the location was relatively remote, the transportation was convenient. The most important thing was that there were no villages or towns around, and there was no business when the disaster happened. The houses were all on site, and could accommodate 200 or 300 people at the same time. Therefore, it was also a good base choice compared to the camp in Dingjiabao. After arranging all the matters, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning. According to the sunrise time of this season, the sky would begin to brighten in more than an hour. Everyone hurriedly had a midnight snack, and then Hui Xiaodong and others started to set off. Before leaving, Wang Hao once again told them what they needed to pay attention to, and told Hui Xiaodong, Lu Jiaming, and Hu Zi to protect Uncle Zhang and everyone's safety. Dr. Yin also touched Haifeng and Wulong's heads, and muttered a few words to himself. Hui Xiaodong and his friends also redistributed their weapons, a 95 fully automatic, 2 submachine guns and 2 pistols, a number of bullets, and Yang Shuyun shotgun. As long as they didn't encounter a large-scale group of zombies, and evolved zombies, these firepowers were enough to protect the safety of a car. Before driving, Louis, Shan Wan, and Yang Shuyun all stuck their heads out and looked at the person they cared about most affectionately, with infinite worry and reluctance in their eyes, but no one spoke, just looked at each other for a few times, and under the roar of the minibus, the red taillights gradually disappeared under the vast night. After the minibus left, Wang Hao and his team immediately started the intense preparations before the war. When the sky was slightly bright, Wang Hao and his team were ready to go. There were 11 people in total. Except for Xiao Mo, who brought a pistol and a grenade, everyone else was equipped with submachine guns and fully automatic rifles. Each person had 2 spare magazines and a grenade. At dawn in the last days, without the chirping of birds, it seemed particularly desolate and dead. Although they had not slept all night, no one felt sleepy. Surrounding the dying fire, everyone had the same expression on their faces, confused, nervous, and resolute. Only Xiao Mo was alone, leaning against the corner away from the crowd, looking up at the gradually brightening sky with a melancholy face. Wang Hao wanted to go forward and talk, but he raised his butt and sat down again. It was 6 o'clock in the morning soon. Just when Wang Hao was about to greet everyone to get on the bus, he turned his head and found that Xiao Mo was gone. Chapter 188. Hey, where is brother Xiao Mo? Following Wang Hao's gaze, Dr. Yin was stunned. Maybe he went there early? Wang Hao frowned, then patted Dr. Yin on the shoulder. Let's go, it's getting late. After that, he turned around and greeted the others. This guy is too weird. Looking at the place where Xiao Mo sat, Dr. Yin shook his head, muttered to himself, and turned around and walked away. Wu Zi had already told Xiao Mo the route in detail before, so Wang Hao was not worried that Xiao Mo would not be able to find the place. But he was full of worries about the 4 people he had never met. Although Xiao Mo was not an ordinary person, it was not difficult to hear from Wu Zi that the 4 people were not so easy to deal with. At the moment, he was worried about Xiao Mo and his parents who were in the camp. Zhongyu seemed to see the contradiction in Wang Hao's heart, walked to his side and said, Hao, if you really worry about Xiao Mo, then I will catch up with him now. 2 people are better than 1 person anyway. No one can shake what Xiao Mo has decided. Wang Hao shook his head. I think he must have his own reasons for doing so. The only thing we can do now is to resolve the battle in the shortest time. Zhongyu nodded after hearing this. Although he didn't know much about Xiao Mo, he had witnessed it with his own eyes several times before, and he still admired and affirmed Xiao Mo's skills. So after hearing Wang Hao's words, he immediately put all his attention on this action. According to the established plan, Wang Hao and his team drove 4 cars. Li Ting and others drove their 2 Hyundai off-road vehicles to lead the way. Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, and Zhongyu drove the Ford Raptor, and Dongzi drove the JC truck that Hui Xiaodong had driven before. All the supplies in the truck had been transferred to the minibus before. The reason for driving as many vehicles as possible was to rescue the villagers and evacuate them as soon as possible. Under the gradually brightening sky, 4 vehicles drove quickly on the rural dirt road, raising a large cloud of dust behind them. After nearly half an hour of bumpy journey, the houses a few hundred meters ahead gradually increased. Dingjiabao is in front, Wang Hao said, sitting in the co-pilot seat and pointing at the houses in front. When we were young, we often sneak here to play after school. There is a small river behind the village. Although there are not many fish and shrimps, and the river water is turbid, it was the most fun place for us at that time. Looking at the village getting closer and closer, Wang Hao muttered to himself with some emotion. Dr. Yin, who was driving the car next to him, and Zhongyu behind him also felt the same way. They sighed softly at the same time. Dingjiabao is not very big, with only 1 main street and less than 1,000 people in the whole village, but the ancient buildings in the village are much larger than the ancient town they encountered before. It is said that there are buildings from several dynasties here, and it was once one of the birthplaces of human civilization. It can be found on the map. After the convoy entered the village, the leading car turned and slowly turned into a small alley next to the street that can only accommodate one car. After entering the alley and driving forward for about 100 meters, there was a big turn to the left. After turning, it drove forward for a distance until the last car turned in, and the convoy slowly stopped. After everyone got off the car, Li Ting and his team came over. "Ah how, we can only drive here. If we go any further, we will enter the range of their sentries." Li Ting pointed to the direction the front of the car was heading and said, "Wait for Wu Zi to go out from here and attract all the sentries hidden nearby. After all, Wu Zi and they are old acquaintances. As long as they see that he is not carrying a weapon, they should not shoot. Then we will take the opportunity to pass quickly from the other side. After passing this sentry, we will be not far from the camp." While listening to Li Ting, Wang Hao took out a map from his pocket and unfolded it in front of everyone. His eyes wandered on the map for a few seconds, then he looked up at Wu Zi behind Li Ting and pointed at the map. A building said, "Can we hide here?" Wu Zi stepped forward and looked, frowning. "We have been away for a while. If it is still the original deployment, there should be no one on guard here. Otherwise, it is hard to say." Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, pondered for a moment, and said, "You should pay attention to the surrounding environment along the way. If everything is as we discussed before, you will follow them straight into the gate. If the situation changes, you pretend to tie your shoelaces when you enter the gate, and we will change the plan." "Yes." Wu Zi nodded in response, and the careful Zhong Yu squatted down to loosen the shoelaces on Wu Zi's right foot. "Be careful." Zhong Yu stood up and patted Wu Zi on the shoulder. Wu Zi nodded with gratitude, looked around at everyone, and then walked to the end of the alley. Wang Hao and others quietly followed 50 meters behind. After walking more than 200 meters in the alley, the 5 of them had reached the end of Banana Alley. At the end was a half-old cement road that ran across the exit of the alley. Li Ting turned around and told Wang Hao that if he turned right after leaving the alley, he would enter the range of the group's secret sentry, and asked everyone to be careful. Wang Hao didn't have much impression of this cement road, including that he had never walked through this alley when he was a child. Dongzi seemed to see Wang Hao's doubts, and whispered to him that they used to walk another road when they were young. This road was rarely walked even during the day. It is said that this alley was a passage for funerals after people died in the village in ancient times. Legend has it that if you want to pass through this alley, you must be accompanied by a dead person, otherwise you will be haunted by those lonely ghosts, who cannot be reincarnated. Therefore, in normal times, this alley is built with dry bricks. Although Dongzi's voice was small, everyone still felt a gust of cold wind blowing on their backs. Chapter 189. After hearing Dongzi's words, Wang Hao couldn't help but look around a bit more. This alley was not much different from the ancient alleys we usually see. There were ancient buildings on both sides, one after another. The bluestone slabs on the ground were polished very smooth because of their age. 1 or 2 unnamed weeds grew from time to time at the base of the walls on both sides, swaying slightly in the gusts of cold wind blowing from behind. The only difference from other places was that there was no door in such a long alley with so many buildings, and the buildings on both sides were several feet higher than those seen in other places. Although we didn't encounter many zombies along the way from Shiku village, we could still find corpse remains and some abandoned agricultural vehicles on the roadside from time to time. On the contrary, since entering Dingjiabao, it has been quiet. The whole street is clean, orderly and quiet, as if it has not suffered the end of the world. When Wang Hao was a child, he often heard some elderly people in the village say that Dingjiabao was very evil, and many strange events had happened there from ancient times to the present. Wang Hao was not thinking about it at the moment, so we will not go into details. Just as Wu Zi had just walked out of the alley, a loud shout came from outside. Wang Hao immediately gathered his thoughts, and walked a few steps to the side of Li Ting, who was leading the group. Li Ting was leaning against the alley, and looking out. When he heard Wang Hao's footsteps, he turned his head, and made a silent gesture to him, pointing outside the alley, motioning Wang Hao to come forward and look, while he himself tiptoed to the side. Wang Hao leaned to the alley, and poked his head out slightly. He saw a silver-gray pickup truck parked sideways less than 20 meters in front of Li Ting. 4 or 5 young men holding guns and machetes stood on and off the truck. "Wu Zi, you dare to come back?" At this time, a strong young man, with a naked upper body and a wolf head tattooed on his chest walked out of the open passenger door of the pickup truck with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. He held a double-barreled shotgun with most of the wooden, but sawed-off in his hand. He lazily waved at the people around him, signaling them to put down their weapons and not panic. He himself walked towards Wu Zi with a gun in one hand. Longpi, Brother Long is gone, and now I am the only one left. Wu Zi's voice trembled, and he looked at the person, who came with a bit of sobs. Hearing this, the other party was shocked and stopped immediately. The half-smoked cigarette in his mouth fell off. He said with a slightly surprised look, "You said Brother Long is not gone. What do you mean?" "After we escaped that day, Brother Long died the next day due to his serious injuries." Wu Zi said heavily, "Longpi, no matter what, Brother Long has been kind to you before, you can't just forget him." You didn't lie to me?" The young man named Longpi's face suddenly became heavy, and he slowly put down the hunting rifle. Wu Zi shook his head and continued, "Brother Long, before he died, he was still thinking about his brothers. He said he didn't blame you. He knew that you didn't do it on purpose, and you were also forced by others." "Brother Long, did he really say that?" Longpi's face turned heavy, and then surprised, and then turned to shame in an instant, and his eyes gradually turned red. Wu Zi nodded and said, "Longpi, let's forget about the past. I came back this time to seek refuge with you. I hope you can ask Brother Yi and Brother Liang to let me stay. It's too hard to live outside. I haven't eaten for several days." Hearing this, Longpi frowned and pondered for a moment, then turned and shouted to a young man behind him, "Saner, bring some bread and mineral water." The young man responded, got into the car door, and soon came over with 2 loaves of bread and half a bottle of mineral water. "Brother, what do you mean? Are you chasing me away?" Wu Zi looked at the bread and water handed to him, but did not reach out to take them. Instead, he looked at the other party with a questioning tone. "Wu Zi, last time Brother Liang secretly let you go, Brother Yi was so angry that he shot Brother Liang's knees. Now Brother Liang is still lying in bed. I really don't dare." Longpi kept dodging Wu Zi's gaze, hesitating with difficulty. "Longpi, Brother Long was really blind at the beginning. Originally, I came here today to tell Brother Yi that I had found what they were looking for. Now, forget it, I would rather starve to death than ask for your charity." Wu Zi's tone changed, and he turned around and was about to go back. "Wait!" Wolfskin hurriedly called him, and quickly chased after him. He waved his hand at the little henchman standing between them with bread and water, and told him to go back first. Wu Zi was just pretending. After hearing Wolfskin shout, he took a few steps forward before he stopped and turned around. He sneered at Wolfskin, who was chasing after him. "What? Are you going to catch me and ask for credit in front of them?" No, brother, you misunderstood me." Wolfskin hesitated for a moment, hurriedly chased after him and explained with a flattering face, "I just heard you say that you haven't eaten for a few days, so I gave you something to fill your stomach." Hee, brother, you just said that you found what the 4 immortals have been looking for? What is it?" Your expression changes too quickly. Wu Zi glared at him unhappily and said, "I will tell you when I see Brother Yi." This? Longpi hesitated again when he heard this. "If you are embarrassed, forget it," Wu Zi said, and turned around again. No, Longpi hurriedly stepped forward to block Wu Zi. "Brother, listen to me, I really don't mean that, I'm just worried that Brother Yi won't let you go. If you tell me the address, it happens that we brothers are going out today. Don't you think this will be good for everyone?" "I think it's only good for you. What does it have to do with me?" Wu Zi snorted coldly. "Brother, don't be ungrateful." Longpi's tone suddenly changed, and murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. His right hand holding the gun slowly raised up. "If you kill me, you will never find that place again." Wu Zi was shocked, but his tone was still tough. Wang Hao, who was hiding less than 30 meters away from the 5 children, became nervous when he saw this. Although their conversation was not loud, Wang Hao and others could hear it clearly. "What should we do?" "Ah, Hao." Li Ting stepped forward and poked Wang Hao's back with an anxious look on his face. Wang Hao just turned around when a muffled groan suddenly came from outside the alley, followed by a thump, as if someone fell to the ground. Chapter 190. Li Ting stood up and was about to rush out, but Wang Hao quickly held him down, made a silent gesture, and whispered, "Don't panic, I take a look first." After that, he pressed his hand towards the others and quietly looked out. Seeing that Wu Zi was still standing there safely, the stone in his heart was immediately put down. He turned back and said to Li Ting and others, "Wu Zi is fine, it's another person." After that, he stuck his head out again. I saw Wu Zi, who was 30 meters away, staring at a corpse at his feet, and opposite him, A young female Taoist priest in a white Taoist robe was walking towards this side slowly. Everything happened too quickly. Not only Wu Zi, but also the minions on the pickup truck opposite him were stunned for a moment, looking at the corpse at Wu Zi's feet with disbelief. Who? At this time, one of the minions reacted and quickly pointed his gun behind him. When he saw the Taoist priestess walking slowly, he immediately trembled and hurriedly put down the gun in his hand. At the same time, the others also reacted, but they all had the same expression when they saw the Taoist priestess. They put down their weapons and jumped off the car. They quickly gathered together. 7 or 8 big men knelt down in front of the Taoist priestess. You said you found what we are looking for? The Taoist priestess didn't even look at them. She walked straight past the big men and asked Wu Zi. Oh yes, yes. Wu Zi seemed to be very afraid of the other party. His legs kept shaking, but he didn't kneel down like those men. Where? The female Taoist priest stopped 10 steps away from Wu Zi, looked at him expressionlessly, and asked coldly. This should be Mo Ling. Li Ting came up at some point and whispered to the female Taoist priest outside. Wang Hao did not say anything, but nodded gently, his eyes always watching the actions of the female Taoist priest and Mo Ling. This Mo Ling looked about 30 years old, with very white skin, a melon-seed face, a head of black hair tied up on the top of her head with a jade hairpin, a snow-white Taoist robe, a medium height, and a golden whisk in her right hand. From a distance, she looked no different from the female Taoist priests often seen in film and television works. Although her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, she had another extraordinary temperament, which made people feel ashamed at first sight. Near the ruins of Qianjin village, Wu Zi said tremblingly. How did you find it? Mo Ling asked calmly. Since I was driven out by Brother Yi, Brother Long and the others died, and I hid alone in a small room near the ruins. Wu Zi said what Xiao Mo taught him. Why did you hide there? Mo Ling asked. Because I found that those monsters and Brother Yi's people didn't dare to go there. Wu Zi deliberately lowered his voice when he said this. This was also what Xiao Mo taught him. If he said that he had always lived near the ruins, there was no reason why he would not be discovered by the patrols they sent out. Because according to Xiao Mo's inference, the ruins should be one of the focuses of their patrols every time. Wu Zi's words can not only increase the mystery of the ruins, but also put a shit pot on Brother Yi and the others' heads. Moreover, this sounded both reasonable and logical, and people could not find any flaws. Mo Ling frowned slightly when she heard that, and turned to look at the minions who were still kneeling on the ground behind her. You all go back and call the eldest brother and the others. The minions were relieved when they heard that, and they kowtowed several times, and then ran back in a flash. Mo Ling turned around at this time, looked Wu Zi up and down, and asked, Can you drive? Wu Zi was sweating when Mo Ling looked at him, and nodded quickly after hearing her words, Yes, yes. Well, go clean up the car, and drive us to the place you mentioned later. Mo Ling said expressionlessly, and then turned her head to the side, looking at a forest in the distance. Wu Zi hurriedly ran to the pickup truck and cleaned up the environment inside the car. Li Ting couldn't help but want to speak, but Wang Hao covered his mouth, shook his head at him, and then waved his hand at everyone, signaling everyone to slowly retreat. Seeing this, everyone retreated into the alley carefully. After retreating about 30 meters, they had reached the turning point of the alley. Everyone found a place to sit down after the bend. After everyone was settled, Li Ting still looked at the entrance of the alley with concern, and then sat down next to Wang Hao and looked at him with concern. Ah Hao, the situation is different from what we thought at the beginning. What should we do now? Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, and slowly said, Maybe things are not as bad as we thought. Chapter 191. Oh! Li Ting was stunned, and looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean? From Mo Ling's attitude just now, she seems to have no regard for the lives of these people. Now Brother Yi and his men are in a dilemma. They dare not offend these 4 people, but they don't want to stay. Now they can only hope to find what they are looking for as soon as possible, so that they can get rid of them earlier. As for the original promise, it is now irrelevant. Wang Hao frowned and analyzed. What should we do now? Still act according to the original plan? Li Ting asked. Of course, Wang Hao nodded. A gleam of rage flashed in his eyes. If you can kill, don't leave any alive. Seeing Wang Hao's eyes, Li Ting's heart trembled, and he immediately felt a chill rising from his back. 10 years later, this former childhood playmate may have changed from a shy and kind rural boy to a cold-blooded man who kills without blinking an eye. But no matter what, this former friend gave him more of a sense of reliance and trust. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Ting shook the Type 81 rifle in his hand and nodded heavily, and the others were also full of fighting spirit. The scene was suddenly plunged into a murderous atmosphere, and the most primitive animality hidden deep in everyone's bones was aroused by Wang Hao's few words. After a few minutes of silence, the sound of a car starting was heard outside the alley. Everyone held their breath. As the sound approached and then gradually faded away, Wang Hao stood up and waved his hand at everyone, motioning him to go out and observe first. Then he quickly ran to the entrance of the alley. When he reached the entrance of the alley, the sound of the pickup truck's engine had not completely disappeared. Wang Hao looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the dust, the silver-gray pickup truck was quickly disappearing at the end of the asphalt road. At this time, Li Ting had already quietly followed Wang Hao about 10 meters behind him. Wang Hao then observed the place where he had parked before for a while. After confirming that it was safe, he turned back and waved to everyone. Li Ting then led everyone out. This is an asphalt road that runs from east to west. Turning left at the west end is the camp of Dingjiabao, and the east end leads directly to the direction of Qianjin village. Fortunately, this asphalt road is not very long, and there are dry orchards on both sides of the road. Although they dare not take the main road, Wang Hao did not let everyone go into the orchard. Instead, they leaned against the wire fence of the orchard and moved forward in a long snake formation. According to the number of people in the formation, the first person observed the front of the road, and the second person observed the movement in the orchard. Although most of the fruit trees in the orchard have died, they can only observe the range of nearly a few meters. If a few zombies suddenly appear, it will not only disrupt the formation, but also cause unnecessary personnel losses. In a tense atmosphere, we walked forward for about 500 meters. There were more and more houses in the front 30 meters. In front of a two-story building on the roadside, there was a rusty military green sign, with the words "Enter the Military Management Area" written on it, and a left-turn arrow drawn below. "It's just ahead, everyone be careful." Wang Hao stopped at this time, turned around and walked back to the crowd. Everyone immediately surrounded him. Wang Hao took out the map drawn by Yang Shiyun and spread it on the ground, pointing to the pattern on it, and said, after turning left, "There is a radar observation point abandoned by the army 200 meters ahead. Be careful, there is a sentry on it." He looked up at Zhong Yu and Li Ting and said, "Brother Yu, you and Li Ting will lead everyone to move forward from this side of the two-story building, go around to the back of the radar observation station, and we will meet there, and then go around here to the back of the camp." According to Uncle Li's speculation, this is the army's vegetable garden, and there is a collapsed adobe wall in the middle. We will enter from the gap. Dr. Yin and I will use the roadside buildings on the other side of the two-story building to sneak in from the front and observe the defense force at the main entrance. If we find secret guards along the way, we will solve them directly. When you arrive at the radar observation station, no matter what you find, don't act rashly unless you are absolutely sure. After hearing this, everyone nodded, and everyone's face was tense, holding various weapons in their hands tightly, as if facing a great enemy. After the arrangement was completed, everyone acted according to the plan. For safety reasons, there was a stinking ditch and garbage dump in the middle of the orchard, less than 30 meters away from the two-story building. From the direction of the stinking ditch, it seemed to come from the camp and pass under the asphalt road. It should have existed before the disaster. At this time, it has become a pool of stagnant water. The black water is full of various garbage and plastic bags, and groups of flies are flying around. In order to protect the foundation of the building next to it, the stinking ditch is kept nearly 10 meters away from the building. The stinking ditch is only 2 meters wide, and most adults can easily jump over it. Jumping over the stinking ditch is the back of the building. Going straight along the back of the building can reach the back of the radar observation station. In order to minimize the target as much as possible, Wang Hao asked everyone to run over one by one. In less than 5 minutes, everyone moved over, and everyone immediately acted according to the plan. Wang Hao and Dr. Yin had just turned around the main entrance of the two-story building when they suddenly discovered 2 minions with guns on their backs walking towards them, while smoking a cigarette a dozen meters away. Chapter 192. Wang Hao and the other man looked at each other, nodded, and quickly hid in the corner of the small building. Just after they hid themselves, a conversation came over. "Lao Hei, what the hell are they looking for?" A voice with a northeastern accent said. "How would I know? Keep your voice down, and don't let them hear it. These 4 people have very sharp ears." Another slightly hoarse voice continued. "Look at your cowardice. Even if they are right in front of me, I dare to say that." The northeastern accent said disdainfully. "You are bragging. I don't know who it is. I was scared to pee my pants by Mo Ling's stare." The hoarse voice teased. The two of them had come to the corner of the two-story building while talking to each other. Brother E is really a fool. Lumpy is our brother after all. Since he is dead and not infected, why do you have to chop off his head? Said a man with a northeastern accent. You know nothing. In this world, as long as a person dies, whether infected or not, he will become a zombie. This is what researcher Shao said himself. Said a hoarse voice. Don't mention that four-eyed man in front of me. I feel uncomfortable when I see him. What is the number 47 Institute? I think he is just a liar. Said a man with a northeastern accent. Okay, let's go quickly. Go back early after finishing your work. I don't know what's going on. My right eyelid has been twitching non-stop when I got up this morning. Said a hoarse voice with some impatience. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a wind behind his head. Before he turned around, he felt a pain in the back of his head, a sudden shock in front of his eyes, a sore nose, and his legs knelt down involuntarily. At the same time, his companion beside him groaned and fell in front of him. The attackers were Wang Hao and Dr. Yin. They took advantage of their conversation to attack from behind. The man with the northeastern accent was stabbed in the heart by Wang Hao and died on the spot, while the owner of the hoarse voice was hit on the back of the neck by Dr. Yin's gun, but... Be honest? Dr. Yin glanced at Wang Hao, whose eyes were red, and growled at the owner of the hoarse voice with a gun. I ask a question, and you answer it, otherwise he will be your fate. Wang Hao walked up to the man with red eyes, and a black knife dripping with blood, and asked coldly. No. Don't kill me. I still have a wife and children. The man crawled on the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, and looked at Wang Hao and the others with horror and said weakly, It seems that Dr. Yan's attack just now was not light, but it was not as fatal as Wang Hao's. Are there any more sentries ahead? Wang Hao asked coldly. No, they were all withdrawn by Brother Yi after they left. The man said weakly. Why do you want to withdraw? Wang Hao asked. Brother Yi is going to deal with the four of them. You mean the four monks? How do you know? The man's voice suddenly became tense. You don't need to know this. How many people do you have now? In addition to the local villagers you captured. Less than 20. What about the local villagers? Probably about 40. The man thought for a while and said, What about the others? Wang Hao's heart tightened, and he squatted down suddenly and grabbed the man's collar and pulled up the man's upper body. There are. A few disobedient ones were shot by Brother Yi, and some of the rest were driven out because they got sick. Before the man finished speaking, Wang Hao raised his knife, and a bloody head rolled to the side. Let's go! Wang Hao put away the black knife and walked away. Dr. Yin hesitated for a moment when he looked at the two bodies on the ground, and hurriedly followed. Following the buildings on the side of the road, Wang Hao and the others soon arrived at the bottom of the radar observation station less than 50 meters away from the gate. What puzzled Wang Hao and the others was that there was no one on guard at such a large gate. But Wang Hao was eager to save people, and didn't take it seriously. As soon as Wang Hao and the others arrived at the radar observation station, Zhong Yu, Li Ting and others rushed out from behind. After a few simple conversations, everything went according to plan. The group quickly moved forward along the camp's wall. A few minutes later, they arrived at the broken wall of the vegetable garden, but the gap had been covered with dry bricks. Wang Hao looked inside through the gap in the middle for a while, and found that it was facing the simple tents where the villagers were resting. At this time, the villagers were being gathered together by a few minions with guns. Due to the long distance and poor vision, Wang Hao had been trying hard to find the two faces he was worried about day and night among the villagers. He searched again and again, but Wang Hao still couldn't find them. However, at the moment of extreme anxiety, someone in the crowd behind Wang Hao suddenly sneezed loudly. Chapter 193. You don't want to live anymore. Wang Hao just turned his head and saw Li Ting slapping a big guy with a simple face on the back of his head. The sound was very loud. The big guy touched the back of his head with an innocent look and seemed to be about to explain, but saw Li Ting slap him again. What are you doing? Wang Hao turned back and glared at the two of them coldly, and quickly turned his head to look at the gap again. Seeing that there was no movement inside, he was relieved. How is it you haven't been discovered? Li Ting came up with a bit of embarrassment. Wang Hao shook his head, and Dr. Yin glared at him angrily. He was about to say something to Li Ting, but he saw that Wang Hao's expression suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? Dr. Yin spoke quickly, and while speaking, he looked at another brick gap next to him. The group of villagers who had been gathered in the camp were walking slowly towards the front yard of the camp under the scolding of several gun-wielding minions. 5 or 6 meters behind the group of villagers, for villagers were kneeling on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs facing them. Behind the 4 villagers stood a bald fat man holding a Rya samurai sword. Next to the fat man stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit. The man held a blue folder in his hand, and was writing something on the folder with his head down. The bald fat man next to him looked at him impatiently, putting down the samurai sword in his hand from time to time, and carrying it on his shoulder from time to time. The 4 villagers kneeling on the ground were 3 men and 1 woman. Each of them was thin, unkempt, and had dull eyes. The man and woman near the left were of similar age, about 50 years old. The 2 men next to them were slightly younger than them, but they all looked sick. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged couple on the left. He held the 95 rifle tightly in his hand. Dr. Yin looked back and found that Wang Hao's eyes were full of tears. Seeing this, Li Ting quickly put his eyes on the gap in front of Dr. Yin. When he saw it, his face suddenly changed. Ah, how that is not. Hearing this, Dongzi hurriedly stepped forward and pulled him away and put his eyes close to him. His face suddenly changed. He hurriedly came to Wang Hao and said, "Ah, Hao, do it. It will be too late if you don't do it now." Wang Hao wiped his eyes and stood up suddenly from the ground. "Dr. Yin, at such a long distance, are you sure you can kill the fat man with 1 shot? No problem, leave it to me." Dr. Yin stood up from the ground and aimed at the other party at the fastest speed. "Li Ting, you take everyone to the main gate and ambush immediately. When Dr. Yin's gunshot is the signal, we will attack at the same time," Wang Hao said, turning his head to look at Dongzi and Zhongyu. "Dongzi and brother, you stay. Everyone else follow Li Ting to the front door." Li Ting nodded, and then led the rest of the people to run quickly to the front door. Except for Dr. Yin, who was responsible for sniping the fat man with a knife, the others used a broken house inside the wall as a cover to quickly climb in. Hiding behind the broken house, Wang Hao quickly glanced at the environment in the camp. So far, there were no other people except the fat man with a knife and the man in a suit with glasses. At this time, on the right side of Wang Hao and his team was the main building of the camp, and the passage to the front yard was on the side of the 2 people opposite. From where Wang Hao and his team were hiding to the opposite side, there was an open space that was in full view. It was impossible to sneak in secretly, so they could only attack. Just when Wang Hao had just finished looking at the surrounding environment and looked at his parents opposite, he found that the man with glasses had finished writing something, and was looking at the 4 people in front of him with his hands behind his back, while the bald fat man had slowly raised his samurai sword. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's heart trembled, and he quickly pulled the bolt to shoot. At this moment, a bang sound suddenly came from their left rear. The bald fat man in the distance was shaken and fell backwards. At the same time, another gunshot came. Before the man with glasses could react, half of his head was hit, and he fell to the ground almost at the same time as the fat man. Seeing this, Wang Hao didn't care about much anymore. He suddenly rushed out from the broken house and ran directly to his parents. Dongzi and Zhongyu behind him also hurriedly followed. Dr. Yin kicked away the dry bricks blocking the gap and rushed up at the first time. "Mom and Dad, I'm here!" Wang Hao shouted as he fell in front of his parents, and quickly pulled out a dagger to cut the ropes tied around their wrists. How? The middle-aged woman could hardly believe her eyes, and the man next to her was also surprised. "Mom, it's me. I scared you." Wang Hao quickly helped the 2 up from the ground. "Don't say anything. Let's get out of here first." At the same time, Dongzi and Zhongyu also untied the ropes of the other 2 villagers, and Dr. Yin was responsible for the surrounding security. The next group quickly rushed to the previous gap, and at this time, a dense gunfire had already sounded in the front yard of the camp. When sending his parents and the other 2 villagers outside the gap, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. "Dongzi, you take my parents and others away first. I can't leave Li Ting and others alone." Chapter 194. Dongzi looked towards the main building and nodded. "Hao, don't worry. I send uncle and aunt to a safe place and come to pick you up." How? Wang Hao's mother was still in shock. She had just reunited with her son, but now she had to separate again, and she was going deep into the wolf's den. Naturally, she was very reluctant to let him go. But she was interrupted by her husband as soon as she opened her mouth. "Mom, since Hao and the others can get in, I believe they can get out. Hao, Dad believes in you. Go with peace of mind. Your mother and I will protect you." Wang Hao nodded, glanced at his parents, turned around and ran towards the main building. Dr. Yin and Zhongyu hurriedly followed. "Let's go, uncle and aunt. There are more than a dozen people ahead of us, and Hao will be fine." Looking at the backs of Wang Hao and the other two leaving quickly, Dongzi said. Wang Hao's parents nodded worriedly as they watched their son leave, and then followed Dongzi out of the gap. Just as Wang Hao and his two companions were about to run to the back of the main building, 3 minions suddenly ran out from the other side of the main building, but before they could react, they were knocked to the ground by a few bursts of shots from Dr. Yin and Zhongyu. Following the direction of the 3 bodies, Wang Hao and his 2 companions ran to the front yard without hesitation, and the gunshots in the front yard became more and more intense. The entrance was an open-air staircase on one side of the main building. Wang Hao used the wall next to the staircase to observe the front yard and found that the yard was in chaos. Some of them hid behind the flower bed and shot towards the gate, while others hid behind the vehicles parked in the yard and shot. However, before Wang Hao had surveyed the entire terrain, footsteps were heard on the second floor. Wang Hao and his 2 companions quickly found a favorable position. When the footsteps on the second floor just appeared at the staircase, 3 dense fire nets swept up. Suddenly, the 2 minions running in the front shook all over and fell directly from the railing on the second floor. The people behind hurriedly retreated to the corridor when they saw that the situation was not good. At the same time, the gunshots also attracted the attention of several minions who were blocking Li Ting and his companions in the front yard. However, they had just turned their guns, and several people were hit by bullets flying from the main entrance. The gunshots of Wang Hao and his 2 companions immediately made the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. Wang Hao and his 2 companions took this opportunity to quickly climb the stairs leading to the second floor, not giving the people in the corridor a chance to breathe. After all, Dr. Yin was a soldier who had received formal military training. As soon as he climbed up to the second floor, he rolled over, half-crouched, and swept into the corridor. Several minions in the corridor fell down one after another. Wang Hao and Zhongyu took advantage of the moment when Dr. Yin changed the magazine to quickly advance 7 or 8 meters. Bang! Just when Wang Hao and the others had just walked to the middle of the corridor, a door suddenly opened. A black man with a ferocious face rushed over with a bundle of homemade explosives. The fuse under the explosives had been lit and was emitting green smoke. The distance between him and Wang Hao and the others was less than 10 meters. Not good. Retreat quickly. Wang Hao shouted, turned around, pulled Zhongyu and ran to the entrance of the corridor. Dr. Yin had already changed the magazine at this time and was about to raise his gun to shoot. Don't shoot. Before Wang Hao finished shouting, Dr. Yin had already pulled the trigger. Jump off the building. Wang Hao shouted, kicked the rotten iron railing, pulled Dr. Yin up and jumped down. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang, and a heat wave came. Wang Hao and the other person who had just jumped up were immediately pushed out by the strong heat wave and fell heavily on a pile of yellow earth in front of the building that was about 1 person high. Behind them came the sound of countless bricks, tiles, gravel and glass breaking. Because of the soft earth pile as a buffer, Wang Hao and the other person were not injured. Wang Hao rolled down from the earth pile, and Dr. Yin followed him. Brother Yu. Wang Hao, with a face full of dust, hurriedly shouted at the dusty building. The explosion directly blew the entire row of main buildings into 2. The situation was critical at the time, and Wang Hao did not see clearly whether Zhongyu jumped down with him. Just as Wang Hao shouted the 3rd time, a man with a head full of dust staggered out from the gradually disappearing dust. Wang Hao looked closely and found that it was Zhongyu. He immediately ran over to help him. Brother Yu, how are you? I'm fine. Zhongyu shook the dust off his head. Wang Hao saw that he was fine, so he pulled out the pistol from his waist and handed it to him. He turned around and ran towards the gate. Zhongyu and Dr. Yin hurriedly followed. After the big explosion just now, the gunshots at the scene were quiet for a while, but Wang Hao and the other 2 did not dare to be careless at all. They moved quickly and carefully towards the gate, while always being alert to the surrounding situation. At this time, a sound of footsteps came quickly from the direction of the gate. Ah how! Ah how! It was Li Ting's voice, which seemed a little anxious. We are here. Wang Hao responded hurriedly. However, at this moment, a bang suddenly came from behind the ruins, and Li Ting's voice stopped abruptly. Wang Hao's heart trembled, and he became nervous immediately. At the same time, a burst of intensive firepower shot towards the ruins. Wang Hao could no longer care about many things at this time, and immediately ran quickly in the direction where Li Ting's voice came from. Dr. Yin and Zhongyu followed Wang Hao on both sides, while being alert to the cold guns around. Li Ting. When Wang Hao saw Li Ting's eyes were closed, and he was lying on the ground with his upper body half supported by someone. The person who supported him pressed one hand tightly on the wound, but blood was still constantly oozing out from between his fingers on his chest. Others rushed to the ruins like crazy and shot at a corpse below. Hearing Wang Hao's shout, Li Ting slowly opened his eyes, watched Wang Hao squeeze out a smile with great effort, and then closed his eyes again, and his head drooped down immediately. Li Ting! Hearing Wang Hao's hysterical shout, the gunfire above the ruins suddenly stopped. Suddenly someone shouted, "Someone ran away over there." Chapter 195. Hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly stood up from Li Ting's side, looked at the direction of the man's finger with red eyes, and said coldly, "Leave it to me. You take Li Ting and his brother to go first. I will chase them, and we will meet at the agreed place." "How? It's not good. The direction they are running is exactly the direction your parents evacuated." Looking in the direction the man pointed, Zhong Yu was shocked and shouted hurriedly, "Captain Wang, I go with you." Dr. Yen changed a magazine with a click, pulled the bolt, and walked to Wang Hao's side. Wang Hao nodded, looked at Zhong Yu and said, "Brother Yu, you take everyone back to the gathering place first. We will meet there in half an hour." After Wang Hao finished speaking, without waiting for Zhong Yu to answer, he went directly through the explosion hole of the main building, and Dr. Yen hurriedly followed. When Wang Hao and his partner rushed to the gap, the people had already disappeared. Wang Hao was anxious, but he stood there when he got out of the gap, not knowing where to start chasing. Seeing this, Dr. Yen glanced around, looked at the footprints on the ground, and quickly made a judgment. From the footprints, there are two sets. One set is left by Dongzi and your parents, and the other set must be left by the escapees. They will definitely not take the main road, and Dongzi will not take your parents into the orchard, so we should chase them from the orchard. They should not run far. Wang Hao followed Dr. Yan's gaze to look at the footprints on the ground, nodded, and then followed the footprints into the apple orchard with branches. The further you go in, the blurrier the footprints on the ground become. Because of the special climate, since the end of the world, most of the fruit trees have died. When the fruit trees die, the leaves will naturally fall off. The further you go in, the denser the fruit trees are, and the more fallen leaves there are. It is generally not easy for people to leave footprints on them. Just as Wang Hao and his partner were gradually slowing down, they heard a faint sound of footsteps on dead leaves. Wang Hao and his partner felt nervous and crouched down. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 4 crouching figures moving back and forth among the fruit trees about 20 meters to the left. Wang Hao turned his head and gestured to Dr. Yen, indicating that Dr. Yen should follow from the right, while he would chase the 4 people from a straight distance. Dr. Yen nodded, and the two quickly launched an offensive. After Dr. Yen left, Wang Hao picked up his rifle and rushed towards the figures like a rabbit. When Wang Hao was less than 10 meters away from them, the leading figure suddenly stopped and turned the muzzle to shoot a string of bullets at Wang Hao. It was so fast that Wang Hao knew he was definitely exposed when he saw the other party stop. He quickly rolled on the ground and barely avoided the first round of attacks. At this time, the other 3 people also reacted and started shooting at Wang Hao. Wang Hao rolled horizontally to the distance between 2 trees in one breath, but the other party did not stop shooting at all. Wang Hao knew that if he rolled further, he would reach the ground ridge, where the view was wide and there was no cover. Moreover, the distance from the other party was only 4 or 5 meters. Once he reached there, no matter how fast he was, he would have no chance of survival even if he was wearing 2 bulletproof vests. At this critical moment, a burst of fierce gunfire came from the side of those people, and immediately there was the painful howling of 2 minions, and Wang Hao's offensive also stopped. Wang Hao took the opportunity to quickly get up from the ground and leaned against a relatively sturdy fruit tree. Just as Wang Hao stabilized his body, a string of bullets was fired at him, but the firepower was much weaker than before. On the other side, Dr. Yen was attacking fiercely and kept firing, suppressing the opponent. After a string of bullets, the opponent's attack suddenly stopped. Wang Hao guessed that the opponent should be changing the magazine. He quickly seized the opportunity and suddenly leaned out from behind the fruit tree. A figure with a bloody face suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's sight. Duh. Wang Hao pulled the trigger without hesitation. The figure shook and fell down. At the same time, not far from the side of the man, a burst of blood mist splashed, and the man who had been suppressed by Dr. Yen and couldn't raise his head was also shot in the head at the same time. The scene suddenly became quiet. "Captain Wang, are you not injured?" Dr. Yen's figure emerged from the dissipating smoke. Wang Hao shook his head, and the 2 of them went forward to check several bodies. Except for one who was shot in the abdomen and his intestines were all over the ground, the other 3 were dead. "Captain Wang, that's not right. According to what Li Ting said, there shouldn't be only so many people in this base." Dr. Yen was suddenly startled, as if he thought of something, and none of the villagers who were taken away before were found. Chapter 196. You mean, they have another way? Wang Hao was surprised. What about the villagers? Dr. Yin nodded, then set his eyes on the man who was twitching on the ground, grabbed his collar and asked coldly, "Do you have other ways?" The man was already in a semi-comatose state at this time. His lower abdomen was bloody, and his white intestines and bright red blood were all over his lower body, and the land and dead leaves under him. However, what Wang Hao and the others did not expect was that after being grabbed by Dr. Yin, the man did not show too much fear, but laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth full of blood foam, and said indistinctly, "None of you can leave." Head tilted, and there was no movement. "Speak clearly for me." Dr. Yin was choked by the other party's smile, roared and shook the man's upper body vigorously. "Don't ask, he's dead." Wang Hao patted Dr. Yin's shoulder, and Dr. Yin cursed again angrily before throwing down the other's upper body and standing up. "Lazy dog, still stubborn before dying, damn it," Dr. Yin said with lingering anger. "Don't worry about him. Let's get out of here first." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he patted Dr. Yin's shoulder again and found the nearest route to get out of the orchard. Before leaving, Dr. Yin kicked the corpse again and left angrily behind Wang Hao. When Wang Hao and the others got out of the orchard, they happened to meet Zhongyu and others. Zhongyu also told Wang Hao the same doubts as Dr. Yin. Wang Hao just nodded, but a bad premonition rose in his heart. When Wang Hao and his friends walked to the entrance of the long alley, they found that Dongzi had been waiting there with his parents. When Wang Hao saw his parents, he could no longer control his emotions and ran up to hug the two elders tightly. "Mom and Dad." Wang Hao's voice suddenly choked. "Hao," his parents cried with joy. The three of them hugged each other tightly in the eyes of envy and emotion. For a moment, there were sighs all around. "Mom and Dad, you go with Brother Yu and Dr. Yin first. I will go to meet Brother Xiaomo and Wuzi. I will catch up with you before dark." After sighing for a while, Wang Hao opened his arms and looked at his parents affectionately. "Hao, go ahead. People should know how to be grateful. I have heard about your affairs from Dongzi. Don't worry. With so many people around me and your mother, nothing will happen." Wang's father patted Wang Hao's shoulder with a serious look. "Hao, you must protect yourself. If anything happens to you, what will your father and I do?" Mother Wang began to sob softly again. "Okay, Hao has grown up. He will take care of himself." Father Wang gently hugged Mother Wang's shoulders and comforted her softly, then turned to look at Wang Hao and said, "Go quickly, the sooner you go, the sooner you come back." Wang Hao nodded and prepared to leave. At this time, Dongzi stepped forward and said, "Hao, I will go with you. I know a shortest route." Wang Hao heard this, pondered for a moment, nodded, and then briefly explained a few words to Zhongyu and Dr. Yin and others, and before leaving, he asked the two to protect Li Ting's body. In order to prevent the corpse from changing into a corpse, the whole body was tied up tightly in advance and placed in the back of the van. The door was locked. No matter what happened, the door should not be opened until he returned to personally send his best brother off for the last time. After the arrangement was completed, Wang Hao and Dongzi drove the Ford Raptor away quickly, and Zhongyu, Dr. Yin, and others also started to head towards the county town according to Wang Hao's instructions. The Raptor was driven by Dongzi. Wang Hao kept urging him to hurry up along the way. Dongzi naturally understood Wang Hao's mood. Along the way, except for the bumpy road, the other sections were kept at a speed of 10 pulses. After nearly half an hour of bumpy driving on various rural roads, the vehicle stopped behind a 5 or 6 meter high earth mound. Behind the earth mound is the site. Li Ting pointed to the earth mound outside the car. "You wait in the car. I go to pick up Xiaomo and Wuzi." Wang Hao nodded, opened the door and walked down. "Hao, wait." Li Ting hurriedly pushed the door and got out of the car to block Wang Hao. "Do you remember what you said to me when we were 9 years old, and we went to the watermelon field in the neighboring village to steal watermelons, and were caught by the owner? That was so many years ago. Why do you still remember it?" Wang Hao thought about it, and said disapprovingly, "Hao, you can forget this matter, but I, Dongzi, will never," Dongzi said excitedly. "At that time, the man asked one of us to go home to inform our parents and compensate him for the watermelons. You let me go without thinking about it. You secretly told me not to tell my parents when I go back, and asked me to wait behind the old temple at the head of the village, saying that you would find a way to escape. As a result, I waited behind the old temple until you came back after dark. When I saw that your favorite vest was torn and asked you what happened, you told me that it was scratched by branches when you ran away. Later, I learned that you were grabbed by the owner of the vest when you ran away. It was torn to pieces. I felt very bad at that time. I always wanted to save money to buy you another one, but I could never save enough, so I stole my parents' money. When they found out, they beat me up. When you knew why I stole the money, you took the initiative to run to my house and told my parents that you asked me to steal it. As a result, you were also beaten up by your father when you went back. When I saw you the next day, do you remember what you said to me? You said we were brothers. I have always kept this sentence in my heart. How, just based on this sentence, even if I die today, I, Dongzi, will die before you. Dongzi finished speaking, looking at Wang Hao with a firm gaze. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, nodded slowly, and patted Dongzi on the shoulder. Good brother, none of us will die today. Before he finished speaking, his feet shook, and with a bang, dust fell from the sky. Chapter 197. Wang Hao and Dongzi were startled, picked up their weapons, opened the car door, and rushed to the mound. Although Wang Hao believed in Xiao Mo's strength, he couldn't help but worry secretly in his heart after Li Ting's previous description of the four weirdos. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The mound was not very steep, and Wang Hao rushed up in a few steps. Just as he stuck his head out, a black shadow flew from the air and hit Wang Hao directly. Wang Hao quickly saw the black shadow. Brother Xiao Mo? Wang Hao immediately opened his arms and rushed forward to meet him. Under the action of inertia, Wang Hao hugged Xiao Mo and rolled down the mound again. Dongzi climbed up the mound on Wang Hao's side, and his speed was a few steps slower than Wang Hao. When Wang Hao and the others rolled down the mound, he had just climbed to the top of the slope. After seeing that it was Xiao Mo, he knew that the situation must be not optimistic. He immediately raised his gun and prepared to buy time for the two to get on the car. But just as he pulled the bolt, a strong wind hit him. With a muffled bang, Dongzi groaned, and the whole person flew down from the top of the slope, and the rifle in his hand fell to the side. At the same time, Wang Hao saw blood flowing from the corner of Xiao Mo's mouth. His face was pale, and he was about to carry him into the car, but he saw Dongzi spitting blood and falling from the top of the slope. Dongzi! Wang Hao shouted, quickly carried Xiao Mo into the back seat of the car, and then turned to carry Dongzi. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the top of the slope. Without any explanation, Wang Hao didn't even look at the other person's appearance. He picked up the rifle and fired a burst of bullets, but saw that the figure flashed and disappeared at the top of the slope. Wang Hao took the opportunity to quickly pick up Dongzi on the ground and put him in the co-pilot's seat, jumped into the driver's seat, put the reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and the Raptor car immediately dug up the yellow soil all over the sky, roaring and falling backwards quickly. Just as the vehicle had just backed out of the intersection, and Wang Hao was about to change gears, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the mound. He couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. In the gradually dissipating mist, 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared on the top of the slope again. The man was the tall figure from before, and the woman was wearing a Taoist robe. Wang Hao recognized the woman. She was the Taoist priest from before. Mo Ling. What surprised Wang Hao was that the 2 people did not chase him. They just stood on the top of the slope and looked at him quietly. Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate for a moment. The doubts in his mind flashed by, and he quickly changed to the forward gear, turned the steering wheel sharply, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Buzz! The bulky Ford Raptor rushed out immediately. Chapter 198. Wang Hao drove the car while paying attention to the signs along the way, and observed Xiao Mo and Dong Zi's reactions from time to time. The 2 had been in a coma since he carried them into the car. The only thing that made Wang Hao feel relieved was that their breathing was still even, and it seemed that they would not be in danger for a short time. When passing a fork in the road, Wang Hao found the same sign again. Following the direction of the arrow, the speed of the car was always kept at about 80 miles per hour. The convoy soon drove to the outskirts of the county town, and the forks in front of them gradually increased. Wang Hao immediately slowed down the car because there was a crossroads in front of him, and the crescent sign that appeared at every fork in the road did not appear here. The vehicle was moving slowly forward, and Wang Hao's eyes were always looking around. At this time, a hee sound came from the walkie-talkie placed next to him, and Zhong Yu's voice came over. What's wrong, Hao? The mark is gone here. Wang Hao grabbed the intercom and replied, Brother Yu, you guys stop where you are, I look for it further. Got it. Putting down the intercom, Wang Hao was about to step on the accelerator to explore the road, when a minibus suddenly drove out from the street on the right. Wang Hao was startled and immediately recognized that the minibus was the coaster that was Xiaodong and his friends were driving. Wang Hao hurriedly honked the horn, and the minibus suddenly braked after hearing Wang Hao's horn. Wang Hao hurriedly stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the minibus. "Don't ask anything, just go." Hui Xiaodong stuck his head out of the driver's window and shouted at Wang Hao nervously, looking behind the car while shouting. Wang Hao subconsciously followed his gaze and was shocked. Less than 400 meters behind the minibus, there were hundreds of zombies following in a mighty manner. Wang Hao did not have time to ask in detail and hurriedly shouted to Hui Xiaodong, "You lead the way." Hui Xiaodong nodded, hurriedly turned the steering wheel, and drove quickly to the intersection directly facing Wang Hao's car. At this time, Wang Hao saw the faces of Luoyi and others in the middle window of the minibus. Although the speed was very fast, Wang Hao still found blood on the face of one of them. At the moment, he did not have time to think about it. Just as he was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to inform Zhong Yu behind the car, Zhong Yu's cheetah car had already driven up, and the two cars behind were also following closely. Wang Hao didn't have time to explain to Zhong Yu in detail. He just said go, and hurriedly stepped on the accelerator to chase the minibus. After passing the intersection, Wang Hao looked in the rearview mirror, and saw that Zhong Yu and Dr. Yan's 3 cars were following closely behind. Wang Hao's heart was relieved. After driving out of the outskirts of Yao County, the convoy continued to drive forward for more than 10 minutes. At this time, it entered the country road. There were rows of poplar trees on both sides, and behind the poplar trees was a wide wheat field. The road condition was okay. Although there were still a few wandering zombies and abandoned vehicles from time to time, it did not affect the passage. After driving on the country road for about 3 hours, 2 hills appeared less than a kilometer ahead. The 2 twin hills in the distance stood opposite each other, with similar heights and similar appearances. The 2 hills were covered with green vegetation, but most of them were dead. A cement staircase leads from the bottom of the mountain along the mountainside to the top of the mountain. 2 antique-style lofts are built on the top of the mountain. Although it is late spring, the leaves of plants on the 2 hills have begun to fall. Looking around, it is not all green, but withered yellow with some dark brown, with only a few spots of green. The place where the twin hills are connected is a small valley, which is blocked by a circle of iron fences on the outside. There is a row of shrubs, as high as a person planted in the fence. The shrubs block the view of the people outside. An electric sliding door is surrounded by the iron fence in the middle. A cement straight road that can accommodate 4 vehicles driving side by side extends to a large bluestone archway, which is painted with a red background with gold edges. 3 meters behind the archway, there are 3 wooden houses spliced with logs. The middle one hangs a plaque of reception room. 2 zombies that look like mummies are wandering around the house. The convoy slowly drove to a place more than 20 meters away from the archway. Wang Hao got off the car first, followed by Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin, who were in the car behind him. Hui Xiaodong, Luoyi and others also got off the minibus in front. "Xiaodong, what happened?" Wang Hao walked to a Xiaodong who had just gotten off the car and said, "Alas, it's all my fault. Uncle Zhang told me on the way that we would pass a flour mill along the way, so I took everyone there. As a result, we encountered a group of zombies before we even reached the factory gate. So we hurried back and ran into you," Hui Xiaodong said with a look of annoyance. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, and didn't continue to ask questions. He just greeted Luoyi, and now she has come over with a medical kit. "Come and see what injuries Xiaomo and the others have sustained." After Wang Hao finished speaking to Luoyi, he hurriedly called Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin to take everyone to check the area around the gate. As for the zombies inside the telescopic door, they could not come out yet. After Luoyi checked the injuries of Xiaomo and Dongzi, they would make a plan of action. When Luoyi saw the black handprint on Dongzi's chest, she was also shocked. However, Luoyi had some clinical experience after all. After auscultation, she finally came to a conclusion that Xiaomo and the others were hit by a strong external force, which caused some damage to their internal organs. As for the extent of the injury, it was impossible to determine because there was no projection instrument. At present, they could only take some blood circulation and anti-inflammatory drugs. If the situation continued to deteriorate, they would need surgery. Chapter 199. After Luoyi diagnosed the injuries of Xiaomo and Dongzi, she took out safflower oil and bone-breaking pills from the medical bag and began to apply the medicine to the 2 with the help of Lu Jiaming. At this time, Wang Hao and Dr. Zhong Yuyin and others began to discuss the next action plan. Although Uncle Zhang said that the hot spring villa had not yet opened, there would inevitably be decoration workers inside, and the scale of the hot spring villa was not small just from the appearance, not to mention the complexity of the environment inside. Uncle Zhang had been here several times before. Wang Hao asked Yang Shiyun to draw a structural diagram of the interior of the hot spring villa according to Uncle Zhang's memories. Wang Hao and others then studied the structural diagram for a while, and finally decided to leave Lu Jiaming and Hu Zi to protect the injured Xiaomo and Dong Zi, as well as Lu Yi, Yang Shiyun, Shan Wan and Wang Hao's parents. Everyone else entered the hot spring villa to eliminate the danger, including the Black Wind Wolf, and strive to complete the cleaning task within an hour. The plan was set, and everyone checked their weapons. In order to improve efficiency, Wang Hao divided the 12 people and 2 dogs into 3 groups, each with 4 people, and they must have 2 fully automatic weapons and more than 3 magazines. Wang Hao took Uncle Li, Uncle Sun, and with Xiaodong from the village. Dr. Yin took 3 people from Li Ting's side, Zhong Yu took Uncle Qian, and 2 people from Li Ting's side. Haifeng was taken by Wang Hao's group, and Wulong was left to Dr. Yan's group, because Wang Hao and Dr. Yan's 2 groups needed to search in the guest rooms of the hot spring villa, and the danger was less than that of Vong Yu, who was searching outside. After the arrangement was completed, 3 groups of 12 people and 2 dogs entered the hot spring villa one by one. As soon as the telescopic door was opened, the 2 zombies wandering in the distance pounced on the crowd. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the 2 zombies fell to the ground one after another. The group then quickly ran towards the villa according to their respective groups. To enter the villa, they first had to pass through the parking lot. In order to save bullets, Wang Hao did not take the gun off his shoulder, but held the gleaming black knife in his right hand. Except for Zhong Yu's group, the remaining 2 groups followed behind him. Led by Wang Hao, the group of 8 people walked towards the parking lot in a mighty manner. Black Wind and Black Wolf followed on both sides, sticking out their tongues and looking around with vigilant eyes. Chapter 200. The skirts of the 2 mountains have been deliberately flattened. There is a cave at the foot of each mountain, which is about the same size. It seems that it has been repaired and expanded by humans. There is a stream flowing out of one of the 2 caves, and there is no stream flowing out of the other. There is a cobblestone path in front of each cave leading to the cave. There is an exquisite wooden bridge at the entrance of the cave with the stream. The stream was deliberately diverted to a bend, and is now slowly flowing under the bridge. The only thing that spoils the scenery is that there are several mummies lying on the side of the 2 caves, and some roadblocks can be vaguely seen in the cave. There may be survivors in it. We should all be careful. Wang Hao frowned and looked at the 2 dark caves and said. At this time, everyone had come to a place more than 10 meters away from the cave. Do you need to set a fire to smoke them out? Dr. Yin stepped forward to continue. No, the roadblock at the entrance of the cave has been cleared. Even if there are survivors, they will not pose much threat to us. Wang Hao shook his head, and then called everyone to search in the cave. Several strong flashlights soon lit up, and a group of people took up their weapons, and walked into the cave without water. As soon as they entered the cave, Wang Hao saw some things inside. The roadblocks were made of some wooden furniture and some rockery fragments. These broken things were scattered on the ground, and there were several rotten and smelly corpses lying among them. Judging from the wounds on the heads of the corpses, these should be the corpses of zombies. Dr. Yin picked up a shell at his feet and looked at it in front of the flashlight, but frowned. This should be the shell of a standard pistol. Then he handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took it and looked at it. He indeed found a few small numbers at the bottom of the shell. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then reminded everyone around him. Load all the guns with bullets. Shoot if you see anything attacking us. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, there was a sound of bolts being pulled around. Wang Hao sheathed his black knife, pulled out the pistol from his waist, opened the rifling with a click, checked it, and then told everyone to be careful and alert, and slowly walked into the cave.